Hello, everyone, and welcome to the start of the NRG Series for 2024. I'm your host, Emma Partlow, and I'm joined by my co-host, Mr. Esports himself, Mason Clark. And today, we'll be bringing you live coverage of the 10K Pioneer Showdown in Chicagoland, Illinois. Mason, how excited are you for Pioneer?
I am so excited. Pioneer is the Pro Tour format next week. Also in Chicago, we have a lot of competitors like Andrea Mengucci, Dom Harvey here in the building this weekend playing, showing off, probably testing some stuff for the Pro Tour. That's exciting. And like you said, it's the start of the new year. I love the leaderboard race. I love all that stuff. I'm so excited.
Yeah, it should be a really, really good event today. We also have standard tomorrow for people who are looking to play the standard cup at the Pro Tour Chicago or MagicCon Chicago. But yeah, there's going to be some really good players that we don't often see at NRGs just because of the Pro Tour, as you mentioned. Andrea Mengucci's here. Marcel De Pivo's here, who won the recent European Regional Championships with Team of Rhinos. Christian Calcano's here. You know, there's some really, really stacked names today, and it's going to be really exciting to see some European and international sort of like presence at the NRG because, you know, not many people get to play these outside of America.
Yeah, that's totally true. And while we typically see a lot of those players in our Twitch chat rooting along, it's totally different to have them here competing in the event. And it really sort of raises the bar on a lot of the competition today. You know, we have a lot of really great players, as we're going to see, you know, who normally compete in our series, but also having this extra new blood, iron sharpens iron. We're going to get a lot of really great feature matches in today. And I can't wait to see what happens.
Cool. So what are you expecting to see today? So if you were looking to play this event, what would be the best? What would you consider the best deck to play in Pioneer right now? Because Pioneer's been on the back burner considering we've just had a modern regional championship. Standard is the RCQ format of choice. So Pioneer has been put to the side. So what do you play when not many people have been really playing the format until now?
Yeah, it's really interesting. And you mentioned all those things happen, and we just had Murder at Karlov Manor happen as well. This is a brand new set that brought in some pretty good like upgrades for lots of decks. No More Lies was a huge win for the blue-white control decks. Getting a pseudo copy of Thraben Inspector was a big win for Boros, Convoke, and other strategies that use that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of really powerful stuff there. And then all the decks basically got the Surveil lands, which we have seen be very powerful in Modern. And combined with the fetch lands and decks like blue-white control gain a lot from those Surveil lands as a way to sort of, you know, smooth their draw a little bit and set up some graveyard synergies with some of their other cards. So I think if I was someone going to this weekend, I would definitely be worried about blue-white control. That would be the deck that is on my mind as the deck to beat. But Amalla, which we saw dominate the RC, I think is still very good. Going to this, it has a bad blue-white control matchup, but pretty good against everything else. I think Rakdos and Izzet Phoenix are also decks to look out for. But like you mentioned, on the back burner, there have been some pretty big innovations because LCI also came out, Lost Cabin of Ixalan. And during that time, we've seen cards like Inti, the Central Scorched Sun. I think I said it right.
Central of the Sun, I believe.
Oh, for sure, no doubt.
A lot of alliterations.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, Inti, as he prefers to go by Inti, you know, like he and I are tight like that. I didn't know if you were, so I'm gonna use his full name. But Inti and I, that card is going in a lot of decks. We see it in Rakdos, but it also has helped spark the Izzet Scissors deck to really be more popular as well. And that's one of those decks that we have seen dominate the Magic Online leagues, with a lot of the trophy winners playing that deck a lot over the last 2 months. So I'm curious to see if that translates to paper. It can be a little risky to pull the trigger like that, something like a bigger event if you haven't been playing it. But I think it's a very good deck, and there's lots of small things like that that have been happening in the format over the last couple of weeks.
For sure. Like I'm personally excited to see some Boros Convoke because I love me some Thraben Inspectors and Novice Inspectors. So it'll be really interesting to see how that does this weekend, because as you said, it's just got a little juice, and that juice might be enough just to push it over the edge. So what are your thoughts on Pioneer overall as like the meta game? Because it seems like a tough one to crack. It feels like there isn't just like one super good deck. Like it's really interesting time to play Pioneer, especially when we're so close to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, it's super awkward because we kind of mentioned a lot of the polls, right? There's blue-white control pushing you in one direction. There's just a Amalla combo deck that really asks you to have an answer in the first 2 or 3 turns of the game, or potentially die, and that's going to be really tough. And then there's things like Rakdos and Izzet Phoenix, which are sort of a similar but going different ways about controlling the creatures. So enough of that, though. Let's go down to the feature match area.
Yeah, so our first feature match area is Andrea Mengucci of Channel Fireball fame and going to be playing the Pro Tour next weekend. He is on Bant Lotus Field. And then we have Sebastain Jaje on that Azorius control deck that we mentioned earlier. So it looks like they've started for the first few turns. Looks like Mengu's just setting up his lands here with a Aspara's headquarters and a layer of the Hydra. And this is a lot of playing lands and passing turns, which seems quite familiar for this matchup.
Yeah, this is a situation where if you have played a lot of Pioneer, you have probably played this matchup before. Mengu is playing the combo version of Bant Lotus for the record. Just there are some Bant Lotus decks that are trying to be more controlling. We've seen typically. Mengucci is playing hidden strings in this deck. So this is a combo versus control matchup, not a control be control mirror, which might appear as the start of this game.
Yep, so it looks like we cycled away a Shark Typhoon, so we have a nice Shark just to put on an early clock because there's going to be a lot of tapping out and a little bit of dirtling from the Bant Lotus Field deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it looks like Andrea Mengucci, if you haven't seen this deck in a while, there have been some innovations to this deck. The biggest one being Dragon Lord Dromoka in the main deck now. That used to be a sideboard card, but really showing that players are giving No More Lies a lot of respect and wanting to have, can't be countered threats in the main deck and try and cut off those powerful cards.
Yeah, for sure. So it just looks like Sebastain is just going to keep playing lands and just keep turning sideways with this Shark token until Mengucci finds the right time to pop off this combo in the face of many counter spells. It seems there is an Absorb in Sebastian's hand as well there.
Oh my goodness, we have a castle activation. The game's over, Mengu. He's up a card.
Yep.
Back him up.
He's trying to put on some kind of clock here. This Field of Ruin is looking a little sad, but never mind. Sebastian's just going to keep getting aggressive because you need to close out this game somehow. And with all the lands that Sebastain has in play, there's plenty of interaction here. So yeah.
One thing about this matchup, if you haven't played it very much, is that while Mengucci hasn't been doing much, there's not much clock. Sebastain is going to take a while to win, and that's actually one of the reasons I joke about the castle, but it is actually putting a clock on Mengucci. And if we didn't have this castle, it'd be a 20-turn clock compared to a 6-turn clock now.
Absolutely. Trying to see what's in Sebastian's hand here. I just don't think there's much else to do outside of just keep attacking. So Mengu goes down to 14.
Yeah, it looks like Sebastain just has counter spells, a Supreme Verdict, and it's a fairy. And maybe a Wandering Emperor that might be a March. But one of the big things here actually is that Supreme Verdict. If Mengu spends a turn, tapping out for Dragon Lord Dromoka, it's not Sebastian's favorite play, but getting that off the board so that he can fight over the ritual effects is pretty important.
And here comes that Teferi that we mentioned. Just going to draw some cards and tap some lands. Is pretty good with No More Lies and, Absorb. Just slowly accruing value throughout the game.
Yeah, and this is a matchup where Absorb really kind of comes to get you a little bit, where it's not as powerful as something like Urtai Scorn, which we have seen some blue-white control players jump to over the last couple of days, but they both are very different and helpful in different matchups. If Sebastain was playing against Mono Red, which is a deck we're seeing a little bit more of thanks to Lightning Helix, you'd be very happy to have Absorb and not have Urtai Scorn, where against Mengu, and he's going to try and cast 5 spells in one turn, you kind of wish you had a 2-mana counter, and that's kind of the interesting part of this format as we're getting into it, is how do we play around all these different things and how do we best position ourselves?
Yeah. Looks like Mengu is going to start things off. All right.
I love this play from Mengucci.
Yep, so it looks like Mengu is casting a Hidden Strings targeting Sebastian's lands just to force a counter spell or force some investment in mana here.
Yeah, and this is an awkward spot where, the Teferi does give you a lot of mana back, and we have a lot of counter spells, but unfortunately we don't have the mana to cast a bunch of them, so the shields are down.
Yeah, this is a really sweet play. Not one that I would have considered, but the best way to take a control player out of the game is just making them use their resources, giving them a tricky decision.
Oh, interesting moment here. I think Sebastain didn't float the mana, so Mengu gets the 1 extra from the pool. Okay, so might have been a small misstep there, but probably if Mengu was going for that line, he had the mana either way, most likely. So probably not something to lose much sleep over.
Yeah. And it looks like Mengu's going to cast another Hidden Strings, tapping his lands this time. And then it looks like we've got a Ultimatum on the way. If we can get behind that card glare. Oh no, we've got an Omniscience. Okay, this is where things get pretty serious. And considering Sebastain is tapped out, thanks to that aggressive play from Mengu earlier. And here we go. So we've got a Chandra in play. And it looks like Mengu's going to try and lock out the win here.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen this before, Chandra copies the first Instant Sorceries play. That's going to copy this Ultimatum. And then Mengu's going to get, basically an unbeatable, pile combination because he gets 2 Ultimatums. And we have the Omniscience down, nothing up. So the long story short is Mengu is going to do this a couple times and then eventually start using Chandras to fireball the opponent and kill them. And you just pick them up with regrowth effects that are in the deck. Like Balaged's Recovery, which double as a land in this deck.
Yeah. It looks like Sebastain hasn't quite seen the combo for a while, so he's just forcing Andrea Mengucci just to go through the motions to make sure he has it, which seems to be the case here.
Yeah, it's also worth noting Sebastain could have... we weren't sure what the card was in hand, but if it is March of Otherworldly Light, which does seem to be flicked to the front, Sebastain can pitch multiple cards in hand to get rid of the Leer. The big problem is the Omniscience play. Which is going to really, put Mengucci in a position to fight through most of it, and we will get 1 Leer cast before things end. But Sebastain does technically have some plays, but this is some real letter of the law stuff.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot for Sebastain to get out of this. So it looks like we're just figuring things through. So when it comes to this matchup, Mason, who do you favor here? Not in the game itself right now, but in Bant versus Bant Lotus Field or Azorius Control, who do you actually favor here?
Yeah, so I think typically the Bant Lotus Field deck is slightly favored if there isn't any pressure. Look, we saw this game, Sebastain actually did a really good job of applying pressure and putting Mengu on a clock, and that is why I think the deck is normally favored, because Azorius Control has a lot of cards that are good against Bant Lotus Field, but you have to have the, time that Bant Lotus Field can't just power through them and overwhelm you on a single turn, because it can generate so much mana, and there are cards like Hidden Strings that sometimes you're not supposed to counter, and you are supposed to counter, depending on sort of their hand, and there's no real way for you to know outside of, paying a lot of close attention during the match. So that is all to say, as we see Mengu here sort of going through the motions. Typically, I think Sebastian's deck has the tools to beat Mengu, but he has to be very careful about playing them. I think tapping out for the Teferi is a very reasonable line, but it puts us in a position where stuff like this can occur. And I think it's maybe, a spot where there's lots of times where I think some players maybe would have held because they had multiple counters in hand. So it's a really awkward position to walk through, and it only gets worse and worse when it comes to tapping out for the Teferi. So I do like that Sebastain, if he was going to do it, did it sooner than later, because that makes it harder for Mengu to go for it.
Yeah, for sure. And there we go. Sebastian's seen enough, and it looks like we'll be shuffling up and going towards game 2 very soon. That was a very, very quick game 1. And a very great play from Andrea Mengucci there, tapping down Sebastian's lands with the Hidden Strings.
Yeah, and that kind of stuff really matters in these decks.
Okay, then. So we're going to go to sideboarding. So what do you like the look of here from Sebastian's deck? There's some nice interaction in the sideboard. What would you pick?
Yeah, so there's a couple cards that really jump out right away. You want those Damping Spheres. That's going to turn off the Lotus Field itself, not allow it to create lots of mana. We really enjoy that. Test of Talents is a great way to get rid of the ultimatums out of the deck. Rest in Peace is actually not so bad in this matchup because, as we just saw, a lot of Mingu's easiest wins involve using the graveyard with Leer and, Balagets recovering. The deck can win without that happening, but it basically is a huge roadblock. And we also have cards like Dovin's Veto that I'm a pretty big fan of bringing in. Hullbreaker Horror makes it sometimes awkward to go for the combo and is a flash threat. And we talked about wanting to leave our mana up a lot. So those are some of the cards that jump out to me. I can even see the Memory Deluge coming in over something like a Teferi so that we don't end up in an awkward position of tapping out again.
Yeah. You just want to be, so you're saying you want the control player to just be as reactive as possible when the Bant Lotus player is just perhaps trying to combo off, or you want to force them to do things.
Yep. Exactly. I could even see Tashani's Tidebinder coming in. I'm sure it actually hits something that I'm forgetting, but even just being like 3-2 flash, we talked about the big problem is, Sebastain has the cards to stop Mengu, but it's really about making it about the time and trying to turn into a Delver deck. That is sort of Sebastian's goal. Okay, yeah.
And going to Mengucci's list, what do you like from Mengucci's sideboard to bring in against Azorius Control?
Yeah, so there's a couple cards that are pretty powerful here. Like an extra Chandra can go a long way. And just having more things to kind of force a counter on, just another. You only have so many copies of them, but by having the extra one, you get to eat a counter spell. Silence is a big card. That's going to allow us to basically force a counter spell on that. Dragon Lord Dramoka, essentially the exact same thing, but a creature. And also, we talked about how Rest in Peace can make things weird. This one really helps. Ketsu Malamir's Exemplar, I believe is how you say this card's name. It is the green-white cat in the sideboard. This one makes it so your opponent can only cast spells during your opponent can't cast spells during your turn, So it basically provides like a very Time Rival-esque effect on a 3-drop. That is really good as something we can play early and just cut off counter magic. And that's going to force, Sebastain to leave in some amount of removal or all these effects that turn that off. And then we have Narset's Reversal, which is actually a great way to win a counter war because it's basically a cheap version of a counter spell where they go to counter your spell and then you reversal your own spell. So you don't ever hit their counter spell. You want to hit your own spell to put it back on the stack most often and force them to have another counter.
Yeah. So it's going to be a really interesting game too. Before we get into the second game of this match, how have you felt Archdruid's Charm from Murders of Karlov Manor? Because we've talked a lot about how No More Lies is like a really big boost to Azorius Control. How has Archdruid's Charm changed like the Lotus Field decks? Because Mengu's running 4 of them in his list.
Yeah, I haven't seen a ton, but I really love the theory. Basically, the idea is it's more copies of our Lotus Field that we get to put into play at instant speed. That matters a ton. And once we get a Lotus Field into play, often we want a Thespian stage. So this gives us more copies of that. And we talked about how the big problem is, hey, the opponent has all the counter spells, right? And we need to fight through those from our side. And assuming they don't have a clock, that's easy, but they do have problems. Archdruid Charm, normally maybe not a card you want to counter because just a land, but it might jump you ahead so many turns that it then constricts the counterspell mana more, so they might have to fight over it more. And it also, it destroys artifacts and enchantments, so it's a great out to something like Damping Sphere, something like Rest in Peace. So this is a really modal card. I really like it, and I think it's a big sign that we're seeing players like Mengu and a couple other players, I don't want to name names, but we have some other pro players playing the exact same deck list in the tournament this weekend, and they are also playing 4 of the Charm. So that's a sign to me that they really think this card is worth the slots. This deck has a lot of access to cards, and so they very easily could play 2 or 3 of these and basically always have one during a game. So saying they want 4 to me is like, hey, this card is really, really good. I want to draw it every single game.
Right, this is it. And modular cards like these tend to be really good because they're really a dead draw. You can do all kinds of things. And the triple green is just like fine in Lotus Field because you have the Lotus Fields that pay for it. So it just seems like a slam dunk. And it's really, really cool just to see Murders of Karlov Manor having a good impact on Pioneer. And as we mentioned at the top of the show, how, Pioneer's been on the back burner because, there's not the RC format or the RCQ format right now. So seeing these Murders of Karlov Manor cards like seep in and have a notable impact is really cool to see, considering the format is on the back burner until today.
Agreed, yeah. And I think, as we're heading down to the future match area, as these players are resolving their mulligans, players have really underestimated Murder at Karlov Manor when it comes to a set's power level. It's definitely a set that is deceptively strong. There are a lot of cards that have lots of small edges, And it's not something kind of like, like when you look at a Modern Horizon sets, it's like, okay, these cards are strong. These cards are like, there's a lot of utility in them.
Yeah, I found Murders of Karlov Manor to have some really powerful, like, commons and uncommons. I know we tend to highlight the rares and mythic rares when it comes to a standard release, but you've got stuff like No More Lies that we've already discussed. Insidious Roots is a really fun card from Murders of Karlov Manor that looks to be fun. Novice Inspector is another really good one. Pick Your Poison. Like, there's these cards that are, they're not going to be, oh my God, these are amazing, but they're going to play like a certain role within existing decks, such as Boros Convoke.
Yeah, and I think we're actually going to see a lot of that, Emma, and I think a part of that is due to play boosters. From like a design standpoint, It changes the way you have things go. So I think we're going to see more cards like that going forward, where we just need to have a little extra utility because the amount of like commons and uncommons and things are thrown off in draft a little to what we're traditionally used to. I think that's why you see cards like Pick Your Poison being in the set and being so powerful.
For sure. So Sebastain is going through his mulligans. I do see a Damping Sphere in his opening hand, which is a very good card against the Bant Lotus Field deck.
Yeah, that is the card Sebastain is looking for. Mengu, obviously, whenever you play this Lotus Field deck, your opponent has Damping Sphere. And if your opponent doesn't, it doesn't matter. You can bring in a card to fight over it, and it's like, okay, cool. My deck works very easily if you don't have that card in play.
Okay, then. So Andrea Mengucci just played a Balaged Recovery tapped, flipping the land side there. So we'll go back to Sebastain. Figuring out what to do here. Like, it's really tempting just to pop off this Damping Sphere and just pin that down and pin down the inevitable Lotus Field that will be coming.
Yeah, and I mean, for Sebastain, too, we talked about it last game. He was willing to go for the Teferi early. Playing it early is a really good line unless you're trying to fight over an early type of creature.
Okay. So Mengucci started off with a Razorflesh Thicket and is going to get a Sylvan Scrying and probably going to find that Lotus Field. And this leads Sebastain just to slam that Damping Sphere without any interaction.
Yeah, I actually think Sebastain might be trying to play a little trick on Mengu here. And I think you might see a little land go, Emma, and then Mengu's going to play his Lotus Field out and have no colored mana due to the Damping Sphere if we just hold. Oh, or maybe not. We are going to
maybe not.
Okay.
We tried.
we tried. Yeah,
we tried.
it actually comes up a fair amount if you like do that play. That's something that we saw a lot back when the Underworld Breach was in the deck, and the deck was much more explosive.
Yeah,
and it stops plays like this from happening because Mengu now knows that he shouldn't slam the Lotus Field. Where if the Damping Sphere isn't in play, Mengu will slam and maybe not have a basic. We just saw Sylvan Scrying get used, and we could potentially get Mengu off colors for multiple turns.
Of course, yeah. So Mengu did draw, I think he drew the Besieger, which is pretty big against the Damping Sphere.
Yeah, Mengu never lucky, picks up the Sylvan Scrying to find the Besieger, draws the Besieger. He's like, well, why did I use the Sylvan Scrying?
Yeah. What's it like being lucky?
Yeah.
So it looks like Mengu's just going to crack off that Sylvan Scrying once again. Probably going to find, what do you even find here?
I could imagine Thespian stage, another Besieger. Like, for all Mengu knows, Sebastian's using this as a bait Damping Sphere in order to, eat the first Besieger. We could get a lot of other utility lands like Odawara in our deck. It looks like we just went for the Besieger, but there's actually a ton of options with Sylvan Scrying.
For sure. Given Bant Lotus Field just has so many like toolbox lands, it just makes sense to, we already had the Thespian stage, so that's even better. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Sebastain does here. This Damping Sphere is on borrowed time. And Sebastian's just going to pass the turn. And here comes that Besieger that we talked about earlier.
Yep. And that is a channeled ability. So something like Tishani's Tidebinder can stop it because it puts a trigger on the stack. But something like this cannot. So, and it looks like we're just confirming too. Besieger has some very weird text. Basically, if your land has like the word island or plains written on it, you can get it. So, for example, the Surveil land, something Sebastain can get here. Something like Field of Ruin, we cannot.
Hallow Fountain is just a nice find as well, but there's multiple things you can get. But yeah, Besieger has that weird wording, but the card itself, Besieger, is pretty powerful. And considering it's a channel effect, it's just really hard to get around.
Yeah, I would describe Boseiju as not weak if you had to talk about it on a test, maybe. I feel like that is a strong card. Yeah, one thing, too, to note that we hadn't really talked about that I'm sort of just now fully realizing is Sebastain decided not to play Kahira, not to play Yorion. A lot of these blue-white control decks are going the Yorion direction because there's actually a lot of really strong cards you want to flicker and have those extra powerful cards in your deck for the mirrors, or they want Kahira to fight more over the aggressive decks and sort of have another body and be able to do things like Regal Caracol and Bramaz on the sideboard against those kind of decks.
So it looks like Mengucci is firing off that Lotus field. With the Thespian stage and Razorfurge Thicket in play, and Sebastain is going to Memory Deluge at the end of turn. Looks like, see what we get here. So it looks like a few lands, no more lies, and I can't see the fourth card.
Yeah, probably a spot where Sebastain actually doesn't want to miss the land drop. So if the fourth card looks to be a quick study. But yeah, Sebastain really just looking for pressure here. You know, Mengu now has copied the Lotus Field. He has access to 7 mana. He is in like a pretty good position. So Sebastain needs to start working on closing this game out.
Yeah. Looks like Sebastian's just going to land go, as you mentioned earlier, Mason, just makes, force Mengu to have, all the answers. It looks like we're going to kick off a Bala Ged's recovery, bringing back Sylvan Scrying once again, getting a lot of mileage out of this spell. And looks like Mengu's going to fire off the Sylvan Scrying once again, hopefully. Or, oh no, it looks like we're going back.
Yeah, I think
Sebastian's going to think about carrying it, which he does with the No More Lies.
Yeah, I think it's really telling. Like, if Mengu wanted Boseiju, for example, to like fight over more things, he would have just picked up Boseiju. So clearly he has bigger goals in mind. So I really like Sebastain fighting it over here, even though we haven't earlier in the game. Okay.
Yep, so it looks like we have another Memory Deluge. And I see Censor, March of the Otherworldly Light, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and I can't see the other card because it just went into Sebastian's hand. These Magic players play so quickly.
They really do.
Okay.
Which honestly, a lot of respect. If you're going to play control at events like this, you don't want to be the person getting draws. You don't want to be drawing. So playing a little quickly, I'd rather play a little quick and loose with my control deck than be the person who's 0-4.
Yeah, for sure. And I imagine if you're looking to play Azorius Control in the upcoming Pro Tour, having this event this weekend just allows you to get those like tabletop reps with just such a decision-heavy deck.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember too, at the Pro Tour, everyone qualified with Pro Tour, obviously very strong, but also there's a lot of money and prestige on the line. Sometimes people play a little bit slower than normal because you don't want to be at, your Pro Tour and, throw it all away. So playing something like Control, you need to be crisp and efficient.
Yeah. Takes a lot of practice, and unfortunately not the kind of practice that I can do. It looks like
we're pouring over the pages.
That's it. Yeah, I was like, I've seen that art. Didn't quite get there.
Oh,
I see a Mana Confluence. Can't quite see what else.
I think we picked up both Silence and Dromoka, Emma.
Ooh, okay.
That's those are good. Yeah, those are not weak
very
in the
good
spot. Yeah.
I hear those cards win games.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Mengu plays this because Mengu, can tell Sebastain definitely has counter spells. Sebastian's kind of thinking about all this stuff, right? He might be able to do something like fire off a Silence, and then Sebastain has to counter, and then Mengu might just be like, all right, play Dromoka, go, and set up to win on the next turn, and just, eat a counterspell now from Sebastain. I'm going to be curious to see if he maybe wants to hold that and just put the Dromoka into play and save the Silence for a later turn. Lots of different ways to play this out here. Really excited to see how Mengu wants to navigate this turn.
So we're going to start off with the Silence, it looks like. Yep. So here comes the Silence to bait the counterspell. because you have to counter this, right?
Yeah, this
you
is
literally
like
have no choice.
Yeah, it's like you have a lot of choices here at our company. You can do this or that.
And Sebastain cycles a sensor to see a fresh card. And we'll see what happens to this silence, which is the biggest carrot I think I've ever seen in a Magic game.
Yeah, I agree. I like this too from Sebastain to cycle. Make sure that, like there isn't something you have that maybe is some weird out to this. Like a Narcissus reversal would be really good against the silence. That would force Mengu,
Yeah.
Oh, and that's Test of Talents, Emma.
That is, yes. So get to look through Mengu's whole library and hand as well. It's a pretty good card to have as the control player and just rip out all those other silences. While the silence itself is not necessarily the card you want to hit, just having that information of what's in Mengu's hand and the cards he's sideboarded in is really valuable as a control player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sebastain knows what exactly has to fight through for the rest of the game.
Dromoka is the big one, I think here.
Agreed. You see Sebastain even like point to it a little bit, be like, that one's in your deck? And Mengu's like, yes, I am here to fight.
I'm here to win.
Yeah.
And here comes the Dromoka. The uncounterable Dromoka, which is very relevant here. It's also like a 5/7 flying with lifelink, if I recall correctly.
It's huge.
It's
huge.
big.
Yeah.
I remember playing it in Dragons of Tarkir Standard way back when in green-white tokens.
It was a fun time.
That was a great time.
Yeah. My favorite Magic story, not a good time to tell it on stream right now, but my favorite Magic story ever involves Dromoka. So it's a wild card, we'll say the least.
Yeah. Okay, here. So Sebastain needs to figure out how to deal with this Dromoka.
Yeah, and
like permanently deal with it.
So luckily Sebastain does have Teferi 5 in hand, so we can minus on the Dromoka and put it a couple cards down. If Mengu doesn't have something like Pour Over the Pages, that will give us a turn or two to get out of this. But we know Mengu's entire hand. We also know Mengu doesn't really have anything he can do on this turn. He's kind of just playing the 5/7 as a way to get it out. And then maybe we'll see a Hidden Strings to like untap the Lotus Field to Archdruid's Charm and grab, another land. But
here comes the lies.
Good guy Mengu reminding that Dromoka also says it cannot be countered.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dromoka really is like that little kid in your neighborhood you'd play Magic with who's like, you can't counter this or I'm going home,
Yeah.
And so you're like,
pretty sure.
I won't counter it.
I think I've had a few Commander games like that, to be honest. But yeah, this Dromoka is going to stick around for a while. And as you mentioned earlier, even though this Teferi can like deal with the Dromoka, it's still short term, right? That Dromoka is just going to keep coming back. It's like, how do you just answer this really troublesome threat as the control player?
Yeah, and I didn't talk about this when we were in the sideboarding, but Archer's Charm does grab creatures as well. We kind of highlighted how end of turn getting the lands matters. Mengu's actually going for the Leer here, which I didn't even think about, just really showing how much Mengu's thought about this deck and played it. And I was like, oh, he can't really do much. I think he actually is just going to win the game this turn.
Yeah. And considering, and considering Mengu knows about the No More Lies that Sebastain accidentally played thinking he could counter Dromoka, I think Mengu is pretty close to wrapping this one up. Just based on how quick Mengu is playing. If they're playing this quickly, they probably have it, right?
Yeah, if not, Mengu can put our overwhelming board position into play. All of our spells can be doubled. We have another, Archdruid's Charm. We can grab something like a Traxa, and that could like put us over the door. We now have two things that like make it so things can't be countered. So even if Sebastain has like, it's a fairy minus, like we know, we're going to be able to fight through on the next turn too. So we're going to see Mengu, if not win, put himself in a position to win on the next turn.
Yeah. So looks like Mengu gets back the Balisgeb recovery, bringing back the Hidden Strings. Play the Hidden Strings, untap some lands. It's just like motor memory for Mengu. He's just done this so many times. It's like it's really nice and sort of cool just to see a combo player just do their thing, TM. And it's just like second nature to them.
Yeah, it's really nice and appreciated. I'm curious what Mengu has in hand that he's setting up so much mana for.
I don't think it's an Omniscience.
Yeah, maybe he's just floating a bunch of mana to make the Archdruid Charm into Atraxa easier to resolve. And he's just
that could make sense. Yeah, here we go. Yep. I hear Atraxa is pretty good.
Atraxa is not weak. I describe Mengu's deck. It's how I describe the cards in his deck. It's how I describe Mengu. Not weak.
Not weak typo is now Ban Lotus Field.
Exactly.
And here comes the Atraxa. Many cards will be revealed and drawn.
I definitely saw one pour over the pages, which that's going to be 6 new cards.
See a Vizier as well. I see a Ultimatum.
Yeah, I mean,
I see a lot of lands.
It's probably pretty telling if Mengu isn't putting Ultimatum in his hand.
Yeah.
He thinks that the pour is better, which is totally believable. I mean, seeing 6 cards in of itself is so much and giving you so much mana.
Yeah. And also you just have this Atraxa and this Dromoka in play, so you can just go beats. But I don't think we need to go that far.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, if this turn ends, what is Sebastain going to do? Like, maybe you leave in one Supreme Verdict because you think that stuff like Dromoka plus Leader setups and passing can happen. But it's like, all right, well, if you do that, you're like kind of tapping out again. Like, and Mengu sculpted a perfect hand probably. So how are you going to win?
Yeah. So Mengu continues to go through the motions, trying to find the combo. It's like this Bant Lotus Field is very strong, and Lotus Field's been a strong Pioneer deck for quite some time now, hasn't it, Mason?
Yeah, this is one of the decks that we see every time the Pro Tour comes around. It sort of pops back up again. Not always, performing the best or winning, but always sort of gets re-innovated. And it's clear the pros have a lot of respect for how powerful this deck can be. And we see players like Nathan Stroyer as well sort of default to this when it comes to tournaments as sort of their Pioneer deck of choice. And it has survived and been one of the stronger things to be doing from like a theoretical perspective since the format's inception.
Yeah. It is. I think Lotus Field is the kind of deck that does a really good job of highlighting how different Pioneer is to Standard and Modern. It's like it has its own identity now. So you have this really cool land combo deck that you don't really see in other formats. You have Twiddlestorm in Modern sometimes, but that's like super niche. But it's just really cool to see Pioneer have its own decks that are in its own format. It just gives a good like identity and charm, which I don't think we don't talk about enough when it comes to Pioneer.
No, it's true. It is a very different and unique format.
Here comes the omniscience from Mengucci. Just apparently Mengu's just playing Commander. You got Omniscience, you got Atraxa, you got Dromoka.
It's so funny that Mengu, though, he's like, all right, I don't need mana anymore. And Sebastian's like, yep. And Mengu's like, I'll untap 2 lands. Don't worry about it.
I've decided to end this game. And there's another Dromoka as well. I've noticed in his deck.
Yep. And I think what Mengu might be doing here is, I think we maybe untap the lands because we do have an Odawara in hand. So we can do something like reset the Atraxa here in a second in case we're starting to actually whiff. Because it looks like Mengu is dangerously close to whiffing if we didn't have all this mana here.
Yeah. And here comes the Chandra to close the game. I think we're pretty close to finishing this off now. Yep, there we go. That was a pretty convincing victory from Andrea Mengucci on Bant Lotus Field there.
Yep. And congratulations to Mengu starting off 1-0. Events like this, it's always so good. We're going to have 7 rounds of Swiss, I believe, today. So, getting those early wins are important. And congratulations to him. And we're going to have Mengu here for an interview in just a minute. Excuse me, 8 rounds of Swiss today, as I'm seeing on screen now. But yeah, I mean, what did you think of that match, Emma, like to start off the day?
Yeah, it was, not only is it really cool to see Andrea Mengucci play an NRG, which just doesn't happen. Like the game was just really one-sided, considering Control is really equipped to deal with the answers that Lotus Field can bring. So stuff like No More Lies, didn't really do a lot. And that Teferi in the first game, while you said it's a reasonable play to make as a control player because you want to dominate that board, you want to start drawing cards and accruing resources. Mengu was just like, nope, I'm just going to tap 2 of your lands with my hidden strings, and then I'm going to go off, and I'm going to make it more difficult for you. So it was really one-sided, which I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, I think this really shows the difference of like when pros dedicate a bunch of time for a pro tour and are testing a plan for a deck. They really understand sort of what are the key interaction points. What am I trying to do? What am I setting up? Mengu did not stop and think really until we got to the point of like, okay, I have 15 mana, or I'm trying to get to 15 mana. What's the best way to think through this? And sort of just knew like, okay, I'm in the setup stage. And the moment Sebastain taps out, I'm going to tap out the rest of his lands. I'm going to kill him, you know? And like Sebastain, I think it makes sense to play the Teferi. If you're going to play the Teferi, you should play it as soon as you can. That way you get the most cards and, you know, the less chance for Mengu to, you know, punish you. Because let's say Mengu only has 1 hidden strings. Well, then it doesn't really matter, right? Like all these plays are kind of mute. But since, you know, he had 2, got punished there and it happens. But I think there's a lot Sebastain can see and glean when he comes back to watch his feature match of just, we have to take that aggressive posture, and even doing things like waiting a turn on the Shark Typhoon in game 1. Like if we cycle it on turn 4, it's now a 2/2, and that doubles our clock in comparison to getting the 1/1 out. So like, you know, there's small little things that do matter in these matchups. And, you know, when pros like Mengucci and them are testing for these big tournaments, they really don't miss any of those small edges.
Yeah. You can tell Mengucci's put a lot of time into this deck, and it's really cool to see, to be honest. Yeah, it was a good match. You got anything else to round out that round with? Like, it was just so one-sided. It's just like a lot happened in a short space of time, which is what happens with Lotus Field, right?
It is what happens in a short space of time. You know, listen, I could talk all day, but it looks like Mengucci is here to talk, and I know that the people want to hear from Mengucci. So, Andrea, congratulations on your win. How you feeling?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I was a little bit scared of not making any mistakes. You know, it's new deck. Haven't played it very much, so but so far it went well.
How do you feel about the Azorius control matchup with No More Lies as a Bant Lotus Field player?
It's not a hard counter, and this deck can make a lot of mana with Lotus Field and Desperate Stage and Sylvan's Crying, and also the Amulet. So when you feel ready, you play around all the mana leak, then you start tapping their lands, and all good.
All right, so really quick, everyone else who's playing the Pro Tour, take your headset off for a second. I'm going to ask Mengu a question. All right, Mengu, no one else who's playing the Pro Tour is listening. Don't worry. How do you feel about Lotus Field going into next week? Obviously, you're playing it here this weekend, so you're at least interested by the deck. You know, we saw some pretty cool innovations in your deck list. So what are your thoughts about this deck?
Yeah, so yesterday I was playing a Magic Online League with Lotus Field, like a normal version, because I wanted to have more reps with the deck. Nobody wanted to play against it. And then last round, I played against the mirror match, but they had the charm. And I was like, ooh, maybe that card is actually very good in my deck. So last night, me and Dominic Harvey built it, and yeah, here we are.
Okay, I was gonna say I mentioned earlier in the broadcast we had other people playing it. It was Dom, so we might see Dom later in the day if he continues to do well as well. So there's a little bit of excitement. So it's a little bit of a brewski is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, but Dom changed some cards. I wasn't ready for like the very last second change, so I just submitted last night and went to bed.
Yeah, that is smart. How do you feel from playing with the card? Like, how has Archdruid's Charm changed Lotus Field for you?
That was the very last match I played. Sorry, the very first match I played with it, and I mean it can tutor a combo piece or the land, so I think it does everything for the deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. And how are you feeling about Pioneer?
I love everything here, by the way.
You're loving the energy?
Oh, that's great.
The camera. I took some pictures for my own YouTube channel so that I could, you know, take ideas. I really like the setting. And even this, yeah, I like it a lot. Very good.
We like talking to you, buddy. So how are you liking, you know, like Chicago in general? You're having fun. Are you excited for the Pro Tour coming up in just a week?
Well, so far I've only been in the house. And then whenever I step foot aside, it was so cold that like my leg got cold. So, you know, I'd rather, I prefer more warm weather, let's say outside, but inside the people are nice. The pizza is good so far, so I'll
I was going to
continue.
ask about the deep dish pizza.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It's good.
It's
It
good.
was good.
Well, there
But
we
the
go.
company, everything. I mean, I'm like on a vacation playing Magic, so I can't complain. Everything that happens is great.
Okay, last question we'll take from you. The last one, once again, other people playing the Pro Tour, don't listen. It's just you, me, and Emma Mengu. Don't worry about the stream. What's your favorite card from Murders for Pioneer?
Well, it could be the charm, right?
Yeah, it could be. I like that answer.
I mean, I tested Amalla with the K's, the one that
Mm.
gains life, but
Yeah.
I didn't like it. So
Sure.
it's just the charm
Reason
for
one up.
now. But again,
Right.
today is gonna be like the first testing, and then like the next days, we'll see if the deck is good or not. How it goes against the, a prepare control player, a Rakdos player. We'll see. Like, yeah, testing.
Awesome.
Thank you for the interview. It was fun, and
Yeah.
Very much.
again,
Thank you.
I look
And
forward
best
to
of-
I look forward to play this tournament. It's super cool.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, we'll see you around. Mengu. We're gonna go cover a Lutri deck really quick from our Player of the Year, Steven Dykman.
Okay.
All
Bye.
right. Bye, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as I just said there, sorry to sort of bury the lead, but we are going to try and jump down live into our Game 3 match there. It was so great to talk to Mengucci and sort of hear his thoughts on the deck and his honesty, too. We were like, oh, he's clearly been testing the deck a lot. Obviously, there's a lot.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, I'm good. I just got this. Don't worry about it.
And now we're going to see a Rakdos Lutri deck from our Player of the Year, Steven Dykman. To be honest, I wasn't expecting Dykman to play a Lutri deck, let alone a Rakdos one. So I'm really interested to see how this plays out. And he's also, this game is also tied at the minute. So whoever wins this will take the win.
Yep. Yeah, believe it or not, the Lutri control deck did take some time to win. Unfortunately, can't cover all of them here. But if Dykman does like he did last year, we're going to be seeing a lot of him today. He was not only our Player of the Year, but our Players Champion, winning, our end of year event,
which also qualifies him for the Pro Tour next weekend.
You got to wonder, Emma, is this his Pro Tour deck?
I wish it is, but I don't think it is. Deep down, I hope, because Lutri is great, and who doesn't love otters? But we'll have to see how this plays out.
He does get to run the gambit, right? If it is his deck, no one believes him. And if it's not, and someone does believe him, he gets to sewer them. So it's really high EV.
Yeah, this is like a really good. This is like a really like bold pick to have on the weekend before Pro Tour Chicago at a 10K event. But also, it could be the fun pick, because sometimes you play these competitive Magic events and just play something that's fun. Not necessarily that's the most meta.
That's true. And, there is something to be said about like having a deck full of one-ofs. We saw Collins Mullins do this at the regional championship in Modern last weekend. It can be sometimes hard to play around them because typically you have a lot of cards that are very redundant. Like I'll have multiple effects that are similar, but they do play slightly differently. And those slight differences, make or break the way you play around them pretty importantly so.
For sure. And Steven Dykman just played a Kalitas, Traitor of Get, which is a card I have not seen since it was legal in Standard. So it's one thing about these Lutri decks, you do get a little bit of throwback just to make all the one-offs. But one thing I do want to talk about for a moment is the resurgence of Izzet Ensoul with the release of Murders of Karlov Manor, Mason.
Yeah, the Izzet Ensoul deck is very powerful. Basically, it's very efficient deck that tries to put, a 5/5 into play early and then protect it with things like Stubborn Denial or use cards like Shrapnel Blast to get the last 5 points across in a lot of ways. And it's just a very fast and surprisingly resilient deck for a deck that is doing something of this nature.
Trying to see what Steven's doing, but it looks like Steven has just taken the win with a Molten Collapse, I believe, taking that down there. So you heard it here first. Rakdos Lutri is 1-0 in this Pioneers 10K, which I never thought I was going to say today. But yeah, it's really interesting. How do you feel about the Lutri decks? Because as you mentioned, like Collins Mullen played it at the RC not too long ago. Do you think there's any are they actually competitively like really good, or is it just too nuanced due to the deck building restrictions?
So I'm going to put my love of Lutri aside and try and speak objectively. I think that there's something to be said about like the companions are very strong, right?
Yeah.
They kind of act as like an 8th-ish card in your hand. And Lutri is the one that I think is the hardest to figure out because when we build our decks, they're very disparate and they play out very weird and it's hard to get a lot of data on them. But the thing to really think about is Lutri is sort of the 9th card in your hand. I think that is its biggest appeal, right? When I pick up the Lutri and use it with something, I copy something else. And that is a big swing. So as our pool of cards gets stronger and stronger, and we don't hit that breakpoint of Modern where it might just be too powerful to be giving up so much to play a Lutri, I think there's something to be said about exploring decks that are like, oh, okay, I have just the right power level where this 9th card, I have the time to pick it up, I have the time to use it. So I think for now, I am optimistic that it is a potentially real deck. But I am sort of, acknowledging the fact that, hey, right now we don't have much evidence. But these, historically, the companions are very strong. And the Lutri stuff, if you just have essentially, 4 copies of all the cards you want just with different names, then Lutri is free.
Yeah, we can't disagree with that opinion. Who doesn't love the Elemental Otter?
Yeah, and speaking of who doesn't love Elemental Otters, who doesn't love the prize pools we have this weekend? Let's pull that up real quick and show what these players are playing for. There are a lot of dollars on the line in our 10K showdown here. You can see this on the left side of your screen there. Column $2,400 for first, $1,200 for second, $800 for third to fourth, $400 for top 8, paying out all the way to top 32. And then there's the points on the far right. If you haven't seen our events before or you watched last year, those points are what our NRG grinders are going to be really gaming for. The person with the people with the most points at the end of the year are going to make it into our event. We have 2 seasons going on this year, so we're breaking that up halfway through the year. Our top 3 players who have not already won an event are going to make it to our end of the year championship via points. And then the back half, the exact thing's going to happen. And we're having a much bigger championship this year. We'll show that later. And anyone who wins one of these events is going to be invited to our home store in Mullaly to play our end of year championship, which I believe is a $30,000 prize pool this year. We have really upped the game here on the NRG series. We love paper and competitive Magic, and we're so happy to give back to you all. So make sure you follow this Twitch channel. That way you don't miss any of the action going on here in the NRG series. And we're going to take a quick break before round number 2. So don't leave chat. Go grab your water. We'll be right back. We have some more exciting Magic for you in round number 2.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Pioneer 10K event in Chicagoland. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with my co-host Mason Clark, and we're going to bring you a buck ton of Pioneer coverage today. So Mason, let's talk about that last round with Mengucci on the Bant Lotus field deck. What are your thoughts on that deck?
Yeah, we saw a really exciting innovative take. It sounds like Mengucci and them sort of discovered this idea of charm yesterday and are sort of using the NRG today as a good testing ground. We love to see that, a little bit of spice going into the Pro Tour. I'm excited to see more of that stuff coming up. It seemed really promising. Speaking of Pro Tour things that are coming up, this round we have Derek Pite, better known as Misplaced Ginger, sort of the Pioneer god himself. Man with the highest win rate in Pioneer. He is 1-0 in our event right now. Actually played versus the European RC champion Pivo last round. We unfortunately weren't able to cover that match and was able to come out on top there. So that's going to be an exciting one we're going to see in a second. And we have Derek Davis on the Enchanties deck, who we've seen dominate the NRG series for the last 2 years, making it to both of our championships, playing that classic deck with some new spicy upgrades in there as well. So it's going to be an exciting round.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about Derek Pite, obviously he is a very noted Rakdos midrange player, pretty much known for that, and has played it for the longest time, probably since Pioneer existed. How do you feel Rakdos midrange fares in the current Pioneer metagame? Because as we talked earlier, it's a little stale, it's a little bit unexplored just because the intention hasn't been there.
Yeah, I think it's actually set up to be in a pretty good position. Historically, you are very good against blue-white control as Rakdos. Now, make disappear and normalize, there is a, normalize is better and it makes it a little bit harder. But for the most part, the structural stuff is the same. So I expect Rakdos to be good against blue-white control. And if blue-white control sort of being the de facto deck that people are jumping to, given, the underexplored nature of things and no more lies being such an obvious include in that deck, I think Misplaced Ginger is in a position to be in a very good spot this weekend, as are the rest of the Rakdos players. And speaking of the other players, let's quickly check out our players to watch leaderboard, because we have a lot of exciting players here this weekend. And I want to see sort of how they're doing before we jump down to our feature match area. So we have Andrea Mengucci, we saw last round at 1-0. We have Calcano, unfortunately, taking an L in the first round there. Derek Davis and Dominic Harvey both 1-0. Dominic Harvey, worth noting, seemed to be working with Mengucci, both 1-0 there. We have Pivo, who we talked about, actually playing against Derek Pike last round and lost. Roger Suleiman, our Player Championship from 2022, lost. Sean Goddard won, also playing a surprising combo deck. And Steven Dykman, we saw win the last second there with Lutri. So exciting to see how these players do. And don't forget, tomorrow we have a standard 5K going on as well. So click that follow button on Twitch so that we don't miss anything. And if you want to play one of these events, we are traveling the country this year. We're going to a lot of different places. So coming up for our future events here in April, I believe, we are going to be going to... Minneapolis there. My throat I got caught up there. I was so excited to talk about Minneapolis. I just got choked up about it. In May was Indianapolis as well. A lot of policies going on here. And then in June, we are going to St. Louis. So in April, that's our big next event. It's a Showdown Modern and then a Trial Legacy on Sunday. Let's hop down to our feature match area as the players are getting ready. But we are traveling around this year, so get excited for that. We'll talk more about those events as the day goes on.
Okay, then. So it seems we have Rakdos midrange against Amalla combo. So Mason, how do you feel about this matchup in general? Because Amalla combo is quite resilient.
Amalla combo is a very resilient deck. I know this was a deck that originally Derek here, better known as Misplaced Ginger, we talked about before, was sort of a hater on. He kind of thought the deck wasn't good. I haven't talked to him much since then, so I'm curious to see sort of how he thinks about the deck now. But this is a matchup that's pretty skill testing. Basically, the Amalla deck can win out of nowhere, and it's going to force Derek to make some pretty split-second decisions to figure out, hey, am I supposed to tap out here for a threat to die to the combo if they have it? What do I do? How do I, navigate around these sort of positions? And that is something that, if anyone can do with Rakdos, it is Derek Pite here. He is the Rakdos mid-range guy when it comes to Pioneer. He is kind of the thought leader on the deck, and, for a while there on the ELO project was the winningest player in Comp REL Pioneer. So it is going to be very exciting to see how he wants to navigate this, because Angel kind of has this element of threatening the whole time, right?
Yeah.
The combo really puts the opponent in a position where they have to respect it. And so even if Angel doesn't have the exact cards they want, it is okay, because Derek might have to make plays that are kind of suboptimal to not lose if Angel does a good job presenting the combo and posturing in such a way here in round number 2.
For sure. So let's talk about Amalla combo. So with the release of Murders of Karlov Manor, are there any new cards from that set that the Amalla combo players are interested in incorporating while Angel goes through their mulligans?
Yeah, so the one card that we saw Mingu even mention last round a little bit was the Case of the Uneaten Feast. We saw some players excited about that. But for the most part, I haven't seen a ton of new innovations yet. Like we mentioned, though, this has been sort of on the back burner, so it wouldn't surprise me if there was some creature that was a nice add for this deck. Being a toolbox creature deck, you just get so many options every single set. It does look like the players are ready to go, though.
Yep, so Angel starts off with a Razor Edge Thicket into a Gilded Goose.
Yeah, and this is going to allow Angel to kind of have the fastest starts possible in their deck and put Ginger on the most back foot.
But speaking of fast starts, Derek's Rakdos midrange deck seems to be more aggressively slanted. How does that work as a midrange deck? What does aggressively slanted mean? Like, what kind of cards would Derek be incorporating here?
Yeah, so cards like Inti, which we talked about before, those sort of cards are going to allow Derek to sort of play a game that's a little bit more attack focused and not have to play as long a game. If you've been watching the Rakdos deck for a long time, there was a while where a lot of their threats had the ability to turn sideways and do a pretty good job, but they kind of were also able to play more defensively. Derek's threats are a little bit better when they're kind of applying the pressure.
Yeah, as we just saw here, Torch the Tower just took out that Amalla, because Amalla is just such a problem card. You need to deal with it immediately.
Yeah, and that was a pretty huge lineup moment there from Misplaced Ginger because Torch the Tower does exile. So now Angel's cards like, Return to the Ranks do not provide us with extra copies of the Amalla, which is sometimes something you'll see happen is we'll play Amalla, they'll pay the ward to lose 3 life. His Misplaced Ginger Derek there is down to 17. But, then you get it back later and it's not that big a deal.
Yeah. So it looks like Angel here is just playing another Razor Thicket and passing. And Derek chooses just to play a land. And it feels like we're very land going at the minute. And it looks like Angel's going to pop off a Collected Company just to clog up that board and hopefully find that combo, that devastating combo from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Can't see what cards have been revealed here just because of the glare. But it looks like we have a Prosperous Innkeeper and another Amalla. So even with that Torch the Tower, you can just replace the Amalla with another Amalla. This is how resilient the Abzan focus combo deck is.
Yeah, and I think one thing that goes underappreciated, one is Amalla's just explore, like when you gain life, that's going to happen right here. Just, lets you sculpture draw a little bit, makes it so if we're going to flood on lands, you do that a little bit less, but also the ward 3 life. Like what really happens is ward 3 the first time's not a big deal. Ward 3 the second time's not a big deal. But once you start getting to like the third time, which this deck does consistently, then suddenly Derek is in a position where, hey, I'm kind of starting the game at 10-ish life, between my shock lands and other things. And it's very easy for Angel to pressure 10 life. Angel's deck, not super good at dealing 20 damage via combat, really good at doing 10 damage via combat.
For sure. Sometimes as a combo deck, you just need to be aggressive. Playing an aggro or a mid-range plan, sometimes it's just enough. As we're seeing right here with Amalla and Innkeeper getting in the red zone. So Derek will go down to 17.
Yep.
And looks like no.
Yeah, it looks like Angel made the food, popped the food to get the Explore trigger off the Amalla so that we can maybe push a little bit more damage, but Ginger might be responding.
Looks like a bit of triumph coming for Amalla here at the cost of 3 life due to the ward.
Yeah, I think we're also paying the 3 life on the bidder. Looks like Derek has a bunch of cards in here we don't want to lose. So that's a 6 life to kill that Amalla.
Yep.
And Bitter Triumph is one of those more powerful cards we've been seeing recently. In the
there we go. Yep.
Spot.
Just sorry, we just check in to see if Derek's life total was being updated because it was a little slow. But now, carry on.
No, you're good. Yeah, I think we might have had a little bit of a misstep in the early turns when we missed that first Amalla trigger. So, Derek kind of getting away, a little bit of murder there at the manor, as it were. But, it shows just how strong this Bitter Triumph card is because not a card I think players thought would be adopted in droves in the older formats. But when you combine with cards like NT, really strong.
Yeah, Black isn't sure on effective removal spells these days. There's just so many, even in Murders of Karlov Manor as well. There's just a bunch just to choose from these days. And now we have everyone's favorite mechanic. The day-night cycle is coming into effect thanks to Graveyard Trespasser.
And if you're Derek and you're watching this game, there's a good sense that Angel probably doesn't have a lot of powerful cards in hand because last turn we spent our whole turn, trying to just get the Amalla Scry and the potential extra damage going through, the Explore. And so that is kind of a big sign that, Angel doesn't have much going on. And we see Derek kind of capitalize on that by playing the Graveyard Trespasser, gets the Amalla out of the yard, and, does risk dying to the Amalla combo or gaining, 70 life, essentially dying. But doesn't have to worry about it here.
Okay, looks like Derek's kicking off with a Croxer, Titans of Death Hunger, forcing Angel to discard a card, which will be I believe that's a Death Cat Blooming Marsh. Sorry, looks like a Blooming Marsh there. So Angel can take the life loss just because this is a life gain deck. 3 life is just nothing, but having that Croxer in the graveyard is just a good thing to do in the early game because it means you can just develop like a huge threat once you have enough cards to escape it with.
Yeah, and one thing too that's kind of unique about the Amalla deck, right, is that typically cards like Croxa, as the game kind of moves on, and other discard spells, they might be a little bit weaker because you play a lot of your better cards early. But there's actually a lot of incentive as we see another Croxa.
Another Croxa.
Yeah, there's a lot of incentives though for Angel to actually hold some of the better cards for later and have Derek fight over, the medium cards at the moment.
Yeah, and now Angel has one card in hand. Unfortunately, just drawing a load of lands before then. See what they have in their hand right now. Is it Return to the Ranks?
I think they're just flashing back, or what's it called? Afterlifing the
sure,
veteran.
Yeah.
So
turn it into a Luminous Phantom.
Ooh, look at you, Luminous Phantom. Knew what's up.
And looks like a sent out Scout just to get that Explore trigger. Even though the Amalla isn't in play, it's sometimes just want to know what's on top of your deck. Yeah, Angel's kind of running out of gas here. While that collector company was well timed, Derek's been able to deal with these Amallas effectively through exiling as well. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Angel, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Angel's done, a good job in the early game of forcing Derek to kind of have it, but sort of, and admittedly, Angel had nothing else to do, kind of had to show like, hey, surprise, my hand kind of stinks when we went for that Gilded Goose line, and Derek smelt blood and then sort of, pounced on that opportunity and hasn't stopped since.
Yeah. Now Derek gets aggressive with this Graveyard Trespasser, just continuing to keep Angel's graveyard tidy in the sense that just exiling everything just makes that Return to the Ranks so much worse in the late game if it is ever drawn. And we'll see what Derek follows up with here. He's sorting his mana in a particular way that suggests he might have something.
Yeah, it's also a pretty interesting spot here where, Angel doesn't have much going on, but any creature we play is going to gain us a little bit of life. If we draw lands, we just have Gilded Goose to activate, make a food, pop the food, and we hit, Derek for like 3-ish damage. So Angel is in kind of, this is like a okay position, but we quickly need to find something that does pressure, because right now we're basically holding at parity with Derek, but the moment Derek gets something like Croxa in play, we're going to be in big trouble.
Yeah. Can also see Derek does have a Fatal Push in hand as well, just to pick off some of these smaller threats that could become a problem, because Derek is on 14. We've seen a huge life exchange with the Bitter Triumph and the Amalla triggers.
Yeah, it's worth noting that, Angel is playing cards like Aetherflux Reservoir in the main deck.
Yeah, there is a one-off.
Yeah, that's a good way to win once you assemble the combo right away without attacking. So that might make something, like a sorcery speed removal spell less effective. But also, if, Angel is just able to incidentally gain some life, like not even doing the 50, just incidentally, I accidentally, gained 5-6 life over the course of the game. That can be a way to win the race when you have such small creatures here.
Yeah. And Derek pops off a Sekazan Crucible of Defiance, making 2 colorless spirit tokens just to slow down that aggression that Angel is trying to do, because, to be honest, they don't have much else to do.
Yep. And Angel is going to gain the 2 from the Luminous Spirit, I believe.
Yep.
You taught me the name. Let's go.
Sometimes I know these flip cards. There's so many of them. And sometimes you just don't flip them. You just play them for one side.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to Angel with the Expedition,
Beta post tickets.
Yeah, those are nice.
Do love me some Expeditions. And they're not too expensive, considering, Expeditions historically have been quite expensive. It's pretty cool just to play these really unique printings in a format like Pioneer, which doesn't have the card pool such as Modern, where you can really fancy out and bling out your decks.
Which you could do at nrgstore.com.
Nice plug.
What was that? Oh my goodness.
You got a cough, Mason?
Yeah. Speaking of a cough, this is a new card for Derek's deck here. Tell me what Fable the Mirror Breaker adds to this Rakdos deck. We haven't seen this one much in the past.
No, I don't think we haven't seen it much in standard recently either, for very good reasons. I think Fable of Mirror Breaker is probably one of the best cards in Pioneer. When it came out in Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, it was very, very underlooked. I don't think people quite realize how good the card is. You're laughing at the token.
Yeah, Derek has a token of himself seemingly in the Mall of America with a toy shotgun as his Goblin Shaman. That's a very Derek Pike thing to do.
But yeah, going back to Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which is probably one of the best cards in Pioneer, a lot of people slept on it for the first few weeks when Neon Dynasty came out. But when they started playing with this card, it was like, oh god, this card's great because it generates mana, creates you a token that attacks, creates treasures, you got discard draw, and then you've just got this ability to copy like some of your best creatures if you want to. You know, there's just so much this card does for the free mana, like in red. It's just insane. Ceased plays in Modern, ceased playing Pioneer, saw play in Standard, and then it became banned because it was a little too good for that format.
And we saw Dyna Soulkeeper into play there while we were talking about this new innovative card into the deck, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And that card's actually pretty important, one for the comboing, but two, now if Angel ends up gaining life, Derek is going to lose life.
And
so
Derek's on 8 as well.
Yeah, so Trump blocking now with things like Snoot Scout is going to actually cost Derek 2 life. We have these flyers. Obviously, Derek's cards are much stronger, but, you know, Angel is able to do the chip shot. And we talked about that ward coming up big time earlier in the game. It might be, you know, a decision maker here, or game decider, excuse me.
Yeah, also shout out to Angel for having a serialized foil copy of Dina from March of the Machine, which is another very blingy, expensive card. So it's clear that Angel really loves this Amalla combo deck and is slowly starting to fall it out with some of the nice variants.
Yeah, I like this play by Derek as well. We attacked with Graveyard Trespasser and actually got rid of some of our own creatures. It's very tempting to want to bring something like Croxa back, but Derek understands I need to get Angel dead and I need to not die along the way. So while Croxa might be a very tempting play here, looks like Derek has better uses for the mana and just does not want to lose the life.
Yeah. I still can't get over that token. And here comes the Fatal Push that we saw earlier. It's just going to take out that Dina because Derek will slowly lose life if the longer that stays in play. But it looks like Angel's going to make the most value out of it from just sacrificing a food token, allowing Angel to gain some life and Derek to lose a life in the process.
Yeah, I think our life total's a bit off. We'll get our spotter to clarify everything in a second.
Yeah.
There are a lot of triggers going on right now. And with how many like gain life when things die triggers, it's typically best for us to kind of let everything happen instead of the numbers freaking out on screen. So we'll get them covered in a second.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, that was a pretty heads-up play there by Derek, I think, to sort of exile that. And Angel did a good job of not missing any small edges there with the food. That stuff comes up a lot.
And here comes the Croxa that we talked about earlier. And this will take over the game. 6 damage is a lot. And these Gilded Gooses are going to probably be on blocking duty.
Yep.
I think Derek's in a really good spot here just based on cards in hand, board presence, and there's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker in play as well. That can do some pretty nasty stuff here. Also good on Derek for getting his day-night triggers correct. Oof, top deck return to the ranks will bide some time for Angel Flores here, bringing back that Dina as well. That was a very good top deck.
That is what you're looking for. And, you know, good thing Derek had stuff like Graveyard Trespasser to get rid of Innkeeper, because just to show that would have been, you know, multiple life gained for Angel, which would have done multiple pings at Derek, and then the attacks from the spirits. Derek would actually be very close to death. So you're seeing how, you know, the decision to play cards like Graveyard Trespasser is really coming up here in spades there for the Rakdos deck, which is, you know, a card players have, you know, over time gone lower on, gone higher on. You know, Derek's decided to play a couple copies this weekend, so it's paying off.
It's definitely paying off. Just being able to keep that graveyard clean is just so important against the Amalla deck for the reasons you said, and it just stops bringing back the namesake card that Angel would need to combo off. So we do have a flipped Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which is able to make a token copy of a creature. I have to see what Derek does here, because it looks like I'm trying to see what's in his hand. But the glare is just making that very difficult. But it doesn't matter. Derek's looking to get aggressive here with Croxer and the Graveyard Trespasser, keeping that graveyard clean and triggering Croxer, which will add a very strong clock to Angel's life total.
Yeah, Angel, a little bit of a misstep there. I think not convoking the goose to get the goose. Just kind of like get a goose on the house there. But
get a free
hopefully
goose.
it doesn't come back to bite him.
Looks like we have a go for the throat. That's just taken up the Dina again. Just so many answers in Rakdos midrange. Just it's crazy how Rakdos midrange just has this suite of removal spells at disposal, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the good mixture of removal plus pressure is really what allows this deck to flourish.
Speaking of pressure, Shoulder of the Apocalypse is now in play.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've seen Derek tap out like basically the entire game. Outside of when we brought Croxy, and forced Angel to have no cards in hand, but you can kind of see just how like Derek has done a good job of slowly but steadily taking over the game. It's been a long game. Derek's kind of been in the driver's seat for a bit of it, but kind of knows when to tap out and knows when not to.
So we have an extraction specialist coming into play, bringing back that Dina once again.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that Derek just tapped out Sheoldred is basically his way of saying, I'm ready to end this game now. I can put this threat down and it's going to survive. It's going to survive. And this is also a really good way for Derek to recoup some life, just thanks to Sheoldred's, draw trigger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that trigger is going to, I think, come up pretty big because Derek was pretty close to getting, chip shotted, but we've seen him sort of stabilize at a, by almost sheer force of will, it seems.
For sure.
Doing everything he can to just gain extra life every turn.
For sure. And with the Sheoldred in play, it negates what Dina can do through passive life loss. That Sheoldred is just going to make up that life. It's going to almost put it at parity, which is kind of what you want when you're at 8 life.
Mm-hmm. It does look like Derek picked up a Fatal Push for turn. He's just going to actually fire it off on the Dina.
Again, it's like this Dina has been in and out of play like 3 times now. I believe the last card in Derek's hand is a Thoughtseize, which is not that great considering Angel is empty-handed and there is a Croxer in play.
Yeah. Good one to discard to Fable the Mirror Breaker with some blood, something like that. But
for sure.
One thing that we're really kind of seeing too is like, imagine, if Angel was able to have Amalla keep coming back off all of these, we gain incidental life, right? We explore. Derek's having to lose life to fight over the Amalla. The difference in like having an Amalla in your graveyard or not in this matchup is pretty big. And it comes up.
Yeah, and there's also a testament to just Derek's respect for, exiling the Amalla. You just don't want that keep coming back when you're trying to develop a board and just try and take over the game, which Derek looks to be doing right now by taking everyone into the red zone outside of this colorless spirit token. And it looks like a big chunk of damage is coming Angel's way.
Yeah, Angel has to lose 3 because Croxa is making Angel discard no cards in hand.
Yeah.
And I think this is a situation where Angel can technically live, but doesn't really have any draws to get us out of the situation long term.
I mean, Collector Company is fine, but I still don't think that does enough here.
Yeah, the big problem is we don't have anything that life gains on ETB, so we can't, like, if one of these was like Lunarch Veteran instead of the Spirit, then you're right, we could collect a company into Wild Growth Walker plus Amalla, and with knowing Derek only having Thoughtseize in hand, the combo would go off, and then Angel would have a 20 in play, and even if Derek ended up drawing a kill spell, we would just have 70-ish life, and figure it out from there.
I think you need a particular set of like draws here, so like Collector Company, and then maybe like a Skyclave Apparition just to soak something up through exile. It looks like we're just playing a Wild Growth Walker and passing in the facing a Shieldred, a Croctor, and a Flitz Fable of the Mirror Breaker here.
Yep.
So it looks like Derek drew a Brain Crusher Giant as well, which is also quite interesting here.
Yeah, I wonder if Derek is
thinking whether think of the stomping or just playing the creature.
Yeah, because you could play the Bone Crusher and then, haste it up. But it looks like we're just going to kill one of those spirits to make it so another creature gets in the red zone.
Yeah. It was a pretty good top deck.
Yep.
Figure out your blocks. I don't think you have many choices here, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Angel is going up to 2 and then dies with the Shieldred trigger.
Yep. That was a pretty impressive game by Derek there, just respecting the graveyard in a massive way there, just through with the Graveyard Trespasser, making sure those Amallas can't come back, because the best way to deal with a creature combo deck is just to exile the biggest threats. Seeing that return to the ranks, bringing back creatures, sure, for blocking, but it wasn't anything that could initiate the combo. So Derek being very proactive and respecting that combo was a big deal there, and ultimately led to that victory.
Yeah, and the big deal too in deck construction, as we are going to look at these players' decks in just a second, talk about sideboarding, playing those 3 Graveyard Trespassers this weekend put Derek in a position to play the games in that way, and very easily could have different cards that maybe wouldn't allow for that to happen.
Exactly. Graveyard Trespasser seems a really good option these days. So let's go to sideboarding. Mason, what would you like to see from the Amalla player? What would you bring in against Rakdos Midrange here?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways that, and players can play these a lot of different directions. The things that I'm really interested in is I really want Voice of Resurgence. That's just kind of a creature that's going to make it so if Derek tries to kill your cards on your turn, you're going to get some incidental value. Sometimes it even re-triggers the Amalla combo. So that's just kind of the Lightning Rod creature. We might see things like Fatal Push be bring in as well. Deep Cavern Bat sometimes comes in this matchup. It looks like Angel is sort of just not having a lot of cards for this matchup and is instead trying to fight over various other matchups. I can see Guardian of Faith coming in as a way to sort of protect ourselves from potential sweepers that Derek might be playing, and also dodge some spot removal. So I'm excited to see exactly how Angel wants to go about this here. But typically we see players have cards like a bunch of Voice of Resurgences, or healing out the Sun Crown is something that I personally did at the RC that's very good in this matchup. We see Angel does have a thing like Voice of Resurgence already in the main deck, and already has 2 Skyclave and Extraction Specialists in the main. Those are some of the cards you might see in the sideboard for this matchup. So it looks like Angel is not preparing a bunch in the sideboard, and is kind of being like, hey, yeah, I'm maybe a little light on the cards I want for this matchup, but most of them are in my main deck in the hopes of winning that game number 1. Because having your sideboard cards in your main deck is typically the most impactful way to affect those kind of matchups.
Absolutely. So let's go to Derek's sideboard and see what would you bring in against the Amalla player. As we talked about throughout that game, Derek had plenty of main board answers. So what else do you bring in just to make sure you win that second game?
Extinction Event is going to be a pretty good one. That's going to exile all the things in play. That's a great way to sort of, we can clean up a bunch of the life gainers. We got the Amallas proper. Leyline the Void is a card I imagine Derek is probably going to want. We saw how controlling the graveyard was so important to things like ranks wasn't big. I can imagine a world where Derek maybe doesn't want Leyline just because he wants to, have too many cards in his main deck that are good and can't find cuts. But that's sort of a, positional thing we're gonna have to see him and how he wants to do. And I've seen some players play cards like Hidetsu Consumes All, just because there are, in some builds of Amalla, a lot of 1-drops, and other builds not. Kind of depends there. Without it being open decklist, we do play closed decklist tournaments. I could see Derek maybe not bringing that card in when he's on the draw, but maybe having it on the play if he sees, a bunch of Snoot Scouts and stuff in game number 2. But I think for the most part, Derek built his deck in a way that is pretty respectful of the Amalla deck when it comes to game 1 configurations and stuff. So, even things like Inti in the main deck mean that we get to actually, we don't have the chump blocking going on and stuff like Lunark Veteran that we saw in that game that helped prolong the game so long. So I think, Derek has put himself in a way where he's pretty respectful of this deck, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly how he wants to play it as the players are drawing up their opening hands.
Okay, then let's go back to the feature match area and see these opening hands. Hopefully they'll both keep a 7, and we'll have a nice back and forth game of Magic. Because there's nothing worse than mulliganing to 3 or 4. And it looks like they're both going to take a mulligan. So you said you played Amalla combo at the RC, at the Pioneer RC, right? What are your general thoughts about that deck? Because Amalla just broke out the second Lost Caverns of Ixalan released.
Yeah, once we banned the Discover cards, and it was like, okay, are there any other really good stuff? And it's like, oh wow, there's some other good stuff. Amalla, was actually even kind of doing well during the Discover combo stuff, right? Like it had a couple top 8s, which is kind of a good sign, right? If your deck is competing with sort of format warping, instantly banned decks. That all being said, I think the Amalla deck is very, very good. Before the release of No More Lies and Murder at Karlov Manor, I thought it was probably the best. Not like a top 3 deck in Pioneer, kind of at worst. It just gets to play a really strong, proactive game of playing creatures to the board and beating down and sort of threatening the combo kill, and just sort of gets to have this turn 3 kill, which no other deck in the format really has, and that puts a lot of pressure on players. So I was a big Amalla believer and, was wanting to play that deck a lot, and, haven't got to play as much as I would like to, but it is a really fun and rewarding time when you do play it.
For sure. I've noticed there are a couple of different builds of Amalla combo. So obviously Collected Company is a really good card in the deck. But what about Knight Errant of Eos? Because that card plays really well because you have so many 1-drops.
Yeah, Knight Errant is great in these sort of decks, as we do see a Snoot Scout coming down here on turn 1. And the Snoot Scout and stuff like that is why it's so good. You have so many cheap plays, and then it dodges stuff like Grafdigger's Cage that sometimes players play as a way to fight over these things and just helps with your beatdown plan.
It looks like Derek brought in those Jurestas from the sideboard just to not necessarily take, a card, but just having that information of what your opponent has is just so important in these matchups. It allows you just use the correct cards and the correct removal spells on these creature focus decks.
Yeah, and I imagine that's a sign that Derek thinks the non-creature spells matter so much that he's willing to have a card like this that only has a few targets in the deck, right? We saw how Collected Company, Court of Calling, and Return to the Ranks were such big players in game number 1. So he's basically willing, like, hey, I understand my opponent is mostly on blanks in this matchup, but I just have to do what I can to put them in an awkward position.
For sure. So it looks like we're just doing Amalla combo things. So we're looking to play a Lunarch Veteran and a Gilded Goose here. And obviously getting aggressive with the Snoot Scout, because why not?
Yeah, these little points seem like they might not matter a bunch, but we saw last game how we were kind of racing Derek, getting in all those points in the early turn. It does add up. Especially
with the ward on Amalla, that 3 life combined with the bit of triumph that we saw in the first game can just stack up out of nowhere, especially if you just don't have a Sheoldred to offset that life loss.
Yep, I think Misplaced Ginger also Derek there put in a Misplaced Ginger token of himself with blood doing the praying pose and seemingly a bloody background.
Oh, yes, I see it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's next on the token life.
Yep. Not going to lie, I just thought they were the old, because they're the old border tokens. I just thought they were just that. But now you mention that, I can see Derek in the art, and that is very clever.
Yeah.
And speaking of very clever, here is a Skyclave Apparition from Angel Flores that's going to take out this Blood Type Harvester.
Yeah, a very aggressive play there. Now, we saw Angel's hand because of the duress earlier on. We know that there wasn't much of the combo. So this looks like Angel maybe, this has been one of the cards that is drawn and just wants to keep the pressure on Derek and keep forcing Derek to tap out to hopefully punish that tap out at some point.
Yeah. Trying to see what's in Derek's hand. It's quite difficult. But if he's just playing a Blood Crypt tapped and passing, I would assume there is some removal or interaction on Angel's turn just to stem this aggressive game plan.
Yeah, it looks like Derek might have Graveyard Trespasser and Go for the Throat along with some lands. And so we might be something like Go for the Throat, kill the Skyclave Apparition in e-combat, and love this play by Angel to get the voice in early to stop it.
Yeah, this is a card that Derek does not want to see on the opposing field because it's just so awkward. But it looks like Derek's going to remove the Lunarch Veteran in response to the Voice Resurgence coming into play.
Very heads-up play there by Derek. Now that we've answered that, even if Amalla is in hand, which I think it is for Angel, that's going to mean that we're not able to win with just a Quarter Calling off the top, and we're going to need multiple pieces, which is hard when we're stuck on lands.
Yes. I believe there's a Dina in hand as well.
Yeah. That would be... And we're seeing, Derek here in this spot now, knowing that it's basically impossible for Angel to actually kill him. He's finally tapping out. Where last turn we had that Trespasser, we could have played it, right? We could have saved some life, but Derek knew it was better for me to just hold up, go for the throat, try and eat these creatures in combat if I get a chance, and we'll also prevent Angel from, building up that board state.
Yeah. Considering Angel's only on 2 lands, they're doing very, very well right now. And that's just a merit to Amalla combo, right? The deck is just so low mana value that you can still win with 2 or 3 lands in play.
And it looks like Angel passed, so it's going to be nighttime. Despite having spells in hand, obviously doesn't have any lands. Derek is going to know that is a Chord of Calling, most likely, or some removal spell.
Looks like Derek has a lot of lands in hand. Can't really see.
I don't know if you're used to watching Derek play on Saturdays in Pioneer, but round 2 we start getting really, or just never lucky, and we always draw lands. So it's just really the Derek Pike experience right now.
Are we going to go for the Convoke? I've got another Voice of Resurgence. Oof. Okay, this is going to put Derek in a really rough position.
I like that. I can't quite tell Angel's hand, but I like that if Angel did have the Chord, we decided not to do anything because, Derek was just holding up lands, and we decided, actually, you know what? I just want to kind of keep building up my board presence. Maybe I should have done it the last turn. Who really knows? I wanted to threaten the combo, but I'm not committed to it. I can keep playing and wait.
I think there is merit to being patient here, especially if Derek's just going to draw nothing but lands. However, Castle Lockwayne is a pretty good one to draw. You can at least do something with all the lands that you are drawing. I think we're now going to see the Call of Calling. Oh, we can see a Collector Company. Will we find the Amalla? Or will it just all be lands? Oh, it's just a Prosperous Innkeeper. That's kind of a sad Collector Company.
Yeah, and this is kind of why you see some players play things like Knight Errant of Eos that you were talking about, because you're not a great company deck. You don't have a ton of hits when you look at your actual numbers. Only about 27 creatures in the deck for Angel in game number 1. And, is Gilded Goose really a hit? It's kind of close, when you think about it.
Yeah, and plus with Knight Errant at Eos, you do get a 4/4 out of the deal, which can, it means you can just be that extra aggressive. If you don't have the combo, you can just beat people down with this sizable threat.
Yep.
Here comes the Amalla.
And this is a spot, too, where if Derek even had a removal spell in hand, we know Derek's on all lands. But if Derek does, if we cast it, the Voice is going to trigger twice, which is just going to restart the Amalla triggering. So Derek is basically forced to wait unless, he is going to actually be dying at this point.
Yeah. Here comes the Dina. There's going to be a lot of life gain triggers. Hopefully, our person on the floor can keep up. Looks like there's another Amalla as a backup.
Yeah. I think Angel smells weakness there from Derek. Bending that Amalla, it is sort of your key and best card. And just putting in the yard is a really big sign of hey, I kind of know you don't have anything. Let's just, let's game.
Let's just get this finished. Plus, Return the Ranks is a fine draw that can get back the Amalla. But considering Angel is just deploying this combo without any threat or interaction from Derek, because obviously we know he's got nothing but lands. I just think this is the green light for Angel just to go, yeah, I can start doing this. Unless Derek draws an Extinction Event, perhaps, off the Castle Lockwayne, which is a one-off, so it's going to be fairly hard to just find that. Also, Castle Lockwayne deals damage or loses life over turns as well. So there's only so many times you can activate that.
Yeah, and when you're flooded like this, it's kind of the worst thing with Castle Lockwayne. You have the mana to activate it, but you can't get the cards out of your hand to draw. Yeah, and
Derek nice to scoop it up.
the classic Derek Pite there just all lands in hand. Very unlucky when you think about it. Just what a tough spot to be, but also a great job there from Angel, sort of playing the game, not rushing when we didn't need to, realizes like, hey, I can attack with these voices. If you block, I'm going to get to filter my draw a little bit more. So good type play there from both players.
Absolutely. And even Derek has some really good starts to the game. Like we saw Derek fire off that duress, just not necessarily to take a collector company or return the ranks, or just to say, hey, what's in your hand? I need to know what's up, what I need to prepare for. Unfortunately, Derek did draw those lands and kind of came a bit of a nothing game, but Angel had the confidence to assemble the combo, bin the other Amalla that she didn't need. That was like the flex of that game, right? It's like, yeah, I don't need my backup because you haven't done anything for the last like 4 or 5 games. Let's go back to the sideboard quickly, because I imagine there is some merit, especially from Angel and Derek, about play draw sideboarding. So what would you bring in here on the draw as Angel or the Amalla combo deck?
Yeah, there's a couple things you could do, like typically the Amalla deck isn't going to bring in things like Thoughtseize in this matchup, but Angel might have saw like that, Derek seemed to have less creatures potentially, like maybe there's more interaction spells, so you want to have something like that. Not personally how I would go about it, but it makes a lot of sense. You also see things like Redain, if you think there's a bunch of extinction events, that could be a way to stop that, but also just playing the backside, making, the removal a little bit worse, all things you could do. I think for the most part, we're going to probably be playing very similarly here from Angel's perspective. We just don't have a lot of tools that could be play draw dependent. Now, for Derek's, though, on the other hand, Hidetsu Consumes All is a card we were talking about, and we saw how that could have been very good in that game. I don't know if that's a card Derek wants to bring in this matchup. It can be a little divisive, but on the play, it makes a lot more sense to sort of slam this, clean up all the ones, exile the graveyard, and sort of get a threat going. So I'm going to be interested to see kind of how Derek does decide to sideboard here, as it does look like our players are finishing up their sideboarding right now for game number 3.
Looks like Angel mulligan to 6, and we are firing off of the Blackleaf Cliffs into a Thoughtseize from Derek here. So Derek gets to better than the duress in the first game, where you can actually take a card here. Interesting, it looked like Angel Flores brought in the Thoughtseizes as well.
Yeah, we talked about that there a second, right? Like Angel might be thinking there's going to be more things that we need to like clear the way for our combo. So while maybe not something you would traditionally do, thinking that, Derek is going to play a game that's much more reactive, I kind of, like taking maybe a risk there. Also, it's very reasonable that Angel just knows Derek, right? Like Derek is kind of the person when it comes to Pioneer. Derek might also not realize they're playing against Misplaced Ginger, but that's all to say Derek typically plays these more controlling aspects to the Rakdos deck. So seeing something like that could be something that, is better here than maybe against the average Rakdos player.
For sure. So Angel fires off a Amalla, which is going to get, and the Lunark veteran is going to get stomped by Bonecrusher Giant just to stop any silly little life triggers that are going to happen. Talking about how, in the first game, Derek is just caring about stopping those marginal life gains and triggers, because eventually Derek can take over the game. He's just trying to be respectful and proactive here.
Yep.
It looks like we have a Wild Growth Walker in hand as well.
Yeah, no life gainer though. So
we do have a Fatal Push, which is just going to get slammed immediately at the cost of free life.
Yeah, I would have loved if Angel had like conned to combat there and got the 2 points in before, sort of being like, hey, guess what? You're going to have to answer this Amalla. But it was probably going to die anyways when we moved to combat. Amalla, namesake card. Derek knows that the life total is going to matter a fair bit.
And this is a fantastic backup to that Fatal Push in Graveyard Trespasser, which is going to deal with this Amalla that's in the graveyard. Feeling very deja vu from the first game here.
Yep. Yeah, and, Derek now also has Hive of the Eye Tyrant in play, so the graveyard is not going to be a safe place.
And here is a Thoughtseize they have drawn, taking the Archfiend of Dross. So, Mason, let's talk about Archfiend of Dross. How has that performed in Rakdos Midrange as of late? Because I have seen it appear in a couple of lists.
Yeah, I think it's a really great way to pressure your opponent. Like Shieldred is a strong card, but it is legendary. It's more controlling. And we talked about how Derek sort of has made his deck a bit more aggressively slanted. So this card allows you to, play those more aggressively slanted games and just really quickly kill your opponent.
So Derek gets into the red zone here with the Graveyard Trespasser, just making sure the graveyard is clean while also just attacking into the life gain deck just to make sure, this game can be closed out. And just playing a Bone Crusher Giant as a backup. It's a pretty good threat on its own. It can block a lot of threats here.
Yeah, and Derek doesn't have a ton of answer spells, as we just saw from the Thoughtseize there. So just taking the time to develop to the board and trying to be like, okay, here is my pressure. I'm going to try and kill you before you draw the Amalla.
Yeah. So Angel plays an Adina and another Wild Growth Walker. It's a shame we don't have a way to explore because these Wild Growth Walkers can just get out of hand. It doesn't matter anyway because we have an Extinction event, which I believe is the only copy in Derek's deck or Derek's list.
Yeah. Yeah, Derek making sure because there was an errata about 2 or 3 years ago now where they matched the front side there. So Derek's just making sure that it was actually not a 0 like it used to be back in the old days. But it is 1 mana now. That was changed a couple years ago when we started doing double face cards all the time.
Mm-hmm. And this is where Derek can start becoming aggressive. I'm not sure what Angel can draw here to get out of this. Maybe a Collector Company?
I think Collector Company is about all we can do.
The
Extinction event sort of cleaned up too much and made it so where Return to the Ring type cards aren't going to be good enough.
Okay, it looks like Derek drew a Fatal Push, which can deal with this straggling Lunarch Veteran.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Derek's just going to activate Hive, Fatal Push, and try and just win.
Yeah, I mean, Angel has 1 card in hand, not a lot going on. I kind of like being the aggressor here and just trying to end this game because Angel is on 9 life.
Yeah. Yeah, and looks like Derek is...
Oh, we have a caller calling.
Yeah, it looks like Derek was basically just like, hey, if you have a Coco, that's the only thing that could punish me really hard for playing Fatal Push. And if you don't, I'm going to have you dead in the next turn anyways. So looks like we actually could not have cast the Collector Company maybe with the mana we had. But it is going to be A-okay because Derek is going to kill anyways. And so Angel is just going to concede.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Derek there. A sort of a moment of, well, if I can't do this, I'm actually dead anyways. That's my bad. And that happens sometimes, you make it a little oopsie-poopsie. Mana basically built to never have it happen. Yeah, it occurs.
Yeah, Magic is really hard. And it looks like Derek was going to win that game anyway, just due to the pressure that he managed to put on with the Trespasser and the Bone Crusher Giant. It seemed a lot cleaner that game compared to game 2 where Derek was just completely flooded.
Yeah, and I can't wait to talk to Derek in just a second when we get an interview with him and sort of to see exactly what he wants, to have in that matchup. I'm curious to see his thoughts on it. Like we talked about before, when Amalla first came out, he thought the deck was really bad. He was talking about how awful it was while he lost to it on stream all the time. So I'm really excited to see sort of what he thinks because, a lot of his changes, they are things that make sense to be better against this deck. So I'm curious to know if maybe that's, just a coincidence or if it is like, hey, the deck's not great in my opinion, but I got to respect it a little bit. But we will have Derek in the interview in just a second. But yeah, that was a really fun and interesting match. And we kind of got to see all 3 games, right? Where both players sort of did their thing. And specifically from the Amalla player, the thing of threatening the combo over and over and over again.
Yeah, it was a really interesting game. As you said, there was a good amount of back and forth. Derek did his thing and played really well in those 3 games, just acknowledging Amalla as, even though he said, Amalla is not a serious deck, I don't think it's good. He still has to respect her and did all he could just to passively deal with the, the life gain triggers, making sure the graveyard's clean, getting rid of those Amallas because Return of the Ranks is a card you just have to respect it because it can just bring everything back and it's just like a whoops, I combo, I win kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And that is a lot of the benefit of this deck, right? Is
Mm.
you get to do that. And that is something that I think is sometimes really hard to leverage as well, right? I think Angel did a good job of posturing it, especially in that one turn, where we didn't develop to the board, we didn't play anything, but neither did Derek. And so we just kind of upkeep and drew and started casting our spells again, right? Sort of being like,
Yeah.
hey, I have something. Yes, we lost out on some mana. We didn't really do much, but that's okay because now Derek's like, well, obviously Angel has a cord. Like, why else would you not play something, right? And you played a spell. I know
Yeah.
your hand. You don't have any lands, right? And so while Derek couldn't do much, if Derek had something like a kill spell, it would have put him in a much more awkward position going into the rest of the game, and that can be something that's really, really tough to play against. Unfortunately, Derek's probably played more Pioneer than most people have, combined. So he
In
is
the
going to be
world.
prepared. Yeah, exactly, for that here. So as he's sitting down here, putting on his headset, let's hop down and talk to Derek Pite Bender, who's misplaced himself. Congratulations, Derek, on being 2-0 at the NRG. How are you feeling?
I'm doing well. How are you, Mason?
Me and Emma are doing well. We are so excited to see you play and have classic Derek luck in game number 2.
Oh yeah, where I drew, like, can you see my hand? I couldn't tell if you could see. Every time I drew a land, I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, at least there's something here to document how unlucky I'm getting.
Yeah, we talked about it in the commentary.
Yeah.
Just talk us through about the the matchup, because Mason told me like you thought Amalla combo wasn't necessarily a good deck, nor a deck that would do really well. So how do you prepare for that leading into today and the Pro Tour?
Yeah, I've gone on record to say I think the deck's pretty bad. I think it's really easy to target, and the three best decks in the format, which are Red, Black, Phoenix, and Blue, White, in my mind, are just naturally good against it. So even if the deck is good and I'm wrong about that, it just never lines up well. The deck, unfortunately, is one of the better sort of creature combo decks we've seen recently. They're very they're actually really good in 2 removal, and they have a lot of different ways to win. I have no sideboard cards for them this weekend, just because I have decided not to respect it. Approaching the deck, I kind of have to just draw my wraths like I did in game 3. Extinction Event is a house against them, and yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about your idea to bring in duress there? Is that just because the non-creature threats are that good? Because obviously, we all know that deck has like 30-ish creatures in the deck. You're bringing in duress. That's a pretty big sign of something. And we were just kind of curious. That way Twitch chat can sort of stop yapping at you.
No, I brought in duress so I can look at my opponent's hand and discard a card to do so. There's actually no reason for it to be in there other than for me to just lose a card for no reason. No, actually. I think when they play a creature game, their creatures are a lot worse than mine, and so the cards I'm actually worried about in the matchup are Coco, Return from the Ranks, and Court of Calling. I think if I have removal plus discard for those non-creature spells, I'm very safe. I'm in a lot of like game places where I can't really die out of nowhere. There's not many cards in the format that prevent the sort of non-creature blowout like Duress does. I don't like the card, but I have a few stinkers in my main, and there's I just can't interact with those spells otherwise, except for kill all their stuff, and then you're kind of playing well, I'm going to kill their stuff, hope they don't ever return to the ranks. There's like, oh, they don't ever return, they Coco. It's like, it doesn't matter, I killed all their stuff. It's like Duress covers all of that, while also helps with my main game plan of having a bunch of removal and having better creatures.
Okay, yeah. So looking at your Rakdos mid-range list for today, I've noticed you've gone a little more aggressive than before, like adding Inti and then Archphenodros. Just talk us through that. What made you decide to be a little more aggressive today?
The deck has already sort of been not very good in the early game. Bankbuster was kind of that curve filler, but it is exploitable against matchups where the Bankbuster doesn't matter and where you don't have time to actually spend 2 mana to draw a card. And so Inti fills that gap the best, while also being very good against the combo decks in the format, like Lotus or Enigmatic. And you can find your hate pieces a lot better when they can't interact with it. Notably, Enigmatic is like one of the worst matchups for red-black. If you have an early clock that also generates some sort of card advantage or finds you the cards you need in the matchup, it's like the perfect card. The Archfiend is just to respect Phoenix mostly. I think the third Shieldred is a bit dead if you ever draw the second one in a lot of spots, because either they can just lightning axe it or they just have infinite damage in the air. And I didn't want to go to 2 4-drops. It could be a third Shieldred, but I'm worried about Phoenix in the room today.
Yeah.
Speaking of being worried about it, don't worry, Derek. It's just you, me, and 800 people watching, Emma as well. What is the best card from Murders, do you think, for the Pioneer format? What is the thing that's kind of having you kind of thinking about the format differently since the release of that set?
For Murders, it's so funny because I played my Modern RC last weekend, and it was a very easy Surveil lands. But in this format, those cards aren't on my radar at all. I think No More Lies is the easy answer. I'm trying to think if there's another card that really... I think it's just No More Lies. The blue-white brains in the room are going insane. They're like, finally, Mana League, we're doing it. Maybe I must be missing something because that can't be the only card. But yeah, I'll say No More Lies.
All right. Thank you for the easy cash in. I'm glad that I can always count on Ginger for the bare minimum. Well, awesome. Well, Derek, thank you so much for taking some time to talk to us, and we will see you later.
Okay, then. So I believe, do we have a backup match, Mason?
I don't know. Production will talk in our ear. They'll let us know. Okay. Looks like we're actually going to take a quick break, but before we do that, make sure to click the follow button on this Twitch channel. We're going to be having a 5K standard event tomorrow. We're going to see a lot of these players back for that as well. There's a lot of high-level Magic between our normal NRG grinders and the Pro Tour players in town for the week, so don't miss anything. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Pioneer Showdown in Chicagoland. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm with my co-host today, Mason Clark, and we have a day brimmed full of Pioneer goodness. So we've had 2 rounds already today. We're going to have our 3rd round soon. Mason, what have your thoughts been about this event so far?
It's been really exciting to see all of these killers, and we have more coming this round for you, playing Magic and having fun in the event with some really tight and exciting games. I've had a good time sort of watching those. I'm excited to see these next ones coming up as well.
Yeah, so let's go to see our players to watch. We have some really exciting players playing this weekend, like Andrea Mengucci's and your Calcanos. Mason, do you want to break down the results so far?
Yeah, so really quickly here, Mengucci, Sean Gallagher, Stephen Dykman, those are 2-0 players. Unfortunately, Falcano on Convoke this weekend did start off 0-2, but that's probably some good information for the Pro Tour. Then we have Derek Davis, Dominic Harvey, Pavo, and Raja Suleiman, all at 1-1, still very much alive in our event. We're playing 8 rounds today, so X and 1 is going to be pretty easily going to be able to make top 8, so you're not out yet. And if you get your 2 losses late enough in the day, you could probably make it. So excited to see more from those players. And we have so many strong players this weekend, Emma, that our 2 players to watch for this round aren't even on our players to watch, but you're going to know them if you've watched a lot of the NRG series here. Yeah. And if you're waiting to play in one of our events, you're going to want to pay attention to this next slide we have up here, because we are traveling the country this year. So get ready. In April, we're going to Minneapolis on the 20th and 21st for a Modern Showdown Legacy 5K trial. Just as a reminder, showdowns are, if you win them, you go straight to our end of the year championship. So winning one of those is a great direct ticket to that with a $30,000 prize pool. May 11th through the 12th, we're going to be in Indianapolis with a Modern Showdown. And then Emma, Showdown Team Trios. You, me, get a third. We could battle a little. Could be fun. I think I know an old guy that you know that we could battle with us there. And then June 22nd to the 23rd, we're going to be in St. Louis with a Modern Showdown as well. And then, a Showdown for Pioneer, and then Modern on Sunday. So if you want to play Magic with us, go there. And make sure to follow this Twitch channel as to not miss any of those things. And tomorrow we do have a 5K standard showdown. But speaking of showdown, we have a showdown with Zoe Riederman right now. She is the person who won our last NRG Open event playing this Boros Convoke deck, and she's here to do it again against James McCoury on Orzhov Aggro.
Yeah, so let's talk about the Boros Convoke deck, because that received some new tools with the release of Murders of Karlov Manor. More notably, the second best card of Magic the Gathering in Novice Inspector.
Yeah, Novice Inspector, basically a functional reprint of Thraben Inspector, and that has given this deck so many copies of that effect, and it really allows the deck to, lean its mana curve down and just have so much redundancy for things like Lethal Demolition and Ward in the Inner Sky.
Yeah. So it looks like we're kicking things off here with a Cavern of Souls. I'm going to assume it's going to name humans, and we have a Herald of the Pantheon here. And this is another reason why Boros Convoke is just so explosive. You can just play so many threats and play this Warden of the Inner Sky, which is a new innovation from the Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Mason, what has Warden of the Inner Sky done for Boros Convoke?
It's given it another Convoke, air quote, payoff, and just allows the deck to have a lot of, consistency. Those extra scries really add up, and turning your creature into a huge flyer that has vigilance makes it hard for your opponent to attack back and just really smooths your draw out. So James here basically playing Orzhov Humans. This is a card where Zoe's really going to lean on this Warden because it's going to pressure James, put him on the back foot, and allow her to kind of sculpt her draw while pressuring him. And, we're seeing why this is one of the best decks, is Zoe just convokes out the night.
I love Sideways Typal. It's my favorite kind of deck.
Yeah, and this is actually, the only thing that isn't really in the standard deck here is these extra copies of Thraben Inspectors and Ornithopters. This is actually a deck you might see a lot of tomorrow, so get ready for it. And it is a very, very good deck in Pioneer. It has some awkward matchups against decks like Amalla, but like we saw from Misplaced Ginger, Amalla does have a tough time versus the pseudo other best decks in the format. So if you're someone like Zoe, you're pretty happy to play against those decks like Phoenix, like Rakdos. So, she's kind of eating people up right now at 2-0.
Yeah, and one thing that's worth noting in this match is that James is not drawing any lands. He had the Cavern of Souls turn 1, but hasn't been able to draw in anything since. So he is on the back foot here, coupled with Zoe's just explosive start, just from playing all these cheap threats and convoking into a Knight Errant of Eos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're seeing sort of like game object typal is what Zoe's playing, with just like so many things on the board, and we're gonna get this kind of yeah, it's really fun, and it gives you actually weirdly a lot of agency in your like aggressive creature deck. Like historically, these kind of decks do not have a lot of control over their draw step or ability to like play as the game goes long. But with things like Blood and Clues, you're actually able to keep playing even when you just kind of flood on lands a little bit. Not perfectly, but those kind of things really add up and allow for decks like this to actually turn into main players in the format.
It's good when you're playing Convoke when you can get a Venerated Loxodon off a Knight Errant of Eos. And that was a very quick game one from Zoe, and it just proves like how explosive Convoke is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this deck, I mean, it's hard, like not much happened, from the side of like what we got to say, but so much happened in the game, and shows kind of like why Convoke is the best creature aggressive deck in the format, and kind of puts all the other creature decks in the format where they have to have something for this matchup or be playing on some different angle. For
sure. So let's get into sideboarding. So as the Orzhov Humans player, what do you look to bring in against this go wide aggressive Boros Convoke deck?
James doesn't have that much that's actually super good in this matchup. It might be a spot where maybe I could see James doing something like bringing in Invasion of Gobakhan just to try and break up the high synergy cards out of Zoe's deck, right? That's a card traditionally you won against Wrath effects, but honestly, like, maybe Thoughtseize like as a 1-mana version of that. The thing I like about Invasion is the backside will grow your team and give you indestructible. But honestly, I think James is just a little outmatched and is seemingly built in such a way that he doesn't really try to win this matchup. We don't even have anything like Brave the Elements that used to be a big mirror breaker anymore. Obviously, Zoe's deck does have some amount of mixed colors, so that makes it a little bit harder too. But, we just have not a lot of cards that are good in this kind of matchup. James is really looking to play against Phoenix and Rakdos as well, and probably avoid players like Zoe.
Yeah. And going to Zoe's sideboard, what would you look to side in just to slot this victory against Orzhov Humans?
Honestly, I wonder if Zoe's much. Yeah, she has Giant Killer and Rending Volley. So, Zoe didn't get to see very much from James's deck there. So it could be a situation where Zoe is just like, hey, I'm going to present a very similar deck with these Rending Volleys in. But I think those cards are typically more for things like Amalla or Greasefang. So if Zoe, wants to play around cards like Brutocathar or Adeline, that could be a good addition. But for the most part, I would honestly not be surprised if Zoe just goes like, shrug, I'll present the same deck and, pass to you or whatever.
One thing that's really interesting about Zoe's deck is the omission of Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. That has been such a role player in these Boros Convoke decks recently, just because it helps against like the Izzet Phoenix decks, and just having that inbuilt, I'm going to tax you for playing all these ops and sleight of hands.
Yeah, that is going to really hurt in that matchup, and against blue-white control, getting that one extra turn against temporary lockdown, against more expensive cards like Supreme Verdict, those add up, and every additional mana, it's hard to explain, but basically once you get to like 4 mana on cards, it's often worth more than just one turn because it becomes so much harder to get there. As we're going to come back to the boost, so you can look at my face while I talk about this. But much smoother on the eyes. But the Thalia really does add up. But one thing I like about Zoe's deck list, if you look at it, is she actually built her sideboard in a way with a bunch of non-creatures. And so I wonder if this was a thing where she's like, hey, traditionally I can't play a lot of these cards because Thalia is awkward with them, right? It taxes me as well. So she is doing a good job of saying like, hey, my deck is a bit more unique than the average Convoke deck, but I'm building with that in mind. And it's exciting to see, and it seems to be working out for her. Absolutely.
One thing I just love about this Boros Convoke deck is how clean it is deck building wise. It's pretty much 4 ofs outside of Imidane's Recruiter in terms of like non-land spells. And there's just something really nice, aesthetically pleasing just to have a deck bunch of 4 ofs as an aggro deck.
Yeah, just a bunch of those. And Zoe also, one thing I really like about her deck as well is she's much cheaper now that like Thalia, but is still actually playing more lands than the average Convoke deck is, just by 1. But it's a card like Den of the Bugbear that, rewards her for having those extra lands, which is really nice. And, the thing about these decks, right, and this is something that, you can probably attest to a lot, is when you're playing them, you actually want to have like 2 or 3 lands because you want to be double spelling every turn. You don't want to be stuck on one land only doing one thing.
Yeah, you don't want to be, as much as you want to lean on like convoking your threats out, sometimes you just need the lands to just help you get there and stabilize on the board. So that extra land is a really nice call from Zoe. And I believe we're still deliberating mulligans. Looks like Zoe's going to keep their 6, and James kicks things off for the Kythian hero of Akros.
Yep. Zoe, a very deliberate player. One thing I really like and respect about her is she thinks through her whole turn typically and then executes. That is kind of why we saw her, in our Players Championship in 2022, and really shines at learning a deck and then playing it incredibly well and technically precise. And you see her kind of, when she was thinking about the mulligan, she was kind of thinking about like, what are my next 2 or 3 turns going to look like, and kind of lining them up in her head. And that gives you a lot of edge.
For sure. So James kicked things off with a Herald of the Pantheon and a Hopeful Initiate, which is proven to be a really good like humans card. Just being able just to slam counters on things and just remove them to deal with, tricky permanents is something that comes up quite a bit in Pioneer.
Yeah, it's weird just how like, kind of mild utility comes up and just, often turns into a 2/3 pretty quickly, which is just pretty good.
Okay, then. So we are back on Zoe's turn. Looking to kick things off with another Novice Inspector, because if there's one thing you can't have enough of, is enough Novice and Thraben Inspectors.
It's true.
Looks like Zoe's just going to get aggressive. You might as well just chip in for like a point or 2 of damage here. And this Mutavault looks like it's going to take care of the heroic reinforcements. And we'll go back to James's turn.
Yeah,
so it looks like James is drawing into a lot of lands. It's not something that you kind of want as the aggressive player.
Yeah, and this is something where Zoe's deck having Ward on the Inner Sky and things like Thraben Inspector, like Voldaren Epicure, like Novice Inspector, sort of let her have uses for her mana and be in a really good position beforehand.
It looks like we did sideboard in some Rending Volleys just to deal with that Hopeful Initiate. Rending Body is just such a nice card to have in these Convoke sideboards. It answers a surprising amount of threats within the Pioneer metagame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does a really good job of just covering a lot of space. And for a single mana, it's so hard for it to go wrong, too.
And speaking of a card with a single mana, that's also quite good. Gleeful Demolition hits the board, and now you can just start convoking into one of my favorite cards, Venerated Loxodon, where just everything grows into a 2/2 or 2/3 in the case of Novice Inspector.
Yeah. And we're seeing too here, like, this is a huge impact, right? Like,
yeah.
one way to look at this is Zoe just added 11 power to the board out of nowhere. And, did it for very little commitment and still has, like, clues left around to kind of draw cards and sort of get out of this. And even if, we end up flooding out a little bit, we have Giganta in our deck. And this is why these can be such hard matchups for these other opposing creature decks, because Zoe just puts in more power typically for less mana while drawing more cards.
Yeah. And even if Zoe does flood out, you still have things to do with that mana, as we talked before, right? You have Warden of the Inner Sky, you have all these random tokens that draw cards, discard cards. Like it's an aggressive deck that gives you other options, which is quite strong. And this is why Convoke is one of the best aggro decks in the format.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just turning sideways. That's it. It's like, oh, I have like a Shefet Dunes that I can sack if I have some excess mana to deal some damage. I can play Den of the Bugbear, also be aggressive with some excess mana and deal some damage.
I love this play from Zoe. You saw her play Ornithopter and just convoke for 1. She could have convoked for more and maybe got a 5-drop, but she knows, like, hey, these 1-drop creatures, they're for attacking. I don't need to worry about drawing cards.
You can tell Zoe is just like, this is the time I need to be aggressive and close this game. My opponent's on the back foot. They're playing like 1 or 2 creatures a turn. I'm playing 3 or 4, thanks to things like Lethal Demolition. You can easily outrace in this sense.
Yeah, and you're seeing here too, Zoe has, a Shefet Dunes in the land base. If she draws any land, and you're just going to see
See, and this is another reason I like Boros Convoke, because the games are relatively quick. Lunchtime exists.
Yep. Yeah, and very tight play there from both players. It was a good job here. We're gonna have an interview here with Zoe in just a second after she's done sideboarding. She can talk to us about her Convoke deck, and we can ask her about the Thalia and everything as well. But yeah, I mean, like you were saying, this is a very fast deck that you get to like win your rounds, and that is like a real thing, right? Like over these long tournaments, you're gonna get tired, and getting some free win rounds are good. And you're not giving up a lot. It's not like she's playing a deck that gets free wins. She's playing a really strong, consistent deck that can play these long games as well.
Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, Boros Convoke, while it's really good at being aggressive and making all these different kinds of tokens and making all these different kind of threats, you still have stuff to do. Even if you like flood out, you can cash in some clue tokens to draw a card. You can cash in those blood tokens to exchange a card. Basically, you have Den of the Bugbear that gets in and creates a token which can help with your Convoke. Like, there are so many things Boros Convoke does passively that I don't think people quite realize, and it just encourages that super aggressive start that we saw from Zoe for the first early turns of those 2 games, even when she was on the draw in the second one.
Yeah, and James there had a really cool deck in Orzhov Humans, but we saw sort of like a classic deck building problem, right? You have a really cool deck. It seems to be powerful. We're 2-0 at like this killer tournament with all the other pros going on. Obviously, there's some good stuff there, but are you a better version than Boros Convoke, right?
Yeah.
In this matchup, doesn't seem so. Looks like we might be better in some other matchups and some different strengths. And a thing to definitely keep in your back pocket as well. But you have to always be careful. Am I playing a deck that is actually just a worse version of another deck? I don't think that is the case here. But in this matchup, and these kind of matchups of Convoke teams continues to rise up, you might have to be a Convoker for a little bit before you get to back to being humans.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Convoke is just generally quite good. And something that you mentioned earlier, like standard Convoke is also a thing that is becoming a threat. We'll talk about standard Convoke a little later because Zoe is now in the interviewers booth. So we're going to have a lovely chat about Boros Convoke and how great Raven Inspector is.
Zoe, congratulations on being 3-0 in a timely manner. How are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling pretty good. A little shaky this morning because of the weather, but like we're doing it. We're 3-0.
Excellent. So let's talk about your Boros Convoke list. So I noticed in your list you decided to not run Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. Is there what was your thought process behind that?
I feel like Thalia is only really good into some matchups. I don't like playing it on turn 2 typically because it's not mana neutral into your Convoke creature. Like it costs 2 mana for only 1 body. And I find it really valuable for doing your A plan of putting a 4/4 into play that you really need your creatures to be mana neutral into that. So I just found that Thalia wasn't good enough.
And speaking of good enough, you seem to be playing 8 of the new novice or 8 inspectors in total for the new novice one. How have you felt about that card in the deck so far?
I feel like it's really good. Like Thraben Inspector was already one of the best cards in the deck. Not only does it contribute well to your game A plan of convoking and putting like just game objects into play, but it helps you going into the late game. Just drawing a body that draws another card has been very powerful.
Yeah. So let's talk a bit more about Boros Convoke. So what was your thought process for registering Boros Convoke this weekend? Like what metagame were you expecting leading into this event?
I would say that I thought Convoke was kind of poorly placed this weekend. I did really poorly with it when I registered it at the RC in Atlanta like a couple months ago. But trying other decks, I just couldn't find something that I was comfortable with. And so I was just like, you know what? I like this deck. I won with it before. Let's do it again. And it seems to be working out.
Nice. What were some of those other decks that you tried leading into this event? You know, what were some of the things that, you were exploring but just didn't quite hit for you?
I tried Izzet Ensoul because I like the attacking. I just felt like it was doing the Convoke thing, but not nearly as strongly. Like, having access to Spell Pierce is not worth the trade-off. And then the other deck that I tried was just like stock Rakdos Midrange. I just didn't feel like it was something that I can gain an advantage with over the field. But
sure.
Yep, that makes sense. So we talked about 8 inspectors and how the Murders of Karlov Manor card has really helped Boros Convoke. Outside of Novice Inspector, what would you say is one of the best cards in Pioneer from Murders of Karlov Manor?
Honestly, I have no idea. I've just been focusing on the inspectors. I think like the Mana Leak, what's it called? No More Lies is a pretty big deal. It's making blue-white pretty popular this weekend from what I've seen. I'm kind of afraid of that deck, so we'll see how I do against it in the rest of the tournament, but yeah.
Hopefully you get to dodge it all weekend, or all of today. That would be good.
All right, before we have you go, Zoe, we have this standard event tomorrow. It's just you, me, and 1,000 of our closest friends. Let's talk about it. Are you going to be convoking again tomorrow? Are we going to see it?
Nearly the same deck tomorrow, just adapted.
We were going to talk about this, yeah.
Love it. We love to see it. We hope to see you crush with that again tomorrow. We're actually going to go watch your friend Mac Indris play right now in our backup feature match. But thank you so much, Zoe. Go have fun with your friends, and we'll hopefully be seeing you more later in the day.
Thanks.
And as I mentioned there, we do have Mac Indris as our backup feature match, someone who made our NRG championship in 2022 with Zoe, a good friend of hers, and someone who actually top-8'd the regional championship in Denver last weekend playing the 5-color Rhino deck.
Yeah. It looks like Mac Indris is on the Azorius control with Yorion as the companion. We talked about briefly how No More Lies is going to be really good. He is against Will Kowalskis, who is on Amalla combo. So how do you measure that matchup? How would you measure the control combo matchup?
It's pretty good for control. Cards like Temporary Lockdown are beating. No More Lies, exiling is a problem. You can win as Amalla, but it's pretty tough. We are going to jump down to live game 2 when that happens here in a second. So get ready for that, chat. It's going to be exciting. But I think it's going to be a position where the Amalla player needs to apply pressure and force the Temporary Lockdown stuff to come at the wrong time. But part of the benefit of Yorion actually is that you can flicker things like that temporary lockdown there. And it looks like we maybe have a little bit of stuff going on. We're going to fix that in a second for you.
Yeah.
But, it's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think what we see from Mac here is Mac is someone who's also played 4-color Yorion a lot. We saw a lot of Mac doing that when he won for the 2020 Showdown. He is really good at playing these high resource-intensive, decision-intensive decks. Like definitely someone who can play stuff like 5-color Rhinos. I was a little shocked to see him playing it personally, and it was really a sign that that deck might be good. Mac is really believing in it and willing to give up sort of these sort of things that I would say are kind of in his skill set, in his like real strengths. If I were to describe a player.
For sure. So it looks like Mac Andreas is up a game in this match in the Azorius Control Mirror. And we'll see how things play out. And it looks like Ben Bates is on the Kahira build, if I can get past the glare.
Yeah, looking up here on Melee is the Kahira deck. And that's going to offer a couple things like, some players play Ramaz and stuff like that in the sideboard in the past, maybe gain edge in the mirror. It looks like we're just playing Regal Caracol. But it really means is Ben's going to have quicker access and consistent access to cards, but have less fight in the mirror. Because one thing that happens with these Yorion decks is you actually get like answer density. And so Mac's going to just have more answers than Ben will over the course of the game.
Yeah. It looks like Ben Bates is incorporating a new card from Murders of Carlo Banner in Deduce. How has that shaped up control decks in Pioneer, Mason?
I think it's been a really good ad. It's kind of like a modern day version of Think Twice, right? You draw a card now and then you pop the clue later, get the thing, but also giving you artifact synergies. We haven't seen a ton of the artifact synergy stuff pop up yet. I think it's just nice. Like, these control decks want to be using their mana when they're holding up counter magic. And so just kind of, doing that classic Think Twice angle of, okay, I'll draw a card now. I held up my counter spells more later, draw a card again.
Yep. So there is a lot of tapping, landing, and saying land go here. We will try and get past through as much of this glare as possible as well.
Yep. Oh, goodness gracious. Ben Bates with the smoked double sleeves. What a faux pas.
I mean, I can't say much. I use smoked double sleeves as well.
Oh, my gosh. I'm in the booth of a monster. Get me out.
It looks like we have a Shock Typhoon. Going to make a big Shock token and looking to chip away at some damage, because this is how many control mirrors tend to play out in the early stages.
Yep, and you're noticing Mac waiting to do this until we have 3 mana. That way we are bigger than Restless Anchorage, the new creature land from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. If we made this a 2/2, sure, we use our mana a little bit sooner, draw a card sooner, but Ben just gets to activate the land and eat it.
It looks like we just saw no more lies, just easily dealing with that Wandering Emperor just for the cheap value of 2 mana.
Yeah, and we see Ben looked to have been trying to fight, potentially set something up, but maybe just didn't have the spell that he wanted to fight over it there. But yeah.
This Memory Deluge resolving is going to be pretty big for Mac as well.
Yeah, and you see Mac very quickly, someone who plays these kind of decks a lot and is, very used to the heavy decisions, but also knows what he kind of wants in this spot.
It's worrying when a control player just quickly plays their spells.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the most terrifying things of playing against a control player. If they know what they're doing and then they know their lines without a beat, it's like, okay, I'm in danger. Yeah. Things are bad.
I'm in danger.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And here comes that Restless Anchorage you were talking about, Mason. Just going to start chipping in for a few points of damage here.
Yeah. And
it looks like that Ganjo, Seat of the Empire, dealt with it, but Mac does get a map token out of the trade, which isn't a terrible trade. And Mac still has a bunch of lands. He has a Hall of the Storm Giants and a bunch of other things to do.
Yeah, and luckily for Mac, Ben's probably not going to use the Wandering Emperor immediately because we want to try and preserve it. But if Mac wants to try and pressure with something like Hall of the Storm Giants, we are going to be tapping out. So if Ben has an answer, it could be backbreaking. And if Ben just has a better follow-up thread, that could also be very punishing.
Yeah. It looks like a Chrome Host Seed Shark. I want to say Glare is not my friend.
Yeah.
What's better than one shark? Playing two sharks.
Yeah. Chromo Seed Shark 2, sort of the card Monster and Mentor's, partner tells you not to worry about, actually makes a lot of real threats,
Yes.
And we've seen this a lot. Yeah, so we actually see Maxx sort of spending some mana to, answer this here and make a big incubate token. Just gives you actual threats that end the game and let you commit the mana when you want it in these blue-white control decks.
I do like how most Azorius control decks is essentially shark typal.
Yeah.
With some spells.
It is nice that sharks have become a real creature type in Magic because, we had some cards that didn't really do much. And now they've just been like, yeah, you know what? Sharks are, like you said, they're the control finishers these days. Enough of these boring Sphinx cards. They're out. Sharks are in.
Rip Sphinx's Revelation.
Yeah. Gone at just the right time. So we'll see what Andrea does here. I see a couple of Dovin Vetoes. I see a Field of Ruin, which is really good against opposing manlands. We do have a Fairy Hero of Dominaria, which I imagine Ben Bates is going to fight pretty hard to counter. And finding the time to counter that, like Control Bearers is all about patience, right? It's like, when do you play these threats? Yeah, and that's like we saw in the early game, the players are kind of jockeying for position. And now, Ben kind of got to sit this Wandering Emperor in play thanks to going for the Deluge. And the whole game has been about it since then. Yeah, here we go. An easy Dovin's Veto from Ben Bates because Teferi is a bit of a mirror breaker, let's be honest. It just accrues so much value. And being able to untap lands to use your counter spells is just so backbreaking. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we see two here, right? Like, this is why being the one who gets the first threat on the board matters so much, or sticking, I should say, the last one. Because, Ben wasn't first. The shark came on the board from earlier, but wanting to tap out and use the Deluge, which made a lot of sense at the time, so to put us in a really bad position against Ben. Yeah, so we'll see what Mac is going to do here. Going to crack that map token. Can't see what the card is, which is frustrating. But it's an like Omen of the Sea. Okay, cool. You're much better at this than I am. My brain is very normal when it comes to cardboard cards, and we'll simply not talk about it. So here comes Teferi number 2. See if this one sticks around. This also gets Dovin vetoed. Yeah, and this is, Mac has a bunch of Dovin vetoes too, right? So one thing that's happening is Ben, gets 60-card deck, gets a slight edge when it comes to that sort of thing because we haven't hit any of the cards like Omen just yet that allow Mac to actually get better card selection. But because Ben, has the vetoes, we just aren't getting our answers, our threats down the board. And you get to do that with 60 cards a little bit better than 80 cards does early on. Later game ends up favoring Mac, though. Yeah, absolutely. So we have an Omen of the Sea. Looks like we have a Get Lost, which is a card that kind of kickstarted Azorius Control in Pioneer in a meaningful way, right? It came in Lost Canvas at Ixalan. The general consensus that control players were like wanting a cheap, effective removal spell, and they got it with this Get Lost. Yeah, Get Lost is a great way to just kind of like pick battles over basically everything. And yeah, the map tokens end up being a problem some percentage of the time, but often it's not a huge deal. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we see a counterfight actually happen there, a little bit off screen quickly from these players. And you're seeing Mac being like, listen, maybe there's like a 1% chance I win or whatever, but I need to like pick up the cards because we have got to play game number 3 if I'm going to actually win. Yeah. It's like, one part that we don't talk about control, sure, like playing really quickly is one thing. The other thing is just acknowledging when you're going to lose and how valuable that time you can get for the game 3. So looking to the sideboard, what do you like sideboarding in against an Azorius control mirror as the Yorion player? Yeah, so as a year-round player, we saw those Chrome Host Sea Sharks. Those are great. You just want more threats, and ones that specifically dodge Dovin's Veto is a big one. Mystical Dispute's a great card that we win as well. Narset Reversal, we talked about it earlier against Lotus Field in the day and how you can, like, pop your own spell. It's a great way to sort of hide your spell once again from this counter magic, and one of the few ways to get around Dovin's Veto. You know, you go to counter my, my counter spell or whatever, or my Memory Deluge, and I pop it back to my hand and put a counter on the stack. That's a great way to kind of get around that. Narset Parter Veils can come up a fair amount-ish. It isn't, backbreaking, but with the Yorion deck, you have 80 cards, so sometimes you just have some ones in your main deck that aren't super good, and you want to just make the swap.
Sure. And then we'll go to Ben Bates's list. As the Kahira player, what would you like to bring in against this mirror, a mirror that could go on for quite a while?
Yeah, it's actually starting. Let's head on down to the future match area. I don't want to miss anything. I'll just say second verse same as the first day. They have a lot of the same cards, a lot of the same stuff that matters.
Sure. It looks like Ben Bates just kicked off a Hallowed Moonlight, I want to say.
Yeah, that's a good sign that Ben is maybe a little light on lands. Mac might have been a little restricted on colors too, because typically, you hold the weight to get those things off stuff. Like when they go to activate the Reckless Anchorage, it might also just be Mac playing for time and just being like, "Hey, I know this is going to die at some point. I don't want to draw any lands. Let's just try this out now."
Yeah, let's just get this done quick. Yeah. I can respect that.
Yeah, we all know what's going to happen. I'm just going to do it now. Get it out of the way.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Ben has drawing into lands, which is, what you want as a control player. And there's just a lot of land goes, which obviously tends to happen in these matchups.
Yeah, and one thing that's kind of nice about the land go situation is typically when both players seem to know what's up, like Mac and Ben do here, they happens pretty quickly because both players are like, I just don't want to play a card. So they just end up playing a land and passing. And only when they have, a lot of threats and not a lot of answers does it end up changing. As we see Ben there by popping the clue, actually had to move to discard.
Yes.
Yeah. And kind of a small misstep there that probably won't be the end of the world there for Ben by popping that clue and doing that, but was something that, you have to be aware of. Oh,
no more lies. Back once again.
Yeah, and that hit a Memory Deluge. So the fact of the Exile really coming up there. So now, in the late game, Ben's not going to get back that 7 mana version of the card in order to sort of sink some mana in. And that is something that really matters in these control mirrors.
Looks like Ben is going to kick things off with the Wandering Emperor. And here comes the counter wall once again. This Dovin Vetoes is just such a good mirror breaker because just having that uncounterable clause is just so big in these matchups.
It's huge. And it's really important in lots of other matchups too, right? Like against Lotus Field, just being an uncounterable thing comes up, as a fair amount if they try to use cards like Mystical Dispute, basically forcing them to switch to different answers. So it's a format impactful card.
And speaking of effective counter spells, we've got a Mystical Dispute that's going to take this Chrome Host Sea Shark, which is a fantastic tag.
Yeah. I'm going to, puff my chest a little. I see Mac here is playing Urtai Scorn. I know that's a card that Jesse Robkin played because I convinced her to. I think it's great in these Orzhov mirrors. Like we saw Absorb earlier in the day. It's just a cheaper counterspell most of the time.
And there we go. Taidhg Scorn is going to take down this Teferi Hero Dominaria. But Ben is thinking if he wants to fight for it.
Yeah, this might be a sign to me that like Ben is. Just maybe doesn't have like a card that actually answers it and is afraid of Mac doing something like Mystical Dispute and wants to hold up, Dovin's Veto for a different card.
We'll try again. I think this one's going to stick though. Not for long, but it's going to stick.
Yeah.
And this is why Get Lost is just so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically being a counter in a lot of ways, right? Mac just said, hey, counter that card, you draw a card. Because the map tokens don't come up a ton typically in this matchup.
Yeah.
And so lets him save the Dovin's Vetoes for fighting over his own cards. I've got to say, I love that Twitch chat is obsessed that Ben looks like Ryan Reynolds. It kind of does. Once you say it, you can't unsee it. But
Yeah.
I've got my eye on your Twitch chat. I'm watching always. I just keep seeing Ryan Reynolds popping up, and
Full rhyme.
Yeah. Off the set of Deadpool 3, decided to come on down, play some Magic.
Playing a control mirror.
Yeah. See, I don't think Ryan Reynolds would play control, though. That's the thing. I feel like he'd be like,
doesn't strike me as a control gamer.
yeah, something a little cheekier, like kind of an Amalla player. Like you tap out and he gives you that devilish grin as he puts in something in. And speaking of which, the Eternal Wanderer coming down here.
Yeah. And it's going to get losted.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone gets a map token.
Yeah.
And this is quite common for control mirrors. It's just like, yep, I play a threat, I remove the threat, rinse and repeat until someone gains an advantage because someone just doesn't have the resources or the counter magic anymore. It just feels like there's a lot of back and forth, button into heads, which is kind of common for control mirrors.
Yeah. Yeah, really, it's a lot of just back and forth, like slamming answers at each other. And then eventually someone takes over.
Yeah, I feel that way whenever I play Dan Dan.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a great comparison for it.
I have said to people, if you want to get good at playing like control and just thinking about Magic, I think like playing Dan Dan is a really good place to start. It's mentally taxing because you have to remember cards and like where they are. But I think long term, it just helps you get better at just these sort of like control slugfests where you just back and forth all the time.
Agreed.
As you can tell, I'm a big Dan Dan gamer.
Yeah. And yeah, it's fun. And it looks like Maxx Grumho Seed Shark did stick there, so probably a good sign for him that Ben doesn't have any answer to it, because that would have been a good time to go for it.
Yes. Looks like we're going to float some mana. Oh, we're going to Memory Deluge. It looks like be interested to see what's in Ben's hand, because Mac is starting to stick a lot of these massive threats. So this Grumho Sea Shark's down. We have a Memory Deluge. Oh no, we just got no more lies. Never mind.
Yeah, but luckily, with the Chrome Host being on the board, we do get that 4/4 Incubate token, which means we now have 2 strings that pressure this Teferi. So,
yeah. Ben Bates cycles this Hallowed Moonlight once again just to draw a fresh card.
Yeah, and if you're Mac, I don't see any creature lands at the moment, so I think you have the green light to force the game to be about this Teferi. Only really the Wandering Emperor to worry about.
And the Wandering Emperor is down. And there's another one. And there's a No More Lies.
And you're seeing in this game, right, just how big No More Lies was compared to Make Disappear, right?
Yeah.
Like, both players have multiple times had 2 mana up and just got a No More Lies and basically have to, allow this to happen. Look, Ben is maybe wanting to fight over a little bit.
Dovin's vetoing, which is a pretty convincing answer to No More Lies.
Yeah, and I like that from Ben. It feels like he's falling really far behind, and it can be tempting to kind of hold your Dovin's veto for, maybe fighting over some high impact card for Mac. But if you just leave Mac with the Chrome Host, it's probably going to be more impactful than most things at this point in the game, because you're going to have some other fight over the course of the game.
Yeah. These Incubate tokens are starting to make an impression. We'll say I do appreciate Max foiling out of this deck. You can tell Mac really loves blue-white control if they're going to, based on the land base alone, it's just a lot of foiling out. I believe the Wandering Emperor we saw was one of the Japanese alt arts.
Yeah, the exclusive ones that are very hard to find.
Yes.
Mac, he likes these kind of decks, and he likes a little bling.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
I mean, I like a little bling. Okay, looks like Ben is going to pop off a big shark because what happened there? Just trying to.
So Ben made
Oh,
a big
it got
shark
marched.
Yes, got March of Otherworldly lighted there with the draw on the stack. So
Yeah.
nothing you could really do with it anyways. It's only a mana up.
Just wasn't familiar with that variant of March.
Mm-hmm. It's a good one.
It is a good one. It's kind of surprising that no one's drawn any manlands yet.
Yeah, but they just kind of got answered early on, right? Like we kind of saw this Field of Ruins when we were in the developing stage, and we're talking about how we're kind of rushing through it. And because there hasn't been, a bunch of like Teferi sticking around or deluges happening thanks to No More Lies, it's really made the game a lot different.
And we now have a farewell.
Yeah, and I
think it's going to exile the graveyard as well.
Yeah, I think it is. I think Mac was the one that had the deluge in the graveyard. Obviously, if Ben's the one with the deluge, then that won't be happening. But
it's an asset reversal.
Yeah, and so Mac is going to lose the cancel though, and Arset Reversal is going to put a copy of Farewell on the stack, and it is going to resolve.
Ugh. That is a hell of a play from Ben Bates there.
Yeah. Narset Reversal should be in the graveyard because it resolves putting the Farewell on the stack. Kind of a weird interaction, but does happen that way.
Yeah. That's a good way to follow up. Just play your big companion.
And we talked earlier, right, about how like we have Omen of the Sea in this matchup, and we have like Temporary Lockdown, which is really good against the aggro decks. But in this matchup too, besides just having more answers in your deck by having more cards, you just have the bigger companion. If Ben does the exact same play, it's a 3-2. Just doesn't really matter as much.
Now Ben Bates gets to resolve his own Memory Deluge, but was going to face down a Urium, but now it got lost somehow. Just went missing somewhere.
Well, up in the skies where Yorion is, it's very confusing. You don't have the same sort of ground landmarks, Take a left at the Nimbus, just doesn't hit the same like it does with the McDonald's,
Yeah. And here comes a Shock Typhoon and a big old 7/7 flying threat, which if Ben doesn't have an answer for, it's going to be pretty hard for Ben to get back in this game. But it seems like Ben just has 1,000 copies of Wandering Emperor. I think this is the third one I've seen so far. And it's always followed up with the Get Lost.
Yeah, and it's funny, right? Ben has less Emperors than Mac does. Because Mac has 80 cards, he gets to play 4 Teferi, 4 Emperor. Ben just has to play 3 and 3. But, Mac hasn't drawn any of the cards or done any of the stuff that allows him to take advantage of having those more answers because we've just been fighting over Memory Deluges the whole game.
Yes. Now Mac finally gets to play another copy of Wandering Emperor, which has managed to stick around, at least for a turn. We do have a Castle Ardenvale, which is not quite a manland, but it is something to do with that excess mana and just provide some ball presence.
Yeah, that one's going to do a good job of forcing the action, not this turn, but in like 5 turns.
Yeah. Now we have another Shark Typhoon. We're just trading sharks.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to sort of see.
Oh, there's a Hall of the Storm Giants. So that's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, that's a creature land that wins very quickly.
And there's a Restless Anchorage, which is also a pretty good creature land.
Yeah, those are if you're going to draw a land as Mac Indris, those are the lands you want to be drawing. Although, unfortunately, Mac shocked in the Hollowed Fountain for the turn to fight over Ben, if he went for any spells in response there, which makes sense and you can do in these kind of matchups, isn't as punishing as it might be in other matchups.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this from Mac.
Yeah.
X is all of it.
Everything's a shark.
Yeah. Odawara there from Ben as well, going to answer that shark, meaning, Mac, I think, is just on. Oh, picked up Teferi from the Shark Typhoon cycle. I was going to say all lands in hand, but.
Yeah. But Ben does have a shark in play, which just might be enough at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, if Ben doesn't have an answer to this Teferi, that could be something to pull it out. But it looks like Ben's looking for different stuff because he binned the Mystical Dispute. So he doesn't look for the traditional counters right now. Interesting. Looks like Mac played a Field of Ruin for turn.
But Ben does not have any manlands. He has the Castle Ardenvale, which is a fine target. There is only a one of in Ben Bates' deck.
Yeah, I think what's happening is Mac might be trying to Field of Ruin to shuffle Ben's deck so that the Shark Typhoon can't come off the top.
That is a pretty heads-up play. And it's those fine lines and nuances and control mirrors that can sometimes just win you the game.
It really is. Field of Ruin is also one of the ones you have to shuffle your deck to. Ben can't just decline. He would love, if given the option, he would love to just basically like, nah, I'll lose the land, give me the shark. But such is life.
It's a forced search. Been bit by that before, when playing against like a mill deck and they Arco trap you and then you're sad. So. There's lots going on here. It looks like we are going to play this Kahira. Because sometimes you just need to close these games out and just have a board presence. Now it's time to get aggressive. But also, Mac will have this Hall of the Storm Giants now, which is just going to be a huge threat because of the Ward. And Ward is just, like, really good in these sort of matchups.
Yeah, and Ben is going to need to find something like a Field of Ruin if we're going to easily answer that Hall of the Storm Giants.
Yeah, Ben does run 3 in his list. I don't think we've seen one yet.
No, it's a drawing life, but does also have these sharks that are basically going to force Mac to have an answer now because we're looking at lethal.
Especially with this Restless Anchorage coming in tapped as well.
Mm-hmm.
And there we go. That was a hell of a back and forth game 3, but welcome to Control Mirrors. It tends to snowball in that way. It's very... So it kind of begins where, you know, it's very play a land, pass the turn. You do that for like 6 or 7 turns, and then this snowball of I play a threat. No, I'm going to counter this threat. No, I'm going to counter me trying to play this threat. And then if you play a threat, it gets removed. And it's just very sort of back and forth, which is really fun to see when you have 2 very experienced control players that know what they're doing. I think that's a really fun way to watch Magic.
Yeah, it was a fun match. You know, like we didn't have much going on in the early game. We kind of postured and we set up for a bunch of haymakers back and forth. And both players didn't get to resolve a lot of their memory deluges earlier and had a lot of tough, picking their battles. Do they really want to fight this? Typically you don't. But it was really cool. It was really exciting to watch. It made me excited to play more Magic. And so speaking of more Magic, let's talk about some of our upcoming events because we are going around the country this year, traveling all over to bring you all Magic. First up is Minneapolis. We have a 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday. Showdowns are the things that if you win them, you're going to go to our Players Championship at the end of the year for a 24-person invitational only $30,000 prize pool. That's also a PTQ. The winner goes straight to the Pro Tour. So you're going to go and play in that event if you especially love Modern. And then Sunday, hello, Legacy lovers. We love you. we have a 5K trial there as well. So if you're someone who enjoys Legacy, you're going to want to fly out to that event as well. We do our best to support Legacy here on the NRG series, but that's not all we're going to this year when it comes to the Appalachians. We are going to Indianapolis as well. We have another Modern 10K Showdown May 11th and 12th with a team showdown on Sunday. So you're going to notice this is a double weekend, Emma. When we talk about our vernacular, showdowns mean you go to the championship, you go to the PTQ. If you win Saturday or you and your friends win Sunday on Standard Modern Pioneer, all three of you are going to go to our showdown. That gives you a little testing team locked up there. It's very exciting to see those sort of team events. I personally can't wait to cover and watch these matches of Magic.
Yeah, and personally for me, Team Magic is the best way to play Magic. I don't know if you feel similar, Mason.
It's a very fun time to go out there and play with your friends and have fun sort of, in the city, make a weekend of it. And, you all get to, rise and fall together. It's a great time.
Absolutely.
But that's going to do it for this round. We're going to take a quick break. We just hit time around a couple minutes ago as those players were finishing up. Feature matches on a different clock. So it's going to be a couple more minutes before the next round starts. So go get some water. We'll be right back. Follow the channel. Don't miss any of the action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm Emma Partlow, here with Mason Clark, and we are bringing you Pioneer Showdown coverage at the NRG Chicagoland in Illinois. Mason, let's talk about our players to watch. 3 rounds are gone now. Let's see who's warming up into this event.
Yeah, so far it's been pretty interesting. We have Andrea Mengucci at 3-0, Sean Goddard at 3-0, playing the same deck as Mengucci, and Steven Dykman at 3-0. That's going to be our main feature, playing Rakdos, Lutri. We'll get down to that in just a second. Those players are shuffling up. But we have Roger Suleiman, Pivo, Dominic Harvey, Derek Davis, all at 2-1. Calcano got the bye to go up to 1-2. Congratulations to Calcano. The start of the comeback here. These players are all very live for our top 8 stones. We're very excited to see as the day progresses. But our feature match is Steven Dykman playing Rakdos Lutri, a staple of the Pioneer metagame.
Yeah. Apparently, Steven Dykman can play with a ham sandwich of cards and still go undefeated in a day of playing Magic because he's just that good at Magic.
Yeah, as it does look like those players are finishing up here with the mulligans. But, this is like probably our toughest NRG we've ever had player-wise. Yeah. The Pro Tour being in town has just brought in so many strong players from all over the world. We talked about Andrea Mengucci just a second ago. And, Dykman just 3-0. He is our player of the year last year and our players champion of last year as well, winning the event. He is going to be playing in that Pro Tour next weekend, thanks to qualifying via our events.
Yeah, and it's kind of a flex, right, to come to this event that's, a week before the Pro Tour that you've qualified for, and you've just gone, you know what I'm going to play this weekend? I'm going to play Rakdos Lutri. It's such a flex, and to go 3-0 in that process.
Yeah, and he's playing such limited bangers, too, as Sunset Pyramid in his deck today. To be extra, he is playing Bankbuster, Maze Mind Toad, and Sunset Pyramid to be like the Reckoner Bankbuster slot of normal.
Jeez, that is impressive. You've got to be digging deep after a while.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Steven Dykman is up against Mono White Humans. So we talked earlier about how Boros Convoke is the best aggressive deck. Yet Mono White Humans today is 3-0 so far. So what could play into that? Why is, Mono White Humans doing so well so far?
Yeah, and so for Ty here, it's sort of probably a mixture of a few things. One, it's not like Humans is bad, right? Like, it's still solid. Convoke is just probably a little bit better across the board. But even if you're not the 100% optimal thing in a theoretical computer world, you can still do well and succeed. We see Dykman here playing Rakdos Lutri, for example. I have to assume this is not the... Even if Rakdos Lutri is the best deck in Pioneer, I find it hard to believe that Dykman nailed it on the first go of all the one-ups, right? You're just going to sometimes be able to, overpower people. And Mono White Humans does have some really good draws. 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, 1,000% plus Brave the Elements. That sort of draw we saw dominate Pioneer for a long time. And Ty's deck is probably just doing a very similar thing to that as we'll see the game progress here.
Absolutely. And it looks like Steven Dykman's kept a pretty strong hand of that Reckoner Bankbuster, Smuggler's Copter, and I believe I saw a Shield of the Apocalypse in there as well. So it feels very Rakdos mid-range, but only one option.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little bit in round one, kind of in joke and jest, but like it's true. Kind of the idea behind Lutri decks is that you play a lot of similar cards to what you would normally play that are slightly different. Sometimes that's beneficial, sometimes it's a negative. But then when the real get is that your Lutri is 2 copies of 1 card later in the game.
Absolutely. So Taidhg kicks things off with a Kythian hero of Aggro. Steven's just going to play a tap blood crypt. So Ty's going to get in for a little bit of damage here, which is what you want to do as the mono white player. And that is a pretty good backup. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben is a fantastic card here. And given the amount of non-creature spells that I imagine Steven Dykman is running in his Rakdos Lutri list. So Ty just gets really aggressive here with this Thalia and Kythian. Steven's kind of weighing up if he's going to trade his Inti away to stem some bleeding, but Inti is a really good card just to keep around.
Yeah, Inti does this really awesome thing of like allowing you to like apply pressure to your opponent while drawing cards, which is typically not something you get to do. Now, you don't always have your cards line up perfectly. You only get them for the turn, but it is a great way to convert extra lands or resources that might not be great in this matchup somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we see the get lost there from Ty. This is kind of a new addition to the mono white decks. We saw them start playing Ossification, or actually around 1 year ago today when Pro Tour Aldi 1 happened. I think it's just a day off from that anniversary. And get lost sort of a better version of that effect for this deck. The map tokens sometimes can bite you by giving your opponent +1 counters, but for the most part, just being an instant that can answer other things as well is really huge.
Also, Steven Dykman gets to use his own map tokens that he won from last season's success at the NRG Series. So Ty continues to get aggressive here. We do want to apologize about the camera glaring in and out. Our production team is working on it, so please do bear with us while we solve that.
Yeah, there's something got messed up and it happens.
Yeah, technology. Not much we can do, unfortunately. But Ty has a really aggressive clock here. We have a recruitment officer, which is really good if you decide to flood out on some lands. And is threatening to flip this Kythian next turn.
Yep. It kind of looks like there's a club party going on right now at the NRG, like the music's bumping, bomp, bomp, bomp.
People are so excited to see this Lutri deck. I blame Lutri for this.
Yeah. This never happened when Lutri was off screen. That's all I'm saying.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Follow the money,
For the few minutes we had Lutri on in one of our rounds, it was fine.
Yeah. But honestly, it was only 1 turn. It might have been happening then, and we just, didn't notice.
For sure. But you can see Steven Dykman is just thinking about his turns, thinking about how to survive here. While he is on 14 life, which is a decent amount, that will go down fairly quickly if there isn't a way to stem this bleeding. So we have a Shoulder of the Apocalypse, which is a really good way to recoup some life, pending that Ty doesn't have a get lost to immediately deal with it. Also works really nicely with this Reckoner Bankbuster.
Just a nice little combo. So we're going to come to the booth here. Let's get my face on camera. That's the people are here to see. We all know it. We're going to pause the match. We're going to give them a time extension, and we're going to fix it real quick because basically we need to turn the camera off and on. It seems like maybe a setting was bumped at something between the rounds. So that's going to fix that for y'all. And honestly, you wanted to see me. We're here. How are we doing, Emma?
I'm doing great. I get to see a Lutri deck, and we're right back into it now. So Mason got his 5 seconds of spotlight, and now we are back. And it seems to be the camera is back to normal. So hopefully we can get some things going. Oh, I spoke too soon. But
nope.
Camera issues aside, Ty, you can tell that Ty is just being aggressive because cool, you have a Sheldred, I have a Border Threats, and I have a Kithian that's just going to turn into a Gideon.
Yep. And these players are going to start sideboarding. And while they're doing that, we're trying to get that taken care of as well. But let's pull up the sideboards here and let's talk about what might be going on here. Because I think Dykman might have a couple unique cards.
I mean, a couple is a stretch, right?
Yeah, that's, you know what? It's true. It's all of them.
Where do you even start here, Mason? Like, what do you hope to bring in / what do you hope to see? Because obviously there's one card, like you're not seeing multiples here. It's really interesting deck building.
Yeah, it's an interesting puzzle to solve. So he actually has some really smart things. We talked about this before. We're trying to double up, right? So you have Rending Volley and Raven Feeblement. That's going to be sort of our 1 mana answer to white aggressive creatures. We also have Noxious Grasp. It's a 2 mana answer, but that doubles up against control decks. So we'll probably see all those cards come in. Anger of the Gods and Languish and Path to Peril are all in our sideboard. So we're going to probably see multiples of those cards come in as well. Kalitas is a card we saw players actually play as a one-of back in the day. Perfectly, we only have one here. That's going to be a good card to stabilize against these aggro decks and let us build up the zombies. Hidetsu Consumes All, something I can see on the play as a way to answer multiple 1-drops. And I want to give a shout-out, by the way, to Erebos, God of the Dead, somehow finding its way into Steven Dykman's sideboard. Just was the card we needed for the matchups. Your opponent can't gain life. Is very strong against Amalla and gives you the card draw engine you actually need against them as well. So a very unique and clever solution to a problem with the Lutri life we're living.
And let's go to Ty's sideboard with the mono white humans. So Mason, what do you like here on the draw as the mono white humans player?
4 wedding announcements. Slap those bad boys into your deck. They fix every matchup against Rakdos decks, clearly. No, but jokes aside, that is a card that is typically your go-to in these spots. It gives you just a lot of bodies, turns your threats later in the game into much better threats. And I have to imagine that Dykman's deck might weirdly have an answer to it that normally you don't have. Like, we might have something like Feed the Swarm in our deck just to, like, you know, reach our 60 unique cards with Lutri. I'll have to take a glimpse of that in a second. But it's still going to be very powerful. And if Dykman draws some of his weaker or more conditional or out-of-place cards, the wedding announcements are going to do a really good job of running you over, because if gone unanswered, they are really good against these Rakdos decks. But they are definitely not a lights-out card, as some players act like they are.
Yeah. Plus, they are better in multiples as well if the game goes long enough. If Dykman isn't able to draw, you know, his very different named removal spells against the humans deck, it can just easily snowball out of control. Yeah,
it is very easy that to happen. As our players are finishing up sideboard here in a second, we'll be back into our feature match area. But yeah, you know, this mono white deck, when we look at it, hasn't got a whole lot of new cards when I'm taking a peek to it. But just, you know, being powerful, proactive threats is a really good place to be, typically in the format. So, you know, puts people to the test, right? Like, even if your deck isn't the best positioned, if I go 1, 2, 3, you know, and those are the correct ones against you, it's going to be really hard for you to stabilize.
Yeah, and with the introduction of Get Lost from the Lost Canvas at Ixalan, that's just a slight upgrade, but that upgrade is enough in some cases, which is much better than the ossification, as you mentioned before. While Mono White Humans doesn't have any, you know, big upgrades from Murders of Karlov Manor, it still does that thing, and it still does it pretty well, which is just deploying a curve and just turning sideways.
Yeah, for sure. And those players are almost done sideboarding, and yeah, like, just one thing that I think is underappreciated by players is how low a fail rate creatures have, right? If I play a creature, it's like drawing a shock every turn, right? So if you don't have something to stop those creatures, I am just like hitting you over and over and over again, essentially drawing that same card, and it builds up really quickly, and that's what the human deck likes to do.
Absolutely. And looks like we are back to the feature match area. Hopefully we have our camera issues sorted and we can get into game 2.
Yep. I'll be honest. I can see the players shuffling when we're talking, and earlier I said they're almost done. They've been shuffling for a while. I'm just gonna call it like I see it. Their decks are thoroughly randomized.
Yeah.
This behind the coverages, I can see a little corner. When I'm talking, I know what they're ready. It's how I'm ready to do it so quickly.
Let's see what players open up here, and hopefully, I'm more interested to see what Steven Dykman opens, just because this Lutri deck is just wild.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Dykman's just playing a Blood Crypt, and Taidhg does not have a turn 1 play, which is not the best that you want as an aggressive player. You just want to deploy that clock as soon as possible.
Might be a good sign that Ty has cards like Thalia, like Wedding Announcement, things that are going to cause big problems for Dykman.
Yeah, and speaking of Thalia drops down, but Steven Dykman does have this Smuggler's Copter, a recently unbanned card in Pioneer. Mason, what are your thoughts on that unbanning of Smuggler's Copter?
It has been a pretty big shakeup to the format. Even though it's not every deck plays it all the time, it has been a really great ad for aggressive decks. And we've seen versions of Rakdos pop up that play this card and NT as an example, as a way to be much more aggressive. We saw Derek Pike earlier in the day playing, Reckon or Bankbuster. But it is something that, gives you a lot of selection when you're playing your games.
And Ty plays a Anointed Peacekeeper here as a way to just see what Steven Dykman's up to and trying to figure out what the hell is in his hand. So it looks like we have an Archfiend Dross, Torch of the Tower, looks like a Seasoned Pyromancer, and a Sulphurous Springs.
Mm-hmm.
Not Seasoned Pyromancer, Young Pyromancer.
You're all good. Seasoned Pyromancer would be one Dykman would be very happy to have in this deck until the deck check came. Then he'd get a little unhappy.
Yeah. Those borderless arts will look similar to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, looks like Archfiend of Dross is the pick here, which makes sense. Mono White has a hard time dealing with that outside of the Get Lost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and typically you want to try and name like the most expensive thing that you can to kind of compound that, right? Like Dykman's best play next turn would be to slam that as well. So now if we want to, get that down sooner, we're going to need to sacrifice stuff like our Smuggler's Copter, which is a pretty real cost.
Yeah. Smuggler's Copter is the kind of card you would love to just keep around. Here comes the Young Pyromancer, and we've got this Torch of the Tower. She's probably going to take out this Thalia.
Yeah, a little uncharacteristic for Dykman here.
Yeah, like Dykman seems to be... Dykman strikes me as the kind of player that just knows what they're doing at all times and doesn't really deliberates things and goes back on things. But he's not quite sure here. Yeah,
I would say typically, I guess he's trying to incite a double block here.
Yeah. Looks like we're just trying to dig a little deeper with the Smuggler's Copter.
And if you're Ty, you've got to have alarms on. Like, wait, what was he going to play in his main phase? What would he care about playing? Here
comes the pen. Things are serious when there's a pen. And here comes the torch. And we get an elemental token out of the deal as well, which is it's nice value just to have on when you're playing against a humans deck that tends to have a lot of low toughness stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at worst it's going to chump block. At best it's going to trade. And that can be a really hard spot for Ty if they start falling further and further behind.
And we have an Adeline. This is a pretty good top deck. So can Steven Dykman answer this Adeline? That's probably going to get very aggressive next turn. So we have a Soccer Zone. We have a Hidetsugu who consumes all, which is not a bad top deck usually, but it just doesn't do too much here, unfortunately.
Yeah, we talked about how, because of the awkwardness, we're just going to have to bring in some cards that are sometimes going to be great and sometimes going to be weird. I think this is a good example of that. But luckily, Smuggler's Copter is a good one to kind of help fix that awkwardness.
Absolutely. This young pyromancer is doing in some work.
It's funny, Dykman has Lutri as the companion. That's the whole joke. No, but the actual funny thing is, if we draw like a 1-mana answer, we might want to wait a turn because we can pick up Lutri and then use Lutri with the 1-mana answer to clean up both creatures on the next turn. / a potential future problem that Ty might be presenting.
Yeah. We all want to just see Lutri in play and do Lutri things.
Lutri 9 cards in hand, if you think about it. Just don't think too hard.
Yeah. So it looks like Dykman drew a mountain off that Smuggler's Copter, and he's just thinking about what to discard here.
Yeah, I love this discard the spell. This lines you up with double land in hand. Once Soakin's in, which you can maybe use to get some extra value, draw another land. But now you're just 1 land away from the Archfiend to draw, and you get to pick up the Lutri if you want it. But it looks like Dykman doesn't. Maybe trying to bluff something. Does have stuff like Hive of the Eye Tyrant, etc. Not in play currently, but looks like I guess the Sokinzen is really what's happening here.
Yeah. So Kenzen into Archfiend of the Dross isn't a bad way to go, especially. We'll see what Ty does. Will there be another Thalia? I will say Ty has a great choice of basics.
They're very nice.
Odyssey block has some pretty sweet basics.
Looks like.
Oh, here comes the Thalia. Not that's going to do a whole lot, but hey, it's a 2/1 with First Strike.
Yeah, it feels like Ty maybe has like a 3-drop in hand or something that we were consider playing over the Thalia, but decided just to present this Thalia to make things awkward in case, Archfiend draws plus something else tries to come down on a future turn.
Yeah, and considering Steven Dykman discarded that Hidetsugu, maybe Ty thinking, hey, Dykman must have some spells or something because Hidetsugu is like a fairly good card here. Why would he wouldn't want to keep lands, right? So maybe that's part of the thought process. Yeah,
makes a ton of sense. Also, if Dykman's not picking up the Lutri, he probably means he has something to use his mana on, right?
And looks like Adeline does get in, so Dykman goes down to 17. Ty is on 11, and that is nothing to sniff at, especially with the Smuggler's Copter that can just keep chipping in because humans doesn't have a really good way of dealing with flyers.
And speaking of flyers, Emma, Archfiend of Dross is a big flyer.
It's a very big flyer indeed. I feel like Steven is thinking if he wants to crack this Sokazan for some spirit tokens. He is very much in the tank, which happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I think what's happening is, do I want to loot with the Copter before I play the Dross? And if I play the Dross, I probably want to attack with the, Graveyard Glutton so that you lose 2 life if you chump block.
Yeah. And we're just going to go with the Archfiend of Dross here. Makes a ton of sense as Ty is on 11 life. You also have 1 big flying flare, and you also have the Smuggler's Copter. This young Pyromancer is doing a really good job of crewing that throughout this game.
It also is it's a safe spot to develop. Dykman saw the get lost earlier, but now with Thalia in play, you know that you can't get sort of heavy tempoed by the Dross. Well, it looks like he's not attacking. He wants to just play a bit more defensively here.
Sure.
Might be afraid of something like Brave the Elements, naming black there and just alpha striking in.
Yeah. Although, looking at Ty's list, he doesn't run any Brave the Elements.
Yeah, and that's some of the upside you get about playing these older decks, right? Sometimes your deck
Yeah.
updates and changes, and your opponent's used to playing against the older one, where it made a lot of sense to play Brave the Elements in a format where Mono Green's one of the best deck, you know?
Yes.
But
As
not
you
so
would
much
know,
more.
Mason.
Big Mono Green fan.
Looks like Adeline continues to get in the red zone. Or no, maybe not. We are at that period in the game where we're just thinking about maths and combat and can I survive?
Mm-hmm.
I will say though, this Lutri deck is pretty sweet. And it's kind of wild to me to see two Lutri decks do well in back-to-back events, because Collins Mullen did pretty well at RC Denver with a Lutri build as well in Modern.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lutri, like we talked about at the top of the show, a little underexplored in the current metagame. Like, just in general, I should probably say even beyond metagames, where it's just like, it is hard to iterate on the deck because there's obviously, you literally can only play one. It's hard to get a lot of, feedback on the stuff. But I think players are starting to get it a little bit about like how you're supposed to build them. And like we talked about, Lutri is the 8th card in hand as the companion, but it unlocks some of that 9th card when you're able to cast those cheap spells. And, we've talked a lot about removal in this format, and other formats too. You're copying things like expressive iteration is really strong. So I'm interested to see sort of how things develop over time. And if Dykman ends up expanding to like a 3rd color, maybe just to get, a couple splash cards. Because your mana base is allowed to have multiples. That is one thing I think lots of people forget about Lutri, is it's the spells in the deck.
Yeah. Like you can have a pretty strong mana base and just lots of one-offs.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get to see Lutri in play this game, but we're in a tense point of combat. It looks like Steam's gonna block with this Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the eats in combat and just get hit by the Adeline.
Yep.
And have the Dross trigger, put Ty, down to 7, and then hope to use like a kill spell to kill the last thing after Dross connects for lethal.
We also get a trigger of the Smuggler's Copter this way as well,
which is nice.
Will Ty kick off this Get Lost? Or does he have something else? Oh, we have an Aganjo.
Actually pretty huge there that we have the Aganjo. Yeah. Just losing 2 less life is pretty big, and it looks like we didn't have many other plays that matter, and the Aganjo, matters a bit against Graveyard Glutton, but not a ton.
Yeah. Nice that Ty could pay the 1 mana for it thanks to the Adeline in play. Channel is just such a sweet ability. I'm glad it came back.
It is nice. And we're seeing, Dykman, if it had a kill spell, would have lethal if the kill spell resolved, thanks to the Graveyard Glutton and the Archfiend of Dross's trigger. I mean, maybe picking up the looting. No, we're boo.
Boo.
Yeah, and thanks to the Thalia, Dykman now knows that there's nothing to really worry about because, Brave the Elements would have been used now. Our opponent loses 2 life from the Dross down to 7. Glutton's going to eat the 2 creatures down to 5. That's going to be game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, then we go to game 3 with Rakdos Lutri versus Mono White Heathens.
Yeah, and we're kind of saw.
Okay.
No, I was just gonna say, that game we saw like Dykman sort of be constricted a little bit, but I think the biggest thing was Tide not having that early pressure, missing on the kind of like turn 1, and only having like a Thalia. Just didn't line up well with the hand that we saw Dykman have.
Yeah, it was kind of a tense match. There was a lot of in the tank. I need to think about combat mass that you wouldn't often see in a matchup like this. Granted, Rakdos Lutri is a very unique deck that we barely seen anything on coverage before. But there was a lot of small decisions that could have lost Dykman the game, but I think Dykman played that really well. The young Pyromancer did a really good job of just throwing the copter and just chipping away, trying to find what Dykman needs. Getting rid of the Hidetsuku was a really smart play, allowing, keeping the lands, playing the Archvenadros, which inevitably won the game.
Yeah, it was a really good sort of macro level game plan of like, okay, how am I going to win this? I need something like Dross. I need to apply pressure, right? My opponent's just going to present this never-ending flood of creatures. And, the normal Rakdos deck doesn't have enough answer spells to answer everything. Yeah. Lord knows I can't. So let's try and, maneuver in that way. And I was going to be interested to see how the players want to play game number 3 as well. And, how Ty's adapting to this Lutri deck, right? There's got to be a lot of question marks about, okay, like, is cut down the extra kill spell? Is it, Bloodchief's Thirst? Is it, what's happening here? How's Dykman making it work?
Yeah, like, how do you even sideboard against, like, a Lutri deck that just has all these weird one-offs? It's like, it's really hard to, like, prepare yourself for, right? Like, all you can do is kind of just be aggressive. And, with Ty now on the play, you just want that curve. I don't think you can afford to miss a turn 1 play against a deck like this. That is just bred with removal spells, interaction, and then this, like, Rakdos mid-range game plan of, I'm going to kill all your stuff, and then I'm just going to play my big Archvenadros for the win.
Yeah, I think, you mentioned, like, how you're supposed to play on it. My guess is that you just assume all the good cards are there, but there's only one. And then you just assume what's the second best version of those cards and the third best. And that's going to be the stuff for the main deck. And then the sideboard's just, well, what's the second best? You know what I mean? Like, Kalidas, sort of worse than Archfiend and Shieldred, but we see it made to the deck, Alcazat's kind of, worse than, all these cards, but sort of something we have in our main deck as a way to grind in the mirror matches. So just kind of, I would imagine, it requires a lot of depth of knowledge in the format, which is a big ask for players. Not all players study all the decks going on. They kind of try to learn and master their one deck, which can be very fruitful. As we've seen, Zoe Riederman was, undefeated playing the Convoke deck here. But maybe she might struggle against other decks like this, and other players will as well, because they don't know all the cards and they don't have even an idea of, like, an inkling of a card to play around.
Right. And as mentioned at the top of the show, we talked about how Pioneer has been on the back burner for such a long time. So for a lot of people, they're coming back into Pioneer for the first time in a few months. A new set's come out. Ixalan's came out. So that knowledge of cards might not be as strong as it was like 2-3 months ago. Thus, playing against a Lutri deck that's just playing all these similar versions of the same cards that just came out in recent sets. That knowledge, that lack of just, not playing a lot of Pioneer might hinder you, just because the competitive circle is mostly modern and standard right now.
Agreed. And what's got me wondering is, I wonder if Dykman put any of the Surveil lands in this deck, speaking of the new sets coming out, just because when you have Surveilling, right, like, you want to actually, like, get some agency and the ability to control your draw step. And when you have a bunch of one-ups, you want to make sure you find the right thing. It looks like he did, decide not to play any of those this weekend, but that's an interesting thing to see as well. He's playing 3 Hive of the Eye Tyrants this weekend. Yeah. Maybe he's supposed to play 1 Surveil land. I have no idea. It's just literally off the cuff thinking, like, hey, I got to find the right cards in the right spot. So
I can see it. Yeah. The Surveil lands are pretty sweet. Anyway, let's go back to the feature match area. It seems the players are decided their money, decided their hands, and we are cracking away. So Ty has that all-important 10-1 play with the Kithian hero of Akros. And we'll see what Dykman wants to do here. Okay, I believe I see the Smuggler's Copter in hand, which is a really nice card to hit every time. I think that's it. Hot still. But yep, here comes the Cut Down, which is a pretty damn good card in Standard. A card that we'll probably see quite a lot tomorrow in the Standard event tomorrow. And now it goes back to Dykman, where looks like he's getting a bit heavy on lands. We do have a young Pyromancer that we saw do a lot of work last game. And it looks like we're just going to crack out a Blood Type Harvester, which is pretty good at dealing with these lower toughness threats that humans has a lot of.
Yeah, it sort of, lets you answer something like a Thalia underneath her. Normally she, like, taxes you or your opponents, I should say, and sort of even if she dies, she sort of was like a stumbling block for them developing. Blood Type Harvester gets around that, and also, can just block you. Let's say we're going to kill this recruitment officer now. We can just trade, and if not, we can also start attacking for a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Also, worth noting, Emma, we normally have 2 so we can kill stuff like Adeline. We know there's not a second one coming.
Yeah. And speaking of Adeline, Ty plays an Adeline, and it looks like it's going to push in for a lot of damage unless Dykman has the appropriate removal spell to deal with this. Really powerful threat is what makes humans just so good, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Adeline is just a very, very strong threat at taking over games, and it's something that is, we have seen the power of time and time again of an unchecked one just runs over the game out of nowhere.
I do love that Dykman just played a Noxious Grasp, which is really good against mono white creatures. It's just very appropriate for this certain situation.
Yeah, and that's the thing that normally you probably wouldn't see that card. We might have like 3 or something to fight a certain matchup, but we need a card that covers control as well. And
Dykman just drew a fantastic answer in Anger of the Gods, being able just to sweep up the board. But here comes another Adeline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's hard for the traditional Rakdos deck to answer Adeline's consistently like this.
Yeah.
Dykman, who sometimes, like we mentioned, sometimes the cards line up a bit better than they normally would. Sometimes they line up a bit worse, right? Cut down better against Lorraine than Fatal Pushes typically, but a little worse here. Inversely, cut down actually be great here. Bad example, but you get the idea. Sometimes the cards don't line up great.
Yeah, we talked about that with the Hida Suku in the last game.
Yep.
So it looks like.
Honestly, I'm just gonna say it. I want Dykman, play the copter, play your land, pick up the Lutri. Next turn, stomp Lutri, copy the stomp, call it a day.
Oh, that would
see
be chef's kiss. We want some actual Lutri action.
Yeah.
Free the elemental otter.
The real question is, does it make a copy of the Bone Crusher Giant? I know the answer is no, but I'll bait chat a little bit before I tell the answer.
Get some engagement.
Yeah. It looks like Dykman hates fun.
I think Dykman likes winning, as evident from last season.
Yeah, the enemy of fun, as it were.
I mean, that's what you get for being a player of the year and the 2023 NRG champs, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is an interaction I had not seen before. This game that is pretty punishing here for Adeline is you just basically get to loot with your copter every time.
Yep, and now here comes the wedding announcement, which we talked about during sideboarding, about how this card is backbreaking, often against Rakdos midrange, and it's likely going to snowball out of control here.
Yeah,
we also have a judge call quickly.
Yeah, so 2 creatures attacked because of Adeline. But I think how it works is Adeline puts one in tapped and attacking, if I remember correctly, which wedding announcement for some reason doesn't see as the same. So they're just double checking to make sure that, Ty will get a 1/1 human instead of drawing a card. It is a weird wording situation. I personally can't remember the exact ruling, but it's something that happens typically in Pioneer a long time ago, and it's been a while since it came up. So I think everyone's just getting a reminder that is how it works, because it is a odd interaction. Yeah.
Considering we haven't had any meaningful Pioneer events for a while, some of these rulings can be a little bit rusty. So it's good to just call a judge if you're not sure.
Yeah. Can't hurt. And Twitch chat can't help but tell us exactly how the rules work. Joke's on them, though. I can't read. So, bunch of hieroglyphics over here telling me.
Yeah.
Dykman, pick up the Lutri.
We want to see the Lutri. Come on.
Oh, I see him looking in the corner.
Yes!
Let's go! I swear to God, if he loots away this Lutri, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to cut to the other back.
I don't know if there's an otter emote, but can we get some otters in the chat?
Yeah, there's got to be an otter emote. The real question is,
treat.
you know.
Also, Farley as lieutenant is going to be a pretty nice one here. Just adding more, like making Adeline almost unkillable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting make here too from Ty. Had the option to attack with the 1/1 token that recently became a 2/2 in exchange of guaranteed push damage. You know, that way the Smuggler's Copter can't just eat the 1/1. Oh, ever get lost.
Yep. The Smuggler's Copter told to go away, so it's going away. Flying off to another place.
It's interesting. Ty will get to draw a card now with the mono white, but not always is drawing a card actually better than getting the 1/1 when we have stuff like Adeline, like Sally's Lieutenant. So it's a real decision point there from Ty, but they think the get lost helps move the needle a lot.
Oh, we have to crack this Bone Crusher Giant right now. This stomp. No fun Lutri shenanigans.
I believe in the top of Dykman's deck.
So do I. There's so much nonsense. I just want to see all of it.
Yeah, honestly, Dykman has the Exodia combo of Lutri with Extinction of it, naming both even and odd still on the table.
Oh.
So
now that's pod racing.
Yeah.
Do you think Dykman's just drawn another land, though? I believe it's the red-black pathway.
Perfect for my Extinction event line. We need 7 mana, Emma, and we're at 5. We're so close. I wonder, I mean, Lutri copying a Languish too, you know?
Oh, there's so many fun things you can do. Are you, let's be honest, Mason, are you going to like build a Lutri deck now after this show?
I have a serialized Lutri, so I've been known to game. Let's just put it that way, you know?
Very serious.
Yeah.
What number is it?
132, something like that. I don't know, 134.
Okay. Just no unique association with the number. You just wanted a serialized Lutri.
Yep. Exactly. Nice. Just wanting, you know, I'm a believer in Lutri. Let's put it that way. You know, just it might be a long timeline, and that's okay. I'm willing to wait.
I'm also becoming a believer of Lutri especially after today.
Yeah.
Going 3-0 with a Lutri deck is no easy feat. Let's be honest.
It's true. And one thing to keep in mind too, chat, is recently we had companion rules change as well. So you can have your companion in a different sleeve as long as you have an extra sleeve with you. And also, once you announce your companion, it is assumed to be that way for the remainder of the match. So if you're playing, you know, this Lutri deck, that's a big one. Yeah, that's a card that can make us buy back our Lutri and then copy another spell. But, you know, once you announce Lutri, you're assumed to have Lutri until you say otherwise. And in Dykman's deck, that means just one time. So kind of a nice little, you know, quality of life improvement recently with the rules, which we love to see.
That is really good. I did not know that. I will put my Gigantha in a different sleeve then when I play Convoke.
Okay, Twitch chat's telling me that I can't have 132 because they have 132, and so now I'm going to check this because I'm my Lutri right next to me. I'll let chat know in 2 seconds.
Oh my god!
Please hold.
Mason's just lying to you all.
259. I wasn't close.
That's not even close.
Yeah. Also, my Karuga, Yumori, Kahira, and Yorion are not 132 either. I was not right on any of them. I might have a collection of serialized companions. Who's to say? Who's to say?
Who is to say? Oh, looks like we have another Farley's Lieutenant coming in. Ty's just going to slowly... Granted, only got a few creatures on board, but this will slowly snowball out. But to be honest, I'm really looking forward to seeing Lutri and Colligan's command. That just sounds like a great time.
Honestly, it's infinite value. We talk about Lutri being your 9th card. If you pick it up with the Colligan's command, it becomes your 11th card.
Yeah.
Honestly, I kind of like just not attacking here.
Okay.
And just growing our things bigger with the wedding announcement, because I believe I'm sorry. We would still be tradable. Excuse me. Pardon me. I thought we would be bigger than the giant plus season Pyromancer in the future. We would not be. Actually, do like this attack a lot, given that.
Okay. It's not going to take long for this wedding announcement to flip either.
As we do see some thinking here. It's interesting, too, because now with the Lutri, right, you could see something like trade here at the Adelaine and then get lost. Oh, sorry, I call that. Sorry. Cast your Kolaghan's Command, shoot down the Thalia's Lieutenant, right? Pick back up these cards. And then your Lutri won't get Lutri back off Kolaghan's Command, but you actually kind of have like a good amount-ish of value.
Yeah. I just think Dykman's figuring out the best way to survive this turn.
Yeah,
so we can live the Lutri dream next turn. So it looks like we are dealing with the Adeline because it is just going to snowball out of control. But this wedding announcement does flip over. So Taidhg gets a nice +1/+1 buff to his creatures.
Yeah, and that is going to matter for things like Stomp here. It's going to be much harder for it to catch some of the creature in Ty's deck as well, which, we could be seeing coming out here. Some of the Kolaghan's Command.
We're going to play Lutri.
I think we're doing it, Emma. I think we're Kolaghan's Commanding with Lutri.
Yes. Are you happy now, Mason?
I'm very happy. So it looks like we shot everything at the Thalia's Lieutenant, and we're buying back Bone Crusher Giant plus one of the other creatures. Oh, looks like we decided Season Fire. Sure.
I thought Blood Type Harvester could have been a consideration as well.
I think he put it in the front of his graveyard. It looks like he was trying to figure out, do I want to have these extra 1/1s or the ability to rummage with the blood? Pretty close either way, but ends up going the other direction.
Lutri's on blocking duty.
Yeah, it's a shame we didn't, have something like some other kill spell, then we could Kolaghan's Command back to Lutri, but such is life.
Yeah. Lutri got a lot of value there.
Oh, Molten Collapse, I think was the draw.
Yeah, I think it was a Molten Collapse.
That is a big one.
That is a big one.
Bigger with Lutri, but I'm over it.
Hey, we can make some elemental tokens. It's not quite the same, but it helps. This young Pyromancer is going to do a good job of shoring up some aggression. Ty does have a Castle Arden Veil as well, which is worth noting. Just being able to make a constant stream of 2/2s is just going to be so relevant in the late game. Although Dykman does have a Hive of the Eye Tyrant, which we'll probably get in the aggressive zone fairly soon.
Yeah, and it's looking like Dykman's deciding if he wants to just hard cast the Bone Crusher Giant or Stomp. I have to imagine he needs to Stomp just given how little life he has, but it's definitely not the play you want to make. You want to be making the 4/3.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you mentioned, this castle is going to be huge, and especially we're up to something. The 4 life means that, we're basically getting to a point where really quickly all these are going to be lethal for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, right. And Dykman just has to keep churning spells to make tokens with this young Pyromancer just to keep in the game. That is a Languish, I believe, which is not the best card right now. Bone Crusher Giant does a good job at shoring some aggression, but I would be surprised if this Sokuzan gets exchanged for 2 spirit tokens.
Yeah, Dykman has had oh my goodness, Dykman, you got I was going to say he has had so much patience on the channeling of the Sokens in this entire match.
Would have been a good time to do it.
Yeah, it feels like that would have freed up our mana a little bit, but Looks like Dykman
Unless Dykman could be seeing something that we don't. But
yeah, I think he's trying to basically maybe hope to get Taidhg to extend a bunch and then maybe use something to kill the Bone Crusher Giant. Then he'll like Sokensen channel block and then Languish to clean up and hope to go the distance from there. But it's a huge ask still. And really we need something like Archfiend to Dross to come off the top so that we can clean up the battlefield and with the Languish and actually do a bunch of damage to Taidhg.
Yeah.
But
Dykman's not in the best position here. And when you're just letting the white player just go to basically pass the turn and make tokens, it's another hopeful initiate.
Yeah, and Dykman is really close to being attacked down here. And this makes me think that Dykman's probably going to use Languish.
Yes.
I wonder. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say use the Languish, then maybe, use the Sokozan as just something like post-board wipe. Even then, that doesn't feel really strong when you're still going to be dealing with a bunch of tutus and you're on 4 life.
Yeah, just that is the power of the castle here. It's just every single turn is going to be an issue. I wonder if Dykman has to like attack with this Bone Crusher Giant first or something. I don't know. Like we need to like get some damage in because we drew Deep Cavern Bat. So if we can like Languish and then Deep Cavern Bat and then draw like our NT, we can maybe race for a little bit. But it is going to be like not an easy task.
Especially when you're running nothing but one-offs in your deck. Adeline's a good hit.
Yeah, that was a really good one.
That's a really good hit. Don't think it's going to do too much against these tutus, though. And the bat is going to disappear. And
honestly,
get lost.
This get lost, if we're not dead on the board, I don't know the exact amount of attackers. There looks to be 6 attackers with Adeline being up to 7. They're all lethal. Sokensen only makes 4 blockers. We're at 4 life. We look to be dead. Our patience kind of came back to bite us here a little bit, but definitely a spot where if Dykman lives, the map tokens could matter, but I think Dykman's just going to die. I think we're just going to slime everything. Yeah. And I think Dykman was just a little too patient there.
Yeah, I feel like not cracking that Sokozan earlier may have costed him.
Yeah, it looks like he has some amount of kill spells and stuff, but still the Adeline's going to survive this Languish. And now the Languish is less effective. And we're having to use, things like Raven Feeblement on that instead of Rang to finish off the Adeline. And so, it's hard to know in the moment to do things like, I'm just going to Languish here and put the bat in and hope to race, but sometimes it goes that way.
Yeah, even though we did see the really sick Lutri play of, Lutri into Colligan's command, I don't think it's going to be quite enough. But hey, at least we got to see the fun thing.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess if Dykman draws something like Extinction Event, we could make like one of those cards could be really good. But I don't know. Maybe the actual trick is Dykman needs to just draw something that kills like the last couple damage to Adeline. And then there's going to be one turn where Taidhg doesn't present lethal with the wedding announcement token. I'm sorry, the Castle Ardenvale tokens. And we can stabilize because that could be the case. Like if you have another thing that finishes off Adeline and you go pop map, get your giant to be a 6/5, then you're close to getting there.
Yeah, but Taidhg is also on 20 life.
Yeah, I mean the 20 life part is not going unnoticed.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's in the braid.
That's huge because that guarantees the Bone Crusher Giant's going to live, which guarantees that the Adeline won't be able to attack in for lethal, is what we currently know. But yeah, Dykman's just going to pick it up.
Oh, that's a shame.
Mm-hmm.
It just what you mentioned earlier, it just feels like Dykman was just punished for being a bit too patient, when I feel like there was definitely a couple of turns earlier where he could have just cracked that Sokenzan and maybe not deal with the onslaught of wedding announcement and Castle Ardenvale. Who knows? But don't get me wrong, it was really cool to see Lutri do its thing, TM for a game.
Yeah, it was. And there's also there's a lot of moments where Dykman, very patient, very conservative player, have a lot of respect for that. But you have to wonder too, is languishing the bat not just the best it's going to be? Obviously, it's not good. You just kind of have to roll the dice and hope things work out sometimes. And unfortunately, it didn't work out there for Dykman. And had he even done those things, it's not clear he would have won against the Castle, which is a kind of awkward place to be. But congratulations there to Ty, moving on to 4-0 with Mono White Humans. 4 more rounds to go. We're going to bring you coverage of all of those and our top 8 tonight. So make sure to stay tuned, click that follow button, and we'll be back after this break with more Magic. Time is called in the round.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm your host, Emma Partlow. I'm here with Mason Clark, and we're here to bring you round 5 of NRG Chicagoland's Pioneer 10K Showdown. Mason, what have your thoughts been for today? We've had a lot of spicy decks today.
Yeah, it's been a really fun day so far. We've seen a lot of different and exciting decks. We're going to bring more of that to you this round as well. But first, I'm going to check up on our players to watch because they're doing very well. We have a lot of big names at this event. So we have Andrea Mengucci at 4-0, Sean Goddard, at 4-0. And then we have Dykman, Harvey, and Derek Davis, and Roger Suleiman, all at 3-1, all still very live for our top 8. Meanwhile, Pivo and Calcano are both, unfortunately, 2-2, and probably unlikely to make our top 8 in such a big 8-round tournament today, but I don't think it's 100% out of the possibility. But we've had a lot of players going on here, and we're going to have a bunch tomorrow as well, because we are doing a standard 5K. So you want to make sure to click follow on this channel that we don't miss any of that. And we're going to play more of our events. Let's talk about our upcoming future events coming up. Minneapolis is going to be our first one after this, which is going to be April 20th and 21st. You're going to have the Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday. A showdown is if you win one of those, you go straight to our end of the year player championship, $30,000 per tour invite, 24 players. You can get there via winning a showdown or our leaderboard over the course of the year. Which you're going to see one of our players, Connor Mullaly, this round actually was our player of the year in 2022. He made his way to our player championship. I think he's back and excited to try and do it again this year. Now he's got everything in life settled down. With Sunday being a 5K Legacy trial, that's just a normal run-of-the-mill 5K, but still a lot of fun. We love Legacy here on the NRG series, and we want to help support it. After Minneapolis, though, we're going to go to Indianapolis, May 11th through the 12th. We're going to have a Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday. And then Sunday, we're going to have a Team 10K Showdown. That's going to be Standard, Modern, Pioneer for that one. So you need to get your friends to go down there and play. And for example, let's say Emma, you, me, and Ross play the 10K Showdown. We win that together. We're all 3 in the championship at the end of the year. They don't make us, wild card for it. So that's going to be a really fun tournament and place to be. I can't wait to see all the coverage for that. And then after that, I believe we're going somewhere in June as well. I was St. Louis. I couldn't remember. That's on me. As we have a showdown for Pioneer on Saturday, which is a 10K, and we have a 5K Modern trial. And that's not all we're going this year. This is all we've announced so far. So get excited for more events coming up. But we're about to watch a pretty exciting matchup here in our feature match here as the players are finishing shuffling up.
Yeah, so we have Connor Mullaly, as we mentioned earlier. They are on Izzet Phoenix, which is looking to be one of the better decks in Pioneer at the moment. Since the printing of Sleight of Hand from Wilds of Eldraine, that reprint has allowed Izzet Phoenix to have these extra cantrips, which is super important for that strategy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sort of extra resiliency and sort of always chaining your spells off and having the right cards at the right time. That is where a lot of Phoenix gets its edge. It's the big question for me this weekend is how does it line up with No More Lies, right? A big part of game 1 in the past was I could hard cast my Arclight Phoenixes and I could, pressure you and put you on the back foot, and you have to waste an answer spell on this, and only the Wandering Emperor could really punish me. Now, No More Lies hard counters that and exiles it for the Phoenix player. So I'm interested to see how these players adapt to the blue-white control matchup, because it was one that I think was overblown from blue-white players a lot, and actually pretty easy as a Izzet Phoenix player to play. But, such is life.
Indeed. So let's go down to the feature match area. So we have Connor Mullaly on Izzet Phoenix, and we also have Martin Breuniger on Lukka Rona combo, which is a deck I haven't really seen much of in recent times. So Mason, explain to us what that Rona Lukka combo is. Like, what's the win condition?
Yeah, so the deck has two sort of combos in it. The first is the Rona combo, which is you give Rona a Retraction Helix, you play a Mox Amber, make a mana, bounce the Rona, and then go over and over and over again, and basically loot through your deck, make a bunch of mana, and then cast something like Fae of Wishes, grab an Aetherflux Reservoir, win the game. The other sort of combo is much more of a combo in air quotes, which is our entire deck is just creatures that cost 2 or less mana. So we have Lukka, Outland Liberator in our deck, and we can minus the Lukka, and then you will hit something that costs a higher mana value, and the only thing in our deck that costs more than that that's a creature is Atraxa. So that means we get to put Atraxa into play for only 5 mana.
Sure. So both players kick things off with Connor hitting a sleight of hand and Martin just casting a lot of Warriors, because these Lukka combo decks just want to ramp into their combo pieces as early as possible.
Ledger Trader is a really good threat for Connor to develop here. It's going to allow him to sort of apply pressure, but also when your opponent has something like a Llanowar Elf, if you can't answer it or you want not to, Ledger Trader is a good way to sort of smooth your draw out while they're trying to go fast. And if your opponent slows down to not trigger the Ledger Shredder, that puts you in a really good spot because you basically generated space and, didn't allow the Llanowar Elf to do its full thing.
Yeah, and here comes the Kinnan, which is a really cool part of the combo, and a Sylvian Carotid, a really neat way just to generate any kinds of mana, and also it's just really good at just shoring up aggression against your aggressive decks. That high toughness, it comes up quite a lot.
And we hit bingo there on the Connive, discarding the Arclight Phoenix. That's going to come up later in the game, but for now, Ledger Trader is just going to do more damage.
Yeah, and here comes another sleight of hand, as we mentioned at the top of this round. Also, Piglock Prankster has been a really excellent card from Wilds of Eldraine for Izzet Phoenix.
Yeah, that card's done a good job of allowing you to not tap out like you would for Piece of the Puzzle. We've seen some players like Gul Dukat on Magic Online swear by the Piece of the Puzzle, but this really kind of puts you into a different direction than other builds of the deck, and both are totally valid, just different ways to be playing here.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to get all that value off the Ledger Shredder, discarding a lightning, casting a Lightning Axe. We're going to discard that Temporal Trespass and deal with the Kinnan, because if it's left unresolved, it can get out of hand pretty damn quickly. And it looks like Connor just continues just to be aggressive here, just piling all these threats away just to get this Arc-like Phoenix that we discarded on the second turn.
And this is just, putting Martin in a really bad spot. We needed all of that extra mana in order to put the opponent on the back foot. And now we kind of have them, we've lost those early turns and we're getting hit in the air for 5 every turn if nothing changes. And that's just a lot of pressure.
Yep. That was a good hit on Thoughtseize, just taking away that Treasure Cruise. But Connor does have these threats left over that is just going to take over the game if there are no ways of removing them. You never want to play a Fae of Wishes defensively.
It's true.
It's pretty bad in as the Lukka combo player.
Yeah, luckily it is buying a little bit of time here, and if we can get to the Lukka, that will mean it's an Atraxa. And with Connor having no cards in hand, if he doesn't draw something like a Treasure Cruise here, could be in a really bad spot.
Yeah. Looks like there's more lands. But we do have this Horde of the Storm Giants. I know we're quite a ways off from activating it, but there is some merit to flooding here. You can still do things with the mana, despite it not being ideal for a spell slinger Izzet deck. These Ledger Shredders are surely doing some damage. So mine is now on to 3. Connor is still on 20. We'll see if Martin can pull anything out of this. If you're Martin, what are you looking to see here? What do you want to draw into?
I want to draw Redland Lukka. Yeah. That is, I think, the best way to get out of this spot is just put the Atraxa in play and have the 7/7 lifelinking flying vigilance. It has Death Touch too, but who cares about that part right now? And just sort of put Connor on the back foot and try to also work towards my combo. If I can't have that, we are dangerously close to just winning the game. If Connor doesn't have a spot removal spell, he finally, doesn't have a card in hand. Or finally has a card in hand, I should say. Excuse me, but. Yeah, and maybe a little bit of a tell there that Connor has some amount of interaction, was kind of thinking on the Rona there, where if you don't have anything, you just kind of want to let it go because your opponent's basically throwing it away to loot again. Kind of a sign of weakness.
Well, that's not what you want to see. So we have a Lukka in the bin, and we also have an Atraxa in the bin there.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a Fiery Impulse from Connor there.
Looks like what's happening is Martin is casting Attraction Helix on the Fae to then unsummon the Ledger Shredder before damage.
A very defensive Attraction Helix there.
Yeah, it also shows how close Martin was to winning the game. If we had found a Mox Amber and Connor, didn't have that Fiery Impulse, it would have been game over. Connor did have it, so things would have been weird, but
We just replayed the Ledger Shredder. Connor will fire off this Fiery Temper, hitting the Rona and getting a couple of Connive triggers.
Yeah, I like this preemptive. Just, you could wait and maybe catch them, but just get your connives going now and figure it out later and just make sure that you're not missing something. Because if we hit something like a Treasure Cruise here, we'd be really happy to sort of find that, draw some cards, move forward, just in case Martin somehow stabilizes.
Yeah, and Connor drew into a couple of lands as well, which is just ideal to connive away in this situation because you have enough lands. Like 4 lands is more than enough. It is at Phoenix. You just want spells at this point.
Yep. And you
Ledger
see our
Shredder
player
is just so good.
It really is. And we see our player of the year 2022, Connor Mullaly here, sort of just waiting like, I don't have many choices, but if you don't have anything, you are dead.
Yeah. And there's the Mox Amber. That's a couple of turns too late, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And here comes the Piglet Prankster. And we are going to go on an adventure, Mason.
Yep. And I love this from Connor. As long as you cast the card, then cast the main version of it, you're going to get to connive twice, which is probably going to turn all these threats into lethal threats. Yeah. But it looks like we're just going to actually Prismari command if something happens before attacks and win the game.
Yeah. It's been some pretty clean playing from Connor. I've got another Attraction Helix. It's going to basically fog this Ledger Shredder again.
I love this from Connor. Let the Helix happen, then you can cast your Prismari command before damage, and that will guarantee the connive onto a spell, which guarantees the Ledger Shredder is a lethal attack as well. Great technical play there from Connor. I really love to see that.
That is the technical play of somebody who has played a lot of Izzet Phoenix. You can tell. You can tell they've been repping about it. We'll hear later probably that they just picked it up yesterday on a whim. But that sort of line of thinking comes from someone that, who's just played a lot of Magic and are very successful. Hence, they were, the champion in 2022. And Izzet Phoenix just seems in a really good spot right now in general, just thanks to these additions from Wilds of Eldraine. It didn't really see anything in Meadows of Karlov Manor, but that's fine because you just have enough cantrips now to bring back your Phoenixes and also just flip over those Thing in the Ices, which tends to be really good against, Boros Convoke.
Yeah, the deck's in a really good position and just very efficient. We've seen, Arc-like decks in the past in formats like Modern. Just when you have all these cheap cantrips, you can play a couple of the right spells and maneuver through things and end up in a position where you're pretty happy with how everything went. And let's see what Connor has in the sideboard. Yeah,
what do you like here for game 2, on the draw?
Yeah, Mystical Dispute jumps out to me as a card that might be pretty good. It fights with the Attraction Helix and the Rona. Not the greatest card in the world, but not bad. Negate also is probably better than it looks. Brazen Borrower can weirdly break up the combo. So I like all of those cards. I could see a world where maybe Connor also wants some amount of Young Pyromancers. Typically, you want those to lock the ground up, but maybe he wants to like try and lower the mana curve of his deck and take out some of the other cards that are a bit clunkier and just have some cheap things he can play early that lets him move through his deck. Really depends on how he wants to play the games. That might be a little bit more ambitious than Connor wants to play it, which makes a lot of sense to me.
That does make a lot of sense. So let's go to Martin's sideboard. What do you want? What do you want to bring in here when you're on the draw? There seems to be quite a lot of utility here.
Yeah, this is like a lot of this is things that we want to Fae of Wishes for when we're either winning the game or kind of, value Faeing. I imagine that this might be a spot where a couple Fatal Pushes are actually pretty good. We saw how Letter Shredder can be really frustrating for Martin. So bringing some of those in could be good. And I could also see a world where Rim and Realm Breaker maybe matters in this matchup. Just a card that kind of find more of your pieces and help fix your mana. I'm not in love with Rin and Realm Breaker, but I can imagine this being a spot where it's kind of like for other matchups, maybe like Rakdos, but it's serviceable enough here that we bring it in.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So let's go back to the feature match area and watch our players shuffle up and decide their mulligans.
And just wanted to give a big shout out to NRG and the coverage here. We love seeing Paper Magic. They make this happen. So make sure to show your support by following the stream, and checking out their store for all of their amazing deals.
Indeed. So Connor's up a game. In terms of the matchup, who has the better matchup here? Would you go with the Lukka player or would you go with the Phoenix player?
I haven't played or thought about Lukka a ton recently, to be honest, but I imagine that it's more favored the Phoenix player. My big thesis basically being you have a lot of good spot removal that slows down the elves and, makes it so that going for the Rona stuff is a little harder. And then you have things like Spell Pierce, Aether Gust, Negate, like we talked about before. All those cards are going to be pretty good against the Lukka half of the deck, which is going to have a harder time having the extra mana because of your kill spell half of the deck. So I think it's really about Connor just getting some threat online and sort of doing like we did last game of just, make the game about top decks and then just hit you with these creatures.
For sure. So let's hope we can get some nice keepable 7s and a good back and forth game of Magic. Yep. So Martin kicks off with a Mana Confluence, taking 1 life and playing a Oath of Nissa. Remember this card, Mason, in mono green?
Yeah, it's a real heater of a card. It's one of my favorites.
Right. And Connor seems to be repeating as he did in the first game, just sleight of handing with a Hall of the Storm Giants.
Yeah, sleight of hand, really great for kind of making sure that you chain off on the turn. So when you consider, you look at your top card, and maybe you're not sure if this is a spell, but if there's a land on top, you maybe can't bring like the Phoenixes. Sleight of hand gives you all that information at the cost of being a sorcery. So pretty big. As looks like Martin only has 1 land.
Oh, noes. Do you see a Consider, though, which is probably going to get fired off right now in an attempt to find that second land?
Yeah.
So we got there.
Martin is the one who only has 1 land, is what I'm saying.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant Connor had the 1 land.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. I think we just kept a 1 land Oath of Nissa hand and whiffed.
Whoa. Things you don't like to see. And now the Llanowar Elves is now in the bin, thanks to that Lightning Axe. Discarding that Spell Pierce. This is a very painful mana base, Mason.
Yeah, I was going to say, Martin, found the land. It's going to pay the iron price, but at least there's Sylvan Carry added to help a little bit with that going forward.
Yeah. It's not really what you want against the Izzet Tempo spells deck, though.
Yeah.
Let's see what goes on with this Caryatid.
One unique thing about Martin's deck, too, is that we're not playing Yorion. A lot of these decks, make room for everything with Yorion. Martin's just kind of got them all somehow to fit in together, which is pretty impressive, to be honest.
Absolutely. So Martin kicks off with a Thoughtseize. We'll see what's in Conatandis. So we have a Picklock Prankster, a Fiery Temper, looks like another Spell Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
I can't quite see the other two. Did
2
you
Pick Locks, Fiery Impulse, Spell Pierce, and a Treasure Cruise.
Yeah. Okay.
I think are the cards.
It's a lot of good choices here.
Yeah, it might not be Treasure Cruise. Maybe it's like a negate.
Oh, it could be there. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of look similar there, the boat. So it also makes sense as to why we're tanking, because I think, you know, if it was a Treasure Cruise, it probably would have gotten taken.
Yeah, that would have been. I think that would be a pretty quick discard.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the negate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Martin is certainly taking a lot of damage from these lands. Anger of the Gods is an interesting one to bring in against Lukka combo.
Yeah, I kind of like where Connor's head on that one of like, I just need to answer all of the little friends, and cards like Caryatid, I might be willing to just trade 3 mana to kill like 1 or 2 of those, even though they're not the most impactful. But the lack of red mana here is tough.
Indeed, but more importantly, we do have an Arclight Phoenix in our bin.
Caw.
I like to call them bin chickens.
Bin chickens? What does that mean?
But it just means they kind of look like chickens that you just throw in the bin because they're phoenixes, but they keep coming back.
I see where you're at. I'm picking up what you're laying down.
Speaking of Arclight Phoenixes, Konamali's just drawn into another one with this Treasure Cruise. But here comes the Anger of the Gods, and I think this is some really smart sideboarding from Connor here.
Yeah.
Just being able to especially deal with the Caryatid as well. Just a note that the Caryatid and the Rona should be exiled, but I don't think it matters too much here.
Yeah, we'll let the people know on the floor, and they'll get that taken care of in a second. But it should be fine for now. But yeah, like you were saying, smart sideboarding there and letting us clean up multiple problems. All right, it matters. We got to get
it
down
now
there.
matters.
Right. If we take the cannon, it won't matter. We're just picking. We're making a lot of choices.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Production will get down there in a second. Don't worry, chat. I know you're all going to be freaking out.
Magic is hard, folks.
Yep. You should grab Cannon, Martin, because it's the one you can.
Yeah, it's the only target.
Yeah, it looks like the players have figured it out.
Yeah. That should make your decision a little easier.
Yeah, and this is also a situation where, you know, Connor probably wanting to be aware of the Amalla deck because, you know, historically Brotherhood's in to kind of replace the Anger of the Gods. Probably what Martin's been playing against, but Connor playing Anger here for Amalla, getting a little side hate on Martin.
Yeah. Pretty smart play. So, and this Piccolo Planter is just so good at getting value.
Yeah, it really helps, you know, in a lot of ways.
Really opened up the deck.
Yeah, just being able to cheap spell more consistently while also filling the graveyard is greatly appreciated in this Phoenix deck.
Yeah. So is Connor going to fire off something to do with this Kinnan to bring back the Phoenix?
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing what we talked about, right? Like where it's like, well, we're not 100% sure on the matchup, but theoretically Connor can fight over all of these things a lot better than Martin can protect them. And Connor's deck has a much harder time flooding out, you know? We hit like the top deck portion of the game. Connor starts doing things like sleight of hand into a Treasure Cruise into you know, Martin can win the game out of nowhere, but does have to acquire those pieces, which is hard when Connor's interrupting it the whole time.
Yeah, especially as Connor does have a Spell Pierce as well, and Martin is struggling for mana and is just taking so much damage from these mana compliments high.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if Connor is supposed to. Yeah, you see him spell piercing. I
Yeah.
really like this. It pushes a damage on Martin via the mana confluence, taps him out for the turn, and then we know Connor has an Arclight Phoenix in hand, putting Martin to 1, which will turn off the lands, which means Martin has to take the Phoenix, which isn't the most, let's say, successful plan. Yeah, against Arclight Phoenix.
It's not the best play, but it's really forcing Martin into making a really bad decision. So I quite like this play from Connor. So we got another defensive Fate of Wishes. Maybe able to block some damage, but we'll have to see. Kick things off with another sleight of hand. So we see another Picklock Prankster, and the Legislator went to the bottom. So just, I love this. Just casually hard casting a Phoenix is such a flex in this deck.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the days of playing like Grixis Death Shadow and you just cast a Street Wraith because sometimes it's enough.
Yeah, it's just big.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see Connor starting to pull, make it so nothing can really stop him.
No, because with Connor, just keep dealing damage. As you mentioned earlier, it's just going to make these mana conflicts just so much worse.
Yeah, and this Fire Impulse is super nice too, because now Martin, could put the Fae back in hand if we even had the cards, but we'd lose all these other cards. And
it looks like a Fatal Push has dealt with one of the Phoenixes thanks to Revolt of the Fatal Wishes, which has managed to stem some bleeding for a bit, but we know Phoenixes in the graveyard is only a short-term thing. It doesn't matter anyway, because it looked like Conor Mullaly just took that down. A pretty convincing 2 games, to be honest.
Yeah, it really kind of showed, had me get a better appreciation for just how tough a matchup this seems for the Rona Lukka deck. And probably part of the reason why we're not seeing this deck that does produce such powerful draws, not see as much play in the format, probably struggles a bit against blue-white, struggles a bit against this, and I imagine is okay against Rakdos because things like Attracts are so strong, but still all the Fatal Pushes and stuff like that make the Rona half of your deck a lot worse. So ultimately, it's a very important thing there. We're going to actually go live for game 2 here of the other match because they are starting to sideboard for our B match. So let's pull up one of their deck lists if we can, production, and let's talk about it. But ultimately, great showing there from Connor Mullaly. Shows why he was our player of the year in 2022. And we're going to see more of him in our feature match area later today, I'm sure, because he is now 5-0, Emma. 8 rounds.
Is it Phoenix?
Yeah, if we win one more, I think Connor might have a little double handshake situation into top 8. We'll have to see exactly how it plays out.
That's what you want as someone. If you can just clean the tables and just take 2 hours off to get some snacks, go for a walk, just get some fresh air. That is really, I imagine that's really important for when you are looking to play in the top 8 because it just gives you that break that you really need. Because playing Magic is really hard and it is a mental tax. So just being in a position where you can go, yep, I can double ID and I'm totally fine. Excellent. That's what you want.
Yep. And, he lives in the town too, so he gets to go home and sleep right away.
Oh, but that's even better. Okay, here. So we've got Sean Gallagher's Azorius control deck. Looks like we have no companions in this list, which is a little unusual because normally we just see companions, so like commonplace in control decks these days. Like Mason, do you want to go through this particular build of Azorius control?
Yeah, it looks like we're basically saying, hey, Kahira would be cool, but I'd much rather have Dream Trawler and, cards like Archon of Miriam and Chrome Host Seed Shark, so I don't want to give up those spots. So I'm going to, play these instead. You lose the Kahira, which is big in some games, but for the most part, it's not the end of the world. And just trying to be kind of an efficient deck here against the metagame as a whole.
Okay, then it looks like our players are shuffling up, ready to go. So let's go back to the backup feature match and see the game of this. And so it looks like we're on Izzet Phoenix versus Azorius Control. For people at home, we're going to see much more Izzet Phoenix.
Yeah, I think Hoey and Connor are good friends as well. So I would expect, while we didn't get to see Hoey's deck, it's probably very similar to Connor Mullaly's deck.
Yeah. Okay, looks like there's a... Just trying to catch up for a moment there. So it looks like Izzet Phoenix brought in the young Pyromancers, which is a really interesting option against Control, Mason.
Yeah, the young Pyromancer, we talked earlier how it could be really good against maybe like little creature decks, but also here it's a great way to kind of force the control deck to use more of its answers in spots it doesn't really want to, and fight over fights that it prefer not to have to do.
Yeah.
Looks like while we were gone watching Connor's match, Hoey did lose game number 1 to Azorius Control. That was something that used to be a lot harder to have happen in the past because you would play things like Galvanic Iteration plus Temporal Trespass. And like I talked about before, when just Make Disappear as the counterspell, you could like throw your Phoenixes at your opponent or try to, overwhelm them on a single turn. Now it's a lot harder. If you no more lies my Galvanic Iteration, well, I don't get to flash it back on the next turn. And it used to be, you Make Disappear. I'm like, whatever, next turn I'll do it.
That exile is pretty huge. And speaking of Get Lost, it just takes out a Picklock Prankster. But Matthew Harry saw this as an opportunity to start to Treasure Cruise. And trying to sneak through and get some card draw is really important against the control deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and these map tokens, we've talked about in the past how sometimes they can be problems for control, but ultimately aren't the end of the world. One thing that's nice about them here is, if you explore away a spell, right, one, it could be a Phoenix, and we don't want to talk about that on stream. But two, it does also mean you don't hit the lands, you feel you're delving, right? And so it can be really important when you have a deck like Hoey's that sometimes leaves in things like Torch the Tower to have as an answer to a Teferi, but you don't want to draw them in that exact moment.
Yeah. So Hoey's figuring out what they want to do here. Obviously, you want to put the Arc-like Phoenixes in the bin. It looks like Hoey has plenty of good choices here.
Sean Gallagher, someone we've seen a bunch on our tour, as well as Matthew Hoey. Yeah. Hoey won one of our opens last year. Sean Gallagher, I believe, lost in the finals playing Blue-White Control and Pioneer.
A little bit of a flashback here.
Yeah. Luckily, it wasn't to Hoey. It wasn't the relive of the nightmare. It wasn't. Oh no, I've dreamt about this for the last 8 months.
And it's happening again.
Yeah. Mason's gonna talk about how my deck does nothing. Oh no.
So it looks like we have another Treasure Cruise. Does Sean have an answer for this? The answer is no.
Looks like I got Mystical Disputed, but can't stop the Arclight from coming back.
Nothing can stop. Oh, some things can stop an Arclight Phoenix, but this Artwara bouncing the Arclight Phoenix is kind of nice here, just because Matthew Harry just needs to find a way to discard it, as we saw in the game with Connor in the a little earlier on. Sometimes casting those Phoenixes is fine, but if you're up against an Azorius control deck that has something like No More Lies, those Phoenixes become an exile becomes a huge problem.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of exile, let's just hope there are some Crackling Drakes in Matthew Hoey's list and have been brought in, because that would be pretty sweet right now.
Yeah. This is going to do one nice thing for Hoey, and you see him kind of slam here too. He's going to be able to play his Arclight Phoenixes and stop worrying about No More Lies, Yeah. We did just get a Django Seat of the Empire. So unfortunately, it does exile. Looks like we're just playing the Picklock Prankster. And then Sean's just going to Memory Deluge and try and find more answers, which Azorius Control isn't short of. Yeah. I love that response from Sean there. Basically, like, hey, you know, you didn't fight over these other things. I know you have things like Negate, Mystical Dispute. I'm going to Memory Deluge now. I'm a little exposed. You know, I got to make sure I actually get the full value because I will not be getting that 7 flashback this game.
Yeah. Okay.
It's worth mentioning Picklock Prankster is actually a pretty good threat for Hoey to build up because it plays around the Wandering Emperor by having Vigilance.
Yes. I always forget Picklock Prankster has Vigilance.
Yeah. Didn't have enough text on it. They were like, well, gotta round the card out.
It's an Eldraine card. It needs text somewhere.
Exactly.
and now we just have an army of Picklock Pranksters. I do see a Crackling Drake. So hopefully that gets stuck down. That's going to deal a tremendous amount of damage if resolved.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, the Fae can only pick fairies. So Crackling Drake is going to need, you know, to get drawn for turn, I think.
Yeah.
Which kind of probably awkwardness, right? Like you're free the Faes. You know, they're replacing cards like pieces of the puzzle, so not like those would hit Crackling Drake anyways, but there is some awkwardness in your like fueling cards when it comes to your pivot threats.
This Picklock Prankster is getting pretty big. That young Pyromancer might be good here as well if it can stick down. Might be an alternate win condition at this rate, considering Matthew does not have a way to get these Arclight Phoenixes back.
Yeah. I was a little surprised I didn't see Hoey actually play the Arclight Phoenix. I thought he was going to Odawar the recipe, so it looks like he's just going to hold up some more interaction here and cards like Lightning Axe. You know, he knows that Sean doesn't have Kahira or Yorion, which means there might be stuff like Lyra or Baneslayer, which are really tough for him to beat, so he has to leave in things like Lightning Axe.
Yeah, and here comes the Narset.
Yeah, and that card lines up very well against Hoey's heavy cantrip deck. You know, things like Consider we can cast on our opponent's turn, Sleight of Hand dodges it. It's not lights out, but it is like a very frustrating card.
Yeah. You have to trade a lot of resources just to get rid of this Narset. And it just kind of leaves just cards stuck in your hand, which is not what you want as the Phoenix player.
Oh, yeah, we need to fix the tapping there if it's at all possible. We didn't actually tap double blue for the Narset part of Veils.
Yeah.
Clearly have it, just I think a little bit of a dexterity error. And we'll get that taken care of. I am hopeful
they could cast Supreme Verdict and Narset.
Yeah, if you move the white over, we could have done it both ways. So luckily it ended up not mattering, but Sean should still get a warning. You know, it's his job to maintain the game, etc. And we'll make sure that happens. Luckily, it worked out, Chad. It was all good. Sean just knew. Now, the reason Sean knew is the bigger question. That's what we should be asking. But
we do have one Arclight Phoenix, which
it looks like they're telling about the tapping, but it's all fine. I think what they're realizing now is that, hey, I could have done it. That's my bad. Sorry, I tapped a little incorrectly.
Gotta let players know about these things.
Yeah.
So Matthew kicks off with a young Pyromancer. Hopefully it's sticking after this, seeing the Supreme Verdict. Sean brings down a Wandering Emperor, which will do a pretty good job of dealing with this Arclight Phoenix if the Phoenix chooses to attack.
Yeah, I think Sean might be doing this in response to the young Pyromancer.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty, heads-up play here. If your opponent's going to fight over this, don't let them have the extra token, and you can still use your Wandering Emperor to minus later in the turn, or make a Samurai if that ends up not being the case.
Yeah. A 2/2 Vigilance is pretty good against a bunch of 1/1 tokens.
Mm-hmm.
I will say Sean has the best taste in basics. I can't beat a Lightning Plains.
The Lightning
Absolutely
Plains is
love the
good.
Lightning Plains. Yeah.
It's no APAC Kangaroo, but you know.
It's true. I do love the APAC lands as well.
Yeah.
Waltzy should bring those back. They're pretty sweet.
They are. Nice.
Nice. See what Sean wants to do here. He seems pretty in the tank.
Yeah, I feel like Sean's trying to think, can I afford to walk into like Dispute plus Spell Pierce or double Spell Pierce? And currently just has 8 mana, so lacking it just a little bit.
Yeah. Also, that Lightning Axe does need to be exiled. Thanks to Rest in Peace. I'm sure we'll get that sorted at some point.
Yeah, this is a thing too where I never try to stop the players when Twitch chat starts freaking out because there's a Rest in Peace in play. It's been there for 9 turns. The players are just playing quickly because it is a matchup that can go to time very easily. Yeah, and you see he catches it once he starts looking at his lands. Not the end of the world.
Yeah.
It does look like Sean has a No More Lies. Not very good when Matthew has 9 mana.
A bunch of lands, which is not what you really want as the Phoenix play. You don't really want to be flooding.
Mm-hmm.
But also how he just has a grip of cards. Just going to hard cast a Lightning Axe because that's what we can do with all that mana. And now Matthew's audibling on whether he wants to Mystical Dispute this No More Lies.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because if you Mystical Dispute it, you might have like another counter spell that can fight over Sean's last one. You also just pay the 3 mana, and then if Sean has 2, you're like, all right, well, the Anchorage stayed around, but in exchange, I got rid of another counter spell from your hand. We know Sean's bluffing. If you pay that 3, it is over. But tough spot for Hoey to be in.
See what Matthew wants to do here. It's a pretty tough decision. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I think part of it is that Hoey knows that if he disputes back, it all just kind of happens and he has to commit the second one. So
yeah. We have so many elemental tokens. This young Pyromancer is putting a lot of work.
Mm-hmm. Doing a good job of kind of squeezing Sean and forcing him to have the right cards at the right time.
Absolutely. He seemed really good post Supreme Verdict as well.
Mm-hmm.
So Sean drops that Teferi, Hero Dominaria, which has been in his hand for a little while now. But now just feels confident of, I'm just going to start generating incredible value with this quite ridiculous Planeswalker.
Yeah. And even though it's probably going to, get taken down this turn, it's going to buy us some time. If we can find something like Farewell or Supreme Verdict, it could be very, very big here. And Sean does have the Castle of Interest in the mana as well, which can do a really good job of, fighting.
Looks like we have a Hall of the Storm Giants, which is going to be quite nice to potentially close out this game.
Yeah, it's a weird position to be in where Hoey can make a lot of jump blockers, but like maybe his spells in hand don't line up well with that. So
yeah, I think there's another Memory Deluge, which is a pretty good top deck.
Hoey's got to be a little happy for once in his life that there's a Rest in Peace in play with him on Phoenix, so he can't get flashbacked.
This negate was pretty well timed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sean might be getting bitten by his own rest in peace here.
Right, and the Emperor taking down the Phoenix is actually pretty big here.
Mm.
You know, Hoey was basically throwing away tokens to push a little bit of damage, and could tell it's kind of low on gas there, and so obviously the Emperor's probably going to die this turn, but
it did deal with a Phoenix, and a Phoenix that can't come back, which is pretty substantial, considering Matthew is starting to run out of gas.
Yeah, buys a lot of time, which gives us time to activate things like this Castle Vantress that are going to, let us make sure we're drawing real cards here in this top deck war.
Yeah. Matthew's definitely in the tank.
Yeah, I
Checking
wonder
through his graveyard just to see what's left, because there is a lot of cards in that graveyard. This game 2 has been going on for quite a bit.
Yeah, this is been a slugfest back and forth, and also really shows just how the Phoenix deck can beat the blue-white control deck, right? If you get the right material, you can force them in awkward spots. But sometimes you hit the late game like this, and your cards start to line up less and less efficiently because things like Mystical Dispute just become payable.
Yeah. And here comes the Ledger Shredder. Can Matthew get in the red zone? Looks like we have a March. It's going to take out the young Pyro Monster. This Ledger Shredder has the potential to get out of hand just through, conniving. Especially if Sean's in a top deck war. Hopefully we'll see a get lost soon.
Yeah, this is the start of what Hoey needs.
Yeah.
Because currently we have a 9-turn clock, and we can even get this Ledger Shredder to be a 2/4. It looks like we can't.
Yeah. Oh no.
Hall of Storm Giant's
still
still a
not a
pretty
land.
good land. I think Sean has a Field of Ruin in his mana base.
He does, yes.
Yeah. That is going to undo some of the scrying that Sean's done, which, he scryed like 3 or 4 cards to the bottom, but, obviously not dying to the Hall of Storm Giants is a little bit more important.
It's Archon of Emeria?
Yeah.
That is a spicy addition.
Yeah, I guess Sean's basically just wanting to prevent any sort of bringing back of Phoenixes and maybe, tax things like the Lightning Axes that could be there to save, his Dream Trawler type cards, because Sean does have that in his sideboard.
Yep. So this Archon of Emeria does a really good job of just blocking this Ledger Shredder as well, just reducing that clock that Matthew Hoey is just trying really hard to do here.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Hoey has Temporal Trespass in hand, which is the take another turn spell.
Yep.
3,
He's
6,
going to activate
7.
this hall, I think. Looks like we're going to get some beats. It's going to force this Field of Ruin.
Yeah, I think Hoey's 2 lands away from Temporaling. It's a little hard to make out exactly, but
yeah.
It actually could be like a pretty important thing if it ends up coming up.
Yeah.
No. Worth noting too, part of Sean's win condition is just I have more answers than you have threats. And so you see him counting Hoey's deck there because Sean knows hey, I think I've beaten 3 of the Arclight Phoenixes. We milled over a bunch of the Crackling Drakes, right? I've gone through a couple Pyromancers. You got through some Shredders. I might just be able to kill these last 2 things and just go the distance.
What do you have left that can beat me? I don't think there's much left.
Yeah. And the idea of being a 2/3 flyer is so funny. We might see how we do something like cast op, play spell pierce, connive, and pay for my own spell pierce just to try and push. But even then, we won't be big enough to fight. Oh, you can't because the Archon.
Yeah, Archon's 1 spell per turn.
Yeah, that's right. Excuse me.
Doesn't come up often.
Yeah.
Here we go. Full retail, temporal trespass, folks.
Yeah. It's funny, it's a take another turn, but as long as Sean, doesn't see a threat come down this turn, he just sees it as, one step closer to decking him.
Yeah. Is this trespass just a regrowth? Let's find out.
Yeah.
I will say this Castle Ventress has put in a lot of work for Sean, just being able to sculpt that top draw.
Yeah, I think
when you're just trying to close out.
I think Sean might have the distinct honor of the first person I've seen Castle Ventress play a game where they weren't winning and it was actually important. So congratulations to Sean. Wear that one proud.
Yeah. Worth noting that Sean did draw Doving's Veto, which is just going to get counted here.
Yeah.
Well, at least Matthew can play a couple of spells again.
Yeah, and we're seeing Sean here answer the Archon. 7 turns is like a lot of time, typically, but when you're scrying to every turn, we're seeing Sean trying to figure out like what can I draw? Would I even tap out here?
That Castle Ventress, I see.
Yeah, the Arden Veil will let us make more.
Oh, Arden Veil, my bad.
You're good. Don't worry. I was going to act like nothing wrong was said. I got you. Oh, this is a deducing.
Deducing. And here comes the Castle Arden Veil.
It's crazy. The best glue token was being the first set on board.
Yeah.
No, Deduce here, though, a great card from Murder at Karlov Manor. Just basically the modern equivalent of... Ooh, I guess we still have one.
Here we go. How big is this crackling joke?
Enough.
Guesstimates in the chat.
Yeah. And Hoey looks to be 3 cards in deck. I'm really curious to know, does Sean have something like Supreme Verdict left in his deck? Obviously, you could have something like Shark Typhoon that can chump block. We could have, an Odawara to unsummon, but...
Sean has played one of the Supreme Verdicts this game. I'm not sure if they have a second.
I'm not either. And with time in the round, I can't help but think that this might be a situation where Sean maybe can't win the match. We can only best hope for a draw. And you see how he's sweating it over there, fanning himself.
We've all had those games where we're just sweating in turns where it's not quite going to be a draw, but there's also like an outside chance you can just win as well. So you just got to keep playing to your outs.
Yeah. Oh, I think maybe what's happened is Sean has Memory Deluge on top, and he's trying to see how many get losses he have versus how many, Supreme Verdicts. Because if he has like 2 get loss, probably better to look at the top 4 and take the random step. And that's going to be it for that game. And that's going to end up with a draw. Yeah, unfortunate for both players there, but still very live for top 8. XM01 will top 8 the event. So, both players are in it still. A little awkward, but it happens.
Yeah. We'll say that game was pretty sweet. I know it was a bit of a slugfest, and, slugfests don't tend to be the most interesting, but there was some good amount of back and forth. It was like, Matthew's like, I'm going to play a threat. You need to answer this. It was answered. Rinse and repeat until there was no more Arc-like Phoenixes. There was a Ledger Shredder. We had this Crackling Drake that did a really good job of, negating this Rest in Peace that did an immense amount of work. It's a shame that the draw is the conclusion because we never want to draw games. You always want like a decider. But no, it was a good game.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was a fun one to watch, and I can't wait to see these players continue to battle it out today for all these prizes we have going on. Let's throw that on screen really quick here. This is going to be $2,400 for first place, an invite to our end of the year $30,000 PTQ 24 players in there. Whoever wins today is going to get there. And they're also going to get 30 points for the Player of the Year race. If you are a Player of the Year, like our last year's Steven Dykman or Mullaly, who we saw from 2 years ago earlier in this round, you get free entry for a year into all of events. So that's really exciting as well. We also have a bunch of points on the side with all the money breakdowns here going on, so players know exactly what they're playing for. But the points are the biggest thing for a lot of our players here. A lot of people grind our series to make it to that end of the year showdown, and getting, 20 points for a top 4 is huge when it comes to the end of the year player race and the 2 seasons, which we'll get more into in our future events. Make sure to follow the Twitch channel. That way you don't miss any of those. And if you win one of these showdowns like today, you get your own custom token as well. We actually see Connor Mullaly on screen here from a few years ago. He and his friends won a team one, and so they got the Goblin Shaman all together. A great token there as well. And we have more events coming up later in this year. I want to quickly shout out before we turn to a break, because maybe y'all have watched this and really enjoyed it. And the April, we're going to Minneapolis here for the Showdown Mid-Modern, and then a Trial and Legacy on Sunday, May 11th to the 12th. We are going to Indianapolis for Modern, and then Team Trios. Both those are Showdown events, so whoever wins each of those 2 events, including a team, will go to our end-of-the-year champs. And June 22nd through the 23rd, you can expect Pioneer and Modern. We're going all over, covering all the formats this year. We are so excited to be bringing this to you all. But when it comes to bringing it to this all, that's going to do it for Emma and I today. We're going to tag out and let Corbin and Drake take you all in through the top 8. So thank you so much for joining us. Emma, thank you for joining me in the booth today. Make sure to follow and don't miss anything.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in round number 6 here at the 10K Pioneer Showdown here in Chicago. Of course, this is probably the last large Pioneer event before the Pro Tour. Murders at Karlov Manor happening next weekend, also in the Pioneer format. And we are nearing the end of the Swiss. We're in round 6. There'll be 8 rounds of Swiss. So players, the record's settling down a little bit. And I'm here with Corbin, first time in the booth together. I'm very excited to work together and excited to watch the Pioneer.
Yeah, same. Welcome in, everybody. We're heading into the stretch run here of this NRG Series event in Chicago. Pioneer is the format of choice, and these players we're going to be looking at have been doing very well so far. So we are coming down to the last couple of rounds before those top 8 cuts.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a little bit of Connor, who's going to be one of the players we're going to be watching once again earlier in the rounds, playing Phoenix, a deck that I've played a lot of. I'm very, very excited to watch, and a little bit of bathroom break when these players get set up. But yeah, we're going to be watching Phoenix versus Convoke. Namdang on Convoke, and a deck that I've picked up also more recently. So 2 decks I am excited to watch. I don't know what your weapons of choice in Pioneer are, Garvin, but they're decks I'm excited to see, and excited to see the new developments in as well.
Well, and this is going to be great because these are really pillars of Pioneer, right? Like Boros Convoke is the ultimate aggressive deck in this format. It can just do wild things. And then Izzet Phoenix, of course, it's just classic. And like you said, it's been evolving recently as well. So really some classic Pioneer decks here to lead us off 2 players doing very well with them.
Yeah, absolutely. A big development, too, in the Boros Convoke deck, and this is something we've seen a little bit already today. Novice Inspector, new card from Murders at Karlov Manor, giving you a full 8 copies of Thraben Inspector, previously only access to 4, and really kind of one of the marquee cards that makes this deck work, being able to just make a ton of game objects, and then you can blow up the artifact with your Gleeful Demolition. You could use it for your Warden of the Inner Sky. You can just use it to draw a card. You have a ton of uses for those objects for only a single mana. That's really where this deck gets a lot of its power outside of the namesake Convoke creatures, and being able to double down on that is actually a huge deal for this deck. And I think a lot of players really came in preparation for Boros Convoke more so than previously for this reason in particular.
Yeah, this deck is this is really kind of a throwback if you think about it. 35 creatures. That's where your deck starts. Almost all 4-ofs. So and then the 4 lethal demolitions. So I mean, yeah, this is like we said, if you look at Pioneer as sort of a series of slow Azorius control type decks to the fast Boros Convoke type decks, and you have to have a plan for your own deck wherever you fit in there. And this is definitely going to put it to the test. But Phoenix, of course, does the same thing on the other side in a very different way.
Yeah, being able to utilize, of course, the graveyard in the case of Izzet Phoenix versus just making a ton of game objects. Very different texture. We'll see, obviously, how they line up in the head-to-head once we do get down to the match. Both of these players, yeah, it looks like we're going to be able to go into the match right now. Both these players, very accomplished. Namdang, of course, Nammer squats. Looks like players already underway here. Is Nam and Connor with Warden of the Inner Sky and Thraben Inspector. You can see that Thraben Inspector and the treasure token, or sorry, yeah, the clue token. I said treasure earlier, I think, as well. Able to get to use for the scry on Warden of the Inner Sky.
Yeah, you can tell it's Boros Convoke because it's turn 1, turn 2, and look at how many permanents are in play right there. Namdang
all tapped.
Yes, coming off the convoking very efficiently. Namdang coming off a top 8 at the RC just a few weeks ago against in the format that then would have been modern. So really putting the eternal formats through its paces here as Namdang leads out with the creatures. We've got just some cantripping over from Connor's side. A clue crack there from Namdang to get
like the Gleeful Demolition actually going to
there
add
we
a
go.
bunch of bodies here.
There
No
we go.
spell pierce huge from Connor. Wouldn't work even if he had it. Bunch of bodies, hard for Phoenix to deal with.
Yeah, with the 1 mana open there, you're either looking to interact with 1 card and 1 creature and not a bunch of 1/1s. And
He's done. We're done.
Wow.
I've seen enough.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, you mentioned a little bit before we got into this match about the speed of both of these decks kind of being the namesake as far as their identity in Pioneer. Certainly, now I'm showing that with Boros Convoke, which we're going to get a look at right here. You know, mentioned all 4 of, so you're going to look at that right now, as well as a look at the sideboards. And after a game 1 like that, I don't even know how much you want to change. Works so great.
That's why you play this deck, right? The idea of getting what some might call free wins is a really big draw to a deck where sometimes your good draw is just so good that no one can deal with it. And that's what happened there. Namdang just comes out of the gate so fast that a Phoenix deck without a hand that could just spam a bunch of Phoenixes into play really fast just can't even hope to keep up without the sideboard options. So looking at that, we're looking at the Convoke sideboard here for Namdang. What do you want to change? Is there you're against Izzet Phoenix, so they're going to be using their graveyard. They're also going to be attempting to interact with your board. Is there anything in this sideboard that you think is just a must-have in this matchup?
You don't have to worry about, I think, like any kind of like thick in the ice looks that we've seen in the past from Phoenix deck. So, you know, you can kind of leave the removal spells mostly at home. I don't want to make too many changes. Like you saw game 1, we saw this Phoenix not really able to answer a pile of permanents that well. They're going to bring in maybe a couple sweepers, if that, Anger the God shaped things. So you're going to want to hedge for that, and maybe some like Thalia guarding Thraben. You can also reach for things like Invasion of Gobakon if you want to kind of get those proactively. And then you can also reach for the Rest in Peace to really stymie the power of the Phoenix deck without losing really anything yourself other than a little bit of tempo, of course, putting the card into play. So I would reach for a couple of these 2-ofs. I think you can shave down some of your Resolute Reinforcements. You can shave down some of your Ornithopters, things that would just get picked off. Slow down a little bit, make sure that all your game objects that you do play are impactful, but I don't want to make too many changes. Like, those are the only 3 cards. I don't know that I want all of them. I want to make like 4 changes max.
Yeah, well, that was the point I was going to bring up, of course, is that when you're playing a 35 creature deck with a bunch of 4X creatures, you maybe only want to tinker so much before you're just not going to be able to convoke out the number of spells that you want having creatures early. So it is kind of a balancing act there of getting cards that are good in the matchup without diluting your own game plan too much.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be part of the mix for Nam. And yeah, I would be surprised to see heavy sideboarding from his side. Connor, on the other hand, with some Izzet Phoenix, I would expect a few more changes here.
Yeah, definitely going to have to interact early. So any removal would be the name of the game, I believe, right? So looking at this, is it the bringing in the sweepers, I imagine, as well, going a slightly slower, more controlling game plan here for Connor?
Yeah, I would expect definitely the Anger of the Gods. Those are, I think, the slam dunks, being able to finally pick off multiple bodies with 1 card. That's something Phoenix doesn't really have access to in the main deck super well. Prismari Command can do an impression, not that great. Anger of the Gods is the real hammer. And then you can also hedge a little bit if you want for the Rest in Peace style stuff with cards like Crackling Drake and Young Pyromancer if you want. Young Pyromancer are especially good at lining up against opposing 1/1. So I would expect to see Young Pyromancers, maybe a little bit less on the Crackling Drake style stuff, although Crackling Drake does survive Anger, whereas Young Pyromancer with Anger, not that good, but maybe it's just fine to have both of your deck as Ledger Shredder going to be the start for Connor.
Right. Well, you mentioned the 1/1. There is the Epicure on Nom's side, but the Ledger Shredder, not only is it sort of a brick wall to 1/3 or to 1/1s, the 1/3 itself, but I think it's safe to say that Nom's going to be triggering that ability on Ledger Shredder too.
Oh, yeah. And of course, gets to pull double duty with the Connive ability, able to find the sweepers. And then as soon as you get a first counter, the Ledger Shredder survives Anger of the Gods. Plays very, very well with Anger of the Gods that are in the sideboard. And like you said, definitely going to trigger the Ledger Shredder is Nom if he's doing anything impactful. And we'll see exactly what he does have dialed up. Yeah, there's the second spell already.
Right now, there we go. It begins. It looks like a land pitch there. So no counter for the Shredder just yet. Nom, we're convoking something now. We're getting
activating Warden of the Inner Sky. Get that scry action going. One permanent short of doing it twice, but I think that's just fine. Nom very happy, able to just trigger it there right immediately on turn 2. Some blockers back. Young Pyromancer, there it is. And we discarded a land, so I'm actually a little bit flooded as Connor.
Well, okay, there we go. Removal spell pointed. That's going to trigger both of Connor's cards. So look, hey, the good news if you're on Connor's side, it's turn 3 and you're still playing the game.
Yeah, way better start for Connor. And this is kind of the difference when you know what's up and you're able to prepare for it. Phoenix, not great against going wide in game 1. Game 2, and especially when you know what's coming, you have a lot of tools. And we're seeing that with both Ledger Shredder, Pyromancer, being able to handle a little bit of the going wide so you can't just get chipped down a bunch. Connor did not have this kind of setup at all in game 1. We saw that lead to you mentioned, kind of free win for Nom. This game looking very, very different. And if you're a Connor fan, you have to like this look. Although sweepers now look bad, but Young Pyromancer does a good job brick walling a lot of these smaller creatures. The Warden is still a little bit concerning, though. Did not have.
Yeah, Nom definitely
spell mastery
through here. Not an incredibly fast, play my cards, attack you turn. So definitely Connor has got to be liking what he's seen over from Nom's side. So Nom is just gonna have to figure out, make the board go wide enough, start convoking, and there's one of the key cards of the deck right there hitting the board.
Oh wow. Thalia added to the mix as well. And you mentioned convoking. Here is convoking. It's going to be Knight Errant of Eos. Yeah, I think. Did Connor fire off the Fire Impulse? I mean, maybe just to make a token on the Warden of the Inner Sky? It's a one.
It would have been to, yeah, okay, let's see. So,
Connor's seen enough. We're done. Okay, you mentioned we're excited to be playing still on turn 3. Connor is done. Doesn't want to turn 4. He heard us talking about it.
Wow.
Done. I guess that's the state of Pioneer. I mean, when I think of Pioneer, I don't think that turn 3 kills come to mind. Traditionally, it's Grindier, Rakdos, Azorius.
You may not like it, but yeah, that is what peak performance in Pioneer looks like. 2 turn 3, turn 4 wins right there for the Convoke player.
Sure.
You have to have a plan, and I guess more so than having to just have a plan, you have to be able to execute on that plan, and that means finding a sweeper, I guess, in the case of Izzet Phoenix. It did not do it there, and a lightning-fast match. At least both players will have an opportunity to go get a drink and refuel for the next round, because both players are still very much in contention for the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players, started this round undefeated, so maybe a much-needed break for both players, having had, a little bit of grindy matchups maybe otherwise. But yeah, that was maybe among the fastest Pioneer matches I've ever seen. I don't know that I've ever seen it happen much faster. If it was, it's through Convoke. But
well, welcome into the booth, Drake, for the afternoon. Right, we're going to be here through the top 8. We're going to take you all through the home stretch of this tournament. And look, we got to start it off with some fireworks.
Maybe we all could get a break in the process. Well, we're going to head down and interview Nom and maybe hear a little bit about his approach to the matchup and his plan for the matchup, knowing going in, I'm sure, what's going on there. And then we should have a backup after that. So still plenty of Magic to go to. Let's see if Nom is ready to hear from us. Not sure exactly what the status is there. Oh, okay. We're getting set up. Not quite set up yet, but yeah, one thing I'm really interested to hear from Nom is his impression of the Phoenix matchup. Going in, I didn't seem perfect, but that was a performance like I would have never expected. Just not a lot of preparation. It just ran him over.
Yeah, well, and that's a question too. We're coming off, it was regional championships a few months ago, were Pioneer, right? So this is a matchup for anyone who would have been involved in that circuit, which Nom, who top 8'd that, obviously was. So I suspect he's got some experience with all of these matchups. But yeah, and we'll hear if he has any particular tech for this.
Got to get his name and stuff adjusted there. But Nam, can you hear us? I can't hear you.
I think we're on the way there. Okay.
Hello?
Hello. All right, there we go. Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing awesome. And you are undefeated in what might be the fastest match of Pioneer. I think I've certainly the last 2 years, but maybe ever. What happened?
I had a pretty fast start. My opponent kind of had a clunky hand, so they were kind of dead, so they just scooped it up early.
Yeah, no kidding. Does the matchup normally play out like that, like Boros Convoke versus Phoenix?
No, not at all. I played the matchup quite a bit last night, and I was like 1-9 against Phoenix game ones. It's just like Ledger Shredder on turn 2. It's pretty hard to beat.
Right. And he had that there, and you still just were able to overwhelm it there in game 2. Just had the tools. Abby, an incredible performance. Talk to me a little bit about Convoke. Choosing it for this tournament. Obviously the Pro Tour is on the horizon and all that kind of stuff. What are your thoughts about Convoke coming into this tournament?
I picked a deck kind of at random. I was playing Modern mostly for the past month leading up to the RC. So I joined a call with a friend. He said he was playing Convoke, and it was good enough for me.
Well, it's certainly working out for you, Nam. Yeah. You're undefeated thus far. Has the deck sort of played out how you expect? Is it looked more like those games we just saw, or is it you've sort of got to explore sort of the more in-depth lines the deck can find here?
It's played out as expected. I've mulliganed a bunch, which is kind of expected from the deck. Just got to look for those fast hands.
Okay.
Well, you're coming off a strong finish as well. So talk to us about you're now undefeated in this tournament. You're heading strong. Where is your mindset now? You're going to have some time to reset before your next round. What's the key for you the rest of the way here?
Well, hopefully I could draw the next 2 rounds and just rest up and kind of refocus.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense. Well, of course, I appreciate you talking to me. If you have any final shout outs, feel free to do them now, but I appreciate you coming and talk to us, and what a match. Well-earned break for you.
Yeah, that was a really nice match for me. It was nice and easy, so thankful for that.
Make sure to rub it in Connor's face.
Yeah, of course. Gotta get my tickets in.
Well, thank you so much, Nam. Congratulations, and I'm sure we will be seeing more of you in the coming rounds.
All right, thank you.
All right. Well, that was quite a grindy match there. Absolutely just so slogging. So let's watch more grindy magic, shall we? I believe we have a backup match that should have a very different texture from what we just witnessed.
We might be in
Azorius
game
Control.
1. We might still be in game 1 over here.
Very easily. Maybe they're still looking at hands. Who knows? Azorius Control.
Well, that's what I wondered. That's a follow-up for Namo. I'm sure we'll talk to him again. Is more time spent mulliganing or playing magic cards?
It's got to be close. You mentioned there's a lot of mulliganing. I think if those say anything, it's got to be pretty even. Take a look at a hand, think about it, whatever. 10-minute matches, maybe you get a lot of breaks, but he mentioned resting up. Like I said, there's some grindy stuff. I believe we're going down to, you mentioned they might still be game 1. They're not. We are sideboarding for game number 2. So we're going to be hopping into this match live. And like I mentioned, Azorius Control mirror between May and Sean. Sean, a mainstay of our series. May, I don't think I've had as much of an opportunity to watch personally, but doing very well here today at 5-0. Azorius Control, very, very familiar to me. See a lot of that on the NRG series. So, not super surprised to see that. And with no more lies added to the mix, definitely think that there's a lot more players interested in it. And it's good matchup against Convoke.
Yeah, that is certainly we've seen one Convoke deck now at 6-0 at least. So that's a good place you want to be, but you've got to slog your way through this Azorius Control mirror. And maybe the sideboard games, we're going to see how they play out here. May picked up the first one. So the 1-0 lead there, that means Sean is going to be on the play here. Leads off, putting down a clue token. Looks like players are just going to be playing Play card, pass the turn back here really fast.
Classic draw go. Some of my favorite Magic, I'll have you know. Yeah, Deduce, a nice pickup. That's a card I think we've seen in action a little bit already, in addition to No More Lies. So multiple cards picked up for the Azorius control deck from the Murders at Karlov Manor. No More Lies kind of picked out for its Think Twice impression, although it is slightly more mana efficient. You know, only 4 mana to get both cards versus 5. So that's a little bit of an upgrade for decks looking to have a little something to do on turn 2 if you don't have to cast your No More Lies or what have you.
Yeah, and of course it you know, there can't you know, having an artifact in play versus having to flash it back occasionally could be a thing that comes up, but it just allows you to keep churning, keep rolling through your deck, which is what you want in a matchup like this where land drops are key. And I sat through a Pro Tour Finals to, I think it was Showdown and Carlos Ramao, and I think it was draw go for 14 turns. They started discarding to hand size. That was where we were at. And that hopefully not how this one goes, but the concept of the control matchups wanting to just make their land drops, have the answers ready and their mana available when something does come up. Looks like it now players are fighting over some cards on the board, or at least
I think it's Memory Deluge, but in response, we are sticking a Wandering Emperor. So, you know, kind of Sean picking the spot when May taps out. Normally, I mean, you don't really see people counter the draw spells that often, especially with No More Lies. Maybe that dynamic is going to change as the game goes on and, you know, heuristics adjust. But here, instead, choosing to stick his own threat. Wandering Emperor, of course, known for its flash ability, able to kind of pick its spot to get into play and maybe start making some tokens. We'll see exactly what he wants to do. Could grow the shark if he wants as an opposing shark that he's using to defend. Let's see what we want to do. I think we did grow the shark.
Yeah, it seems like having this this Wandering Emperor in play is going to be key, just in that it's the biggest threat in play, and you have resolved it successfully through a grip of whatever spells May might be having, which gives Sean priority on the board here. And now that requires May to try to answer back with the removal spell, which does work. Of course, I believe adds another token over to Sean's side. So just trying to accumulate some small value here. Fires back with his own removal spell on that shark, untaps with a 3/3 in play.
Yeah, Martial Otherworldly Light's able to take care of the opposing shark, which lets you start attacking. And you, like you mentioned, we have those map tokens now. We got a creature we can target with them. Maybe start getting value out of that. Let's see, I think that's Chrome Host Siege Shark. Can't get a super great look there, but
it is.
Looks like Chrome Host Siege Shark added to the mix, and that's a huge problem if you're May. Yeah, we're gonna fight over that one.
Yeah, that's that one. If it resolves, just accumulates value over so many turns that if it's in play, even if it doesn't do a lot of damage to you, it'll essentially do a lot of damage.
Right. Yeah, that one's too much of a problem. And,
okay, there we go. So we've got look like Dovin's Veto run to answer that. However, another spell fighting back. I can't tell quite what that one is, but the net effect is the shark is in play, but the Chrome Host Seed Shark is not. So the token stays, the value body does not, and now a Wandering Emperor back from May.
You think May now with Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, able to start uptaking a big problem. But these maps might actually be able to pressure it. Yeah, we're going to leave the spell on top. That's actually going to grow the shark to 5. And now we can actually threaten to kill the Teferi just with the shark using the map tokens. So actually, that's a great exchange there for Sean.
Wow, what a concept of the map tokens. You know, the old classic white removal spells that sometimes come with a downside turned out to be very real right there. The counters growing the shark, taking out Teferi. That's kind of brutal. Now that shark is very big on top of losing your planeswalker.
Yeah, and May, I mean, a grip full of cards could be, you know, some sequence of draw spells, removal spells, or, you know, expensive spells like we're seeing here, a Wandering Emperor, that, you know, we'll see if he wants to fight over that. You know, the 5/5 shark has done a lot. Wouldn't be surprised to see Sean be like, yeah, that's done its work. Take care of that one if you want. And yeah, we're going to see what he has to respond afterwards. Memory Deluge looks like the look. Well, both players resolving their 4-mana spells.
Okay, so if you are in Sean's seat right here, you're looking at these top cards of your deck, trying to find an answer to the Wandering Emperor. Of course, May has 1 mana open. What are you hoping for to turn around things right here?
I think one of your best ways to pressure planeswalkers in this matchup is traditionally things like the Shark Typhoon. I believe Sean pretty low on those as far as his actual count. You know, he's just, for whatever reason, I guess, trying to rely more on things like the Wandering Emperor and what have yous. So having used his 1, I think he actually is out of those. So things like Chrome Host Seed Shark those kinds of anything that can pressure the Wandering Emperor, your own Wandering Emperors, or even like a Teferi, you can sit down and start upticking and use removal spells to pick off all the relevant creatures. Like we're seeing a Get Lost going after a Shark of Maze, an Absorb to try to fight. Like these are the kinds of things you need to keep the board clear, and that way you can get more advantage than this Wandering Emperor is generating. It doesn't win the game quickly, but it will win the game if all you're doing is drawing cards and not doing anything else.
Yeah, it makes sense. And there, Sean attempted to answer it. It runs into an old school Absorb there from May to counter it, keep it, and now more tokens hitting the board. The value starting to accumulate on May's side as Sean fires off another removal spell.
And this one copy of Get Lost going after the Chrome Host is interesting over the Wandering Emperor. I think that really shows a particular threat prioritization from Sean.
Well, yeah, you're right. But look, the Wandering Emperor gets you one trigger a turn, essentially. As good as that is, Chrome Host Sheet Shark can get out of control extremely quickly. You see Sean target it, but he's still behind. That is a Planeswalker and just sort of an amalgamation of tokens on May's side.
Yeah, dice everywhere is not a good sign for the other player.
Yeah. Azorius Dice Factory now adds a Teferi and an additional set of triggers coming.
Yeah, players make fun of the Convoke deck for just using a ton of dice, thanks to Venerator, locks it on, Warden, all that stuff. Well, check out Azorius Control. Just dice everywhere. And here's Sean's Teferi, maybe a little late to the party. And yeah, that's gonna get even no more lies, and he's seen enough. Both Planeswalkers in play.
I think it's going from dice everywhere to dice nowhere. And look, a lightning fast Azorius Control matchup, I guess. Both players playing very expediently there in the mirror in the sideboarded game, Sean got ahead first, got the first Planeswalker in play, but ultimately May was able to land the last one, which is what matters. So welcome back into the booth, everybody. We're here, round 6 of the NRG series, and I guess that went a little faster than we thought. Look, the Boros Convoke is Phoenix matchup. All right, that one we expect, but after what would have been a bit of a back and forth of a game 1, it had to have been. Game 2 goes pretty quick. Over to May, moving on with Azorius Control there.
Yeah, and I think what you saw there was the tap outs phase. You talk about the control matchup typically goes in phases. You have like the draw go kind of jockeying for position. Then once a player finally picks their spot, taps out, it begins the second half where you start just tapping out every turn, seeing if you can answer everything and who can resolve more stuff. We saw that happen early, I think, as soon as we saw Sean start to miss a few land drops, which is something we didn't talk as much about in the match because he was able to cast his spells just fine. But the problem was May was consistently able to double spell, able to cast more spells. Yeah. And when he tapped out for the Wandering Emperor, he really started that tap out phase a lot earlier than you would otherwise see in the Azorius Control matchup. And that really kind of cannonballed the match and made it end way faster than you would otherwise expect.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It's once that ball starts rolling, it kind of keeps going as players jockey back and forth, and in the end it was May who was able to have the essentially the mana for that second counter spell to protect the board and snowball into a victory there.
Yeah, being able to answer the sea sharks was definitely what it's about, and that's something I'm excited to talk to May about as well, is kind of the threat prioritization with Chrome Host Sea Shark. Obviously these cheap snowballing, if you will, creatures that come in out the sideboards, they're basically there for these fair matchups so you can accumulate advantage. But even in the face of Planeswalkers, we were seeing players firing off removal spells at the Seed Sharks, and I think that's really telling. Like I said, it's a really important threat prioritization bit when you're talking about the sideboard games. Really, at that point, it's so powerful. You have to warp your entire sideboard plan around not just yours, but theirs as well. And yeah, assuming we're going to be able to get an interview with May, I'll have to hear from the production on that. But I believe we will, and I'm excited to hear about that.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's Magic at its best. If you think about some of the old standard formats or modern formats where you have really powerful decks that run into each other, go trade for trade, and in the end, all of these super powerful cards that they're playing are gone, and you're left with a couple of small little bodies to try to poke through. That's why the Chrome Sea Shark tokens are so relevant when you have a 2/2 or a 3/3 that's going to go the distance, even as you're slamming down Teferis and Wandering Emperors against each other.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you mentioned in match about a finals you saw where players are just moving to discards in like turn 14 or whatever, and you mentioned these scrappy games that are end up with just like 1 or 2 cards left over, and you kind of have to scrappily beat down with that. With the quality of cards that exist in Pioneer, the quality of cards that make decks these days, do you feel, I mean, you're someone that's been around this entire length of time. Do you feel that you don't really have those really drawn out games anymore where you're just like beaten down with one thing because the leftovers are just more powerful?
That is certainly part of it. Another part of it is that, at some point in the design cycle, Wizards decided that people playing draw go for 15 turns and discarding to hand size was maybe not everything.
Not appealing.
So you ended up, you eventually at some point you moved to more of a tap out control type S build. And look, it's cool that in Pioneer Modern these days and with Azorius control, you can kind of go both ways. And like with Emperor, it's a way to build up board threats, which in the way that the draw go decks wouldn't. But still play at instant speed. So you're right. The thing, they go back and forth, but the haymakers kind of go back and forth. And all it takes is one turn with the Chrome Host Heat Shark, right? You slip through one turn with that thing, and you're going to have now 2 or 3 tokens off of it that are just going to go the distance once all of your other cards have traded 1 for 1. So you're right. The things close out a little faster. Even lands, say Lair of the Hydra, right? That just allow you to dump your mana in and close out games quicker, as opposed to something like, say, a Creeping Tar Pit that would take 5.
It's a little bit slower. Doesn't scale as well with your mana. Well, it looks like we have May ready to hear from us. So let's cut on over to that. And let's talk to her a little bit about the Azorius control matchup. May, congratulations. I believe I cannot hear you, May. Sorry.
It looks like we're going to...
Is this thing on? Okay, I can hear myself.
Yeah, there we go. Now you're there. All right, May, congrats.
Yeah, it was a hard-fought victory. We got there. I'm excited to end for the first time today before the round timer expires. So.
Yeah, we were commenting on that. That was a fast match. I mean, you made quick work of Sean there in the control mirror. That was one of the fastest control mirrors I've ever seen.
Oh yeah. I mean, game 1, my hand was awful. I would do like all the anti-aggro cards, which I should have never packed because I haven't played a single aggro matchup today.
Oh.
I think this is my 3rd Bue control mirror today. I regret bringing this deck, but I'm okay. So I looked down at my hand and it's just like 2 verdicts and like 2 lockdowns, I think. And I cannot like draw counter magic to save my life. So I was like, all right, what can I do? I can attack my opponent to death, and it just works.
It just worked. He didn't draw any of the anti-aggro. Can't counter the attack to death plan. Well, I want to ask a little bit. You mentioned you've played the control matchup 3 times today, right?
Yeah.
With the cards that have been printed in Murders of Karlov Manor, namely No More Lies, being able to permanently exile like Memory Deluge and stuff like that, has that changed the dynamic of the control mirror in Pioneer, knowing that your Memory Deluge and things are a little bit more vulnerable thanks to this new Mana Leak effect?
I think just having like Mana Leak is great. I mean, I think everyone kind of agrees with that, and the fact that Exiles is kind of crazy. I don't know who's printing these cards, but I would not have added that.
You'd like a word?
Yeah, so it is super relevant. It's happened to me a few times a day. It's happened to my opponent a few times a day. But I notice most players will just forget that Memory Deluge exists in their graveyard anyway. So it functionally does the same thing as a Mana Leak would do. But in all seriousness, the card is good. It's really nice to have just like a card that counters everything. And a lot of matches today have come down to just playing draw go until either one player just doesn't draw a land or one player just has enough to pay for the Mana Leak effect, basically. It's just great to have in the deck. I wish I knew what it did against aggro, but I guess we'll never learn.
Hey, well, you know what? It's working out for you. If you're just able to beat up on the control mirror, maybe you don't need these stinking anti-aggro cards. The other card from Murders of Karlov Manor, we're seeing a little bit in the control mirror, and this is the last question I have about your deck list, but I do want to talk a little bit about it. Deduce, that's a card we saw from Sean. Didn't see any in your list. Is that something you're not excited about as much, or where do you land on that card?
As a control player, I think I'm ethically required to register 80 cards, and I don't think I can add any more cantrips to my deck. So just having the Owen of the Seas is just better. Whereas I think if I had reps going into this weekend, I would just play 60 card, probably without Kahira, and then run that card, because I think that the Think Twice with an uncountable basically back end is just like really good to have. So I think it's good. I just don't have copies of it, and also just didn't think to register it. I'll be honest.
Well, look, what you registered is working out pretty well. You're 401 right now. A couple rounds to go. You're aiming for that top 8. What are you? You're going to have a little bit of time at least now before your next match. You were able to close that one out in 2-0 fashion. What do you think is the key to success for you the rest of today? What are you hoping to execute on with your deck?
The key to success is first finding someone who knows how to do tournament math, because I do not. The second key to success
Underrated
is I think just like not keeping like low land hands like I'm doing all day and be getting away with it. I think the deck's pretty strong. I think I just have to draw the right half of it sometimes, and just kind of hope that works. I haven't had like any time to like scout out like who's playing what. I know there's like a bunch of like really good players in the room, but I'm basically flying blind. So maybe I'll go do that. But I think the main thing is just like not falling asleep, because I played, 6 rounds of Azorius Control, and I think I'm losing my mind. Just a little bit.
You sound like someone that's really having a hard time, but you picked the deck. You did this to yourself.
I don't own other cards. I never want to own a foil deck in my entire life. I cannot physically shuffle the deck very well. It's been a struggle, but I haven't lost, so I guess I can't really complain.
Yeah,
the duality of Yorion.
Correct. Who's really winning? You might be 5-0-1 or whatever, looking to maybe make top 8 here, but who's actually winning? Everybody that showed up with aggro and dodged you, I guess.
Pretty much everybody who has time between the rounds.
Well, you do now, and we're no. I don't want to cut into that too much longer. I really appreciate you stopping and talk to us, and you have a nice, well-earned break ahead of you and some scouting maybe to do or whatever, tournament math, whatever you want to do in your time.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you who else is winning, Drake. I think it's all of us who got to watch that last round, because that was some peak Pioneer play, right? That was the format condensed into a nutshell, and it was fun to watch Azorius Control play out like that. So those players are now going to be set up heading into round 7 next as we march towards the top 8 here at the NRG Championship Series in Chicago.
Yeah, 2 more rounds of Swiss, and that'll do it for round number 6. The quickest Magic you'll ever see. You at home may have a little bit of a break, but of course, don't go anywhere. We will be back with round number 7 here very shortly, and cut to break, and we'll hear from our production when we're ready to start round number 7. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back. After a lightning fast round 6, we are back for the penultimate round of Swiss, round number 7, here at the Pioneer 10K Showdown in Chicago, leading up to the Pro Tour next weekend. Back here with Corbin. And second to last round, top 8's beginning to flesh out. A lot of sweet magic left to watch today.
Yeah, we saw some, as you mentioned, it really fast magic, one of which you expect in the Boros Convoke deck in Namdang taking down the match. But then we saw May French win with Azorius Control in a quick 2-0 as well, which brings us here into round 7 of this tournament. And look, there's a lot that's going on here. There's a lot of players still in contention, a lot to look at. And we want to jump into some of that here before we hop on into the gameplay of round 7.
Right, so let's take a look real quick. Let's update you on our players to watch for this event before we head into round number 7. You can see here the breakdown. Andrea Mengucci for 1-1, doing quite well with his Lotus Field deck. We saw a little bit. Round number 1, Christian Calcano dropped, already done with the event. Derek Davis, championship competitor, 5-1. Dominic Harvey, 4-2, along with Marco Del Primo. Raja Suleiman, 4-1-1, matching Mengucci. Sean Goddard, who we may get to in our backup match, at 5-1, doing quite well. And Steven Dykman fell to 4-2. So overall, a great spread. A lot of players still in contention. A lot of players still going to be playing this round. And like I said, I believe we have Goddard dialed up as our backup feature match, but I'm expecting to see plenty more of these players through the rest of the day. And speaking of, let's see what they're playing for get the prizes slide up. I did mention it's a 10K showdown, and a showdown means that the winner of the event gets directly invited to the NRG Championship at the end of the year. We'll play in the 2024 championship. You also get an invite to the next regional championship as well. You can see the first and second place get that. A whole bunch of points and a whole bunch of cash. You can see that breakdown there on screen. It is a 10K, so $10,000 going to be paid out in cash. Lots that these players are playing for. The NRG mainstays love to get involved in that kind of stuff, and invites abound. So a lot of stakes for these players and what they have going on. And that is just for what's available today. Let's take a look at the next events. If you want to get a piece of this pie, where can you get that done? Well, obviously tomorrow we're going to have another showdown. This one's going to be $5,000, going to be a standard event that's happening on Sunday in Chicago. So if you couldn't make it out to Pioneer, maybe you can make it to standard, play a little bit of standard this weekend. But otherwise, we have one in April, May, and June. April's going to be in Minneapolis. Going to have a 10K Modern Showdown and a 5K Legacy Trial. Get a little taste of Legacy here on the series, of course. May is going to be in Indianapolis, 10K Modern Showdown, and then on Sunday, a 10K Showdown that is Team Trios. And last but not least, we got June, St. Louis. That one's going to be the final one to round out the first half of the year. It's going to be a 10K Showdown in Pioneer once more, and this one's going to have a 5K trial that is the modern format accompanying it. So a lot of different formats for whatever your weapon of choice is when you play Magic, and plenty of different events to get out to if you want to get involved in some of these really sweet prizes that we are playing for here today. So now, all that mouthful out of the way, let's start moving into round number 7, which will feature an Izzet mirror, but it's asymmetrical because it is Izzet Ensoul versus Izzet Phoenix.
Yeah, I just want to say before we go any further, Drake, that was an excellent job on that. What I love about these series, though, is that everyone, we see some of the players who are headed to the PT next week here in Chicago who are playing and getting to practice the format, which will then be the Pro Tour format. And that's a feature of the NRG schedule this year that I think is really cool for players looking to level up. And as you mentioned, even the top seats here get invites onto the circuit as well.
Yeah, it's really cool to get that cross-circuit stuff going on, be able to get multiple invites and that kind of thing. It really raises the stakes a ton for these events and, what these players are playing for. And there's so much. There's so much. No matter what you care about, be it points, be it just raw cash, be it, playing at a higher level at these bigger, more, even higher stakes events, all of it. You get the whole package here in the NRG series. And yeah, I really appreciate you calling that out. That's a really, really good point. And like you said, we have the Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor that is the Pioneer format next weekend as well. So, even if you just want to get more reps for the Pro Tour, we got players here doing that today. I'm sure big reason why we see players like Andrea and Mengucci playing here today, doing quite well in the event. There's still a little bit more work left to do. Here we got the match up and ready to go. Is it Ensoul? Not a matchup I think I've ever seen before. An Ensoul artifact, a card I haven't really seen be a presence in the format in any real heavy way in some time.
It's been a minute. As a matter of fact, I can tell you the last time I think I saw Izzet Ensoul on a feature match, and it might have been the Pro Tour Finals of Magic 2015, right? It's been a minute since that card has been dominant, okay? But it has been a part of this format in the past. And Tim is now 5-1 with an Izzet version of it here against sort of the more classic Izzet Phoenix out of Maxx on your left side. Now, these players have been shuffling up for a minute, so it looks like we're resolving mulligans here. Now, the Izzet Ensoul deck, of course, if we're talking about Ensoul Artifact, can turn something into a 5/5 immediately and get aggressive. So, mulliganing down to 6 here. It's not necessarily a deck that thrives on having access to a ton of cards. It just needs the right cards.
Absolutely. And you mentioned kind of wanting an artifact. Well, here is one, thanks to being able to make a map token off of Spyglass Siren from the Lost Caverns of Ixalan, a relatively new pickup for the deck. Able to make a map token, which will enable a turn to Ensoul if you want it. Sometimes you kind of want to wait for Darksteel Citadel, the land that gives it indestructible, especially in the case of Izzet Phoenix, where they have things like Lightning Axe. You may be a little more sensitive to that kind of thing with just a Spire Bluff and a go. But there is, your Darksteel Citadel, just a crack at the map.
You named it, though. That was perfect. Now, we had Maxx, like many of us, had to start reading Tim's cards on turn 1, which is always an accomplishment. Achievement unlocked there for Tim, which I'll be honest, he probably unlocked that on turn 1 of round 1. But good for him. But yeah, that gives it the token. So it's kind of another option. But you mentioned it, a removal spell there coming out from Maxx takes down the Siren. Now, the Indestructible now tapped Darksteel Citadel. That is the one that, if it picks up some scissors right now, could start coming in for 5, and Maxx is going to be hard pressed to stop that. What does Maxx want to try to do here, Drake, to answer what Tim does? Is it just hope that there's not a 5/5 that comes at you, or is there much as you can do to try to play around it?
Yeah, so the 5/5 is going to be a big part of the equation as far as problems go. You can answer a lot of the other stuff pretty easily, just kind of some random scraps hanging around. You see Inti, the Sensual, the Sun. A big part of like the fair plan for this is it Ensoul deck, like your backup kind of beat downs, get some value plan. I think Phoenix is going to be good against that. They're going to be actually pretty weak against the Darksteel Citadel Ensoul stuff specifically. But even there, you can do a little bit of a race. A lot of Izzet Phoenix threats are flyers. They can fly over any kind of indestructible blockers or large blockers, and you can kind of present a racing situation. That's gonna be the plan if you got Ensouled early, but against the just like scraps like this Voldaren Epic here, the Spyglass Siren, stuff like that, I mean, you can kind of take a little bit of a more controlling role, and your threats are just gonna be better. Your card advantage is better, your threats are better, and with no graveyard hate in game number 1 for the Ensoul deck, I think you're just gonna outclass them on most axes.
Yeah, and Maxx is certainly not under any pressure right now. I think that's a Voldaren Epic here from Tim. So all enablers and no payoff at this point for Tim, is no 5/5s coming in, even with the indestructible land. He has a couple mana open, but Maxx is getting all the freedom here to just set up his hand, find what he wants. It doesn't look like there's any Phoenixes in the yard quite yet, but I spot at least one in the hand. And look, he's at 20 life against a deck that wants to be attacking you for 5 on turn 2. So not ideal for Tim, whereas Maxx, you mentioned Outlast. So it looks like he's taking sort of that slower approach, just leaving his mana open here, waiting to see what Tim does, respond to it, and at the end of all of it, plans to have a couple of Phoenixes clean up.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big part of the equation with Izzet Phoenix. You actually do make headway just moving cards around because you're filling your graveyard for Delve by just casting cantrips and stuff. And with your opponent just buying Giganta on their turn 4, you have to be stoked to see that, because now you're under no pressure. Like you said, you're under no pressure to take any actions, which means you can really set up some impressive turns, both with Phoenixes, Temporal Trespass, if that's the thing you want. You see Maxx just developing mana, handful of spells. You don't want to just run all your stuff out. But even if you do things like Treasure Cruise, do a lot to recoup it. I mean, every single metric you could gauge this match on, I think Maxx is ahead, except, I guess creatures in play. He's really got it all under lock. We'll see what Tim can present.
Ooh. Well, if that's a metric we're going by, Maxx is falling miles behind.
Fortunately, that's not the metric that I think is going to convert to a victory, as Spyglass Siren and Voldaren Epic are relatively small in the grand scheme of threats.
They're not that small anymore. We are well, there's still one.
No, that's a land. That's not gonna. No, you tried. I mean, we're joking, but if there is enough of this kind of thing going on, there are reckless bushwhackers in this deck, and that will be able to upgrade a lot of these little mopey things that we're kind of making fun of here a little bit. But I mean, that is a real part of the backup plan for Ensoul. The deck's called Ensoul. That's not the entire part of the equation. And Inti is going to join the bunch. Going to get another reread of that one. Ton of text on that one.
Well, you're right. If people aren't familiar with Reckless Bushwhacker, it's sort of the classic. It used to be entire decks were named after bushwhackers because of what they do, giving creatures a pump and haste and turning all of your small guys into threats that can win the game after they've poked people down. Now, I don't know if that's what's going to happen here. There is a Phoenix that has hit the graveyard for Maxx, and with a Consider, it looks like to start things off here, I think we might see 3 spells and a bird or 2 coming back into play.
Yeah, I think Maxx mostly just waiting for a threat he actually cared about. Inti certainly representing that, not a card you want to just let go. And of course, it does threaten to start doing his thing right away. It says whenever you attack, got a quick read of that. Whenever you attack, you can discard a card. So it doesn't have to attack itself. You can attack with other creatures. And so Maxx wisely took care of that before even moving to the combat step. Got to discard a Phoenix. And now we can start to commit some cantrips to maybe just bring a bird back. And you're already winning the race out the gate. A Phoenix is going to outrace these 2 creatures in play in the heads up. But of course, bushwhackers and other things like that can change that equation a little bit. And Ensoul, a threatening draw at basically any point. Shrapnel Blast gives you a ton of reach. This Ensoul deck can really kind of come out of nowhere. And I think those were the main features when you were talking about seeing the deck last like a Pro Tour finals. Those were the highlights of the deck back then. You still have those elements today.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Like the little poke damage adds up pretty quick when it is followed up by a Bushwhacker and a big burn spell, Shrapnel Blast, of course, being 5 damage. Now, I don't know if that's going to matter this game because Maxx is at 18 life. He's having his big Phoenix turn here, although it does just result in one bird coming into play, which Tim is going to answer with
Torch the Tower, a great answer for it.
Yeah.
Exiles. If that one dies, it does exile it. And yeah, I think Maxx gonna want to use his mana to defend the bird. It is really the only clock he has going on, and this may open a spot here for Tim. Maxx having to fight over that Torch to the Tower thanks to the exile effect. Maxx does have one more land left over to play, so a little bit. The shields aren't down entirely.
Yeah, Torch to Tower. I think that's an Eldraine card, a fairly recent addition to the format, but absolutely huge because that exile effect, of course, means that the Phoenix, usually if it gets bolted or whatever, it dies, it goes to your graveyard. No big deal. I'll bring it back next turn, the turn after. But when it gets exiled and you don't have extra birds to work with, yeah, it matters. So Maxx fires off the Spell Pierce to protect it. And now 5 untapped lands for Tim, including an indestructible one, but no Ensoul, at least, just cracks in with the 2/1/1s. Knocks Maxx down to 15 and plays Gigantha.
Gigantha. Time to get Gigantha in the mix. I mean, honestly, Gigantha not that bad. Pretty hard for the Phoenix deck to answer. Lightning Axe, of course, the big one, but already used one of those on Inti, which would signal to me that Maxx doesn't have a ton of other removal dialed up. Of course, that can change with a big cantrip turn.
Yeah, Tim no longer on the mulligan. We'll go with that, right? So he's got the 5.
Sure, yeah. Picked up the card out of the companion zone. Did take some work, but it's in play.
Ledger Shredder for Maxx joining the board. So a lot more stally and less explosive than you might expect than these two decks are certainly capable of. Basically the polar opposite of what we saw last round. And now it looks like Maxx is counting out cards from the graveyard that are going to get exiled.
Yeah, this is the Temporal Trespass, and this is kind of the spot I was mentioning. If you give Phoenix a ton of time, these are the spots they're going to set up. Now he gets to play his threat and take an extra turn, which represents obviously 3 additional damage on the Phoenix heads up. But, who knows what else we can do. We can get more Phoenixes going. We can get the Ledger Shredder going and attacking. It just really, really gives you a huge burst of damage out of the Phoenix deck. And these cantrips going to help a lot with the Ledger Shredder to enable all that. We see a Treasure Cruise. This is what happens. If you let Phoenix take the control role, it's going to be able to set up spots like this where it just kills you out of nowhere too. Kind of a feature of both of these Izzet decks.
Yeah, you mentioned it about just how treading ground for Maxx was actually pulling ahead. And that's why, because it was just fueling that extra turn along with the threat. Now imagine if that Torch had resolved, right? If not for that clutch Spell Pierce, you're able to resolve that Temporal Trespass, but it would be a lot less imposing than it is in this circumstance where Maxx has got 2 flyers that are going to come in at 10. Tim is still staring down at 15 life on the other side, even with Gigantha. This is just the absolute corner turn here for Maxx, where he's going to try to close the door here on Tim and lower the window where he has anything to do to get back into.
Yeah, I think we're resolving our Free the Fae side of the Pricklock Prankster, which gives you options of Fairy, Instant, or Sorcery. Looks like we're going to reach for a Consider, Fiery Impulse, the other option. I think the big part of the equation here, what Maxx is actively thinking about is he's got Tim dead in 2 turns with just the cantrips, right? This is face up. We can get another bird back. Just the 6 damage from the 2 Phoenixes does actually kill Tim. How do you keep yourself from dying from like the dreaded double Shrapnel Blast turn? Just play Darksteel Citadel, double Shrapnel Blast, last 3 cards, bam, you're dead. Those kind of punk outs are what Maxx really needs to kind of be heads up for. Do I need to make sure to have a blocker for Ledger Shredder? Or should I hedge for removal spells? That's really the equation to think about, is how do you keep yourself from dying?
That's a great point because, to us, to anyone who just popped into this game, you look in and you see, okay, well, Tim's got some 1/1s, they're tapped, and Maxx is he's going off. He's doing everything he wants, exiling stuff, taking turns, drawing cards. And you think, well, this game's just over. He's just going through the motions. But you're absolutely right. If you're Maxx, you switch over to thinking, well, how can I lose this game? And you brought up the ways that the Ensoul deck can just kill out of nowhere. And that's maybe why Tim hasn't picked him up yet either, despite now being, at least 1 turn away from being dead. So to your point, Maxx wisely, it looks like, keeps back the Ledger Shredder. So you don't just say randomly take 5 from Gigantha and then get burned out from 15. If it has to chump block, it has to chump block. You'll still have lethal in the air.
Yeah, this is you're kind of deciding what you can beat. I'm not sure if there's a combination now, but at some point you have to get in there with the birds. You need to present a lethal threat, but at the same time, like I mentioned, these Shrapnel Blasts are really the big threat and the big unknown if you are Maxx. and you're trying to close this game out. I mean, if you get to untap with things as they stand, you win the game. So what is Tim going to do about that? We'll see. Seems to have some stuff to do, moving some mana around. But
I was going to say, on the other side here, Tim is not scooped yet, despite ostensibly being dead on board, which means, at least for now, he's thinking about a way out. Now, we don't know if he's thinking about ways to chain removal into killing the creatures, or if he's thinking about ways to actually try to put together lethal. But deep in the tank here to try to find a way out. Got access to 5 mana, an indestructible land, a couple 1/1s, one of which does fly. I believe if that's the Siren down there, would be able to chump block it too.
Yeah, I haven't done the math. I don't know if there's something. I think we do see at least a copy of Shrapnel Blast. I don't know what like a copy of Gleeful Demolition plus Reckless Bushwhacker could accomplish. Yeah, it looks like we are just going to go ahead and start beating down with the Giganta. I assume that's an attack, not a tap for mana.
I would assume so as well, yeah. Well, all right, Max, put to the choice here. You know, that he has no mana open. So if he takes 5, goes to 10, you would be dead to double Shrapnel Blast. And looks like we see a chump block playing around that. Good call.
And I think this is actually going to be great for Tim. He has a backup Smuggler's Copter, which a card we didn't really talk about when it comes to upgrades for this deck. Smuggler's Copter, pretty quiet in Pioneer, 4 copies in this deck, and does represent a blocker for Arclight Phoenix. Now,
yeah,
we'll
with the Copter freed onto the format, it does slot very well into this deck. Not one I had considered for you, right about that. But so with the threat, just the threat of the double Shrapnel Blast being able to kill you, that forces the chump block out of Max. And now Tim trying to play sort of a normal game here against Max, where he's trying to win the combat on board.
Yeah, this match definitely about what's on the board here. And I think we just blew up, I would assume, a blood token. I'd have to read Gleeful Demolition to see if you could just target your own Darksteel Citadel and just get the tokens for free. That might be what just happened. I didn't see any permanents move around. You can just target your own Darksteel, make 3 tokens, and then now you just get 3 tokens for 1 mana all the time. You get to keep your artifact. That's pretty powerful.
All right, the epic hardcast bird from Max turned them all sideways. But hey,
beep beep.
Does Tim
now we're not dead here. We can cruise Smuggler's Copter and use the instant speed Shrapnel's Blast to stay alive.
He's got 2 blockers. Great. He's got 2 blockers with the. He could go to 3 if he wanted and keep the Shrapnel Blasts up for possibly going to the face.
Yeah,
that's what Tim does. Falls down to 3 with a pair of blocks. The Prankster comes out for Max, has a blocker of his own, but okay, 3 to 15, Tim. You bought yourself another turn. We'll see what he can do with it.
Yeah, and look how close this game actually feels. It kind of feels like Tim didn't really do much this whole game. He just buying Giganta, playing it, making some mopey creatures or whatever. I mean, but the Shrapnel Blast just presents so much of a threat to die out of nowhere that just with what's on board, it feels like Tim doesn't need a lot to cross the finish line here. And I think Max pretty aware of that with how he sequenced his turns and leaving a blocker up every single turn very wisely.
Yeah, and very well played. It makes all of those turns where Max kind of felt like he was doing nothing. Just felt like he was sculpting his hand, just kind of playing with his food. But he wasn't. He was preparing for this eventuality because he did not have sort of a turbo Phoenix hand himself.
Here we go. Back to Max.
So the attack comes in from Tim. Does not represent lethal. He is out of flying blockers, and Max is still alive. So the birds come in. Does Tim have an answer? He does not.
Well, a close game. Like I said, the Shrapnel Blast never cast. Max ending the game at 11. Virtual 6 if the Shrapnel Blast would resolve. Closer game than it looked on paper, but it did really feel like Tim never really got anything started. Kind of waiting for Ensoul the entire game. Made some artifacts, kind of accrued some value. Never really drew any Bushwhackers or any kind of payoffs for all that. And Max gonna win game number 1. We'll see what the sideboard upgrades look like. We're gonna take a look at Tim's deck first.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. We're looking at Tim's deck here. Sort of the same thing that we see across the classic and solo archetypes. Lots of 1-drops that create tokens that are artifacts or are artifacts themselves. And there's actually a ton of options if you look through this deck. That is at least 12 1-drops, I think, that give you something to put an Ensoul artifact on. So you might be looking for that, that aggressive start here. In the sideboard, he has access to his own spell pierces. He's got some graveyard hate. What do you think his best options are here moving against the Phoenixes?
Yeah, you called out the Graveyard Hate. I really like the Unlicensed Hearse for a host of reasons. Obviously, it can be a big attacker. That matters a ton in this matchup where, the Izzet Phoenix deck is looking to play a tempo game, answer a few of your threats, attack you in the air, kill you that way. Unlicensed Hearse able to flip the script pretty quick, slowing you down a little bit by eating through the graveyard and then being a big threat itself. You may want some more of the Torch the Tower stuff. Typically, removing Phoenixes isn't actually that strong because they come right back. When you're exiling them, that's very different. And I think that's something that is going to be really appealing, especially when you can bargain it, upgrade it to 3 damage, and maybe pick off like a Ledger Shredder and stuff too with all of your token makers. It gets a little bit of extra utility there. And outside of that, maybe could reach for Hazards as well. Just a really sticky threat that Izzet Phoenix can't answer that will actually close the game really quickly. I don't want to over sideboard too much. You do need to keep that critical mass of artifacts and stuff like that. But cards like Inti that just get answered by a lot of 1-mana removal strike me as a little bit weaker in the sideboard games, especially for this particular fair matchup. And that's a card I could see shaving pretty heavy on and maybe shaving a little bit more and making some more dramatic changes when it comes to sideboarding for this matchup.
Yeah, I like you called out the Hearse. The Hearse doesn't just remove Phoenixes in this matchup, right? The Izzet Phoenix deck, we saw exile cards from its graveyard to cast an extra turn. We saw them exile for all those delve costs. So just eating 2 cards a turn, even if it's not the Phoenixes themselves, has value. In addition, of course, you mentioned the Hearse becoming a threat later on. So that's what we see from the Ensoul side. From the Phoenix side, I don't know the last time that they planned against going against the Ensoul deck, but what's probably the best access you think for them to fight on here?
Yeah, so again, I think this matchup's going to feel pretty similar to like the Convoke matchup, where here's a deck that has the option to go pretty wide. Like a few things go big. I mentioned the Darksteel Citadel thing actually being pretty problematic, but if the base case is going to be a lot of this Gleeful Demolition plus Reckless Bushwhacker stuff, that's why this Ensoul deck actually has a lot of strength here and is doing so well. You can kind of go big and go wide, and when you're sideboarding, you need to prepare for that. I think one of your best cards for being like going against that is Young Pyromancer, making a stream of chump blockers to be able to block big Ensouls. They don't really get through a pile of ground blockers very well, and it's also pretty good against the Reckless Bushwhacker stuff. Now, I do think Anger of the Gods is worse here. You probably still bring them in, but I do think it is worse here than it is against the Convoke style setups. So you maybe only bring in one, maybe you don't want both. I do think Young Pyromancer is the better of the bunch when it comes to that kind of effect. And then the last card I would reach for is some number of Crackling Drake. I think you do, especially with Torch the Tower being a face-up quantity. You saw that in game 1. I think Crackling Drake, both dodging the Graveyard Hate out of the sideboard and just being a single card big threat to win these kinds of races that you're going to face in this matchup, is a big deal. Ensoul, not great at blocking big flyers, and Crackling Drake is that dodges a lot of the sideboard hate and removal that you've already seen.
Well, yeah, it completely can go around the Hearse, because even if the Hearse nukes your entire graveyard, the Drake comes down, doesn't care about that. It cares about your graveyard as well as your cards in exile. So the Drake can be a huge game-ending threat, even if they have their graveyard hate. So that's what we're looking at. We are jumping in. Tim leading off with
Empty.
Empty on turn 2. So it stays in the deck. That looks like a Darksteel Citadel there. So has some pieces, but no 1-drop in this one. Maxx looks like probably just gonna opt for the consider.
Oh, there you go. Close enough.
You might be considering
words
work.
work.
I don't know. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Picklock Breaks is the yard. I mean, no 1-mana removal spell. That's great for Tim. I mean, Inti, if you just want to overload on like individually powerful threats, maybe shave a little bit of the 1-drops, whatever Tim actually did, does demand an answer. I mean, if you don't answer Inti quick, it does its Dark Confidant impression, starts running away with the game, but Maxx does have the Fiery Impulse, so way that
might have expected it to die on the incept there. Maxx goes for the consider on the incept instead, but still does have the removal spell. Passes back to Tim. Now, Tim, I imagine, did not expect to actually untap on turn 3 with the Inti. You throw it out there, you see if it works, and if it doesn't, you move on with the rest of your game plan, which appears to be a 1-drop that makes a blood token.
Yeah, and I think this sequence speaks to not planning to Ensoul this turn. Had the option to potentially Ensoul and then attack right away with the Citadel. If that's something we want to do, assuming we still want to Ensoul in the sideboard games. Gleeful Demolition is going to happen instead. Interesting.
Well, yeah, and going back to the sideboard we talked about, right? We mentioned that if you bring in Anger of the Gods, right? Anger of the Gods looks pretty good against Tim's board right now. But if instead Tim had gone for the Ensoul on the Indestructible Land, then your Anger of the Gods looks terrible. And that's sort of the two sides of the deck that can make the Ensoul deck a little tricky to deal with and allow it to kind of steal those games out of nowhere, especially when people maybe aren't familiar with it and aren't used to getting bushwhackered out of the Izzet deck.
Yeah, I think when you think about Izzet Ensoul, Ensoul's the name of the deck. You're thinking about that big 5/5, but being able to reach for the Gleeful Demolitions and the Bushwhackers are a really nice pivot for this deck. Able to kind of have individually powerful cards like Smuggler's Copter and Empty, as well as the ability to go wide and go tall, forces your opponent to just draw the right half of their deck. Like right now, you're seeing, like you mentioned, the go wide plan here. A bunch of Goblin tokens, Lenard Epicure, a lot of bodies. Izzet Phoenix pretty bad at answering that. Anger, the good card here. If it was Ensoul instead, you wouldn't want Anger at all. Now you want a completely different set of cards. And that pressure is what gives this Ensoul deck a lot of additional power. And here is the blood token being sacrificed so that, your objects just matter too.
Yeah, it's worked out well for Tim. Max is, we've burned some costs. We've killed some extra, we've drawn some extra cards. We've killed some creatures, but still kind of behind on board right now. And it could get really ugly if Tim has, sort of that kicker effect, whatever it may be. It looks like, though, it's an Inti, which Max is going to have to answer again. Which, you should be able
another
to
one
rip full of cards.
Has it. Phoenix in the bin as well. First trouble.
That's a great one right there. I think for Max, the Lightning Axe pitching a Phoenix into the graveyard, allowing him to advance his Phoenix plan while also advancing his plan of staying alive by not dying to Grizzly Bears. So.
Well, yeah, not dying and not giving Tim the ability to just get a bunch of additional value. I mean, Inti is a strong card. That's been proven time and time again. As here comes another Gleeful Demolition in front of the go wide plan. Yeah, I mean, you want to keep it to one axis. Now, if Max draws Anger of the Gods, he's very ahead to maybe just wins the game on the spot. If Inti's part of the equation and Tim's getting card advantage as well, that's another axis you need to catch up on entirely, and that could maybe be too much for Max to handle. So wisely picking that one off.
So uses the adventure half of the fairy there, instantly picks the removal spell up, but that removal spell was not an Anger of the Gods. It looked like it was point removal. Here we go. This is how he's going to try to play this game. Young Pyromancer into Treasure Cruise to make some tokens, and it is a Pioneer, a format of 1/1s crashing into each other right now. That's what this game looks like it's going to be decided on, but this is opening the door wide open for Tim here if he has a finisher.
In Magic, sometimes you label decks as a token strategy. I don't know how many tokens you have to make in order to be labeled a token strategy. I would maybe make an argument Tim's deck with the goblins, maps, bloods, and all that stuff could have an alternative name that involves the tokens.
No kidding.
Label. But certainly a big fixture of the game that we see in front of us here today, as an island played, has an opt in hand, choosing to wait on it. Can't bring a bird back with it, so might as well wait and have the most information when casting that. Max and Izzet Master. Twinless twin.
Okay, so this is the window for Tim. What does he lead with? Finally,
Ensoul!
Deep into game two. Deep into game two. The scissors show up. They enchant
and they're good.
Darksteel Citadel. Well, this is all the axes now, right? This is the 1/1 swarm and the indestructible 5/5.
Right, and now this is a real problem for Max, like you just mentioned. And now we're taking a look at the opt. Couldn't find a spell pierce, no reason to do it in response or anything. But now we need to start talking about winning the race, keeping your Pyromancer alive. But when you're planning to trade away tokens in order to start to cut down the go wide plan, now you have to start committing one to the Abyss, aka Darksteel Citadel with Scissors, which is going to come in every turn, and that might split the young Pyromancer's tokens a little too wide. As you see Max really thinking about how he wants to sequence this. A second Pyromancer dialed up in hand, maybe that can start to fight through. But like you said, every single
if he can stall, right? If he can hang around in there, Pyromancer has the ability to match those tokens, even throwing away one every turn. But another Gleeful Demolition.
Another Gleeful Demolition.
That one might
you see Max chuckling there. Tim's like, "Why won't you die? More goblins, bring them out."
All right, is it tokens confirmed? I'll say.
We're right on that. We're there. One. You're on board. Let's do it. Is it tokens?
Max wanted to play Is It Tokens, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to keep up with this little token war here.
His token maker is strong. looking to be worse right now. We'll see. You know, like I said, Anger the Gods, not that great. Picks up your own Pyromancers, and deploying a second one, I would certainly say indicates no anger. You're fighting this heads up with some young Pyromancers, and we'll see who that favors. With Maxx really low on life, though, a Shrapnel Blast at basically any point for the rest of the game is going to be a pretty big problem for Maxx to cover as well. And there's going to be a lot of draw steps left in this game, assuming Maxx is going to be able to fight his way back in. Yeah, so it's 1 million tokens, but Maxx is going to be able to make 1 million tokens as well, right? He's got 3 mana open along with the Pyromancers. So let's see. Tim is casting. I can't tell what. Oh, that's Hazoret, isn't it? Yeah, that's a Hazoret, and that's another big indestructible 5-power attacker. This is, I mean, so much pressure. Yeah, Maxx is going to have to start getting some removal spells involved, or we might just be dead right now. And Fiery Impulse is going to start picking through these tokens, need to generate tokens of his own in order to generate enough blockers. But Hazoret adds the extra element of Tim can just pitch his card every turn and just deal 2 damage. A little Sulfuric Vortex style effect. And I think it might come up because Maxx able to fire off 2 removal spells there, take out 2 of Tim's tokens while generating 4 of his own. I think when the dust clears on this attack step, you're going to see a board that at least shows a path to victory for Maxx. And Tim is going to be leaning on that Hazoret and any Shrapnel Blasts he might draw. But we'll see how far Maxx falls down here. It might be too much. Looks like to 3. And 3, I mean, isn't dead to Hazoret, but with you only having your own Pyromancers in play, maybe they have to start getting involved in the blocking. And with Max's hand, I think I saw Island Spell Pierce. That is not the mixture that's going to win you this game. If you're Maxx, big draw step here. You see him rubbing on the table there. It's got to be a good one. Okay, well, that is pretty much what he wanted. It's going to cantrip into another spell, make 2 blockers. And I mean, look like that. Just like that, Tim has 5 attackers. Maxx has 4 blockers without finding another spell. If he's able to chain through a couple here, he'll get back the Phoenix even. And really he got another Phoenix off Consider and drew a sleight of hand. So this is coming up Maxx right now. Another big hit, and we might actually have a chance in this game getting some birds. I mean, I don't know if we can assemble a lethal attack. Well, if he's able to just survive, it takes Hazoret 2 turns, right? Because Tim doesn't have any cards in hand. And the mana to double activate. As long as Maxx can survive, the next Hazoret activation puts him to 1. You might even have an attack to line up next turn. How about Spell Pierce your own sleight of hand to make tokens and for your 3rd spell, and then you get to pay to still get the card. How about that? Yeah. Getting tricksy is Maxx. I love this play a lot. Guarantee that 3rd spell. I used to play a little bit of Phoenix on Arena, and the cards were bad enough that there were times where you end up lightning axing your own stuff. Just so like you lightning axe your own bird, discarding a bird, get the bird back as your 3rd spell. I love these kinds of plays where you have to like use your spells against yourself just to get the required spell count. What a line from Maxx, man. You nailed it. And being able to pay for it at the end of it too. I still get my card. I think he's putting an anger on bottom there. I think that certainly speaks to the direction this game has gone. Wow. So that is an incredible play there for Maxx, an incredible line he was able to find. He's staring down 9 tokens that were made off lethal demolitions. And not only is the game not over, he's starting to get a little aggressive here. Tim is probably going to have to find something on top of his deck, or Maxx might be able to turn this one around. Yeah, what not out of the clear yet is Maxx, but an attack for 10. I mean, that's half of Tim's life total in 1 hit. The Pyromancers you're not planning to block with, so you're going to go ahead and get those involved in combat along with the Phoenixes that can't be blocked. But if Tim leaves everything back to block and just pitches to Hazoret, it's not clear that Maxx has enough right now to get through the string of blockers. A Shrapnel Blast means game over right now. There's no mana up for Maxx at all. So Shrapnel Blast to kill, and Tim might still have it in the heads up if he just leaves back all the blockers. I imagine you're going to do some amount of attacking with things like Hazoret that are just 5/5s anyway. But, Yeah, that's a great point, is that Maxx is that's a huge turn for Maxx to get back into this game. It continues. Now being switched back around to Tim, and you just elaborated on how he can actually find a way back in this game despite staring down multiple Phoenixes now and multiple young Pyromancers. His outs and his ways to get there aren't easy, and it's going to be very stressful passing the turn back to Maxx here. But Tim does have a line to victory. We'll see if Maxx is able on the turn of the game here. I mean, this is it. Can he find a way to punch through for 10 damage? Yeah, I mean, that's very much about Maxx needs to win right here. Now, something like Temporal Trespass would easily lock the game up. So definitely some cards to draw or cantrip into just to win right now. But with what we see on the board, like even just land, activate Hall, or anything like that, there's no sequence of just attacking, I think, that wins Maxx the game. You just pitch with Hazoret on instep into untap, draw, pitch again. That's 4. You're at 3. You're dead. So you have to find some sequence that gets through right now. And any further tokens are summoning sick. So the attackers you see right now are all we got. 6 is getting through in the air for sure. So we don't need that much more, but we do need more.
I
need to
can't
get a look at
tell
that one.
what that is.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that artwork, but with 4 dice on it, I think it's Thing in the Ice, the promo. Little late to the party, but could be a huge pickup.
Okay, so it begins then. Thing in the Ice, play, sleight of hand. That's 1 spell down. That's 1 counter off. Maxx has 3 mana open. Find some cantrips here. Or shout out to Twitch chat here. Frank Carson, Hall of Famer, hanging out in Twitch chat, saying that Temporal Trespass also a reasonable way to get out of this one.
Yeah,
first things first.
Definitely
send everything in for Maxx.
Yeah, send everybody. I mean, this speaks to Temporal Trespass or the ability to flip or anger, something like that. Some combination that involves you not dying is making this attack. I mean, maybe it could just be needing Tim to mess up, but I think he can live through what we have here.
Yeah,
but like I said, a ton that can change that. Temporal Trespass, the biggest one.
Yeah,
let's get a quick look at how many copies are in Max's deck. I think it's just the one. It is just the one, none on the sideboard.
It's a perfect one of when you draw it, usually. How about
you can cantrip to find it. The one-ofs are a lot stronger in your deck of whatever, 12, 16 cantrips or whatever. And there is the instep pitch. Looks like Tim did survive the hit.
Okay, what do we got here? Prismari Command.
The last 2? Wow. Yeah, that's going to do it.
Wow, what a finish. What a finish by Maxx. Pulling that one out there. That was 9 tokens Tim made off of Gleeful Demolition, swinging with everything. Maxx using an incredible line when it looked like he is dead. He's able to spell pierce his own spells to get those Phoenixes back, find the line, get there with a Prismari Command with the end at 1 life. It doesn't get any closer than that. What a match.
Yeah, this is what I love about watching good players in action. Both of these players, at 5-1, there's some of the cream of the crop with this tournament and their preparation. And Maxx in game number 2, it's really easy to be in that seat and start to get discouraged, especially when you see that 3rd Gleeful Demolition. We remember Maxx is like cackling at it, like so many tokens, so much to fight through. But really keeping his head in the game, really establishing the plan. And those young Pyromancers, we called them out in the sideboarding, they looked incredible. We're able to keep up with that token production. And even though Maxx, was dead to a few things, dead to Shrapnel Blast and a few things like that, was able to get lucky on that axis and played great with the Spell Pierce, giving you that guaranteed 3rd spell, and was able to lock it up, just keeping his head in the game, not getting discouraged by the pile of stuff that I've seen other players do that. I think that's a really incredible performance from Maxx and really showing his expertise with this Izzet Phoenix deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So we look, I'm excited. We have to talk to Maxx after that one. We are going to try to head down to the booth here, get an interview. I imagine we'll let Matt catch his breath first. That was quite
yeah, that's a sweet one to win. I mean, we mentioned too, like Tim had it going on all axes, except maybe card advantage. I mean, he had the go big in 2 different creatures. He had it in the Ensouled, Darksoul Citadel, and the Hazoret, which just puts so much pressure as far as size goes. And then the 9 tokens as well. We mentioned the only card in the Izzet Phoenix deck that can really keep up with that was Young Pyromancer. Maxx drew both, was still under the gun thanks to the activation from Hazoret. And, like I said, we saw he was able to pull it out, but those games are really hard to win. If you run that one back, 1 million times, I'd be shocked how many times Maxx can win from that spot. But, like I said, kept his head in it, played great, sequences cards great. And we saw his head was garbage, drew that Consider off the top. And he's like, okay, Consider, Graveyard of Phoenix, that's big. Draws Sleight of Hand, that's big. Both of those things need to happen for him to even survive. And it sure
and
did.
Then had to find the Prismari Command. So
yeah, he needed to get lucky again.
It goes back to that first game, right, where he's playing all of those cards and just cantripping through his deck, and he's got all these things you can see running through his mind. Whereas you're watching like this, hey, this is over. But you will never have that game we just saw where he pulls it out of a spot that almost anyone looks dead. He was laughing. There's 9 tokens. Yeah, you got me. It's 9 tokens. I'm never going to beat that. No one beats that, right? Well, if sometimes you give yourself the opportunity to draw your outs, occasionally you're going to draw your outs and you're going to look amazing doing it. So that was a great game. All right, let's head down to the interview, Drake. I'll let you take it away here with Maxx. That was a great game.
Maxx, congratulations! What a game and a match to play.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. It was. I wasn't even looking for the Prismari command, honestly.
Yeah.
My thought was attack for a lot, chain 4 spells, and then the Prismari command just showed up. It's a one of, but that's why they're in there, I guess.
Perfect. Just right
so
when you needed it. Yeah, I mean,
right when
we were talking about temporal trespasses. You're only out. Prismari command obviously did an awesome job there. I want to go back to the beginning of the match. So you're someone that when I think about Izzet decks in Magic right now, your name is nearly synonymous. You know, Twinless Twin. You play Izzet all the time. You know, you're here with your Izzet Phoenix deck. You're 6-1. You're crushing. What do you know about the Izzet Ensoul deck? Is this a deck you had prepared for? I mean, it's an Izzet deck. Is it something you tried? Something you were aware of? Do you have familiarity in this matchup?
No, I really didn't, and it definitely caught me off guard. Even from the opening hand, I thought Gigantha could mean Niv, just because I felt like a lot of the fair Gigantha mid-range decks had kind of been pushed out of the meta by Phoenix. So I wasn't sure whether to keep my Lightning Axe Torch the Tower hand, but then once I saw that, I've played against Izzet Ensoul and with Izzet Ensoul, but it was like 2 or 3 years ago. So it was definitely a while ago, and I made a weird block game 1 with the Ledger Shredder because I had another Phoenix in hand, and my thought was I'm only dying to double Shrapnel Blast here. So, but I'm not sure if that was correct, but I really had no clue what was in my opponent's deck is the point, so I was just I was trying to guess as best I could.
Yeah, that was something we certainly called out a little bit. Is like, yeah, I mean, Maxx really only dies to a string of shrapnel blasts here. It looks like you sniffed that out and played around it. Really heads up. I mean, I think you had one in hand at the end of the game. I'd have to go back and watch, but you know, certainly I think the sequence you needed to play around, and that was how you lost that game. That's part of where that deck gets its power. And weird block to some. Really heads up by you, and I think showing a little bit of expertise. You mentioned you'd played with the Ensoul deck before, although maybe not with the host of upgrades it had. But in game number 2, I mean, some masterful navigation. I want to talk about a little bit into that game when you see the third Gleeful Demolition, this pile of tokens, and Soul comes out. I mean, we caught a laugh, I think, on the third Gleeful Demolition. I mean, talk to me about where your head's at as soon as you see that. What are you thinking? You're like, I'm not winning this, or you're like, dang, I need to get lucky. Where's your head at?
So I had Anger of the Gods in my deck post board. So my first thought after the second demolition was I could Anger, but instead I found a Pyromancer and a second Pyromancer on consecutive draws. So I have to pivot to this Pyromancer plan. That's what my deck's giving me, and I kind of didn't think I was gonna be able to win, but I did know I had the 2 Phoenixes. And I boarded out Trespass, which made it a lot harder. I felt like I was more trying to interact rather than combo with Trespass. So I was like, I need to make a ton of tokens and then bring back multiple Phoenixes, and that's how I can race. And then the Hazoret, I really thought it was over because I was like, okay, they just discard 2 cards. I can't do anything. I had one Borrower, but I bottomed it earlier in the game, and I can't shuffle my deck, so it's just like no outs. But the Prismari command surprised me as much as it surprised you guys.
We were surprised. I didn't even know Trespass was out of your deck. We were sitting there like, Trespass is the big one, maybe a bunch of other birds. Like going into that final turn, we were like, I don't know, he needs a lot. He's very dead in the heads up, not dead to the attack at all. Even the Hall doesn't change that. Yeah, that Prismari command was clutch right when you needed it.
It was super clutch, yeah. And I thought about, should I Thing in the Ice first, or should I just Sleight of Hand in case I hit a Phoenix? But I had actually boarded out a Phoenix, which, again, I don't know if it's correct, but I don't know what's in their deck.
Sure.
And I boarded in some slower cards, so I thought board out a Phoenix. And so I was like, I have 1 Phoenix. I'll just try to flip this Thing in the Ice, and then boom, Prismari command. I take the Prismari command because the other card's a land. And then I attack with everything without counting how much damage I was dealing, because I was like, I'm either killing them with this Prismari command or I'm dying. So it was a fun ending to the match. for me.
Oh yeah, an incredible match it was. One more question I have about kind of your thoughts on Izzet Phoenix, especially in the Pioneer format. I mean, obviously Pro Tour on the horizon.
Yep.
If Phoenix is a deck we're seeing a big uptick in, and that is actually surprising to me. I mean, I love it. I love watching it. But when you talk about the shape of the format right now with cards like Torch of the Tower, exiling Phoenixes, cards like No More Lies, able to exile them on the stack, a big pickup for the blue-white in the matchup, I assume. What are your thoughts on the standing? These cards don't matter. Your other cards got stronger. How do you feel about Izzet in Pioneer as a whole with Murders at Karlov Manor in the format?
Yeah, I think that there are these new cards. There's the No Lies card, and blue-white is already a pretty tricky matchup to play with Phoenix. I think it's pretty 50-50, but lots of maneuvering. I think the biggest thing for Phoenix is just when it got sleight of hand, it became so consistent. And previously, when I had played Phoenix, I tried playing in the past for RC Dallas last season. But when you only have 8 cantrips, there's still a fail rate of how clunky your deck can be. So when you have those cantrips, I mean, Phoenix just feels really strong. I'm not super worried about any of the new cards from Murders, even if they do make some decks stronger. I think that as long as they're not making the bad matchups better, I guess. So like
Sure.
if there was a card that made, well, an Archdruid's Charm, actually, maybe if Lotus ends up being good, that's bad news for Phoenix because that's a tricky matchup. But I'm less worried about the mana leak. We'll have to see if I play against blue-white, but I think that the matchup will be pretty similar.
Well, you're 5-1 right now in this tournament. You're setting up well moving forward. So, or rather, I'm sorry. This is you're 6-1 now. Is that true?
I believe I'm 6-1. Yep.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at the last round. So you're 6-1. You feel you're looking ahead to the top 8, depending the last round. Look, how are you feeling right now? Looking at the rest of the day and where you're at, how you've been playing, because you're coming off an amazing match where you showed some real mastery of the deck. That is the perfect answer.
I'm hungry. I need this pizza. I'm hoping I can draw into top 8 to eat the rest of my pizza.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'll take down the top 8. Phoenix has felt great. I love blue-red, so let's do it.
All right, Max.
Phoenix
thank you.
great.
Enjoy
Great.
the pizza. Fill up. Get some fuel in you for the top 8. Hopefully, we'll see you in a bit.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Good luck, Max. Awesome performance. Well, that's there you have it. The secret to success is play around Shrapnel Blast and eat your pizza. We are gonna go ahead and come back to the booth. I believe we do not have a backup for this round. I believe so. Yeah, that'll be it for round number 7. Again, this is the penultimate round. We have one more round of Swiss. Then we're going to play through the top 8. I believe all of that is going to happen today. So we're going to cut to a break and we'll run some ads real quick, and then we'll be back with the last round of Swiss before the top 8. I'm Drake Sasso here with Corbin Hustler, and that's round number 7. Don't go anywhere. All right, everyone. We are back for the final round of Swiss. This is round 8 of our $10,000 Pioneer Showdown here in Chicago land. Of course, the week before the Pro Tour, a lot of eyes on this Pioneer format, and we are in the final round, and we got some exciting matches for you. I'm here with Corbin. Before we dive in, we're going to take a quick look at the players to watch, two of which we're going to be watching this round, presuming time allows. So let's take a quick look. We have Sean Goddard, 6-1, so he should be good. Maybe can get a draw, maybe not, but definitely looking good for his top 8 prospects. We have Raja Suleiman, 5-1-1, mainstay of the NRG series, doing quite well here and going to be one of our feature matches. That'll be our match B. We have Andrea Mengucci, saw him round 1, haven't really seen him much since, 5-1-1 as well. He's going to be our main feature with his Bant Lotus Field deck. And then, of course, you see the drop off there. We have Derek Davis at 5-2 alongside Dominic Harvey and Steven Dykman. They're going to need to win and do a little bit of praying, I think. And Marco Del Pivo is at 4-3, likely looking to get some top 16, still get some prizes and stuff like that. Even top 32 gets prizes as well. We'll take a look at it in just a moment. But I think dead for top 8 pretty firmly is Marco. And then, of course, Christian Cano, been out of the tournament for a few rounds now. So a lot of these players to watch, still in contention. Gonna be watching some of them yourselves this round, quite living up to the players to watch name. But let's see what these players are playing for before we
Isn't it nice when we carve out a few players to watch, and then they just let you keep watching them because they keep winning?
Yeah, they are the players to watch. We are watching them.
Love it when a plan comes together.
Well, you can see the prize breakdowns. Of course, even if you're not live for top 8, still plenty to play for as far as money and points go. This is a $10,000 showdown, which means the winner does get an invite to both the end of year NRG Championship and the regional championship over at DreamHack. Second place gets a DreamHack, no invite to the NRG Championship at the end of the year, but still quite a bit of money and points for their trouble. And the fallout from there, is still pretty high money and points. A lot to play for these players, although less so on the invite axis, but you called it out earlier in previous rounds. A lot to play for between the circuits. If you're big fan of DreamHack, the Regional Championship, the Pro Tour that's going on next weekend, NRG is a great way to qualify. And if you want to qualify, that means you need to show up to an NRG event. Let's take a look at where you can do that this season. So you have the event going on today. Tomorrow we have the standard showdown. If you couldn't make it out to Pioneer, you can get a little bit of standard reps. And of course, winning the showdown means you're qualified for the NRG Championship. So you can do that playing standard tomorrow here in Chicagoland. Outside of that, we have an event April, May, and June. April, we're going to be in Minneapolis to play some Modern for a 10K showdown, 5K trial for Legacy. May, we're going to be in Indianapolis, 10K showdown for Modern, and a 10K team trios on Sunday, $20,000 weekend, quite a lot on the line there in May. And then last but not least, we have June, we'll be in St. Louis, 10K Pioneer showdown once again, and then a 5K Modern trial. A lot of money on the line, a lot of points, a lot of invites, ton of stakes. Like you mentioned, you can play between the circuits. Like I said, great way. No reason not to show up to the NRG series across this first half of the year. Well, now I want to call out the any format you want to play, right? Like if we've got Legacy, Pioneer, Modern, Standard, Team Trios. If you can get out to an event, there is likely a format you want to play, which includes Pioneer. These players are quite adept at it this weekend, and now we are going to be tuning in to a Magic player you might have heard of, one Andrea Mengucci, who is live for top 8, playing now against May French, who we watched pull out an Azorius control mirror earlier, going to try to do this time take on Bant Lotus Field on Mengucci's side. Yeah, I have to feel for May. I mean, if you remember during the interview, she was kind of bemoaning having all these aggro cards in her deck, playing against no aggro. No more aggro here either. Now, I do think that if you're Azorius control, you're pretty happy with the Bant Lotus Field. Counter spells very effective in the matchup. Of course, if you're facing down Andrea Mengucci, we're talking about one of the best players there is in the world. Going to be playing the Pro Tour for sure, and featuring new tech. There's definitely no free wins, but I think if you're going to continue to dodge aggro and you're in May's seat, you can't be too mad at the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, looking down we had a lot of players show up, but looking down everyone at the top of the leaderboard here heading into the final round, there is a lot of control. It has been a very good weekend for Izzet decks and for your control lean decks. We've seen a lot of Azorius, some of the decks that can take that long game against the Boros deck, against the aggro decks that are coming out of the gate super fast. We're seeing the other end of the spectrum win out this weekend, at least so far. Obviously, a lot can change here as players finish out the last round, and we've seen mono white humans having good success as well. So there's room for everything here, but it's been a good weekend for control, and we're going to see some more of it in our feature matches this round with our players live for top 8.
Yeah, these players are shuffling up. We can maybe cut down to the match while they're shuffling up. Continue talking here a little bit. I think if you're a fan of Pioneer, this has been a great weekend. Not just because you get to watch more Pioneer next weekend, and you get plenty more today as well, but the format that we're looking at, you just mentioned, extremely diverse. I mean, when you talk about leading into Pro Tour weekend, usually there's like an accepted best deck. A bunch of the best players are playing that, and you just see a ton of that. But we haven't seen that from what I can see. If anything, there's been a ton of control, which is pretty traditional for the NRG series. We see a lot of control. The mainstays love their control decks. We see that continuing here today. But I mean, even some of the players that we know we're going to be seeing in the Pro Tour next weekend, definitely not playing control and generally playing different decks.
Well, there's a couple, I guess there's a few ways to look at it, right? You could, some players who are heading to the Pro Tour next week maybe want to come into this event and just grind their deck. They've already decided what they're going to play. They have their Pioneer deck, and they just want to get live reps and meaningful competition with it. On the other hand, maybe one of these players don't plan on playing their deck. Maybe they want to show up to the Pro Tour knowing how the other side thinks. Or maybe they have no idea what they want to play at all, and they're going to spend the next week frantically testing the format before they lock in their Pro Tour deck list. The point is there's a lot that goes into a decision like this with a tournament the actual week before the Pro Tour. I mean, this is invaluable experience, not just for the players playing in the tournament, the experience for them, but obviously everyone else following along with this, seeing what finds success. The PT field next week will be heavily impacted by what we see succeed this weekend.
Completely agree with that. The player's well underway. May French going to be able to kick us off. Deserted Beach got 2 lands dialed up, already representing some potential for counter magic as Mengucci develops things with the backside of Balagad Recovery and Mana Confluence. So May definitely not interested in committing anything quite yet, even if she could. Andrea hasn't had to cast any spells yet. Has the Lotus field naturally. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's I imagine that's what you want out of your Bant Lotus field deck. There it begins. It untaps, and we'll see what Mengucci does with his mana here. May just passing the turn back, of course, with the 3 mana open, ready to interact, and that's a pretty good one to interact with, I think.
I think we're looking at Shark Typhoon to make a 1/1. Yeah, I think we just untapped
the Typhoon. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, Typhoon's going to make a 1/1 to just start pressuring, and Andrea responds with Archdruid's Charm, but that was going to be able to find Thespian's Stage and, accelerate the ability to copy Lotus Field and start getting the combo going. Thanks to the instant speed nature of this pickup from Murders of Karlov Manor, you're able to kind of do that at any point, and that's really going to matter a lot in the control matchup, where I think May probably would have countered that had she had the opportunity.
Yeah, that seems huge. Talk about punishing for when you're just, end of turn cycle my Shark Typhoon. That generally feels good. If you're the control player, you're in a good spot when that happens. You don't necessarily expect that, but I guess that's something to be prepared for. In Pioneer, Archdruid's Charm seems like a huge pickup, and Mengucci now ready to start doing stuff, right? And we don't know what he wants to do, but he has the engine set up and a grip full of cards. However, he does choose to deploy them. For May here, once Lotus Field player is assembled Lotus Field, what matters? What is important? What are they on the lookout for? What is May?
Well, I think you saw the first piece of the puzzle there with May developing a little bit of a clock, even if it's just a 1/1 Shark. You can kind of turn it up whenever you want with things like Wandering Emperor and stuff like that at instant speed, but you do need a clock. And a second piece of the puzzle, Field of Ruin, able to pick off the Thespian Stage. Andrea got at instant speed. Still gets to keep 2 mana up for things like No More Lies and other counter spells, so shields aren't even down after being able to pick off some of the mana production that Mengucci is capable of. I think May's done a good job kind of establishing her position in this game. Really, you want to get to the spot where all you have to do is counter the spells that matter for the rest of the game. And to do that, you need to answer the lands you can and get a clock going. I think May's done a great job of that. And her record reflects that. She's played against Lotus Field in this tournament so far. She's 5-1-1. She's Sean Goddard's only loss was May French earlier in this tournament. Of course, Sean Goddard also playing Lotus Field combo, so has experienced the matchup, played against it already, beat one of the best players in the field right now playing it. Now we'll see if she can do it again against Mengucci, but I think she's done a good job here. Game number 1 with what she has control over and no land drop for Mengucci. She has to be excited about that.
Yeah, that's a great point. Very well said. And a grip full of cards herself, able to make a land drop and pass. Even a 1/1, I guess, is going to do some work, but Teferi might do even more as it lands here. And I think I spotted a Dovin's Veto in May's hand. So this Teferi, while this is going to happen, Mengucci's going to get off again that instant speed land search. May will at least have access to one counter spell when Mengucci untaps here.
Yeah, and with the Teferi able to start running, I mean, really May only needs one, because as soon as May untaps, like everything is taken care of. Teferi's the clock you need, the counter spells you need, just the stream of everything. I think Andrea understands that and may try to get something going here. He's going to have a hard time around Dovin's Veto. I think if you're in Andrea's seat, you need to be thinking about No More Lies. Can you actually play around that card? Right. She's going to have 4 in her deck. Can you pay for the 3? Is it something you could do? If the answer is no, we may just see a copy past the turn, which is what we're going to do. But if you could, maybe he'd attempt something. He decides he can't. back to May we go. But if you're an Andrea fan, I think this is pretty bad news.
Yeah, May passing. I mean, that was the turn. May is unlikely to tap more than 5 mana again at sorcery speed this game, unless it's well in hand. So I think that the Teferi here off to the races. Mengucci could not have played around, the mana leak, just the existence of it, whether May has it or not, is threatening to players playing against the blue-white deck. And when you just have the Dovin's veto, sometimes they spend all this time to make sure they can pay for their spells through a mana leak, and then don't have it. And that's why No More Lies has made a huge impact on the format. And May looks to be in full control here, passing the turn. Mengucci going to have to try to put something together. A couple of Lotus Fields, some mana, but May with a grip of cards and 6 mana open.
Yeah, both players, I mean, kind of figuring out how to work through each other's resources. I think Andrea realizing he's not under a ton of pressure yet and has done a good job using these Archdruid charms through the course of this game in order to really further his plan, the instant speed nature of them, being able to grab his Thespian stages. I think that's done a good job keeping him in this game. Maya's had a great draw, but Andrea, these Archdruid charms, I mean, they're looking really impactful. He has another one in hand now, and if he can get that going, he might be able to just have enough mana to overpower the counter magic May presents. Hard to do underneath the Teferi, not impossible. And if anybody could do it, it's going to be Andrea.
Yeah, good point. All right, well, that sets the stakes here. We'll see how May wants to proceed from here, looking through just an absolute grip of cards.
Yeah, I see like Absorb, still the veto from earlier you called out. I mean, there's a ton to work through. And okay, here we go. So we got the delayed trigger Teferi on this resolving. Mm-hmm. So the lands are untapped. Now Andrea is going to go for another Archdruid's charm. That resolved.
It looks like May be committing to. Oh, is that discarding to hand size?
Yeah, we're discarding to hand size. I think that's a March of Otherworldly Light. We're just discarding. This doesn't have targets. See you later.
Teferi Dream Unlocked, I guess. That's when your Teferi is really rolling, is when you've got more cards than you can handle. Literally, you're not allowed to handle more than 7, at least then you're in set. Or Mengucci now going to untap, try to work through this. May with the world at her fingertips.
Yeah, we'll see. Strict Proctor, that one flies, represents a block on the Shark, although that's, kind of not the most relevant thing. And Andrea going to go ahead and do a copy of Lotus Field again. Got a little in-step. Looks like March of Otherworldly Light going after Strict Proctor as well. We found a target. Untap goes May. So this is kind of what the game's about for both players. Exchanging resources. Andrea needs to exchange resources while developing mana if he wants to have a chance in this game. Once again, it's really hard to do underneath Teferi. I think if you're Andrea, you're not excited about your position, but this game's far from over. May could potentially make a mistake. You might be able to have enough mana with all these Lotus Fields to overpower the counter magic. There's paths to victory. Andrea's certainly building towards those by just simply moving through the resources, but I mean, he's gonna need May's hand to be kind of bad, and I don't know that it is.
Well, I was gonna say 14 turns is the clock right now, but the Teferi may be the more relevant clock here, ticking up to 8.
Can't exile Lotus Fields.
That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is this game could get very interesting if Mengucci is staring at a hand like several Lotus Fields in play, which he is, and May could have an active Teferi ultimate, and yet the game continue. Which is not.
Yeah, the very ultimate, maybe the worst it could possibly look in this matchup. No real creatures or anything to target. Can't really hit the Lotus Fields. I mean, I'd be surprised if she even goes for it. Just keep upticking that thing to the moon.
Just wild. I guess it. Yeah, we'll see. It's going to depend. I mean, at that point, you're instant speed card draw. Lots of stuff gets kind of weird once the Teferi ultimate's down. This will demand.
Whoa. Yeah, Dragon Lord Dramoka uncounterable in the heads up here. Well, I mean, I imagine. May aware of that, but that's how things could start.
It's a game one, Dragon Lord Dramoka, like that. It is a balmy threat on its own that is going to start the action rolling. So here we go. No more discarding to hand size, I think. Time for these players to roll up their sleeves, interact, get some creatures down on the board, start casting some spells, and that's exactly what Andrea Mengucci's doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Dragon Lord Dramoka has looked good for Mengucci all day. Big life linker, good against things like Phoenix. And key here, obviously only one in the main deck, Druid, and it's got to be the best card. Now all your spells, you can't cast spells anymore. May choosing to get Wandering Emperor in before Dragon Lord Dramoka happens. And with all the mana Andrea has access to, he might be able to just win this one out of nowhere. I mean, head and hands for May, handful of counter spells. This is where the pressure to get your clock going if you're May French,
Mhm.
it comes from. Just Andrea has this inevitability to be able to overpower the counterspells. This is a little bit more ham-fisted than just doing it through mana, but the result's the same. If you can't close the game fast enough, Andrea will build enough resources out of hand in order to get stuff done, and that's what we're seeing happen right here. And I think we're just going through the motions. That's Lier, Disciple of the Drowned. This is just a lot.
What a turn. Look, I said last turn May had the world at her fingertips, and she did. And Mengucci took away the button. There's nothing to press there. There's nothing to do with all of those cards. You just have to watch as Dragon Lord Dromoka crushes all of your blue-white deck's ability to interact, which is all your blue-white deck is built to do. And so you said it, going through the motions. All right, so what is how does this end? What is, as Mengucci draws cards, untaps lands, makes mana with all of these Lotus fields? What's the end step, the final thing here? What is May looking for? Where does our game go from here?
Yeah, so eventually we're going to move a bunch of cards around. We're going to make a pile of mana. And we saw a little bit of what the current builds of Lotus Field are presenting in game number 1 with Chandra Hope's Beacon as a card that you can play, and then alongside Balaged Recovery. I think 3 is deterministically infinite. You can do mostly infinite. Or like sub-infinite or whatever with just a couple, but you basically are just looking to burn your opponent out with your copy of Chandra Hope's Beacon. You can put it in the graveyard, then rebuy it, and if you cast your Balaged Recovery first, you can rebuy multiple Balaged Recoveries because you get a copy, or you can rebuy something else. But you need a pile of mana to do this. So you either need to make a ton of mana with just a ridiculous amount of hidden strings, or just get your Omniscience in play, and that's usually what you see done is you get your Omniscience in play, that makes things on easy mode, and you can start to do the Chandra combo. Obviously, we have cards like Atraxa, Dromoka, and stuff like that you'll see in other matchups just be good enough on their own. In this particular spot, with how much mana Andrea has and the nature of this matchup, I would be surprised if May gets another turn. I don't think Andrea is going to be putting any big creatures in play and passing or anything like that. We're going to see a Chandra combo happen.
Yeah, what Andrea Mengucci is doing is displaying another very, very important skill of playing the Lotus Field deck, which is being able to execute your combo turn in a quick and efficient manner. Well, importantly, for us watching at least, and that's what's really important here, is that all of that mana is clearly represented with those lands there, so we can see exactly what he's working with. Which is
each of these hidden strings, which we see ciphered onto our Dragon Lord Dromoka, able to make 6 mana, nets 4. So you spend 2, untap 2 Lotus Fields. That makes a total of 6 mana, but you cost 2 mana for your spell. So you're netting 4 mana each time. Pour over the pages, nets a single mana. And with Lier, you get to kind of double up on that effect. So each hidden strings you can play and flash back. And that just makes just boo koodles of mana, which we're seeing right now. He's like
tapping them. I love it.
to count. I love this. Using his basics to tap and count. I mean, you need to cast some pip-intensive stuff for this combo. A lot of times, Emergent Ultimatum, in order to find your monocolored one-ofs. Usually see things like Lier, Dark Petition, Omniscience, the cards to grab. With Lier already in play, you have a few other options, pour over the pages and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what he's looking for. You see the Atraxa was hard cast, and as soon as he found Emergent Ultimatum, he was like, yeah, there it is. And I think that's a big part of the equation for what we're actually going to do to put the check mark on this game, is find all the cards that actually matter.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Lotus Field is I don't want to, put this in the right words, but it's a very technically complicated deck to play, and the number of game actions you have to take and resolve correctly, especially over the course of a tournament. And when we talk about the players who want to get their reps in ahead of the Pro Tour next week, whether Mengucci ends up playing this or not, having just the experience of knowing exactly how it works and what the break points are and what the pain points are helps when you play with or against it. Not to mention, of course, the tournament considerations of, am I following the rules? Am I not picking up game rule violations? All of that stuff that goes into playing a long weekend of competitive match. So there we go.
Yeah, I think May wanted to see the Omniscience here. Went and grabbed it. Looked like pour over the pages, hidden strings, and Omniscience. That's mana no matter which way you slice it. It's functionally infinite mana no matter which card you put back. All roads lead to Rome, and the gifts ungiven style. No choice lets you win anything. And that's kind of what we expect to see from Lotus Field as far as the combo goes. But, I mean, Dragon Lord Dromoka, certainly the star of that game. Easily the hammer needed to shut the door on the game as far as control goes and invalidate the whole hand of cards May had assembled. And it really goes to show that if you don't pressure Lotus Field enough, you're still going to die. You're going to get
that was kind of wild, because you think, okay, well, yeah, Mengucci's getting mana, but it doesn't matter. You're never going to, no amount of mana is going to work through the cards that May is sporting. Well, one Dragon Lord Dromoka will do it, and May could have easily answered Dragon Lord Dromoka if she'd got another turn, but she did not, because of all that mana allowing it to function as a 6-mana silence, essentially, there for just quite the way for Mengucci to win. But he sat there, he watched May just build that board, build her resources. He sat there, cool, collected, just made his mana, made his land drops, and in the end was able to turn it out on the key turn before Teferi started ultimating and making things more difficult, which will now lead us into game 2. Andrea Mengucci at 5-1-1, taking on May French. Both of these players very much playing for their top 8 lives right here. Azorius control.
Sideboard from May French. I mean, we're definitely gonna have to make some adjustments if we. I don't know what we can do about Dragon Lord Jamoka. I mean, the card is designed to be difficult to answer, but let's take a look and see if there is anything. So we take a look at May French. Of course, this is a Yorion deck, so you can see it falling off the screen a little bit. Thank you, 80 cards, and obviously only a 15 card sideboard. Take a quick look. All right, we have a single answer. So if you care about Dragon Lord Jamoka, we have a single summary dismissal. And that's it. That's what gets it. I mean, I guess it's better.
Yep, that is. Well, hey, you know what? Having the access to that summary dismissal is better than nothing, which is what May had in that one. Just an infinite hand of counter spells that could not get it done. So, but is any of the rest of it useful? Do you want any of those other cards to deal with it? Are you bringing in all of the counters? What can you do with your deck here?
Well, I think you do actually want to make a lot of adjustments. Like May mentioned in her interview, she has a ton of cards for aggro, a ton of removal spells. We saw her even move to discards and discard some of those. And there are some things that attack and block, mostly just attack, that you can bring in. So I would actually be pretty interested in things like the Chromos Sheet Sharks, maybe even the Regal Caracals, definitely the Narset. The Narset's Reversal's fine. The Summary Dismissal is like the best card you have. Mystical Disputes are interesting, and you can even make a case for Rest in Peace just for Lier. I don't think it's good. I think I would probably leave those at home, but if you have enough like temporal lockdowns, supreme verdicts, all that kind of stuff that just doesn't really have targets, you may actually just want to bring those in too. So I think there's a ton that you can make an argument for, but certainly you want to. We saw the problem in game 1 was the clock. I want to reach for the creatures first and the summary dismissal as your answer to Dragon Lord Jamoka, just for starters, and some of the other stuff in how you want to handle the interaction. You can maybe decide later on, but certainly, I mean, a pile of cards going to be coming in here for me.
Well, and it may seem aspirational to look towards the one of in the sideboard, especially in your 80 card Yorion deck, to answer Jamoka. But Jamoka's not going to come until way later in the game. You're going to have the opportunity to churn through some of your deck. And you know what? If you find it, it's the only card you got. So you might as well play it in, and
nothing else does.
Yeah, and live on it, because it could make a huge difference. Like that game, Mengucci played the entire game based around resolving that Dragon Lord Jamoka and going off from there. If May finds the summary dismissal at any point, that entire line is out the window for Mengucci. So it matters for sure. But here we go. We're off and running in game number 2. Was that a Sylvan Scrying, it looks like, for Mengucci to go find his lands, and May looking at a grip of lands and spells. Looks like both players have what they need to get this game going. First thing to hit the board is a Vizier of Tumbling Sands, and Andrea Mengucci puts on the stack.
I like this a lot when you're talking about the sideboard games. This is not maybe a play you'd make in all of the main deck games, because there's just so much dead creature removal you don't want to turn on. But if you are playing this matchup, and especially against a Yorion deck where you know there's going to be a ton of just random removal spells that May's going to be looking to get out of the deck, you may just want to play these as creatures because they're actually going to be better, and they're not like liable to get picked off by removal spells when all of them have been boarded out. And I think that the No More Lies coming down on it certainly speaks to that.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Is that you know, combo decks can sometimes get a large advantage over just turning off 12 cards out of their opponent's deck in game 1. And then it makes for really interesting choices on that matter in game 2. That said, it looks like May, that you called it, calls out the mana leak. They have to answer it with counter magic instead of removal. Follows up with the Wandering Emperor. So this is a clock you mentioned. This is certainly going to get the job done faster than the 1/1 Shark token.
Yeah, and on Andrea's draw here, I think, is actually speaking to May's ability to resolve this and get the clock going. Andrea is a lot slower to get a Lotus Field in play than he was game 1. He was able to just do it naturally. And with May countering the Sylvan Scrying, Andrea doesn't even have a Lotus Field yet, which opens a window for May to resolve Wandering Emperor, and that turns up the heat quick. You get a look at that one. That would make 2 Samurais right away, then start to grow the Samurais, and that's going to, like you mentioned, be a way quicker clock than just a 1/1 Shark. And Andrea still doesn't even have a Lotus Field in play yet. I don't think he can get one in play this turn. You can see him considering playing this Mana Confluence instead. We'll see what he chooses to do. But yeah, that window is great if you're a fan of May in this matchup.
Yeah, so Scrying hits the stack, leaves the stack, enters the exile zone very quickly.
Hits the exile zone.
All right, well, step 1 for Mengucci, ran into a wall. Step 2 is to pass the turn. May untaps, makes a land drop. Looks like only a few cards in hand, but definitely the pressure on the board. We were talking about 5 damage coming into Mengucci, who still doesn't have the namesake of his deck, not where you want to be. And not going to have time to dig out of it like he did in the first game with at least against this clock so far.
Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to talk about his sideboarding, but a lot of the sideboard cards are in the shape of things like silence effects, specifically 2 copies of the actual card silence. And there's like another legendary creature named Kutzel, Malamet Exemplar from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. It's another kind of silence effect like Jamocha is, although less resilient. You can't actually counter that one. But notably, these cards are your bullets for the matchup, but they require you to kind of have a kill already lined up to be impactful. And with how this game has progressed, we don't have that yet. And although he has a ton of mana, we saw him use Archdruid's Charm to be able to enable that out of nowhere very easily in game 1. Looked very impressive. And here it comes now, exactly kind of what he needs. But is it in time? We'll see. What I'm saying is the sideboard cards don't actually help in this spot where you don't have the Lotus Field yet.
That's right. Yeah. So like we could see, Dragon Lord Jamocha silence or actual silence. Mengucci has ways to go off through counter magic if he can get to a board state that allows it. And it looks like now, with that Archdruid's Charm resolving, Lotus Field hits play. May's got a lot of power here, but Mengucci opens up a window and does not.
I think he pointed to the creature lands, Restless Islands, whatever the Restless Blue-White land. I think that was enough power to kill him face up in play. And he's like, yeah, all right, I'm just dead. And he scoops up for game number 2. So we will get a game number 3. That game much faster. And like I said, that window for May to resolve Wandering Emperor is what changed the texture there, able to actually close the game before Mengucci was able to overpower the counter magic that she supported and able to find targets for counter magic. So we didn't get a look at Andrea Mengucci's deck after game number 1. Players very quick magic here. Let's get a look right now going into game 3 and see what kind of adjustments he may have made and what he may make now, seeing kind of the composition of May's deck. Yeah.
Well, that was a very clinical game for May for sure.
Yeah.
Counter, Planeswalker, counter, go, right? Like we got there, just closed it out. That was very, very much the way the sideboard games can go. So Mengucci's going to need to lean on some of these answers. And it does look like he has answers that beat counterspells if he can get to them.
Yeah. Mystical Dispute, Narset's Reversal, those are extra pickups that are going to help with counter magic. You can reach for like some of the creature stuff if you think that May's going to be really low on creatures, like Voyaging Satyr and stuff like that. But I don't know that that's where you want to be. I think you already want the silences. You already want the Kutzel. You probably want Dispute and Narset's Reversal as well. That's a ton of cards to bring in. And you don't have that much that's actively bad. Like maybe you want to cut back a little bit on the strict Proctor stuff because you may not, that may not be the angle you want to take. You may want to cut back on some of the big spells like Pour Over the Pages. But in general, I don't think you want to make huge overhauling changes because you're going to draw enough cards that your deck is going to be able to execute its main game plan. You just want to have the silence or maybe that one key counterspell in order to really punch it through.
Right. Okay. Well, that sets us up for game 3. Andrea Mengucci going to be trying to power through a combo against the Azorius control deck that has taken May French to 5-1-1. This is the top 8 of the NRG Championship Series here in Chicago on the line. If these players want to qualify for the end of year championship, if they want the regional championship invites that go along to the top 2, it's all going to come down to this 3rd game and whoever can punch their ticket for the top 8. So it looks like May shuffling up that monster Yorion deck, it must be said.
80 cards. Sweet. So many cards. Yeah, maybe on a mulligan here, Andrea seems to have kept very quickly, which, I don't know what that means, what you can extrapolate from that. But I can say that Andrea very clearly came into this tournament, which makes sense. If you play on the NRG Series, you're going to play against control quite a bit. Like a ton of it in the field. And Andrea has certainly had a plan and executed it well with things like Archdruid's Charm, Jamocha, the sideboard plans he has. We'll see if it's going to be enough. And it's going to be just a Boseiju passing of the turn. May's got a tap land.
All right, that seems like a good start for Mengucci. Turn 2, Sylvan Scrying put that Lotus Field in hand. That sets it up to hit play turn 3, and then go from there on turn 4. May just passing the turn back, of course, with hoping to be able to use an answer here for something. And of course, Mengucci, though, puts a
blue. I'm going to see on instep. At least you get to use your mana. But once again, you feel behind here.
Yes.
Having no clock. Like I said, when you were able to have Andrea kind of stumble around to get a Lotus field in play and not really able to get his mana going too much, you have a ton of time to get your threats down. And with how expensive the clocks are in the blue-white control deck, I think that time is critical. And it looks like she may not have time this match. It looks like Andrea might be able to get out from under this. Wow. And I think I might even see Dromoka in play too, which can further the problems.
Mengucci, remember snap? You mentioned he kept his hand. Now just passing back here, May's been able to use her mana, but not really in the way she wanted, right? She would have much preferred 2 mana to go to interact with that Sylvan Shrine to prevent that Lotus field from coming into hand. The Omen is not exactly what you want. That card is sort of a nod to Yorion, of course. And it's not bad, but when you're in a really time-sensitive matchup, just spending 2 mana to not advance your board or meaningfully hinder your opponent's board just kind of doesn't get you where you want to be.
Yeah, it's just not what the matchup's about at all. And with you cracking it again, like I said, it's a great way to use your mana if you have nothing else, but would prefer to have something like a Wandering Emperor there to get the clock going. Anything really, like I said, you need to get a clock going. We saw Shark Typhoon kind of do that in game 1, but not quite well enough. Wandering Emperor did look well enough, but with no clock, Andrea will overpower all these cards that May has access to. And so May is under a ton of pressure to get something going and has not been able to thus far. We'll see if Andrea can capitalize.
Well, yeah, so Mengucci's kind of in the tank right here. I was going to ask you what he's thinking about, but it turns out he's just thinking about how good it's going to look when he slams down this Dragon Lord Dromoka and passes the turn back.
That's interesting.
That's the bomb.
Okay, so is this just like a nod to, I don't think you have that much removal that actually kills it? And May very quick time 5 mana. I assume this is Teferi. Yeah, I got to
and look, it ate the Teferi minus because there was no other way for May to answer it, it seems like. Look, if you're Mengucci, you're not really down that much. You just played your land, slammed your giant card that if it remains on the battlefield or win the game, it didn't. So now you go from here. So now we'll see how he wants to advance, because now May had to downtick that Teferi, but there is a Teferi in play to try to refill some cards.
Oh, but check this out. Layer the Hydra is going to be able to be fired up in order to pressure that Teferi. Can't imagine there's going to be too much removal. We're going to use the extra mana to do the Thespian Stage now. But we get to take care of the Teferi. And your Dragon Lord Dromoka didn't really go anywhere. It's still in your deck. You're not, as long as you don't shuffle your deck, you're going to draw it again in a few turns, which you're definitely going to have taken care of. There's no clock. So Andrea able to just force May to tap some mana. And, he gets to continue to further his board. And the Dromoka hasn't actually gone anywhere.
That seemed incredibly efficient for Mengucci, right?
It really has that play. I don't think a lot of people have the guts to make that play. They're going to be too scared to have it removed because it's such a hammer. Really heads up from Andrea. And here's a dispute when she can pay. Love this stuff.
Well, this was as mana as efficient as it gets for Mengucci, right? Able to make a copy of the Lotus field, able to pressure off the Teferi, able to even keep the mana, the counter open. Now, it looks like it itself was countered. The Chrome Sea Shark is in play. May does have cards in hand and mana open. So, things aren't necessarily just in a perfect spot for Mengucci. But you mentioned that the Dragon Lord Dromoka is not going anywhere except to the battlefield.
Yeah, guess who's back? Cycle Spar's headquarters to draw it and to just recast it. All right, check it out. I got this thing. What do you got? And we'll see exactly what May has. Teferi did a good job picking it off originally. If we have another one, that's going to be good. It's Memory Deluge, and we get to make an incubation.
This does not seem like the way we're answering Dromoka, but the Memory Deluge, look, if you Memory Deluge can find an answer to Dromoka, and then, of course, you're able to deal with it and Mengucci doesn't kill you. We do now have a clock in play, right? The Chrome Sea Shark itself, maybe not huge, but the Incubator token can be activated into a 4/4 next turn. It can start swinging, but it all is going to depend on whether or not this Memory Deluge finds May a clean answer to the Dragon Lord Dromoka. And then, of course, you still need Andrea to do very little with his turn. Mengucci is once again representing Mystical Dispute, though.
Oh my gosh. And just the Chrome Sea Shark, that's not going to answer it. And I think Mengucci flashed an Emergent Ultimatum. I think he might just have it rolled up right now.
Yeah, this seems like it might be it. That certainly seemed like I have it. I want to show you my cards and move on to the next one. We'll see if we end up going through the motions here. Nope, that does it. That's the fist bump for the game. Andrea Mengucci flying over to the United States a little bit early before the Pro Tour. And why don't you go ahead and punch a ticket to the NRG Series Top 8 on your way?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think it goes to show the difference in, you know, players that I talk about this a lot. Players that can get very discouraged when you're playing against Blood Control. It can be a kind of long grind. The counter spells are really hard to beat and slog through if you're a combo deck. It puts people off of combo decks. You kind of just feel like you're just dead a lot of the time. The best players in the world can show up. They have a plan for these kinds of matchups, are able to execute it, and it comes up big. Top 8. Mengucci, this is how he does it. This is his recipe, and we see him here at, you know, in Chicago at the NRG, able to execute once again, and now has punched a ticket almost certainly to top 8. We'll get a look at that here soon. But we have a time-shifted match we're going to jump right into with Raja Suleiman, also at 5-1-1, one of our players to watch. And this is another Azorius Control mirror. I mentioned there's a lot of Azorius Control in the NRG series. We're going to see a mirror here in just a moment.
Well, the last one we saw went pretty quickly. After game 1, at least, we're going to jump right on into game 1 of this one and see who can knock it out. Ben Bates on your right there, Raja Suleiman on the left. The draw go broken up very early. I can't spot exactly what that card is there for Ben.
Looks like we're playing Hallowed Moonlight just to cycle it. Not a lot of actual value out of the card itself in the matchup. Just a 2-mana cycle. Happy to cash that in on Instep for Ben. And then it looks like we're doing some Field of Ruin or Field of Demolition, whatever, what have you. Doing some land basic searching, blowing up the Castle Ardenvale, which is going to be a problem way later in the game. In this particular matchup, could be a real big mirror breaker. Our utility lands in a control mirror. And we'll see exactly, you know, Ben can finally draw his card, but a surprising amount of action early in the game.
Some mechanical actions being taken at least.
Yeah. Not just draw go like you'd expect to see. You're actually doing stuff, casting spells.
Well, I like the Hallowed Moonlight is nice, and it's really nice that when your control deck can play a card that is an answer to specific decks in the format, but also in its worst case scenario, hey, you cycle it for 2 mana instant speed, no big deal, move on with your life. But when it gets people, of course, it really gets people. And being able to, you know, more or less free roll cards like that almost, like, it's modal, right? It has cycling almost at that point. Works out very well to just improve your matchups, kind of give you some small, really meaningful plays across the board in game 1.
And here's a play we've seen before. There's the cycle shark. You need to get a clock going in the control mirror. That's a good way to break it open. You know, creatures, not really something you want to spend resources answering. Kind of want to save it for the planeswalker fights, the big spell fights, things that snowball. So just a 2/2 able to start attacking. Going to be a big deal as the game progresses. Of course, you get a card for your trouble. And Raja's own Castle Ardenvale is also going to threaten to make like a real clock over time. So Ben has some problems in play, and none of them were counterable.
That's very well stated. I think that's exactly where this game is at. We're going to watch these players play, draw, go. We're going to watch them try to load their hands up. But the reality is that every turn they do nothing against each other, Raja's pulling ahead. Like the clock itself from the shark is not irrelevant, but just the fact that you have priority on every, you know, neutral interaction because you gain that edge, because you can make the 1/1 at the end step, is exactly what we saw him do. He crashes in for 3, and you mentioned it. Now Ben's on the back foot, and Raja has 6 mana to answer anything he tries to do.
Yeah, and this is exactly the spots Raja wants to set up. We've seen him be very, very fluent in the control mirror as someone, you know, our NRG champion for 2022. Someone that has slogged through a lot of Azorius controlled mirrors here on the NRG series, has a lot of familiarity in these style setups, these style matchups. Definitely a master of his craft. And Ben Bates may be fighting a little uphill battle already, not just on board, but in you know, on the table. But Ben is 5-2, has done the good fight here today. Gonna need to do it one more time and get through Raja, one of the best, if he wants to find himself in the top 8 of this showdown. But like I said, problems on board.
What can Ben do, Drake? What can Ben do in this situation? Right, he's going to slam the Wandering Emperor here and attempt to try to get back on board. But how do you try to dig out of a spot where your opponent has sort of the inevitability in a control mirror?
Yeah, so you want to fight through. You need to get the pressure off, right? So obviously that involves the land destruction, Field of Ruin, stuff like that, and answer the Ardenvale. Sweepers can kind of take care of a few of the tokens and catch you back up on card advantage that way. But really, I mean, the matchup ends up about the planeswalkers. Who can stick a snowballing card, and whether that be Chrome Host or what have you, in play and just snowball through advantage. Because then when you start trading 1-for-1 with your removal spells on the tokens and things like that, these trades aren't actually card negative because you're still getting ahead, getting paid out in other ways via your Planeswalkers, your Chrome Host, or what have you.
Right. Yeah. So even if you can't, obviously plan A, answer what Raja's doing, go from there. But maybe plan B is develop your own sort of parallel threats that can while you're staying alive, try to build your own value in the match, right? Try to build something that gains you an advantage and try to snowball that advantage. Obviously, that's a tough ask when Raja can just make these 1/1s on the instep, but that's the challenge that Ben is under here.
Yeah, Raja has a mini version of that going, right? Castle Ardenvale is something like that, where you are getting advantage turn over turn, but it's not so much a snowball. It is kind of weak. And like I said, you can Supreme Verdict away a lot of the stuff as a way to catch up for one card, and you don't feel so bad. But as we saw, Raja is also just very, very wisely picking off all of the cards that you would use to catch up if you're in Ben's seat. That Wandering Emperor got hit by No More Lies, got exiled, and Raja, leaving up his mana every single turn, activating with plenty of mana available, playing it smart, playing it safe, and not really giving Ben any inches to move.
Yeah, and we are. It looks like we're deep into it now. A little bit of a maybe a resigned pass there from Ben, knowing that Raja's about to do something else that matters. And it looks
no
like
land,
that's
I think,
something...
from Ben this turn too is so brutal. Can't even get ahead on mana.
Yeah, this is rough. All right, another another memory deluge for Raja. At what point, Drake, and maybe not in this game, how much is the clock a relevant concern when you're playing an Azorius control deck? Just in general, Raja, of course, has one draw in this tournament. We've seen a few players with them. Closing out games matters. So if you're Raja, how do you, in a game that looks like you have complete control over right now, what's the trick to making sure you move out of this one and get into the next one with enough time on the clock?
Obviously, I mean, you talk about play speed, but you want to be able to make sure you're not playing sloppy. And I think Raja is someone that if you want to take notes on that, you can certainly learn quite a bit, as he's someone that makes decisions quickly and knows when to stop and think about things and when to turn up the heat. This Hall of Moonlight answering Shark Typhoon is a great example. He snapped that off. He's seen this interaction before, able to exile the token because it does work against tokens, had that at the ready. And what I'm talking about, he didn't spend any time thinking about it, trying to read his cards, make sure it works. He knows it works. He knows the interactions. He's able to execute quickly. And that little bit of time saving adds up turn over turn over turn.
I don't know about you. I'm a finish the round early, go get some food myself kind of guy. I'm not in this for...
Same.
You have to do so much shuffling once you have like 15 lands in play. It's so much work to play a control deck.
I'm just too old. I played Miracles back in the day, and I really prided myself on my pace of play and activating my top, at a prompt pace and all that stuff. And I was young, and I was like, "This is so awesome! This is so fun! I want to do this forever." Now I'm exhausted just thinking about it.
No one's got time for that. Anymore. Since I was divining top, some people top responsibly, many people do not, and we all paid the price.
True.
No miracles around anymore, though. We talked about this earlier when we had an Azorius control mirror, but the days of draw go, they still exist. But once the draw going stops and the casting and its spells and tapping out for them starts, the matchups turn really quickly. And Ben Bates is going to try to get some of that himself, throwing down a Teferi here, running into a truly, I don't know if I want to say old school, but that is a control deck counterspell right there if I've ever seen one.
Oh, yeah.
Dissolve,
I love
right?
it so much.
Yes.
Isn't it like a counter surveil? He wants the scry specifically? I love it. I love it. It makes me so happy. I miss Sphinx's Revelation as much as the next control player. That card is so awesome. Dissolve.
So, all right. So my Drake lore here is played Miracles and played the slowest one. Did you get any eggs in?
No, eggs are not for me. The million game actions to do nothing. KCI was not for me either. None of that stuff. But the land go, that did it for me once upon a time. Like I said, I'm too old for all that now. It's Teferi resolves. Able to make a giant shark with Shark Typhoon though, but answered by Hallowed Moonlight of Ben's own. So that's the second time we've seen that exchange. Pretty strong. Looks really good there. Teferi gonna get to stick around potentially for his trouble.
Yeah, we talked about Ben down to just 3 life. Finally is able to get something onto the board that sticks. Raja, I think, wanted to use the token to finish it. And Hall of the Storm Giant going to get fired up here, and it's going to run straight into an answer of some kind, but I think that probably does it. I think once the ward trigger got remembered, maybe that was the end of that. And game 1 over to Raja Suleiman.
All right, I think we're gonna actually hop in live. So that was a time shift, as you saw. So that was a little bit of a flashback. That was pre-recorded. They've already played game 2, and so we are going to jump in live to game 3, so we can catch the live conclusion of this match. So the players 1-1, and we are going to hop in live right now as the players get started for game number 3. Going over to Ben's turn, 2 lanes to play for Raja.
I can already hear Twitch chat. They really wanted to see that 35-minute game 2. All right.
Yeah, they needed to see the long game 2. They want to see the grow. Well, this one looks like it may end quickly, as Raja, I think, is missing his 3rd land drop and a deduce from Ben on instep. I mean, that's setting up everything. Has his 3rd land. Raja draws and no dice. Oh, no.
Okay, this is not how you want things to go. You get to a game 3 with the top 8 on the line, and the Raja looking pretty resigned over there to the fact that got a grip of spells and no lands to cast them. A pretty brutal way for things to go. Now, I mean, we'll see. Maybe draw lands off the top. There's the first one.
Okay, it's step 1. Is it too late to
no pressure yet for Ben, right? Is this a shark token?
Yeah.
That's
a
not,
shark token.
That's not an unanswerable card. If Raja starts to find lands off the top here, it's not out of reach just yet.
I agree. I think there's definitely a way to claw back in, especially if Ben starts to get a little bit confident with Raja missing lands. I mean, obviously, if he's missing lands, he's got all spells.
Yeah, he needed to find, I think, lands off the top. What is this one? I can't quite catch that. But
I can tell you what it did get is Mystical Disputed. So it was blue and Mystical Disputed. So what it is at the graveyard.
Yeah, that is right.
That's all I know. And no land again for Raja.
Well,
another shark. That's a lot of pressure now.
Yeah,
one shark's
it's
not
the
a lot.
shark the shark typhoons, right? They've just been huge here. If say Ben was flooded, just making land draw go, you could give Raja a lot of time to dig out of it. Not with shark tokens though.
Consulting his deck list, that was a quick study, a little instant speed divination from Raja.
Yep, and it looks like that'll do it. A bit of an anticlimactic ending, but you know what? It was an epic day of Magic for both of these players. And Ben Bates picking up the last round win. That takes us to the end of round 8. And now we head towards the top 8. We will see what players are able to come through for that. So thank you, everyone. We've been through 8 rounds of Pioneer here. It has been a blast. We are going to check on some ads before we head on from there. So everybody, thank you for watching that incredible round with us. We'll see you in a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG Champion Series here in Chicago. We are heading into the top 8. We have played 8 rounds of Magic today. We have come down to the end. We've seen a lot of great Pioneer play. We've seen the aggressive ends of the format. We've seen the Azorius control mirror end of the format. We've seen it all, and now the top 8 is set. Drake, go ahead and take it away. Let's see who has made it.
Yeah, we can go see the breakdown here. One of the names you're not going to see before we dive in here. Andrea Mengucci, player we watched win on camera, 9th on Breakers. Breakered out a little bit, a tough beat, but a great run from him nonetheless. Let's take a look at what we do see, and it's a whole lot of Phoenix. It's Connor Mullaly on Izzet Phoenix. Then we have Will Kruger. That's going to be the portion he's playing against. I believe that's 1st and 4th. And then it's going to kind of scale down from there. We have Matthew Hoey playing Izzet Phoenix as well, versus Tajalli playing Mono White Humans. Then we have Adrian on Lotus Field versus Haralampos, on Izzet Phoenix as well. Namdang on Boros Convoke, and Maxx Kominowski on Izzet Phoenix. So players we've watched a lot today, multiple players on our players to watch, and 5 copies of Izzet Phoenix, and then 3 different Misers. Quite the top 8 here, and certainly not the top 8 I expected to see.
Yeah, it's a lot of Phoenix, that's for sure. So I know you're not too torn up about it. But yeah, we saw a lot of Azorius control throughout the day. We watched a lot of Azorius control this afternoon, and we even saw it win a fair number of matches. But the way with matchup lottery and, the way things work out in the final round here, no Azorius makes it in. 5 Izzet Phoenix decks make it in. And that's where we're at. I mean, that's the table set. with Boros Convoke coming in on the aggressive end, and Lotus Field coming in on the combo end, and Mono White Humans coming in on the aggressive end. So you've got your Izzet Phoenix field against the other pillars of the format. What do you think? I mean, what do you like here? You're obviously very familiar with the Izzet Phoenix side of things. How do you feel about the matchups that the Izzet Phoenix players are going to face here in the top 8?
Yeah, we're going to dive into this a little bit as we're going to watch this match, but I really like the Lotus Field's position. It has a good matchup against Izzet Phoenix going in the top 8. Looks like these players are shuffling up. Yeah, it's Lotus Field. When you're facing down a top 8 of 5, Izzet Phoenix is going to look good. Probably an extra heartbreaker, a little assault in the wound for Andrea Mengucci. It was going to be a great top 8 for him as well. Getting to play against so much Phoenix. And so, somebody we haven't really watched too much of yet, Adrian, and I don't think we've seen too much of Haralampus either, but won on RC over in Europe, crushed the field obviously today with Lotus Field, and has, I think, the best prospects of any player in the top 8 here. Now we're going to get to see him, at least I'm going to get to see him play for the first time here just a moment, but I really like his chances in top 8. Looks like both players have a hand they like.
Yeah, you said I love seeing the international players show up here for this tournament, right? That's one of the benefits of having it in the same city the week ahead of the PT. You've got a lot of players who can just come in a couple days early, get some practice in, and some of them do pretty well. A couple of them here. So Adrian is you mentioned it in a previous RC winner from Europe. So very good competitive chomps, and now you top 8 possibly set up for him against Kikidis's Izzet Phoenix on the other side. So we will see as things play out here if Lotus Field does have the advantage, or if these Phoenix players, obviously they fought through a field today that had a lot of Lotus Field in it and know that they're going to encounter the matchup. We'll see if they're able to, if Kikidis has a plan here to interact with it.
Yeah, and as we kick things off, you see Adrian on the play. I think that's going to be a big part of the equation as he slices through this top 8, assuming he is able to do so. Being able to be on the play second seat, he's going to be able to play against most players he play against. Everyone except Connor, he's going to get the choice.
Yeah, very good point, because that matters quite a bit, as we saw in some of the other matchups, where if you're able to just play that Sylvan Scrying on turn 2, go get your Lotus Field with no fear of what's coming from the other side, whether that's a counterspell or a really powerful turn of their own, because you're on the play, really just completely changes the dynamics of how things play out. Now, of course, the benefit of a Phoenix deck is that you can hopefully interact while still advancing your game plan of getting Phoenixes into your graveyard to bring back.
Yeah, it's definitely part of the equation. Of course, there is like a threshold, no free spells in this format means that it's not really till turn 3 at the soonest you can start looking to get your Phoenixes back from the graveyard. So your first 2 turns, you maybe play a cantrip if you need to hit lands or whatever, get your tap lands developed, play a threat, which we're going to see happen here with Ledger Shredder, and then start to make stuff happen around the turn 3, turn 4. That's how you develop your threats. When you're on the draw against Lotus Field, they often can start looking to combo off around turn 4, which is going to go over the top of all the Phoenix stuff you're looking to do. And that's a big part of what makes this matchup bad. A bunch of burn spells don't do anything. No, very few counter spells in the main deck, and they have a similar clock that just wins the game.
Yeah, well said. So that tells you what you need to be on the lookout for. Kikidis is looking at a hand here stacked with at least one Phoenix. He's got the Ledger Shredder in play, so we'll have an outlet for getting things into the graveyard. His own game plan seems pretty set here. It's whether or not he's going to be able to stop Adrian from enacting his own. And it looks like the Lotus Field is going to hit the board here more or less right on time. The other lands go to the graveyard. And now Kikidis is up against it. You've got your Ledger Shredder. You've got at least a couple lands. I see a Spell Pierce in hand. But will you be able to interact quickly enough with the Lotus Field? Now, Ledger Shredder, if he can pull off a second spell, he's looking for land here.
Now, being on the play too, I mean, actually makes Spell Pierce quite a bit worse. A lot of times in the Lotus Field matchup, like I said, they have kind of similar clocks, but instead of just putting birds into play and maybe needing another turn, Lotus Field just wins in the spot. A lot of times they can't necessarily do that around Spell Pierce. Now, there's not a lot of them in the Phoenix main deck, and so there's plenty of times where it's inconvenient enough that Lotus Field players will just be like, all right, look, I can't beat it. I'm just going to start comboing off because I don't know what next turn could look like. Temporal Trespass, a bunch of birds, all that kind of stuff. And so drawing your main deck Spell Pierce is really, really good. Obviously, especially good on the play. On the draw, could be a little bit mitigated as we see Adrian has time here to do things like set up cloning his Sesame Stage into a Lotus field.
Yeah, really crucially for Kikidis, it looked like he hit a land there off of that Surveil trigger from the Ledger Shredder, which, sorry, not Surveil, but the Ledger Shredder trigger. That seems huge for him there. So he's able to make that land drop, continue advancing the board state here. And because of that, was also able to pitch a Phoenix. And now on this turn is set up with this sleight of hand to get back a Phoenix if he wants to go that route. But he may also just be digging for answers to Lotus Field comboing off. I mean, Adrian just passed the turn, is planning on making an additional copy of Lotus Field and then untapping with all kinds of mana. So this is really you can see Kikidis going deep in the tank there, thinking about it, trying to find out what he can do with this set of cards to try to keep himself alive next turn, because that's what Adrian is looking at as a combo kill.
Well, I think part of the problem here too is he actually has both Spell Pierces, which is like, okay, cool. Yeah, leave those up, tag anything. But with no real pressure, no birds back, Adrian can keep passing the turn until he can maybe even feasibly pay for both. But you see an attack for Ledger Shredder, and they're kind of telegraphed by just doing nothing with your mana. It's not like there's a shortage of 1 and 2 mana plays in the Phoenix deck. So it signals to Adrian that you have at least 1, maybe you have 2. And, with no real clock, Ledger Shredder only hitting for 2 right now, it may not be enough just because Adrian doesn't actually have to go for it. We'll see if he wants to anyway. He's getting out mana.
Well, yeah, and the missing land drops, right? So basically exactly what you're staring down is these sleight of hands are going digging for lands and not finding them for Kikidis. So that you whatever you have to fight through, it's only 2 mana's worth. So it cannot be all that many things in the deck. And like you said, you can plan around and just pay for them at this point. And yeah, looks like Adrian is off to the races here, attempting to have a big combo turn, and it's going to come down to whether or not Kikidis can interact really enough to stop it with those Spell Piercers. I mean, do you think, is there enough? Can Adrian play around this? Or just
I think he just did. I mean, he cast his Pour Over the Pages with exactly 4 mana left up. I think this is a nod to, all right, I don't want my Pour Over the Pages tagged by the double Spell Pierce, and I have enough Viziers in order to just cycle them uncounterably to build up that mana. And I mean, that's perfect against the double Spell Pierce, and maybe no roads lead to Rome for Harlampos, but I think that Adrian is certainly aware of the Spell Pierces and consciously playing around them, finally getting a Ledger Shredder trigger from the opponent, able to get some Phoenix stuff going, but it's probably just way too late at this point.
Well, right. If anyone who's played against Old Storm in Modern, right, or you remember, well, maybe you can catch them with this ritual with your counterspell, but once it doesn't work and they start getting their mana, you're just not going to stop them. So now, once you couldn't catch that first one, now there's even more mana in the pool, even after the Emergent Ultimatum gets placed on the stack. This should do it, and we'd be off onto game 2. So you talked about Lotus Field probably having a good set of matchups in front of it. Looks like all going according to plan so far.
As Magic players tend to do, I do think this matchup is overstated how bad it is for Phoenix. Now, like I said, I think if you're an Adrian seat, you're certainly happy with how the top 8 broke with 5 copies of Izzet Phoenix. But there are tools, and with the amount of counterspells that you have the option to play out of the Izzet Phoenix deck, and once you know the matchup, and you know the cards you need to play around, you can actually do things. You have a chance. It's not like you're just dead, but it is a bad matchup. And with Adrian getting to start things off on the play, Haralampos drew both Spell Pierces, still not going to be enough. And here's Emergent Ultimatum resolving, grabbing a pretty traditional pile. Looks like Pour Over the Pages, Omniscience, and I assume that is Lier, Disciple of the Drowned. And he's seen enough. We're gonna pack it in. Game 1 is really, really bad for Izzet Phoenix. And let's take a look at the summer and get some counterspell action going, says Haralampos.
Well, yeah, that was exactly how you draw it up. If you're the Lotus Field player, right? You play around the counter magic without a problem, and on to game 2. So this is it Phoenix side? Do you think it gets significantly better? I mean, is this something that you feel good about from the Phoenix side after board, or is it more of a still, kind of a hit or miss even after sideboard?
I mean, it's certainly you certainly feel way better after sideboarding. You're never going to be happy about the matchup, and especially with no real Alpine Moon presence. That's not something that has been played recently. Used to be a big part of the equation for beating this deck. Not really so much anymore, but you still have tools. You have, as we can see here, multiple copies of Aether Gust. You have a Narcissus Reversal. You have a Negate. You have Mystical Disputes. You can even bring in Unlicensed Hearse potentially if that's something you want to reach for. You can bring in Young Part. You can bring in a whole bunch of stuff to up the clock, get these red removal spells that don't really have targets outside of Arboreal Grazers out of your deck, and that improves your deck's quality dramatically. Cheap spells that actually interact and give you time to get over the finish line with your Phoenixes and not just die to the turn 4 kill that the Bant Lotus deck can present.
So do you like the Phoenix matchup? The Phoenix side, is it how often are you just trying to run out turn 3 Phoenixes in this? Is that, or is it a thing where if you go for that, you're just going to die when they end?
Well, you have a little bit of a problem because your Phoenixes are kind of bad in this matchup where your Lightning Axes don't have targets. So getting them in the graveyard starts to be a problem. You have to either already have a Ledger Shredder going, you have to have your 2 mana for your Free the Fae. Like, you have to do more work than just spending 1 mana. Like, if you can find them off your Considers, that's the absolute best case scenario, but you certainly can't rely on that. So your Phoenixes do get worse. Your threats that you can play on turn 2 that snowball things like Young Pyromancer, Ledger Shredder, those cards, they do actually get better because you can defend them with counter spells now and actually give yourself the time to get over the finish line. But overall, the Phoenixes on turn 3, it's something you wish you could do if you could, but it's just very difficult to actually accomplish.
Right. And so given that, if you're not able to pull off your big turn 3, turn 4 is sort of the turn when Lotus Field, you have to be ready for whatever they're about to do. And it kind of naturally forces Izzet Phoenix into a more controlling sideboard plan here.
Exactly. Well, let's take a look at Adrian's list and see exactly what he has to work with in the sideboard. I wouldn't expect too much, as this matchup is obviously normally quite good for the deck, but sometimes you can still make a few changes and even bring in some of the anti-counterspell stuff you see there for control decks, things like silences. We saw, Drangler Jamoka and like some really big threats from Andrea's side in the main deck. There's one on the sideboard here. You could reach for that as well. And those are the kinds of things that I would expect Adrian to reach for, if anything. Dragon Lord especially, the life leaking could just matter. You can't really kill it as Izzet Phoenix, so you could just play it out. But I wouldn't expect major overhauls here on Adrian's side.
Well, and that's an interesting, angle you bring up from sideboard, is that it may not be about not just protecting you. It serves the purpose of protecting your combo against Izzet Phoenix and Azorius control, but just playing that giant body against a deck playing a bunch of shocks, also pretty effective.
Right. And like to that end, like you have a couple other cards, things like the Mana Form Hellkite, not a card I've seen too much, but a card that can certainly be a 1 card. Oh, you took out your removal. Well, now you're just dead to this thing card. And we've seen that come up a little bit. Like I said, we saw Andrea do that in the control matchup. You could maybe get away with it here against Izzet Phoenix. But I don't know that I'm as excited about that, especially, when you're up a game in a pretty good matchup and you already are pretty well set up in the sideboard with some of the anti-counterspell measures. I think you'd rather just reach for some of that than start trying to get cute with the creatures.
Yeah, you can also see, we'll talk real quick about Archdruid's Charm. This is the big upgrade to this deck that has come out recently. It's made it able to more consistently grab what it needs. And as it's come up multiple times today on camera, it is an instant speed effect. And that is really big in this format. You're talking about blue-white decks that have been all over the place with playing mana leaks that they just got in No More Lies. So you've got that answer. You've got Izzet Phoenix, which of course can play almost entirely at instant speed. It really serves a lot of value to gives it a whole new angle in terms of getting its namesake into play. That goes a really long way. And we'll see, of course, it didn't come up in that first game. But now that we see the Phoenix player boarding into more controlling cards and counter spells and stuff, having that instant speed ability to interact is pretty big. So we'll go down to the table here in a minute as the players are getting ready, shuffling up here. Looks like we've got a keep over on Kikidis's side. Adrian is going to give it another try here.
Yeah, I think, mulliganing not so much problematic. I think you brought this up previously. Lotus Field does a lot in terms of mana to make up for any kind of mulliganing you might do. Really, you just want to make sure you can get a Lotus Field going, maybe even have a little bit towards Thespian Stage to overpower the mana. You're not under a super quick clock, when you're playing against Izzet Phoenix. It's one of your good matchups. You really just want to make sure you can actually execute your primary game plan. And, you know, if you can pick up a few other cards to be a little bit more resilient along the way, that's great. But you can just take draw steps and be happy with that. You're not going to just die out the gate really fast in this matchup. And so just really making sure you can make your land drops and develop Lotus Field is going to be a huge part of the equation when Adrian's mulliganing.
Yeah, and I think this might be down to 5. So it is a decision process that he's working through. And if he runs it back for the Pro Tour, it's a good experience to have. Looks like we've got a decision. Cards put on the bottom. Here we go. Sleight of hand to begin things.
Yeah, good start. Sometimes you'll see Izzet Phoenix players just kind of hold their cantrips. If you have something like a Young Pyromancer and you want to be able to make tokens and you already have your land drops and everything you could want rolled up, playing the cantrip on turn 1 doesn't necessarily indicate any of that stuff to be true or not true. You kind of do want to also just get cards in your graveyard for things like Treasure Cruise, Trample, Trespass, and the like. But, you know, maybe something to pay attention to if you're looking for a little bit more nuance in how the turn 1 plays out for Izzet Phoenix, given that Kikidis has a Steam Vents in his hand.
Mm-hmm. And that looked like, I may be wrong here, it looked like we might have had a sighting of a new card there. Surveil Land, perhaps, making its way.
Yeah, a little Hedge Mage, a one of in Adrian's deck list, the full art version there. Surveil Land's making the big splash in the formats where you can search them up with your other lands. Maybe a little less impactful when you can't, but we do have things like Sylvan Scrying that if you're just drawing dead and you draw Sylvan Scrying, already have mana, maybe you can grab this thing.
That's true. That's a good point. Also, they're just fun, right? These are really cool. It's neat when mana fixing lands, just a real basic mana fixing land, can actually make an impact in a format. Oh, but that's what's happened. You also have Live the Dream in Modern or whatever of surveilling your reanimation target into the graveyard with your land, with your fetch land. Pretty good.
Oh, yeah, sure. And I mean, you know, maybe if you want to reach from in Phoenix, but Phoenix is in the yard, you probably just need all your lands to enter untap. But you're right, they're sweet. And there's something to think about no matter who you are and where you stand. It looks like no turn 3 play from Kikidis yet. Impulse. Spell Pierce.
Yeah, you talked about a much slower game. Looks like that's what we have so far.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Kikidis and you see an Impulse, like there was no Sylvan Scrying, and if you're relying on Impulse to find Lotus Field, that's something you can actually stop. Maybe you're interested in it, but this is kind of the punish, right? If it's bait, if you can use the Impulse as bait, whatever that looks like, and you actually have your Sylvan Scrying dialed up, like pretend Adrian had both of those in his hand last turn. He could have just played Sylvan Scrying to grab it, but then that runs face first into a Spell Pierce. So what you could do instead is exactly what he did there, which is kind of use your Impulse as bait, then untap Sylvan Scrying, and then you get the guaranteed Lotus Field, and that is how that played out.
Yeah, and the end result of all of that is the key card, the Lotus Field, in play for Adrian here. That's what he needs, and he's under, again, no pressure. It looks like at least a Phoenix in the yard, but Kikidis needs to get things going here. Needs to try to turn up the pressure somehow. Just going to start with another Prankster adventure, though.
Yeah, Free the Fae, and hits another bird. I mean, as far as what you can ask of your Free the Faes, hitting a bird and hitting a 1-mana spell, that's about the best it could be, and I think he's done that twice. That is certainly a good sequence here for Kikidis.
Yeah, so here we go. Another sleight of hand. Thinking about what he wants to do here.
One top, one bottom. Treasure Cruise the pickup. Yeah, we have a pathway to cast it. That's 2 birds at least.
That was key. Getting the land. Here we go. Do we have another spell? We do. It's a Treasure Cruise. Well, that's pretty good as a final spell, I would say.
Yeah, and I mentioned, I mean, this is turn 4 for Kikidis, right? So we're able to get going with 2 birds. Now, obviously, Adrian's not dead, but Adrian also only has a Lotus Field. He kind of wants another turn to at least to develop a Thespian stage, assuming he has one, in order to really start to combo off. And with this card refill from Treasure Cruise and the 2 Arclight Phoenixes coming back, there's clock, and there might be some counter spells hidden away as well. Great spot if you're Kikidis, and it shows how much the play matters in this matchup.
You're absolutely right, because that was it, right? That was if he's not able to put together something right there and just passes back, well, then Adrian's just looking at Lotus Field, able to set up Lotus Field, able to attempt a combo if he even wants to, but he's under no pressure to. But yeah, Kikidis was able to ending it in a Treasure Cruise, by the way, is the perfect ender, because now you're just completely stocked up to untap with your birds. And if you're not dead this turn to Adrian, which you're not going to be, you're going to have a grip full of spells to interact from here.
Yeah, we're
just the Vizier.
Deploying Vizier certainly speaks to needing more, and with that's not even a Thespian stage. I mean, that's just one more use. Not really where you want to be if you're an Adrian fan. Now he's already up a game, so might already be doing some game 3 considerations. And it is worth noting that, again, deploying these Viziers happens a lot more commonly in the sideboard games when you would expect these interactive decks to have shaved a lot of their creature removal. Now sometimes they don't cut all for moments like this, but it's no matter what, it's going to be pretty heavily trimmed. And so this Vizier pretty safe against creature removal, but you are under a clock in the air.
All right, so Kikidis looking at his hand, trying to figure out where he wants to go from here. We've cast one spell, play a land. Second spell coming down.
Prismari
command. Okay.
I think 2 damage. We're pointing at the Vizier. I assume that's 2 damage to the Vizier. Make a treasure.
Makes it looks like a treasure token.
Okay. So that would speak to an expensive 3rd spell? No, 3rd spell. That should have had to go upstairs, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe we missed exactly what happened there. Maybe they thought better of it. I'm not sure. The end result here is it looks like Kikidis is going to be having 2 mana if that's a treasure token. But Adrian is alive at 8 life and untapping with a chance to go for it.
Yeah, we got some. I mean, we have Vizier. It's active. We have Lotus Field. I mean, you don't have a second Lotus Field, but this is close to as good as it gets. We can make one this turn with Sylvan Scrying, which we're going for right now. If we make one with Thespian Stage, and have Stirrings left over, I don't know that we have the mana for that. We have 2 floating right now.
Well,
so now we have none floating.
Yeah, there comes the stage. I spotted a Spell Pierce in Kikidis' hand, so this is going to hit an inflection point here sooner rather than later, depending on what spell Kikidis chooses to fight over.
Yeah, I mean, the choke point on mana is certainly coming soon, but it looks like we're choosing not to do anything. Adrian believing himself safe, and the 2 damage.
Wow, now that's interesting. Just develops the Lotus Field off the Thespian stage, passes back at 8 life, betting that the 2 Phoenixes aren't going to kill him, but here comes the old hardcast Phoenix.
Well, 3 will. 3 definitely will. We'll see if Adrian has anything to say about that. It does not. Snare Thopter mode gets it done for game number 2 for Kikidis.
All right, well, they fought back. If Lotus Field is going to be tearing through this entire top 8 field, it's going to have to start with a game 3 against Izzet Phoenix from Kikidis. This has been a good matchup, right? You talked about the ways it would need to go for the Phoenix player to win and how important the play draw was, and it's certainly what it looked like there.
An important piece of the puzzle, and something I mentioned when they were sideboarding, is getting your Phoenixes in the graveyard is hard. But if you can do it, then it's easy to set up pressure backed up by cheap counterspells. That is what Kikidis was able to do. Having 3 copies of Free the Fae resolve, 2 of them hit Phoenixes. That's exactly where you want to be. Found spells for his trouble as well. Was able to really set up the mixture of Phoenixes plus counterspell backup that you want to see if you're going to be able to flip the script on this matchup. Now, obviously things get harder. Adrian was on a mulligan. Things really broke your way. So, you have to get lucky in some spots, but you always have to get lucky to win a tournament. And Kikidis is certainly setting himself up to do that with the way he has navigated these games. Let's see if we want to take a quick look at the decks before we move into game number 3. When we look at Adrian's deck list, although I suspect we may see it quite a bit, I can't imagine on the play you want to make too many changes. Maybe we saw Darset's Reversal in his hand at the end of the game. Maybe you don't reach for something like that when you're on the draw, execute your primary game plan a little bit more. But, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't expect heavy changes from him to begin with. And mostly just running back what he's got for game number 3 and hope that just your primary game plan is good enough.
Yeah, he was right on the verge that game, even after the mulligan, right? So a lot of things can go away his way just with a normal flow of the game. But looking over to the other side for Kikidis on Izzet Phoenix, now you've picked up a game. Good job. You got you picked up your sideboard game, but now you got to go on the draw and do the same thing. What is the key to try to nabbing a game away when you're going to be under the pressure? Is it about the Phoenixes? Is it about the control spells? What now that you have to try to take one on the draw?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be about the mixture. And to that end, maybe you can actually make some changes here. This is something I'm going to highlight. But before, finishing the point, you need to find something. It doesn't matter if it's Phoenixes. It doesn't matter if it's a big Ledger Shredder you trigger a bunch of times. You need a threat that can actually close the game, whatever, 2-3 attacks, ideally. And multiple Phoenixes do that. We saw that happen there in game 2. A big Ledger Shredder backed up by the Phoenix or something can also do that. But you need to assemble a clock, and that can be backed up by some of your counter spells that can expire. Spell Pierces, things of that ilk, Mystical Disputes, like they expire, but you don't need them forever. You just need them to work for that window that you have your clock established. But it's about finding that mixture. And a card that I kind of want to highlight a little bit before we move into game number 3 is Fable the Mirror Breaker. Might be a card I'd be interested in here in game number 3. Both accelerating your mana and helping you develop that mixture is something that could add to your plan here in game 3 on the draw, where you're going to have to rely on your interaction a little bit more.
No, that's a great point, because every part of that saga is relevant. I mean, just like it always is, but maybe especially so in this matchup. Like, there was a 2 damage difference there, right? In the last game, Adrian was an 8. He passed the turn back, staring down 6 power Phoenixes, thought he was safe. Well, that 2 damage could be the difference. So there's a lot that comes into play there for sure. But here we go. Right on time. Turn 2. Sylvan Scrying for Adrian. That's going to pick up the Lotus Field. And just like that, Kikidis is picking up, it looks like another Thespian stage. But just like that,
having the Lotus Field rolled up. Huh?
Yeah, not a good, not what you want to see.
Well, you're going to have to sack the first stage to your Lotus Field ETB. And so you're going to want the second one to actually copy. So if you have one already dialed up in hand, you grabbing a second Thespian stage actually makes a lot of sense here.
All right. Kikidis just passing the turn back.
No 2-mana play. We've seen this with Free the Fae previously, and it's just going to be a Lotus Field, no other plays for Adrian. Yep. So, able to do the Free the Fae thing. Found a negate. Worse face up.
Okay. Yeah, and no Phoenixes hitting the yard. Looks like one in hand. Need to find a way to pitch that if he really wants. But all right, first hurdle cleared there for Adrian. You've got Lotus Field in play. You've got no Phoenixes in the yard. So far, so good.
Yeah, and I think the choice, there's actually an Aether Gust here. I think there's a choice between Aether Gust, negate. I can't see what the third card is, or like the fourth card on the bottom is that well.
Looks like it
chooses the negate. Well, a face-up counter spell means that, 2 mana, you can hide your other stuff a little bit better, because if you hold up 2 mana, there's at least a level 0 of what Adrian's going to be facing down, but you still don't have a clock established.
I think Kikidis might be looking for a third land here too.
Yeah.
That'd be major stumbling block if he doesn't have it. Oh, he does. We've got a double face. That's the pathway. Okay. So third land deployed. Negate up. We might be here for a bit with that negate in hand.
That's my impression as well. We're just holding up mana, holding up our Free the Phase, which is a nice use of 2 mana if you don't have to use the negate. But Adrian, already kind of has a plan for this turn, right? Yeah, just face up. Yeah. Let's make a second Lotus Field. And even though Kikidis does have a Free the Fate to use, there's still no clock in play.
We watched this game earlier, right? We watched a Lotus Field just play out against, in that case, it was Azorius control. But if you don't do anything, they just have the mana to slam down a Dromoka and combo you in the same turn. So, yeah, Kikidis needs to get something going. Needs to find a way to get those Phoenixes in his hand into the graveyard. And it's just on rails right now for Adrian.
Something like a Ledger Shredder would be a really nice pickup to be able to actually get these things in the graveyard. And I think we see 3 in hand with no way to get rid of them.
Phoenix flooded.
Phoenix flooded indeed. Hey, here's where Fable would be great. Although now I think it'd be way too late to the party. With facing down 2 Lotus Fields, you need to have your interaction up for basically the rest of the game, I'd imagine, until you cast it or whatever. But then Adrian, once again, just choose not to cast anything. No clock, no problem.
All right, well said. Now there are 2 Lotus Fields. Adrian, considering his options, does he want to go for it? Does he just want to pass the turn back, continue setting up? I imagine it depends on whether or not there's another land here that it becomes relevant. Kikidis looks like the full 7 in hand, so maybe hand size is coming into play here for those Phoenixes. You never know.
Sure, that's a way to do it. It ain't great. And honestly, if that's like a real-ish plan to consider, maybe Adrian considers running something into a counterspell.
Right,
Oh,
yeah.
That can't be countered.
How about that one? How about that one?
That one doesn't. No, that one doesn't get countered. That's not that one. Man, Dromoka has looked incredible every time we've seen it on the stack.
It sure has. And in this case, well, you know what? This time it's slightly less good. It runs into an Ether Gust, but that doesn't fundamentally change anything, does it?
Nope. Adrian says, sure, on top, face up, don't get her. Guess what's happening next turn?
I mean, maybe if Kikidis is making land drops there, as someone, I've played a fair amount of Ether Gust myself, and it's much better in tempo decks, to use a banned word there in Magic, but banned in tempo decks, it's better there than perhaps when it's just kind of slowing it down by a turn, but you're not really doing anything either. Without a land drop to advance his own board, say that Dromoka is just kind of come like that.
Look, tempo's not banned in this booth. It's pretty easy. You got expiring interaction backed up by a clock. That's it. It's the whole recipe. And right now we have the expiring interaction for sure. What we don't have is the clock. And this is exactly the woe that I was referring to, is just getting these birds in the yard is so difficult. Now what we can do here is we can treasure cruise. And then we can, here we go. Get some Oracle text on Dragon Lord Dromoka. Yeah, that thing says lifelink. And if you don't have a way to get rid of that, no matter how many birds you put in play, attacking is not going to be a recipe for success. Tough spot.
That is a good point. And it's got to be brutal if you Kikidis just looking at like a hand of all your best spells and knowing that none of them are what you need right now.
Yeah.
That said, what does he want to do? Is the plan? I mean, now we have a Ledger Shredder.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian's going to take
where it starts.
A turn to deploy the Dromoka. So maybe you have a small window here to try to set up some birds in your graveyard. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like maybe you can get there by discarding the hand size for one of them or two of them.
Yeah, I do think we want to develop a threat, although I don't know how much we can do that and hold up any interaction, although interaction is just not going to work if Dromoka resolves. But Dromoka is right now still Adrian's entire turn. So if we can, we see Lightning Axes, a couple left in, very heads up by Kikidis, something some players might not do. You kind of have to do because of the presence of Dragon Lord Dromoka in the current Lotus Field builds. And if you can find one, maybe two of those, we actually have a great turn. We can kill Dromoka, pitching 2 birds, and then we're off to the races. That'd be a great exchange for Kikidis, but needs to find the tools to make that actually come to fruition. And
Lightning Axe deals 5 damage, right?
Yeah, you need 2 of them.
Yeah. So if he it's a perfect way to get going if he's got it. To answer, it's not the cleanest answer to Dromoka, right? But you don't have clean answers to Dromoka, so
yeah. I would argue there's not very many clean answers to Dromoka. And if there are, they cost $1 million. We've seen cards like Summary Dismissal.
Summary Dismissal,
like a 4-mana counterspell.
All right, well, here we go. Dromoka in play.
2-mana floating. Is it go time now?
He's thinking about it. Is that a hidden strings?
I think it is. Hidden Strings looks like they were quickly untapping both Lotus Fields. Yeah, so you just might not get it. You might not get a chance. We have 2 Viziers that was able to make enough mana to float some mana in order to really get things started after Dromoka's in play and not even give Kikidis a chance to try to assemble a kill for it.
It's wild how good it's been. Without pressure, it's just the Lotus Field players are just able to sit here and just wait on it. Get it sent to the top of their library. Get it sent 2 cards down from their library from it to Teferi. It just doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, we're at Reveal Our Hand stage. I think that's a Lier there, and so we just have enough cards to really navigate
there
through.
We go.
And, yeah, that's going to be enough to do it. Jeez.
Adrian Dragon Lord Dromoka moves on here in the quarterfinals of the NRG Champion Series Top 8 in Chicago. Does well, crushes an RC a few months ago in Europe, comes over to the United States, hits this up on his way to the Pro Tour, now into the top 8 of the NRG series, now through the quarterfinals, looking like the matchup played out exactly how Drake described it, wanting to go from the Lotus Field player side. Now he's set up for the semifinals.
Yeah, I think that the play draw, I can't understand how much that that matters. Now, in that matchup, Dragon Lord Jamoka was so powerful that I don't think play draw actually mattered. Just drawing that card and playing it, people aren't ready for it. And we've seen that just be the case over and over again. You mentioned it. It's just been such a dominant performance of just that card. As soon as you put it in play, you win the game on the spot. There's going to have to be some adaptation by players that are just trying to combat Lotus Field with counter magic against that card because of just its strength. But we'll see exactly if players can figure it out before Adrian wins this whole tournament. We're going to be going live into our backup match. So this is not time shifted. This is happening live as we speak between some NRG mainstays, Connor, Will Kruger, players we have seen a ton on this series, and a mess of a board state.
That is all right. Let's start breaking this down very very slowly here. We've got 2 Phoenixes on one side, 3 fairies on one side, and on the other side we've got Phoenixes and fairies. What do you know?
I think we have a crazy stack going on involving a treasure cruise and a Narset's reversal on the treasure cruise. Free the Fane response, that got disputed. We opted in response. We have a Ledger Shredder trigger. Yeah, there's so much. But
I appreciate you on
cruise is
unwinding the clock for us here, just taking us back in time. Drake, this was a stack. You're breaking it down. So here we go. It looks like this is up that remembering what's up, what's where, pointing our cards all over the place. Get some of that.
We're just playing Chaos Orb over here. They're rebuilding the stack while we are rebuilding the stack.
Yeah, this is looking like some directed Chaos Orb action.
Sure. Wow, you're dating yourself a little with that one.
Yeah, fair enough.
I've never, I don't even think I've ever held a Chaos Orb, much less played against one or played with one.
It's a trip, that's for sure.
I believe you.
All right. Okay. So counters have started to go. There's the reversal.
Well, Will's tapped out, and assuming, that treasure cruise on the stack, we're in Connor's turn. He just got to discard a bird to the connive. That's 3 birds in the yard. That's a lot of pressure.
That's 4 bird special right there, but Will got 5 blockers. So what an interesting game we stumbled on into.
Yeah, this is a big mess. So Connor has all 4 of his birds. I don't know what the deck count is, but I think when I start seeing all 4 Arclight Phoenixes involved, I start wondering what the deck size is, because that starts to be the thing that might come into question here a little bit.
Well, that's an angle for sure. We've seen, there's a ton in play. There's a bunch that's been exiled. This will make all 4 Phoenixes for Connor. Looks like 3 Phoenixes for Will are viewable from here. Is that something that does that come up in the Izzet Phoenix Mirror? Is that something that you encounter regularly, or even have to really consider as you're going through it?
Oh, sure. I think first person to find more birds definitely matters, because if you're talking about just bringing them back over and over again, whoever is getting ahead on damage every time that happens is getting ahead in the game for obvious reasons. But there's a ton that can add to the mixture. The actual trump card, if you're talking about this matchup, is always going to be the Temporal Trespass. Anytime you can set up a big attack with your birds that maybe trades off, maybe not, and then you can set up a Temporal Trespass turn in order to untap, get your birds again, and maybe even activate Hall and do stuff like that. That's really how you can break this matchup wide open, is finding your Temporal Trespass first. But exchanges like this matter. We see Connor has more birds than Will and is going to actually be able to push damage.
Yeah, wins the bird battle there, and now with the dust settled, and we came in when everything was a mess. It's slightly calmed down now, but it's resolved with Will at 7 life, Connor at 17 life, with access to more birds in the yard, more birds in play, and still looks like another dig with a sleight of hand here to round out his turn. He'll ship it back to Will, who's going to need a really big turn here, and I can't tell exactly how many cards he has in hand to start bringing back his own Phoenixes. But that seems like
the first treasure cruise. So there's at least 3. I can tell you that.
Yeah, that's the first step, is going to be getting to your 3 spells. Make sure you have access to those birds, so you're not just dead when Connor untaps.
There's Ledger Shredders. There's a second Ledger Shredder. Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Those are good blockers for Arclight Phoenixes. So once again, the name of this game, if you're talking about Will, if he can settle this up and then follow up with Temporal Trespass, right, it's just like you're nearly just winning the game on the spot, even though he's so far behind. It's going to be whichever player hasn't cast Temporal Trespass or whatever. That's the play. That's what they're looking for. That's what they want to find, and just try to close the game out like that. And that's part of what makes Narset's Reversal such a important card in the sideboard of this matchup. We saw it land against the Treasure Cruise, which was impactful, but if you can land it against Temporal Trespass, it's lights out.
Yeah, especially because the Temporal Trespass player will have spent their entire turn setting up for their extra turn that you then,
and then you just get 2 turns in a row instead. But that's pretty good. Pretty good.
Well, and a lot of times, right, if you return Temporal Trespass to their hand, well, a lot of times you just return a spell to their hand with Narset's Reversal. Maybe they recast it or whatever. But having to re-delve a bunch of cards is not trivial at all.
Yeah, 8's a big number. 8's a big number. 3 blue is another big number. It's very taxing to get your Trespass reversaled beyond just the copy, which is obviously the most difficult part of things.
Right.
Now I didn't get a great look at Will's hand. I saw a lot of spells, I can tell you that.
He's thinking about how to deploy them. Was that just some prankster beats?
Not clear. Attacked with just the pranksters. Okay.
Well, I don't know that that's a good sign. He is at a very clear bird disadvantage at the moment, but all it takes is one surveil trigger. I keep saying surveil.
With Connor wants to play that game. He's like, I got it ahead on board. Let's just beat down, huh?
Yeah. So all it takes is one connive trigger to grow those ledger shredders big enough to get really good on blocking duty, but that's not what's happening here.
We have a lot of spells left over. I think there's another Narset's Reversal for Will. Might be just trying to keep from dying. Looks like Otawara pulled to the front. Maybe we're going to Otawara the Shredder. Okay, sure.
Okay. Leaving him with 1 mana open. After that, how does Connor want to interact with this? It's pretty difficult to interact with an Otawara bounce. That's for sure. It doesn't, it's not a traditional spell in that sense.
Yeah, not something that's easy to interact with. I'd be surprised if he chooses to really do anything except, maybe try to capitalize on his own connive before it happens. Get a little bit more value.
Okay. Right. Otawara still on the stack. 1 ledger shredder down here.
Yeah, that's just going to happen. Okay.
Okay, damage resolves. The board has done nothing but clear up since we've got here. We're the...
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
That was a mess.
Good work, Drake.
Yeah, good job. Everybody involved. I just want a round of applause. A card I want to highlight. Oh, it's Temporal Trespass from Connor.
How about that one? Well, no reversal up from Will.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Connor was trying to set up. Will tapped below 2 mana. That means that the coast is clear for not getting Narset's Reversal to just die to the Trespass. Obviously, you can pay for Spell Pierce and things of that like as well. Dispute as well. This one's just going to work. And Hearst follow-up to answer the Phoenixes. Everything's coming up, Connor.
Well, and he needed if he did, we don't know how many spells he has in hand. I guess he maybe needed a 7th point of damage, and that'll provide it if he can then crew it.
We have
with that prankster over there.
Might
just have the spells anyways, and it won't matter. But Connor with a window to end the game here, and seems like he's just planning out how he wants to do that.
Yeah, I believe that's true. I think this is Free the Fae, Narset's Reversal. So once again, we saw this happen previously. Yeah, I was going to extend it. Being able to counter your own spells with things like Narset's Reversal in order to guarantee 3 spells from to get your birds back and guarantee the kill for Connor. Gonna mean that he's going to advance to the semifinals. An impressive sequence from Connor. And like I said, Temporal Trespass, the trump card. And that was certainly the case there for Connor Mullaly, winning game number 3 against Will Kruger. Again, 2 NRG mainstays and friends as far as I'm still aware.
Well, no, you nailed it. That was the key card in the matchup. You highlighted it. It came down to it. Might not be the last time we have one come down to it, but let's take a look at our top 8 bracket. We have the quarterfinals wrapped up, advancing. Matthew Hoey on Izzet Phoenix, Connor Mullaly on Izzet Phoenix, Adrian Tasset on Lotus Field, and Maxx Kominowski on, you guessed it, Izzet Phoenix. So our heroes here to try to fight against the Izzet Phoenix Sex, 5 of them that made the top 8. Lotus Field, if you want to call that a hero. Boros, Convoke, Mono White Humans. 2 of them now down and we'll move into a top 4 with 3 Phoenix and Adrian.
And Adrian, who I think is licking his chops at a full top 4 of all Izzet Phoenix. Got to be excited about his prospects. And the only person that can be on the play over him is Connor, who is still in the tournament. So that might be a dynamic that comes up. We'll see here very, very shortly. I believe we're going to take a very brief break before we get started here for top 4. And then we're going to be bringing you the semifinals very quickly. Do not go anywhere.
Hello, welcome back to the top 4 of the NRG Championship Series in Chicago. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Drake Sasser, and we are ready to play out the final last couple of rounds. We have been at it today. These players have played 8 rounds of Swiss. They've worked their way through the quarterfinals into the top 4 playoff. 3 Izzet Phoenix decks and a Lotus field. Drake, take us through what we're about to see.
Yeah, so we're actually going to be watching the other side of the bracket here for what we saw in the first round. We're going to be watching Connor Mullaly versus Matthew Hoey, 2 NRG mainstays meeting again. Connor had quite the gauntlet through this top 8 already on the first seed. Has to be excited about that. We're going to be watching a Phoenix mirror. And we are on the other side of the bracket, of course. We watched Adrian defeat Maxx. We defeat Izzet Phoenix last round. Going to look to do it again against Maxx in this round. And Connor, of course, the first seed, Andrea the second seed. So both players there able to advance. And 3 of the 5 Izzet Phoenix survived the quarterfinals. So a dominant performance from this deck, even through the top 8. Now kind of stuck in the mirror purgatory for many of these Phoenix players. And I think if you're Connor and Matthew, you got to be more excited about that right now than playing against Adrian. Do not envy Max's positions, but we may be able to watch. Oh, we're watching Adrian this round. My apologies. We are going to be jumping right into Adrian versus Maxx. Also fine. Realistically, we may have the chance for both if the matches has gone as quickly as they have gone previously, but let's go ahead and take a look at prizes before we do that, as these players are getting set up. See what these players are playing for here in the top 4 as they review each other's deck lists. You can see here, players in the top 4 still live to win a invite to the regional championship. That's going to happen no matter what. So if you win this round, you are invited to the regional championship. But of course, if you win the finals, you get invited to the NRG championship as well at the end of the year, something that would be great to lock up in the first event of the season. And of course, plenty of points and money to play for as well. This is a 10K showdown event, and you can see the money breakdown there. The players defeated in the top 8 already left with $400, 15 points, and it can only go up for the players left from there. So with that mouthful out of the way, let's take a look at Adrian versus Maxx Kominowski. See if, Izzet Phoenix player number 2 can take down the Lotus Field juggernaut.
Well, we watched Maxx earlier today pull off an incredible win with Phoenix that I think almost no one would have given him a shot to win, and probably very few people realistically could have won. But he pulled it together there. He countered his own spell, which we've seen pop up a few times. It's always a fun play when it happens. But yeah, that was a great win we saw by Maxx, which paved his way into this top 8, where now he sits with a chance to take down the regional champion from Europe, Adrian Inigo Tasset, who is playing, of course, the Lotus Field deck. And both players looks like are shipping those opening hands. So going to start at least 6 here. We talked about the Lotus Field deck having really strong mulligans and being because of the existence of Lotus Field. Phoenix, on the other hand, not to say its mulligans are terrible or anything, but you do want a critical mass of spells, and the fewer cards you have in hand, the harder that is to do.
I'll say this. Maxx, someone obviously that is very familiar with Izzet Phoenix. If there's someone that can, kind of win this uphill battle against Lotus Field, Maxx is certainly one of the players that can get the job done. And, mulliganing intelligently, not just keeping hand that functions, but actually looking for cards good in the matchup. He's got a few that are maybe not necessarily stocked Izzet Phoenix outside the normal 2 spell pierces. He also has access to a copy of Thing in the Ice. That's another turn 2 threat that you can start to really put the clock on Lotus Field quickly and, ahead of schedule of just, things like Ledger Shredder and stuff like that. If you have a bunch of spells going on in order to get your Phoenixes in the yard, that's one of the cards that you can do the trick where you Lightning Axe it for the last counter, and then it flips to a 7/8, so it doesn't die. You get to discard a Phoenix, attack for 10. That gets the job done very quickly. So he's got a few tools, Temporal Trespass still present as well, that are going to help in this matchup. And if he's mulliganing looking for those, can give himself a little bit of a better chance in the abysmal game 1.
Well, look, you're just setting it up. This is a great setup for when Maxx is able to fight through it here. That, or Adrian will just continue to roll. Look at him; he's just very calm, just hanging out, just waiting. Max is going through the mulligan process, not where you want to be. Adrian's just like, yeah, just gonna. I'll probably play a land on turn 1 and a land on turn 2, and then on turn 3 I'll have 1 land in play, and then on turn 4 I'll win.
I'll win the game. Yeah, I mean, you come over here, you're getting ready for the Pro Tour. Like, I'm gonna check out this NRG stuff, see what this is about. Play against a ton of great players, and you're just sitting there like, wow, y'all think Phoenix is good, huh?
Yeah, 5 Phoenix players.
Show up with that deck, huh? All right, okay. Well, I don't mind. You just keep doing that. If you do that in Chicago, you let me know how that goes. I'll play against you again there. We'll see what's up.
Well, it is interesting. Like you've talked earlier about how many of the regulars and the top players on the NRG series like to play control decks, right? And look, regional differences in metagames are absolutely a thing. And you talk about it in the context of something like a circuit in the United States, but also Magic's an international game. Especially when there's not a long series of high level, say, Pro Tour type events, metagames in these eternal formats as new sets come out can kind of develop in kind of different ways until you have something unifying to bring them together. Is it Phoenix crushing this tournament? But Adrian was very much ready for it, coming with his own experience and a completely different playing background.
Yeah, and speaking to that, when I mentioned earlier that we haven't really seen, we saw a lot of different decks from really, really smart players and players that are certainly going to be playing in the Pro Tour, playing in this event. And obviously NRG has a lot of control. And I think with none of the control making top 8, that certainly shows the way that the Swiss broke out. Maybe not as much Lotus Field as you'd expect, given how much Phoenix is in the top 8 because of the presence of so much control. But the Phoenix decks were able to, beat up on the control decks. They managed to not make top 8. And it speaks to when the decks are this close in power level, tastes and preferences start to come into play more. And you're going to see even more regional differences because there isn't just a clear broken deck, but a great start for Adrian to kick things off on the play here.
Yeah. Well, okay. Okay, Max. Okay, Max. I see you.
Max says, I have all of the cards I want, except the ones with the type land on them.
Look, they say you have to get lucky to win a Magic tournament, and every hand needs something to go right for it. Max's hand needed lands.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to juice him up as he's about to just get the ball bounced off his face a little bit, but I don't think most players have what it takes to keep a hand with no lands on it in a bad matchup. To just mulligan down into oblivion to the cards that are going to give you a chance to win. All you have to do is draw lands. You don't do that, and you end up looking maybe a little bit goofy in some players' eyes, but I actually think it's really smart. Most players just don't have what it takes to keep a no-lander on the draw in a bad matchup, and he does, and he didn't pay off, and it's going to look rough for him as a result, but, that may just be what gives him the best chance to win, and he is done with the Chandra in play.
I've seen it in a Pro Tour top 8, right? It takes a lot of confidence to do that, and to know that it's the right thing, and to know that sometimes you go for it on 4th down and you don't make it, and it's still the right thing to do. And props to Max in a game where you're mulliganing to 4 anyway. Give it a shot. Didn't work out. That's okay. It happens.
Precisely. Well, as you mentioned, did not get there on the going for it on the 4th down. Dan Campbell impression for Max Kominowski, but let's take a look at what he has access to improve this matchup, because in the sideboard games, I mentioned this before, I think the sideboard games are closer, especially when you're on the play. So I really like Max's chance going into this next game, but then of course game 3 gets a little bit hard. See what he has access to in order to shore this matchup up a little bit.
Yeah, look, you called it abysmal in game 1.
It's
so
abysmal.
if you're gonna take your mold of 4, may as well have it come in game 1, right? And now you can move to the sideboard where he's got access to some of these cards. So against Lotus Field on the Izzet Phoenix side, what is Max looking to do here? He's got those disputes.
Ashiok Dream Render is a card that should stick out immediately. This is for Lotus Field. I don't think there's really anybody else this is even good against. The Graveyard Hate Mode, not great, but the stopping the search, a huge part of the equation, especially on the play. You know, you can catch things like the Sylvan Scryings, definitely catch the Dark Petitions and the Emergent Ultimatums. It's just very effective against the deck that combos off with a bunch of tutors. So going to be slam dunking that one into his deck alongside the cast that we've seen before. Counter spells, Mystical Disputes, Aether Gust, and you probably also want the Brazen Borrower, if nothing else, just to bounce the Dragon Lord Dromoka if you need to push a kill.
That Brazen Borrower comes up, right? Like that card works its way into decks as just kind of the ultimate one of, because it just always comes up. It's wild how good that card is.
Absolutely. So a ton of tools here. And I want to make the point, I think his sideboard is more respectful to the Lotus Field matchup than we've seen from other Izzet Phoenix players playing against Adrian so far. So I like his chances in game 2. Obviously, things can break one way or the other, but I think he has the tools to get the job done where other players might not. Let's take one more look at Adrian's deck list. We've seen it before. That's because he's doing a lot of winning. But we'll see if he wants to do anything different. And players do have open deck lists, so he's going to know about this Ashiok here in the top 8. Does he want to make any adjustments for it? Can he even make any adjustments for it? Let's take a look here. Got Narset's Reversal. We got Unannounced Exit. Going to take a look at that card. I don't think I've actually read that card.
Yeah, so I'm working my way through some of these cards as well. When you see a bunch of cards like this, which you don't have 4 of this card and 4 of that card and 3 of this card and 4 of that card, and that's your 15 card sideboard. When you see a lot of these smaller numbers and, cards like Narset's Reversal and Authorized Exit, Depopulate, like sort of cards you're not necessarily used to seeing, it means one of 2 things typically. Either the player has put a lot of work or someone has put a lot of work in the deck list and figured out exactly where these cards find their niche and where they fit in. Or they just read what they had in their sideboard and they're flying around, and that's how they built their deck. In this case, I think it's probably more like the former.
Yeah, definitely. I like the idea, and you can speak to like trying stuff, and a lot of these are monocolored things like Unauthorized Exit, which is a bounce spell, which actually you might want here if you are worried about something like Ashiok coming down being a problem. You can actually find those with your Emergent Ultimatum. Now, obviously, you can't do it after the fact, so maybe that's not good enough, not a factor. But the monocolored singleton one-ups that look a little bit weird, you can find with your Emergent Ultimatums that maybe you can't quite combo off yet for whatever reason. You can maybe get something else done instead. That can be part of the equation. But beyond that, I once again, I don't think we're going to see giant sweeping changes. You might be a little bit more interested in the Mana Form Hellkite than you were otherwise because of the presence of Ashiok. It is only 1 card swap, and if you have a particular card you're not fond of in the matchup, maybe that matters. Second Chandra kind of speaks to the same thing, where you can pick off the Ashiok if you want. So maybe you can do some small 1-card adjustments, but largely the same style setup that we've seen from Adrian before with the silent stuff, the Dromoka that has been incredible, things like Narset Reversal and the like.
Yeah, something else we've seen before, mulligans, and it looks like both players are up to that as we get ready to head down to the match.
Up the mulligans. Certainly a matchup where very particular cards are extremely important. That's not the true of every matchup. Sometimes, you just want a mix of cards. You don't necessarily want specific cards. Right. This is one of the matchups where I think you are much more interested in specific cards, and I would expect to see the mulligan process reflect that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm a big a believer in lands and spells because I think that having to shuffle more is just really not what I'm there to do. So that's my philosophy, but that may describe why I'm not Maxx and Adrian in the semifinals in the NRG Championship Series. But to your point, you're absolutely right. Like, lands and spells doesn't always get it done. The right spells get it done, especially in a matchup like this.
Your casual showing a little bit, Corbin. we spoke a little bit before the broadcast about your casual play. Do you play fetch lands in your casual decks? Tell me.
Yeah, I got to thin my deck,
Oh, but the man who doesn't like shuffling is gonna make all his lands. Okay, just checking. Just doing a little peek into the mind,
into the brain, into the mind,
mind. Corbin Osler.
I'll tell you, my modern deck of choice, my deck of choice in every format is Merfolk, and I don't have to play fetch lands there.
Not a lot of shuffling there. Yeah, that's true. Probably maybe Path to Exiles. You're getting all your lords destroyed, then you have to shuffle them. But
yeah, well, Unfortunately for Adrian, he's still shuffling and stoically is going to be going
Could
down.
never be
5.
you. Could never, would never, can't be you.
Yeah.
Max seems to found a hand he likes. Pretty bad news for Adrian, I think, on the play, but of course that's going to set the stage for an impactful game 3, but does need to actually execute on game 1. Are we talking about whether or not he has to put the card on the bottom of the deck before the mulligan decision is made?
There are some really technical rules about that don't often come up, and I don't know if it's going to matter here, but I do think that might be what's happening.
Well, I like looking dumb on camera, so I think that you are supposed to bottom your card before the player makes the mulligan decision.
But maybe he's just thinking about it then.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the equation here. I think we're also just getting judge confirmation maybe as well. The player's just kind of sitting there. Yeah, okay. We've decided what to bottom, and now we make the mulligan decision. Yeah, you don't do it at the same time after everyone's kept hands. You do it as soon as you keep a hand, I think.
All right, we've got that settled. Now we'll see if Adrian likes what he's looking at. Looks like he's setting aside some cards here to bottom. Starting at a disadvantage now, both on the draw and down cards, but we saw this in the last round as well. He was able to drop game 2 and just came back in game 3 without any problems at all. So we'll see if he's able to do the same here. Max is going to start things off, cantripping through his deck.
Yeah, I mean, Adrian able to take game 2 off. We saw that in the quarterfinals. Just like, yeah, whatever. You're gonna get under me, beat me up a little bit. Blah blah blah. Nice sideboard cards. All right, game 3. Let's let me on the play. Here we go. Let's fix this. Ledger Shredder.
Well, this is a good start for Max.
The yeah. All right. Let's see what turn 2 looks like. Shields are down. Can resolve scrying. It's impulse instead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not exactly what he's looking for. We'll see what he finds off of this, though. I didn't catch it there, but he's setting up. I think I flashed an Archdruid's Charm. Maybe setting up on turn 3 to be able to go find his land here. But Max able to untap with Ledger Shredder, and now everything's available to him. 3 mana.
It's Ashiok. Oh no! Oh, look at the eyebrows went up. The eyebrows from Adrian tells the whole story. What?
No scrying. No Sylvan scrying here.
All right. Okay. I think we're just getting Oracle text on that one. Yeah, that was pretty good. It leaves me to wonder if he just didn't know what the card did when looking over the sideboard. Maybe he thought it was just graveyard hate and it wasn't actually for this matchup. Because he looked so surprised when it came down. I mean, if you're gonna lose the game, it should be the one where you mulligan a bunch and Max has on the play his best card. Yeah, check it out. You can't search. I can if I want to, and I can exile your graveyard if I want to.
This one is up there with Teferi on most forgotten Planeswalker static abilities that people try to do wrong, and it never goes well for them.
And you get extra sugar here too, so you actually can pick different players to exile the yard and to mill. So you get to mill yourself, trying to hit your birds and feel your delve and all that stuff, and exile his graveyard. So that's what just happened there. We have our impulse and exile, 4 extra cards added to Max's graveyard. So that's why we're down ticking, because it actually just adds a lot of value to this deck.
Yeah, a pretty good 1, 2, 3 here for Max. Sleight of hand, like Shredder into that. Vizier, we've seen the Vizier, I think, hardcast in almost every sideboard game now with Lotus Field. You talked about how it happens more often. And that's what we're seeing. But with no actual Lotus Field in play, this is going to be very difficult for Adrian to just climb out of in any way. But is there a way to fight through this Ashiok that doesn't involve attacking it with a Vizier?
Yeah, I mean, you could obviously naturally draw your Lotus Field thing, and then if you can do that, maybe you can cast like your Chandras that deals damage to stuff. You can pick off the Ashiok that way. Like, you have a bunch of different cards. We mentioned Unauthorized Exit. That's a bounce spell. You can bounce the Ashiok and go for it. Like, you're not just dead in the water, certainly. But if Adrian is having trouble establishing a Lotus Field to begin with, and your cards to do that are things like Archdruid's Charm and Sylvan Scrying, well, those are both tutors that no longer work. And based on the sequencing of things here with the Impulse, I mean, it certainly speaks to Adrian not having a Lotus Field, and now most of the ways to find it are shut off.
You're right. And I guess it's hard to find good news here, but if you're Adrian, but the one thing you could point to is that I don't see any Phoenixes in the yard for Max. Which means the pressure at the moment, at least, is not absolute. We're conniving, though. If the Phoenixes aren't in the yard, sometimes they're usually in the hand. We'll see if Max is able to pitch one. No,
Well, I think that's actually what Max was trying to set up there. So if you saw, he triggered the Ledger Shredder with that first Consider, and then with that trigger on the stack, cast another Consider, certainly looking for birds. And if you draw one after you surveil whatever card to the graveyard, it speaks to you're going to surveil whatever it is to the graveyard, no matter what, and looking for a bird. And if you find a bird off the random draw, you can discard it to the connive. You get an extra look at a bird by firing off the connive right then and right there. Very heads up play by Max in order trying to enable a bird. Didn't pay off. That's okay. Got also extra decision making on that final Consider, and you saw a little bit of consideration there.
Well, you explained that line very well, and that's something I think a lot of people wouldn't, they don't catch when you're playing the deck even, right? But that's the kind of thing in Pioneer we talked often about how while there are some lopsided matchups generally across the field, what matters in Pioneer is learning your deck very well and getting everything out of your deck, because that tends to be there's enough variation across the field that's how you get the most juice out of your deck selection in a tournament. And that's one of those small things there that if you're an Izzet Phoenix player, it feels second nature or whatever. But if you're a player who's done nothing but played, I don't know, humans or whatever, and it's not come up, and you're trying to pick up Izzet Phoenix because you think it's good for a weekend, you're not going to know about it immediately. And that's just you see Max as makes it to the top 4 of the NRG here because he's very, very practiced with this deck, knows its in and outs and how to get every piece of value from it.
Yeah, I think there are a few things in Magic more rewarding than getting to not only play the deck you like and have an affinity for because it's good for a weekend, but also being able to do so and have your expertise on the deck matter. And that's certainly, I think, what we're speaking to with some of these tricks that we've seen Max do. Even only the couple rounds we've watched him play, we've seen tricks that I think a lot of players would miss, and plays that he's made on the mulligan process that most players wouldn't make. Very unorthodox, and prospective Phoenix players could learn a lot watching this sequence of matches, even if he doesn't take down the whole tournament. But Treasure Cruise, got to help with solving that problem is taking down the whole tournament now.
Yeah, learning here's something to learn. Cast Treasure Cruise, it's really good.
It's such a recall. Ever heard of it? You know what that one does? It's pretty strong.
It's if there's a deck that's made to Treasure Cruise, it is the Phoenix deck. That is for sure. So taking stock of where we're at in the game here, we've got the Ledger Shredder with a counter. We've got 2 counters on that Ashiok. No birds in the yard, no birds in play. Vizier in play on Adrian's side, and now crucially, a Lotus field as well. So despite Max having, I don't want to say everything. Obviously, he doesn't have a graveyard filled with birds right now, but it felt like he was in good control of this matchup, having connive triggers, having the Planeswalker shutting down a lot of the search effects. But with that said, now Adrian is still at a healthy life total and does have an untap effect in a Lotus field in play. Are we seeing it slip away?
Definitely the start of it. I mean, I think you can see that just in Max's facial expression. He needs to get some stuff done. Ashiok, I mean, the downticks come at a cost. We have actually been able to attack it with Vizier and with Lotus Field now found for Adrian. I mean, his hand's not good. I think I saw like Sylvan Scrying. I think I saw Archdruid's Charm. Like there's cards that don't work, but at the same time, if he ever draws anything big that isn't specifically Emergent Ultimatum, I'm thinking of some of these big creatures, Dragon Lord Dromoka, even Chandra, like those are now online. Lotus Field enables those to just be castable right now, and that can start to be a big problem in the way that Adrian's going to slip out of this. And Free the Fae sees Mystical Dispute. That makes things harder.
And there's a Phoenix now in the graveyard as well for Max. So starting finally to find the pieces he might need.
Yeah, now we can play land, and I think we can get a connive, and we have another Phoenix in hand, maybe? No? We've already connived, I see. We've already connived off the Free the Fae, discarded the Phoenix, didn't hit one off Free the Fae, and now need to decide if we're going to hold up Mystical Dispute or play a third spell. Kind of the eternal struggle when you're playing against Lotus Field is which path do you take? Hold up counter magic or increase the clock?
Looks like
the star of the show.
Even when down on the even when it's not in play, we've got cameos from Dragon Lord Dromoka.
I mean, you just can't speak to how impactful that card has been.
Yeah.
I really can't explain it. We've seen it just outright win games twice, and just the fact he had to ask, he had to double check, it just shows how much that's on his mind. That's just what a lot of this is about. And he knows that if there's a Dromoka hanging around in Adrian's hand, that's going to be a huge problem.
And you see what he did as soon as he got the confirmation on what Dragon Lord Dromoka does, on the fact that it could hit play next turn, immediately casts that cantrip to get the bird back and attack, because the resignation sets in. All right, if you've got it, you've got it. Congrats. But if you don't,
yeah,
I
my
guess
Ashiok doesn't die
attack.
next turn. If you have it, well, I'm in a lot of trouble. If you don't have it, you know what? I'm just going to try to kill you before you do have it. So here we go. Beep, beep. Here comes 2/3 power creatures. And now, I mean, we're finally at the position. We mentioned, Adrian had a big life total for a lot of this game, and that has been true. But with Ledger Shredder now a 3-power creature and paired up with Arclight Phoenix, this is a real clock. I mean, right now we're seeing 3 turns. We're dead. And right. Adrian still has an Ashiok he needs to contend with. And backed up by a clock, this might be enough. And this has been one of the best draws I think Maxx could present in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And another connive trigger could even, reduce the clock. I guess there's a lot that could go on here. Any more birds? Like, things could get out of hand very quickly. So Adrian is definitely trying to figure out what he wants to do. So it looks like he's getting some Oracle, some rules wording of his own. Sits back down, though. Looks like he's...
Doesn't look happy with the answer. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Sits down just well... I can't speak to exactly what he asked, but he certainly didn't seem super thrilled with the result. And to Adrian's
it's been fun. It's been a fun. These for a combo deck, right? It can sometimes get kind of dull to watch. These Izzet Phoenix matchups against it have at least been had a lot going on behind the scenes, even if the actual spells cast from the Lotus Field side maybe don't change all that much. All right, though. So 11 life here, staring down 5 power flyers. Adrian chooses to kill
a different mode. We're going to fight. Put a counter, fight the bird, attack the Ashiok. That gets the job done, but certainly close to the floor for what this Archdruid shot. Still good. Yeah, look at all that text. Look at it all. Normally you're finding creatures and lands. Not this time.
Damage, okay.
Wow, counter and fight. Let's go. Just kills damage, doesn't even fight. Yeah, there we go. Busted.
The Vizier beatdown. Look, if Maxx doesn't have a way to get the bird back, we're just all in on this Ledger Shredder now. Now Adrian's hand is on
Generation Temporal Trespass?
They're not
1 turn, but 2.
Yeah. You had a fun little play, Adrian, but Maxx had the play. That one will probably do it.
Yeah,
wow, what a play. Galvanic Iteration.
We have a Ledger Shredder trigger we don't want to miss. So there's 2 triggers in the stack. You have the Galvanic Iteration trigger and the Ledger Shredder trigger. Not clear which order they're resolving. Doesn't particularly matter. And we picked up the Borrower as well. So it looks like Maxx is actually going to have this one rolled up. We got the Dromoka covered. Even though Ashiok's off the board, we have 2 turns to do some attacking. And we can currently attack for 8. If we can crank it up to 5, then 6. So if we just have spells, then Picklock Prankster plus Ledger Shredder should be able to get the job done. I think that's what Maxx is talking about right this instant. He's like, yeah, I need to get one more trigger, and then we are there. Adrian's like, yeah, sure, okay. And
Galvanic Iteration is a heck of a card, right?
Okay, Galvanic Iteration plus Picklock Prankster actually is just the 2 spells you need. So there you go. You have a trigger dialed up, and that's game 2.
Yeah, Galvanic Iteration. Wow. Copy your next instant or sorcery. It has flashback on top of it, but just you copy 1 Temporal Trespass, you're probably going to win almost every game you do that. And just having the availability of that in your deck, game changing.
Especially in this matchup where it's all about needing a little bit more time. You're just a little bit slower than the Lotus Field deck. And we saw that Ashiok was just enough to slow Adrian down in order to open the window for the extra turns to just slam the door in the game. Now, a great draw from Maxx, a convincing performance from Maxx. And this is what I'm talking about. There are draws from Izzet Phoenix that make the matchup a lot more even. It's not that bad. In the post-mortem games, it's not that bad. The problem is that game 1's abysmal. And when you're on the draw in the matchup, it's tough because now Maxx has an uphill battle trying to win a game on the draw for game 3.
Yeah, that game boiled down to the Izzet player being able to turn Archdruid's Charm. He forced him to use the limited mode of the card instead of the constructed mode. It's a common mistake, but you really want to be trying to play the constructed mode.
The top one. Yeah, you want the top one. Well, the players are looking at deck lists one more time as they're shuffling up, and we will as well. Let's take a quick look, see what adjustments we can be making from Maxx Kominowski's side to win a little bit of an uphill battle here in game number 3. I called out previously, Fable the Mirror Breaker might be a card we're a little bit more interested in actually on the draw. Kind of counterintuitive, a card that is inherently better on the play as many cards are, but on the draw, you have to take a little bit more of a control role, and that involves finding the right mixture of cards, including the interaction more often, and Fable can help make that happen. Could see that change here as well. Doesn't have as many copies and does have better cards for the matchup, so might not even have the slots, but something to consider in Max's setup for this matchup, but clearly more setup to try to win this matchup, and did a good job of that in game 2.
Well, just having, we saw there's the path to victory where you interact with the opposing deck. There's also just the path to victory where you set up your own, wildly powerful play, which is what we saw with the Galvanic Iteration Temporal Trespass. And, maybe just one Temporal Trespass can also get
One's usually enough. 2 is usually more than enough.
Yeah. So if you can, there's different, this of course speaks to the power of the Izzet Phoenix deck. And the reason we've seen 5 copies of them into the top 8 is that it just can interplay on so many angles. And honestly, if you think about some of the theme of the decks we've seen be successful, it is actually just decks that can interact on multiple angles. Like Dramoka has been a relevant body, not just a silence, right? Because the card silence hasn't been winning these games. Dramoka has.
Right.
And that's when it's not combo, right? So there's just a lot of the power of that card in this matchup can be very good, and when it's not just protecting your combo. So a lot going on as we look at Adrian's deck here, as he's got his Dramoka coming out of that sideboard, we're sure, as well as you mentioned the reversal, possibly the exit, as he tries to be ready for the Ashiok that he knows is coming.
Yeah, based on his reaction to Ashiok in game 2, I would not bet that the unauthorized exit was in his deck for game 2. Maybe that changes for game 3, especially if you know about the Thing in the Ice as well. Might have just enough targets to get that over the edge and have enough targets, and the Surveil is a nice floor on the card. Other than that, I wouldn't expect too many changes from Adrian's side. Really need your Arch of Druid's Charms to work in order to find your Dragon Lord Dramoka. That's, I imagine, a big part of the plan for that card. Normally, Ashiok did a good job stifling that. But other than that, I don't expect a lot of changes. These players are off to the races. Just a tap land on 1 from Adrian and a Hall of Storm Giants from Kominowski.
Well, yeah, I can't help but think you mentioned, you talked about, you talked about aggressive mulliganing. We'll get back to that in a second. As Sylvan Scrying runs right into Spell Pierce from Maxx, that stops it right in its tracks. And all of a sudden, what was probably a really strong hand from Adrian with the Thespian stage in play already and Sylvan Scrying in hand is suddenly, we'll see where it goes from here, but early game plan stymied.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about what gives you a chance in this matchup, these are the exchanges. Being able to stop the Lotus Field development. If Adrian even has to take one more turn to develop it, that's going to make a huge difference. And with Thespian Sage not doing a very good job casting Archdruid Charm, it's maybe even longer than that. And that can really buy Maxx the time he needs. That little exchange right there can be what it takes to give you a chance to win game 3 on the draw.
Huge. All right, huge play. Now Maxx is trying to turn it into the next step, though, and we're in the tank here on this sleight of hand. It looks like a hard choice.
Yeah, this is a hard choice, it seems. I don't know that there's a second land. It might be between second land and whatever I assume is the best card in the matchup. That's the only thing you'd think about. Can't get a good look at all.
I think it might be no.
Okay, second Hall.
No red mana.
No red mana. Don't really need it. And not trying to kill very many creatures. That's usually what the red is for.
Right.
Second
another Sylvan Scrying.
This one's going to work.
That's clutch play from Adrian there. Clutch second Scrying to go find this Lotus Field, we would assume. And we'll see if that's... Oh, wow. Picks up an Auto
a loud statement about how much this Sylvan Scrying actually matter. Not very much at all. We have Lotus Field dialed up already. Maybe no second stage, though. It's what playing Temple of Mystery over Lotus Field this turn could speak to. Get to float.
Or, yeah, I mean, he might feel so comfortable. Yeah, wants to keep around everything. This is, and keeps it on top. Okay, so Adrian looking to be very comfortable in this matchup. Maxx, though, does have a consider. Bottoms gets rid of his own Otawara, draws a land, or I'm sorry, draws a card. We think he's probably looking for lands here. He has no access to red at the moment.
Yeah, it would need to be red specifically. I mean, otherwise you don't graveyard Otawara, I imagine? Not clear.
Okay. Another
opt isn't where you want to be.
All right, bottom draw. Whatever Maxx is looking for, he is looking very hard.
Island the Find, still no red mana. May not need it. Right,
And
Clock online.
And a Shredder. Okay, well, it's not been an aggressive game for Maxx. It's been a struggle, it seems, to get things going. Not full access to red mana, but he does have a Ledger Shredder. And there is no Lotus Field as of yet for Midrange, although it certainly seems like he's probably got it ready to go, given how the Sylvan Scrying went. So, uphill battle here for Maxx. What does Adrian want to do with it, though? What's the play? Starts with the Lotus Field, as expected. Looks like we're just going to
make the copy.
And go from there.
Yeah, and this is where Adrian wants to be. Now, something like Ashiok could really add to the mix here and need it right now. The shields are down from Adrian. Does not appear to have it. All the mana up could speak to some interaction, but it's got to be good because Adrian has 6 mana and you're only attacking for 1. Things slipping away a little bit.
And didn't go for like a cantrip to find a land or anything. This cannot be a great sign. And looks like Adrian is sensing the opportunity here.
Can smell a little blood in the water. I mean, Maxx does have Free the Fae, an instant speed cantrip, so you can, kind of get the best of both worlds, holding up mana and holding up your cantrips if you don't have to use your interaction. But like you said, not developing your own mana means that you could just still be slipping behind.
Yeah, Adrian not just slamming whatever it is he's got. He's thinking it through here, thinking about what he wants to do. Thinking about the next step in this line to try to get through the semifinals, get through Maxx Kominowski, who has been an Izzet Phoenix master all weekend long. Adrian trying to take the last step here so he can meet another Izzet Phoenix.
Oh, getting out the mana, huh?
Okay. All right, the tokens are coming out.
Just a little bit of mana. Shout out to Archipos. I believe makes those tokens. Oh, it's silence time. I mentioned you haven't seen that one yet, and the little smirk there for Maxx Kominowski. Yeah, that one's a problem.
Yeah, it sure is. Gonna prankster. What's it? Free the Fae. Gonna go digging.
Yeah. Okay, we're Free the Fae here in response.
I don't know about that one. That's
prankster the only option. That's not good.
Adrian has experience with the deck. He has been cruising through his Phoenix players all day long. He took this to the regional championship that he won in Europe. He's very likely could be taking it to the Pro Tour next week. Is he about to punch his ticket to the finals of the NRG Championship in Chicago?
Yeah, I mean, if he does, he gets to play Izzet Phoenix one more time. We know the other side of the bracket's a mirror. Gonna get to face Izzet Phoenix the entire way. And if he's gonna be able to get it done here again, which silence, I don't think you cast silence unless you're planning on doing something extremely problematic for your opponent. Oh, and Kominowski can only watch. Silenced is he, and Archdruid's Charm works for the primary mode this time.
He solved the riddle on that one. Did Adrian? Is putting the finishing touches on this one. Maxx knows it. He's smiling. He's had a great tournament here. Picked up points on the leaderboard points throughout the year of the NRG series. This has been an excellent tournament for all of our players here in the top 8.
Kominowski making a choice on the Connive here. Archdruid's Charm, the second spell cast by Adrian. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, here's Lier. Remember this guy?
Yeah.
Anyway, what's going on with this one? Oh boy. And this is so brutal. And this has been the script on both the quarterfinals and the semifinals now. Game 1's really bad for Phoenix. Game 2, things get a lot better. You get a bunch of tools and you get to be on the play. Game 3, you're on the draw again, and even with your other tools, you're just not quite fast enough. And Maxx Kominowski's draw did not quite come together here. Not enough pressure, not enough mix of interaction, and the silence is going to make sure that nothing works at all, even if he had anything. As Adrian, like you mentioned, very familiar with what's going on here. Going to go through the motions, but I think mostly a formality.
Yeah, so next stop for Adrian, the finals against Izzet Phoenix, where he will be playing for, where he will have earned a regional championship invite. Not that I would imagine he needs one at this point, but also will have a chance to earn a seat at the end of the year championship, give him another reason to come back to the States.
And certainly going to feel good about his chances at Pro Tour Chicago next weekend if this is the performance he gets to put up the weekend before. Doesn't stop winning.
Yeah. So what is I wonder what we're seeing here right now. Is Adrian we thought this was just actually over. But
were we short?
It seems that may not have been the case.
What happened?
I don't know what Adrian he just must have whiffed on the draw step there. Okay, well, fair enough. Then the game goes on. Maybe just use that silence. Really wanted to take a shot to try to win. Maybe didn't get there. Not sure. Maybe he was looking for something. He's still got Lear in play though, or Liar. So he's got lots of ability to keep playing from here. But Maxx has got to be feeling like he's got second life. And there comes the red mana. And all of a sudden, everything is back up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, Lear is still in play, so spells still can't be countered. So interaction, I mean, we kind of still already have a pseudo silence as far as protecting your own spells goes. You could even silence Maxx if you want, just like, no, you're not doing anything this turn. And I mean, we have Hidden String ciphered, although can't quite attack. I mean, we're just kind of in the same spot, right? Like we're untapping here. We're in the same spot. We have all the mana in the world. We have Lear. What's the missing piece? No Emergent Ultimatum? I mean, no pour over the pages. We just have nothing. Handful of cards.
Yeah. Curious myself, but I'm sure we'll find out because we're getting treated a little. Look, we thought it was over, but instead we're getting a little.
Yeah, we get a little extra dose. And I mean, Maxx, like I said, has to just be thrilled he's alive. Wow. I did not expect this at all. Okay.
Adrian is deep in the tank. Looks to the graveyard. Starts.
What are we going to have this turn we didn't have last turn? Hedge Maze?
Yeah, so, all right, this is a Sylvan Scrying. It looks like being cast out of the graveyard, correct? So,
yeah.
I am not sure exactly what piece he picks up.
That's a Hedge Maze. We're getting a Surveil.
Oh, wow.
I mean, if we Surveil...
The exact situation you called out. You got nothing to do, but you got a Sylvan Scrying.
Nothing to do, but you got a Sylvan Scrying. Wow. All those cards in hand, none of them matter. Lotus Field to the bin, that doesn't matter. What? I mean, I'm a little flabbergasted here. We cast Archdruid's Charm for flashback last turn. If we had straight nothing going on, I would have imagined we would have wanted something like a Dromoka or like an Atraxa or something of that ilk in order to obviously have a lot going on all of a sudden. And I think we just developed mana instead.
Oh, wow. Okay. It looks like is this a second scrying going on this? It looks like one in the bin. It is. It's a second scrying resolving.
Well, we don't have another Hedge Maze, so I don't know.
The second Surveil land.
We've already been through the Otawara? No.
Let's take a step back here. Let's assume Adrian is not winning this turn, as it appears that is not the case. Maxx, having ready, I'm sure in his mind was like, okay, I'm about to extend my hand. This is going to be great, blah, blah, blah. I mean, but that's not what happened. All of a sudden, you get second life. You have mana. You have your red mana after missing lands. Now you have a flyer in play. You have a bird in the graveyard. I mean, I understand he is somewhat a spectator at this point, but he's got to be feeling like all of a sudden he's got a chance.
No, I mean, Lair the Hydra appears to have been the search. That was the grab there. And that could start to get the job done. But yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, Maxx gonna get another turn, and yeah, like he might have found himself a spectator, but not quite anymore, and now needs to piece together a way to kill Adrian before. I mean, he has everything dialed up. A single expensive spell is both going to resolve and going to win the game, and apparently Adrian just doesn't have it. And so Galvanic Iteration, Picklock Prankster, maybe. I mean,
well, there's a lot of cards.
Yeah, this is a lot of cards to look at.
This is look, what happens if we just end up with a Phoenix flood here, right? Like, what if it's just all these Phoenixes hit the bin? We see a big play here from Maxx, and this game could turn on a dime.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, and that's what needs to happen. I mean, Maxx, like I said, wow. I mean, he's got to be so thrilled to still be in this game, and going to capitalize on that by moving a bunch of cards around, and not even just finding pressure. Interaction could matter here. Things like you can actually grab your Brazen Borrower, right? That's a fairy. Pick that up, bounce Lier, and then maybe you can counter it on the way back down with something like Mystical Dispute. Like there's a bunch of sequences when you're looking at this many cards that all you have to do really is interact with the Lier in a meaningful way or up the pressure. And suddenly the game starts to actually look to be in your favor. We do still have work to do. That's not the case right now, but it very well could be very soon.
Still just spot the one Phoenix in the graveyard right now. Maxx thinks it through. I believe this is all an instep, right? We're on Adrian's instep.
Yeah, we had to resolve the connive before the original Free the Fake and resolve. That's what's happening here. And we got Lightning Axe!
Wow.
That answers a layer.
It sure does. And if there's any Phoenixes hanging out in the hand, it pitches them right into the yard as well. This is starting to look very different here. Maxx firing off the Consider. Graveyard, a Dispute. All right, we'll see what the next step
cast
here
now
is.
Or Bird, I assume. Looking for some pressure, most likely. I think
he's got the one red mana. It's possible that could be. I don't know if he has another land in hand, but Maxx is just working with the one red, which theoretically you would think wants to leave up for Lightning Axe for the Lier. So we'll see what he wants to do with that. That could be a big point here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely going to be part of the script for this turn is finding a way to Lightning Axe this Lier. Yep. We do have another pathway. It looks like we're not going to go digging for any more birds.
And
quite like this. But we get a connive in order to look at another card to try to find a third spell. Although the floor here is we can just flash back the Galvanic Iteration for no value and get the bird back that's in the yard right now.
Yeah, Galvanic Iteration is an interesting little twist on the copy a spell effects, where rather than copy a spell that is already on the stack, you cast it and then it copies the next spell you put on the stack, which of course means you don't need a target to cast it in the first place, and you can use it.
Yeah, you just cast it. It's instant sorcery. That's all you care about. Let's move along with things.
All right, so one Phoenix only in the graveyard for Maxx, even after all the conniving. So they are hiding out somewhere in the deck. He's got 3 mana open here and still trying to work his way through this. Now is almost certainly going to have to take care of Lier as part of it. Then we'll have 2 blue open if he found any interaction that he can do with those 2 cards or with those 2 lands.
This is an interesting spot. So we're resolving Silence in response to Lightning Axe. I mean, if you're just trying to stop the bird, Galvanic Iteration can happen in response.
Right.
So we must have something else up here. Or that's just all we have going on. No, we're not. We're maybe reading. No, we are resolving. Okay. So silence happens.
Okay.
All right. And we just smack down, but Lier is gone. Interaction potentially held up for Maxx, and things suddenly starting to look to be in Max's favor.
Yeah. A grip of cards. I mean, he's not low on cards. We don't know how relevant any of them are, but he's certainly got some to choose from if they do interact. And Adrian is, it's hard to say because he's been in such a great spot with mana over the last few turns, so he's got nothing to do with it. So maybe it's a situation where you draw a Mergent Ultimatum and the game's over. But it could also just be a situation where if you didn't have anything last turn, you probably don't have anything this turn.
Yeah, this has just been a horror show of draws.
Okay.
But here's Dragonlord Jaroka. Hello, and that is Nathan Gus very quickly. No, thank you.
Okay,
No.
we've got yet another turn in this game. Finally, an answer or a threat first shows up for Adrian, but it immediately runs into the answer from Maxx. Now this Ledger Shredder beatdown is very, very relevant because this Dromoka will theoretically be coming back, and Maxx is going to be looking for ways to answer it.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple ways, right? We can brazen borrow it. Ironically, there's a cute trick here where we can start to look for the Ashiok on the next turn. I mean, obviously, you're kind of looking for it anyway, just to shut some stuff down. But if he puts the Dromoka on top, that's his entire next turn. But if he puts it on top and you immediately draw Ashiok, you can actually just mill it away, and that takes care of it for good.
Yeah. Great point. That's one of those, again, those small, very small edges that you always, if you're an Izzet Phoenix player, you learn those tricks and you want to train yourself to make those plays, even when they don't work out, because you never know. Maybe you'll be in the semifinals in the NRG top 8, and that's the time it'll come up. So Maxx has been a master of those plays all weekend long, and maybe it's will help him through the final steps here as he tries to pull off a huge upset of the Lotus Field deck, which had been cruising through Phoenix players thus far.
Yeah, absolutely surgically slicing through them. And, Maxx maybe looking to break that narrative, break that script. I mean, found some cantrips. That triggers Connive. We're going to do that right now. We got Treasure Cruise.
Okay.
As the card to do it.
As it so often does, Treasure Cruise might be.
You heard about this one?
Pretty
3 cards.
good.
You know about that? Quite strong here. Needing to find interaction, needing to find help, and needing to end this game. I don't think we've seen
been a real journey
quite yet.
This has been a real journey of a game, that's for sure.
I can't believe it. I mean, you talk about hard matchups. People talk about this matchup like it's just a 90%er. And I mean, it is bad, but it's not. I'm going to say it over and over. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
And Adrian, I don't know exactly what he needs to close the game. I don't know the composition of interaction from Maxx's hand, but Dromoka certainly a big part of the equation. Really looks like Maxx has done a lot of floundering, but things like Temporal Trespass with Galvanic Iteration, which we know is in yard already, can really slam the door on the game that otherwise looks to be pretty back and forth. And we have the borrower already.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. That's exactly what the thought was, is that once you start treasure cruising, then you're in that spot. Like all of a sudden you're live to just draw an extra turn and the game's over. So this is going to be just Adrian's just going to be tapping the top of his deck and saying, I hope this one's good enough because we know.
The other ones have not been. And Bird is back, and now we might be looking at a 2-turn clock, and that is much faster than we were looking at from before.
Yeah, that's 8 in play right now, I believe. So that would be enough. I mean, at this point, a Hall of the Storm Giants. The next turn is the game is very much swung back around. Where Maxx, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to talk about who's favorited here. I don't know because we'll see what happens, but Maxx is very much in a spot. He could just take this, punch his ticket to the finals. So Adrian is going to untap here, having just one of those games where Lotus Field's incredibly powerful, but every combo deck has a fail rate of some sort, and he might have run into it here at the worst possible time.
Yeah, a really tough spot. I was already singing the praises. It looked over as over as it could be to me, but you're right. Combo decks, I mean, they have a fail rate. Doesn't come up much, but it does come up, and this is the reason to make players play it out. And I mean, it may be paying off huge for Maxx, who we know has the Brazen Borrower. If Adrian's only play this turn is Dromoka go, he's dead.
Yeah.
See if he can do something else instead. Does seem to have some options, doing some considering here.
Well, I mean, access to plenty of mana, that's for certain, right? I think it's 9.
Sure. Yeah, mana not been the bottleneck for this game.
Yeah, so, any good, if he's, I don't know what he'd have, though, right? We don't know his hand. It's hard to imagine a card that gets him out of, that wouldn't have gotten him out of it last turn. So,
yeah, I think he might have even bottomed the Dromoka just because he knew it wasn't good enough. So, I mean, that's heads up, but we still need to have something here. Otawara can maybe get involved to buy some time.
Looks like we've decided on a line. It's Chandra Hope's Beacon. This has been the Planeswalker, a somewhat recent addition to the deck over the past year or so. And it's also going to run straight into an Aether Gust from Maxx.
I don't think he can cover the Aether Gust. I think that's the cover he needs. And Adrian kind of sinking his head. I think that might just do it. Wow. What an upset. If this is what's happening here, we're going to see if Adrian, he's got 3 mana left over. You know you can get started on less, but he would have done it earlier if he had it.
Can he buy another turn? Is that where this now moves? That's it's possible. Is that what he's trying to figure out, if he can buy another turn if he can't win from this spot? That Chandra had to seem like his only plan given the way this game has progressed. He's certainly not looking like he feels good about this one. Yeah.
Based on Max's body language, I don't think he's gonna get another turn. And Chandra goes to the bottom. Let's see what he can assemble. Does he have anything left over? Anything in the tank?
He's got a layer of the Hydra. Can't chump block the flyer. So, okay, we got the Otawara bounce on the Ledger Shredder. So the game probably
tapped out. Land drop is lethal from Hull alone.
Okay.
Not even
Adrian holding on for dear life here at 7. Maxx with 1 bird in play. He's got lair. Can he get Hall of the Storm Giants active, or is he short?
If he has an untapped land, he can, but it does not look like he does.
All right, so no easy win here. 1 Phoenix doesn't do it either.
Yeah, no, 1 Phoenix not enough. We know about the Borrower, but that can't attack this turn. We're moving cards around the graveyard. If there's a Delve spell involved, that's a great way to start things off.
Yeah, certainly Maxx has a lot of ways to close the game out here, but in the spirit of the back and forth that this semifinals has been, Adrian thought it was over. Now he's thinking maybe it's not. Maxx, if he's just got Phoenix in hand, that's only 6 damage.
I can't stop going back to Maxx just really demonstrating his talent, not just as an Izzet player, but as a Magic player in his poise when faced with adversity. That's something I called out in his interview when he was facing down all those tokens from the Izzet Ensoul deck. A lot of players just get very defeated facing these overwhelming odds. And this is the second time we have watched Maxx in a clutch game 3 have to beat some really, really bad odds. And the entire time he's maintained level-headed posture, played optimally, never falling into this defeated attitude. I mean, really awesome stuff to see, and shows what it takes to play at the highest level.
Wow, that's both of these players have endured a lot to get to this point. And with all of that said, Maxx is looking in a good spot, but he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. He has not yet come up with lethal with all of those spots.
And
so he's got
we
access
don't have
to
it. I mean, we're doing iteration. Maybe we need to find like 2 birds.
But he's got at least 1 bird in hand. That's 6 damage. We're going to start by exiling the iteration and playing a copied Treasure Cruise. But
you see the hand, yeah. Move stuff around, draw your cards, do all the things. I get it. I get the joke. I love this. A little bit of back and forth with these players. And I think we might have done a deck check, both for make sure he doesn't mill himself and where are the birds?
Right. I'm not sure that I see.
Oh, it's trespass. And we have the land.
There.
So Hall of the Storm Giants does it. Bird attacks twice. Hall of the Storm Giants can attack as well. And there's 2 birds.
Yeah. Wow. So that was, he had to get something there. He went through all of that. If he could have just played the birds, it would have worked. He did it. He had to go digging, but he got there. He found Temporal Trespass. Maxx Kominowski pulls the upset off, defeats Adrian Inigo Tasset on Lotus Field. What a matchup. That is 2 matches of his today that we've got to see just incredible wins, pulling off victories that did not seem like they were in the cards and frankly might not have been for anyone else.
I'll tell you this. A lot of players would look at this top 8 breakdown, look at the matchup spread and say, yeah, I mean, Adrian wins it. Why even watch the matches? This is why. You don't get awesome matches like that is what makes competitive Magic so special without playing the games, because sometimes both players hit their fail rate and you start to see some really awesome Magic come forth. And I mean, cannot shout out Maxx enough. I mean, Adrian obviously got to where he is. We're talking about a champion, but I think, the odds were stacked in his favor through this entire top 8. And to see Maxx be able to really flip the script and, get an untap and really kind of stay level-headed and find a way to win the game through some problematic cards, Dramoka Lair, all those things going to kill you if the game goes on forever, manage to still find answers even through all the noise, and emerges victorious over what players would call a very bad matchup.
That is just incredible stuff. And we're going to see him again in the finals of the NRG Championship Series here in Chicago. That's coming up. But before we get there, we have to find out who he's playing against. And that means we are heading to the other semifinals between Matthew Hoey and Connor Mullaly. Izzet Phoenix Mirror. We come in on game 3. Connor's up 18-7 in life. And once again, we come in on a pretty heavy board. Is that an unlicensed hearse? So that is a lot of counters over there.
Yeah, that's where my eyes go first, that is a big unlicensed hearse. And if I had to rewind time and rewatch this game, I imagine that hearse has been very much what the game's been about from Matthew Hoey's side, given its size and given how little permanence Connor has in play compared to Matthew Hoey. Even though it looks relatively even, that hearse is a big problem. And with Mullaly suddenly down to 7 out of nowhere, that's a lethal threat.
That's called the Abyss. It's a
correct
turn, yeah. I mean, he's got to crew it, but then he's got plenty of things to crew it. Wow, that shows you the power. We've called it out in sideboarding and in these mirrors, and you see it here. This game, you're right. It would have had to have been all about this. And it's interesting. I mean, Matthew Hoey can keep it up to answer any Phoenixes that Connor could throw into the graveyard instant speed, or he can just use it to attack. But yeah, it looks like Matthew with plenty of options here, plenty of lands, plenty of creatures in play. And now has evened up the life totals at 7 apiece.
And, life totals may be even, but I wouldn't call the chances of winning this game very even. Multiple birds in the graveyard for Hoey. Yeah, if you had an advantage bar, it'd look real comfy over by Matthew Hoey's image. The hearse representing a lethal threat. Multiple birds representing a lethal threat. Lethal 9 ways to Sunday. A treasure cruise just resolved. A head on cards, I'm sure. Everything coming up, Hoey, from my bird's eye view. All right.
It looks like you're having a good time. These players out there enjoying it. This is
NRG mainstays, both of them played against each other in championships, played against each other in the actual events. Connor begging Matthew, please just kill me.
Right.
I'm trying.
Well, this is great. This is day 1 of the series here in Chicago. We've got more Magic coming to you tomorrow. These players are this is a great way to start off the weekend, but hey, it's not even the end of the weekend. That's what's great about these events, and there's more coming near you. We talked about the schedule earlier. We got some more series you can look for in the Midwest coming to you. So we are heading very quickly towards the finals of this event, though, as that is a very large board for Matthew Hoey as these players try to put the finishing touches on this one. Looks like Connor is going to start to try to dig his way out.
Begrudging.
Yeah.
Begging Hoey to kill him. Drew a consider. We've seen a consider be worth a lot from Maxx Kominowski. We'll see if he can do the same Houdini dance for Connor Mullaly. Borrower? That's not a 0. Can we get enough points through? With Hearst tapped, maybe a connive into an Arclight Phoenix could do it?
Yeah, well, that would in theory be the I can't tell those pranksters if they're in play or on an adventure, but if they're in play, would have some chump blockers available. But yeah, that's the question you do face with Hearst is even when it's huge, you want to attack with it or keep it up as your graveyard interaction.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see the exile pile. I don't know how many Arclight Phoenixes are in there, but if there's any in the deck, I think Connor might have an outside chance here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't. I mean, involves a hell of a draw.
Well, and if Connor drops here, of course, as the number 1 seed, we talked about how much the play draw matchup would have mattered for the Lotus Field matchup. But hey, play draw matters, period. And Connor enjoying the benefit of that as the top seed. If he drops, then of course that shifts over. I believe that would be Matthew would be the
Let's take a quick look at these players. Yeah, Hoey would have the advantage over Maxx being on the play. Okay, so we are going to do some petty theft that triggers the ledger shredders. I mean, Hoey has a pile of cards in the hand. I mean, you tell me he has nothing?
Hey, good for Connor trying to fight through this, right? If they play to your outs, we've seen it all day. Maybe this will be another one, maybe not. It's like Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, certainly play to your outs. We have definitely seen that come up huge all day long. Connor expectantly.
Yeah, Connor's just
to resolve. Yeah, I love these players. Very expressive, like I said, very familiar with each other's play styles, and even in high stakes scenarios like this, not gonna let a little bit of friendship.
That's what it's about,
be
right?
Wasted on just some high stakes.
Yeah, not just in a cliche way, but that's the big benefit of having a not just a tournament, but a tournament series as you develop those relationships over time, even with your competitors. And there is the handshake.
Yeah, Counterspell looked like going to be good enough to secure Hoey's spot in the finals, where he will meet the mirror once again, this time in the hands of the master Kominowski. That, I believe, will be coming to you very, very quickly, as looks like our top 4 resolved extremely quickly, and they have a ticket to the NRG Championship to play for. Both qualified now for the regional championship. Ton of money, ton of points, which I'm sure matters to both of these players beyond considerations for Pro Tour Chicago. But there's still a little bit more stakes to play for, and quite a bit of stakes at that. And of course, a trophy, the title of champion, everything that comes along with that. We're going to turn this around very quickly. I believe our finalists are going to be ready to play very shortly. Do not go anywhere. We have more Pioneer action coming at you very soon.
Welcome back to the NRG Championship Series. After 8 rounds of Swiss today, quarterfinals, semifinals, it is coming down to this. We have the finals set. That is going to be coming to you very shortly. This has been a great broadcast today with a lot of really awesome Pioneer played. But that is not all the magic to be played. There is a lot going on with the Championship Series with these players. There's a lot to play for in the future. There's a lot going on. Drake, you want to go ahead and break all that down before we
there's obviously, like you mentioned, ton of stakes in the line. I covered it briefly, but let's get a nice little graphic that we have prepared to show you exactly what these players are playing for. So we can see right there, first and second, both players have secured their regional championship invite, but they are still playing for a spike in money. Looks like a double the money there, little bump in points, and maybe most importantly, an invite to the end of year NRG Championships. It's been a great event. I've gotten to cover the last 2 that have happened, and it has been a high stakes slog between the best players on the series. And I know both of these players have, made runs at the series before. Hoey, someone we've seen quite a bit in the championship himself, and may be able to punch his ticket right here, but has quite the juggernaut to get through. The other players, you can see the drop off in money and points, but those invites secured for both players and one more to play for. Quite a bit on the line. That's not all they're playing for. If you win a Showdown event, which of course this one is, you get a custom token from Inkland Customs. This is somebody that I've had the opportunity to work with personally. She does incredible work, and you can see Connor Mullaly, Theo Jung, Maxx Kominowski. Kominowski already getting a team win alongside Connor Mullaly, who both of which have been features of the top 4. They have a token already. The Goblin Shaman as a team from winning a 2022 Season 2 Showdown. You could have your token too, and what the winner of our next match we're going to see is also going to get a token made completely custom by Inkland Customs for winning the Showdown alongside all the other prizes we've gone over so far. Now, of course, if you are watching at home, you're not playing any of these Showdown events. If you do want to make it out to a Showdown event, we have, of course, more on the schedule. Let's take a look at the events. Tomorrow, we have a Showdown that is standard. So if you're nearby to Chicagoland, want to make your way out to play some standard, Pioneer's not your thing, you can get your own token, your own invite, all that comes with it. Tomorrow in Chicagoland, playing some standard. If that's not feasible for you, we have events in April, May, and June. In April, we're going to stop in Minneapolis to play some Modern as a Showdown. And if you want to play some Legacy, there's an opportunity to do so on Sunday for a $5,000 trial. In May, we're going to be in Indianapolis, a city I know and love quite a bit, for a $10,000 Showdown in Modern, and then another $10,000 Showdown on Sunday. That's a team event. Awesome weekend there. $20K on the line across the weekend there. Quite a bit to play for. And then in June, we'll be in St. Louis for a $10,000 Showdown in Pioneer once again, and then a $5,000 trial in Modern. So ton of money, ton of points, ton of invites, ton of everything on the line in the NRG series across the first half of the year. Make your way out to these events. They're awesome. I'm, of course, maybe a little biased, but you know what? Even unbiasedly, these are awesome events and things that I have played in and would continue to play in the future. Make your way out. They're awesome. And with that, we have our finals set. Izzet Phoenix Mirror, Maxx Kominowski, the Izzet Master, versus Matthew Hoey, the NRG Juggernaut. Typically plays a little bit more controlling style decks, but obviously no stranger to blue and has done a great job cleaning up in mirrors all day today. Can he do it one more time? We're about to find out.
All right. Thank you for that setup, Drake. That lays it out. No, that is perfect. That is everything on the line for these players as we march towards the conclusion of an extremely exciting Saturday to start things off here at the NRG series in Chicago. So these players are going to, both of them, as we laid out, very experienced with the mirror. So a lot can go on, especially here in game one before either player has a chance to set their decks against each other. So first things first, we start cantripping on through the deck here for Matthew, setting things up as Maxx does the same.
Yeah, a little bit of exchanging resources early. A big fixture of the game one is trying to find a way to kind of blow open the mirror. We mentioned, having more birds than the other player is a way to do that. Another way to do that, especially when you're behind, is the temporal trespass galvanic iteration trick that we've seen Kominowski specifically do on camera, but is usually present in most iterations of the Izzet Phoenix deck list. You are able to assemble that kind of combination. Involves moving a lot of cards around, getting cards in your graveyard. Both these players do a good job of that, both looking for birds, looking to get cards in the graveyard. Treasure cruises can keep things running. If you resolve more of those, of course, you can kind of win a card advantage axis. But at the end of the day, you do need to close the game. Best ways to do that, having more birds than your opponent and taking extra turns and then closing with things like Hall of the Storm Giant and that like.
Yeah, I was thinking about it when we were watching this matchup earlier with the extra turn, is just how impactful it is. Just obviously taking extra turns, great, but even if you're at bird parity, right? If you both have 4 birds and you attack with your birds and they trade, and then you'd pass back and then they would trade. That's sort of the normal sort of give and take there. But if you're able to trade with all of their birds and then they think they're going to get them back, but then you just take another turn and get yours back instead, you get your free attack in. So it just completely breaks the parity. At any point, really, but especially in that late game, it turns into just, a really good explore into just the game's actually over, which is what you really are looking for in a matchup where each player has a lot of interaction going back and forth. It's those things that if you can catch a window to get it, it's just done with. And that's what that card specifically gives you access to. And we'll see as players work towards that. Of course, the other option, as you said, is to just have more birds. And Free the Fae is going to put 1 into Matthew's graveyard to get things started.
Yeah, definitely. Nice. I really appreciate the breakdown. I think that was a really heads-up analysis of what's going on here. And if you want to simplify it even further, we meme a lot on the term tempo and how it kind of just means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, how it's kind of shadow banned in spaces and things like that. That, of course, leaves me loving to make fun of it and all that kind of stuff. But fundamentally, if you talk about any other field where tempo is a word that is used, it means time. And nothing gives you more time than extra turn effects. So if you're talking about a tempo mirror, the best cards to resolve are going to be the extra turns, and that definitely holds true in the Izzet Phoenix mirror.
Yeah. All right. So first things first, looks like Matthew's going to get it started. Is the first one to start with the bird coming out of the graveyard here. We'll see if Maxx has an early answer to it, or if Matthew's able to get the beatdown going. But bird number 1 has come in, and looks like Maxx is just going to take it, fall to 15, and untap and plan his own turn from here.
It looks like it's going to start with a 2-drop. A fixture of the Phoenix Mirror used to be getting the early chip shops with the birds in is fine. If it gets killed by a Fire Impulse like we're seeing right here, that's fine. It goes back to the graveyard and get it back again later. You got a card out of their hand. Obviously, Maxx is getting some value alongside this Connive, but that's fine. A fine trade for you. However, both of these players have adopted the recent development in the deck where there's a single copy of Torch of the Tower. If you try to take that line early on, like we saw Matthew Hoey do, and Maxx has the Torch of the Tower, it can start to look a lot more dicey of a play to make.
Yeah, a lot less free, that's for sure, as it feels like, right? And that's essentially the Izzet Phoenix deck does a lot of things. It casts a lot of spells But in the end, it generally kills you with the 3/2 flyers. And if you can just get rid of the 3/2 flyer literally forever, then it becomes much more difficult for them to actually work their way to a winning board state, right? And that's been a sort of a key Phoenix point of interaction over the weekend. But in this case, Maxx just has the fiery impulse, so Matthew is able to get that shot in with the bird. Leave it in the graveyard here, and whether he brings it back now or later, it's a little bit of value gained, and so will be this second Arc-like Phoenix hitting the yard off of Free the Fae.
I think we get them both right now. Yeah, we sure do. No Torch to the Tower last turn means no Torch to the Tower this turn. And Matthew, with 2 birds to Max's 0, I mentioned this is how you get ahead, is definitely ahead.
Yeah, that chip shot damage. Look, even if you were to answer him now, it doesn't take much more from here. And as it stands, the game's just going to be over really fast if you can't find this. Like that, you fall down to 6 life, anything under 7, and all of a sudden, Hall of the Storm Giants becomes this weird late game card that can just get you, even if you answer the birds by that point. So Maxx under all kinds of pressure right now to try to find a way back in, and it's probably going to involve some Arc-like Phoenixes of his own if he's able to do it. We've seen him in a lot of tough spots this weekend. Dig his way out. Here he is in the final.
Never shaken. Stoic the entire time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Many, many bad odds. Can he do it one more time? We will find out. Not looking great this game, but we've been here before.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, yep, I can't beat all that. And then just miracles occur, and suddenly Maxx is the victor. That's just been the script. Of course, I don't want to diminish the incredible play and heads up decisions that Maxx has made throughout this tournament, but from this point of view, it has certainly looked like a Houdini act.
All right, so going a little slower here. Ledger Shredder and a tap land hit the battlefield. Matthew Hoey with all of the initiative in the world if he wants to take it here, and that's what he does. Ledger Shredder down to Lightning Axe. The skies are clear for these Arc-like Phoenixes.
Yeah, he's had some timely lightning axes for these Ledger Shredders. Every time Max plays one, obviously Ledger Shredder can line up great against Arc-like Phoenixes. It's just a continuous blocker. Right. As soon as it becomes a 2/4, and Hoey's just stopped that right in its tracks every single time. It has been well rewarded for the effort. And now Maxx has to start making some plays that not quite what you want to do. Doesn't feel good just to preserve a little bit of life.
What an awkward hand. He also doesn't even have his own Phoenix to pitch to that Lightning Axe. So it doesn't look like the deck cooperated too well with Maxx here. Meanwhile, Matthew all it takes is a couple of recursive birds. This makes the second bird that Maxx has had to kill that could just come back. So
that's
marching towards a possible finish here. Maxx down to 6 life, takes a draw step, looking for answers to Matthew's recursion. First step looks like a Free the Fae.
Yeah, Free the Fae, a good place to start, and a bird, another great place to start. Treasure Cruise, a fine follow-up too. I tell you what. No,
that's right. I think he'll also have access. He might also have access to a land drop here, so could keep going. And there's the Treasure Cruise you mentioned. The third
trespass off the table.
Yeah, the third spell could be another one to put a Phoenix into the graveyard, allowing him to bring back multiple Phoenix this turn after this Treasure Cruise. However...
it's Spell Pierce!
Matthew Hoey has not just been watching from his seat. He has been patiently waiting to deploy a Spell Pierce, and he has it now at the absolute clutch moment. May or may not be enough to close the game out. We'll see, but that was huge right there.
I don't know, we talked a little bit about thresholds and what the threshold is for saying someone has it all. I don't know what it is. I don't think it gets enough conversation. That's all I'm going to get at as Matthew quickly ends this game one.
Yeah, he had it all on that game. For that turn, he had enough.
Everything came up Matthew Hoey at every single point. Well, we've talked a lot about how to sideboard against the Lotus Field deck, but no Lotus Field here right now. It's an Izzet Phoenix Mirror. What can Maxx Kominowski do in that spot? Let's find out.
Well, that's the question. We saw Unlicensed Hearse when we popped into the last game, last round. We saw Unlicensed Hearse just take off. So I'm sure we're going to see that this round. Of course, you've got you were mentioning, we talked about Fable, the Mirror Breaker, Crackling Drakes, as cards that work in some matchups. Young Pyromancer. This seems like a matchup where there's likely to be a lot of removal pointed back and forth. at the creatures that are not Arc-like Phoenixes, what is the best way for people to interact here? Is this going to be a grindy sort of slog? Is this going to be a interact with graveyards only? How does this usually play out?
So surprisingly, this is actually a spot where you get a lot of agency about how you want to approach things. And what I mean by that is, I've seen players do things as wild as trim down on Phoenixes and bring in Angers. And that way, you're able to exile their Phoenixes and yours aren't getting exiled. And you have all these X4, like 4 toughness threats that aren't getting exiled. I don't like that as much. What I do like and what I do know is that Mystical Dispute traditionally is the best card in the matchup. 1 mana traditionally trades up on mana, answers the best card in the matchup, which is Temporal Trespass, can also just, as a floor, cover the 2 mana threats that happen on turn 2. And, really just is a catch-all that can scale in the late game alongside things like Galvanic Iteration or Spell Pierces to team up and still have a lot of efficacy there. Alongside that, I do also like things like Crackling Drake, just a threat that can threaten to win the game and draws a card even if it gets answered. So, once again, if you're exchanging resources, it's still a 2-for-1, even if it gets answered. I like that. You mentioned a lot of removal. It's good against that. Hearse is a slam dunk for exiling the graveyards. Beyond that, you can kind of pick your poison. Whether or not you want Pyromancers, well, it can get answered by 1 mana answers, but how many of those are still in the deck? Who knows? Borrower, kind of the same boat. You can bounce, things like a Flip Thing in the Ice if that matters, or a Crackling Drake or whatever, while holding up your mana, that you kind of get some agency to pick your poison for how you want to approach this matchup. And so I'm not going to speculate too much on those cards, but I would expect Mystical Disputes, Hearse for sure, and almost certainly some number of Crackling Drake.
That makes sense. Let's look real quick at Max or at Matthew's deck as well. Let's look at his sideboard, see if it differs very much, as it looks pretty similar. He's got
Is it card for card the same? No, I think there's the Angers are Brotherhood's Ends, and the Ashiok's in the Gate. We have 3 changes. Otherwise, the exact same. So, like I said, I would sideboard the exact same. There's a few main deck differences, but again, there's going to be a lot of choice. Now, I think Hoey is, by having Brotherhood's End and not Anger the Gods, you're definitely loudly making a statement that card is not a card you're bringing in. So, maybe there's a little bit you can draw from that. But specifically, still very interested in the Mystical Disputes, the Hearse, some number of Crackling Drake almost certainly, Fable probably in the same boat, less so on the Young Pyromancer because of the removal, Brazen Borrower, maybe depending on how you want to approach things.
Well, 4 toughness seems like the break point. You mentioned the Crackling Drakes that we see in both players' sideboards. Lightning Axe deals 5, of course, but the other removal spells only deal 2 or 3. And of course, Arc-like Phoenix as a 3/2 runs all day into 4 toughness defenders. So those Crackling Drakes, you mentioned it, that becomes very relevant, just the number of X4 flying threats that players can deploy here. So I think we are ready to start game 2 of the finals. Maxx Kominowski on the play with Izzet Phoenix down a game against Matthew Hoey's Izzet Phoenix. Both players aiming to become the NRG Championship Series winner here in Chicago.
Yeah, and Hoey, has the opportunity to do it right now in this game. Punch his ticket to the end of year championship, something he's done a great job in the past. I'd have to go look. This has been around a long time. There's been a lot of championships, but it would legitimately shock me if Hoey is not among either the single or maybe one other people that have played every single one. And that is such an absurd feat to do.
It really is.
You see here, this crazy field full of a ton of talent. Hoey rising to the occasion, finds himself in the finals. Just such, in my opinion, an underrated player, even though a lot of people know who he is. He gets a lot of accolades. He's whatever. He's been a great fixture. Even beyond that, I think he's underrated because he is just so good and proves it time and time again, both in consistency and in just deck choice. Here this weekend, choosing Phoenix over traditional stuff. Just such a talented Magic player. We'll see if he can get through the Izzet master himself, Maxx Kominowski.
Well, yeah, he may add yet another accolade to his case here. Both players revolving sleight of hand. I must say Matthew resolved much more quickly. So Maxx may be facing down a hand with some difficult choices over there, but an easy choice is turn 2 Ledger Shredder on the play here. Pass back to Matthew, who's going to decide whether or not to answer the Ledger Shredder or develop his own board, as you might expect. He's got a Lightning Axe for the Ledger Shredder. That's a perfect answer with a perfect card to discard, Arc-like Phoenix.
No brakes on the have-it-all train is Matthew Hoey. Just such some awesome sequences. Some amount of this matchup, of course, is about lining your cards up with theirs. Yeah. And I would say Matthew Hoey's done a much better job lining up his cards against what Kominowski has to work with. than the opposite. Ledger Shredder, normally a card pretty hard to remove, having such a large toughness, has had Lightning Axe, and usually with a Phoenix each time. And we're going to trigger it right now after Hoey's instep action, just to get the trigger for sure. Get to play around Torch the Tower a little bit. If any kind of bargaining things get involved, you can get it up to 3. I'm not sure exactly what we can sacrifice, but I'm sure there's something. Artifacts, tokens, all of that.
That was another nice play by Maxx there to wait on that. To be able to do it like that, to guarantee that he gets a good use of it there. So, all right, Matthew very quickly just plays a land, plays spell, passes it back. Unlicensed Hearse. There is a parity breaker. That Phoenix in the graveyard, no longer just absolute free value for Matthew. Now it is under threat, under some duress, as is his life total as the Ledger Shredder begins to poke in.
Yeah, you can look at the powerful vehicle for Streets of New Capenna, both good as a graveyard hate and as a big threat. We've seen that on Hoey's side. Maybe it's Kominowski's turn. And part of the problem with this card too against Arclight Phoenixes is there's no pressure. Not like an instant speed flashback spell or anything like that. You can wait until the beginning of combat and get a second bird. If, for instance, Matthew hit one there, he would be able to get 2 birds right away. Now, kind of maybe fortunately for Hoey, he did not find a second bird off that Free the Fae. That would get exiled by Hearse, but maybe it's Max's turn to have it all. Finally got to untap of the Ledger Shredder, has an unlicensed Hearse in a great spot, but did miss a land drop.
Yeah, that's a great point about the Hearse being able to wait, though, is that there's not a lot of there's a lot of tricks you can do in your Izzet Phoenix deck, but getting around unlicensed Hearse is not really one of them. You just kind of have to, you can answer it if you have a way to destroy it, right? If you find one of those and protect your future Phoenixes, but it's just gonna eat the ones you've got, and that's a great spot for Maxx to be in, especially as somebody with the actual creature here, right? The connive triggers, which both players are going to give him. Not only you're going to grow the Shredder to a threat, it'll continue to help set up his hand. So Matthew's going to be looking first and foremost to answer Max's board. His early game plan there looked really good, but very good follow-ups for Maxx. Matthew now is the one going into the tank, trying to look through his options, decide what is the best way to try to dig out.
To that end, I think he found a Prismari command, which is good at picking off the Hearse. But, if Kominowski, who's been representing some 1-mana counter magic, actually has it, it can be really, really brutal to go for it now. So going for Lightning Axe, something where you might be able to pay for Spell Pierce and doesn't get tagged by Mystical Dispute, a good option here.
And also avoids the Shredder getting above 5 toughness before too long.
Even if he discards a spell, it still dies. And this is the last opportunity for that to be the case. We'll see. Yeah, no fight? Maybe no fight? Yeah, I mean, that's just
thinking about it. Ledger Shredder down.
Okay. Well, that's step 1.
It is.
And Matt Hoey did get to obliterate his own graveyard with Treasure Cruise and get some value out of that before Hearse really started to chop it down. But unfortunately, with obliterating your graveyard, that might just be the last delve spell you get to cast at a discount this game without some crazy sequences.
Yeah, well, okay, so taking stock of things, both players are not touching each other's life total, but they are very much doing damage to each other's game plans right now. And another pass back from Maxx, keeping up spells, keeping up Hearse. Of course, the Hearse being the parity breaker at the moment, right? That's the thing that obviously Matthew just has lands, but it's a growing threat. It messes with all the delve. It's something that has to be answered as soon as possible from Matthew, but in a spot where he can actually answer it and not just run into Max's own, counter magic or protection or anything like this. So, Temple Trespass into the graveyard. Yeah, I mean,
Maxx. You have to. I mean, Maxx has been hitting on land, has been missing on land so much you can't even protect it, and missed again. And this is part of, Maxx does have the parity breaker in the form of unlicensed Hearse, but eventually always going to be able to break out from under any interaction Maxx has. And there's no creatures to crew this Hearse. He has free reign on attacking if he can assemble something. It just doesn't involve the graveyard. And these are the kinds of spots where things like Crackling Drake can start to look really good. Yes. Both good against Hearse and good in this spot where you have mana and your opponent doesn't.
Yeah, but then that is what we're looking for now. It's just something for either of these players that can stick to the board and not just answer things, but into the game. And yeah, you're without something to crew the vehicle. It won't be doing that as of yet. Is this the prankster? Is this free the Fae on the stack?
No, I think this is clock mode. This
Okay.
is 1-3 flying vigilance. Beat downs.
Yeah.
Beep beep.
Prankster deployed. Prismari command from Maxx here. We'll see what he wants to do with it. Now, Matthew has got 4 mana open into this. He is also someone who's been looking for Prismari command. I believe that would be a way to catch up some on the board. Let's see what he chooses to do with Maxx.
Not super impactful at the moment. You look at Prismari command, a lot of options here. Kind of, I think, a fan favorite for its toolboxy nature. Able to deal 2 damage to any target. Target player draws 2 discards 2, and target player can create a treasure token and then destroy target artifact. And yeah, how about response with your Prismari command is my Prismari command. So nice, we're doing it twice. Truly,
checks out. Looks like everybody gets their spells. No counter magic this time around. We're all just going to cast whatever we want, and that means some license hearse is gone. That was a big step for Matthew Hoey. Just in terms of getting rid of the future threat, and if he ever wants to do anything with his graveyard again, it now looks like it will be available to him. But of course, Maxx is about to resolve his own Prismari command to go from there. He has not been really taking a lot of proactive, aggressive Phoenix type plays this game, but that could change very quickly now that he is in this turn where he's got Prismari command resolving and then is about to see what he can do with it.
Yeah, I mean, both players resolving Prismari command here. Now, Maxx having no temporal trespass in his deck means that having all the cards in his graveyard, which is kind of the last thing he has going for him over Hoey, like there's a floor on it because really it only represents some treasure cruises, but treasure cruises can be huge here. Start hitting land drops, start catching up a little bit, did find a land, but he needs to start catching up from a spot where he was really ahead with the hearse. Suddenly that's answered. Birds in Hoey's graveyard right away off the same Prismari command. And things are starting to slip away again for Kominowski. Ledger Shredder.
All right, so Matthew deploying a Ledger Shredder, not doing anything, at least not just running out a bunch of cantrips and spells quite yet. Looks like he's just passing the turn back to Maxx, playing it a little slower, not trying to get that bird out quite yet, just playing a very safe threat with a Ledger Shredder, which Maxx is going to respond to with his own now. And we might see a lot of connive triggers start to go on the stack here.
Yeah. Now both players who have plenty to work with can cast 2 spells, move some cards around. I think Hoey may be a little bit more interested than Maxx seeing a bird potentially in hand, as well as just a much more diminished graveyard, something that connive helps feed as well. So still, I mean, Hoey gets to attack with his first if he wants it, kind of gets to dictate what the direction of this game goes from here. And Maxx still a little bit on the back foot, but Ledger Shredder certainly helps. This attack, I love this. Attack for 1. You want to block? No? You want to block?
There's a couple cards that get it, right? I mean, there's a couple 2, 3 damage, but things can happen. That makes it an interesting choice. And did Maxx just take it, or did he block?
No, yeah, he just took it. I love it. I love the attack there with just the prankster from Hoey. Love it so much. So little that could go wrong. And hey, you get the point. You get the point. And he certainly did get the point.
It's a prankster. Like, what happens? You fight over it and you lose it, and you're down a prankster. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean,
All right. So Ledger Shredder from Matthew. The response is a Lightning Axe from Maxx, discarding a Mystical Dispute, I think. Either way, it's not a Phoenix getting discarded. There's the key thing. And now Matthew with no second Ledger Shredder, or now has another Ledger Shredder, I guess. His board is, we're still dueling with those along with the Prankster. And now back over to Maxx. Okay, so we're just back and forth here. Players trading removal, trading creatures, trying to find a way to break parity. And Maxx is now, he's got some lands to work with, so he's no longer behind in that department.
Yeah, these large toughness creatures doing their best wall impression as the game goes on. Ironically, Prankster are kind of the best of the bunch, being able to have vigilance. You just get to keep attacking. I would expect Hoey to run that one again next turn. Maybe a little bit more dangerous though this time, so maybe not. But Kominowski, no delve spells, no threats outside of the single Ledger Shredder. Hoey has to be thrilled about that.
Now, here is a mirror breaker. Young Pyromancer hits the stack from Matthew. It resolves. He retains priority once that resolves, which means he can cast a spell if he wants to get a trigger before Max would even have an opportunity to remove it. As it stands, though, it looks like Matthew's just going to pass priority, and we're going to have a Brazen Borrower on Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, going to go for a little petty theft after the Ledger Shredder. And, now there's a little bit of maybe some liability to casting the actual Brazen Borrower side this turn and being mana efficient because, you would trigger Ledger Shredder's back in hand, but you also tap low. And this is the first opportunity, I think, for Mystical Dispute to start to look really good. Both players aware of the power of that card, and Matt Hoey done a good job playing around it all game to the extent that Kominowski actually discarded it to Lightning Axe because it's mostly expired. Right. And now going to discard another one. Once again, mostly expired, does not have one there or does not want to use it. Plenty of mana left to interact for Hoey. I think that turn worked out pretty nicely for Kominowski overall.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, if you're Hoey, you're very happy that you still have this Pyromancer in play, but Pyromancer is, in fact, a ground attacker and all of the tokens it makes around the ground. So if the Ledger Shredder gets big enough in the air to start controlling the skies, it takes a while for your Pyromancer to really start to matter, even though it is obviously an important card. This game might not be about that at this point.
Right. And I think, it's going to look good here against this Hall of Storm Giant if that's the direction Max is going to take to start attacking and get this game closed. But it is certainly, I think that's one of the aspects of the Izzet Phoenix Mirror that's maybe a little bit more personal approach oriented is, whether or not you want Pyromancer. Plenty of players do. Some players don't. Whatever. Like, that's kind of the more take it or leave it kind of card. And, might actually look pretty good here against this Hall of Storm Giants, especially with all of the red removal mostly used on other things at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's certainly, look, if the plan is to attack with a 7/7, chump blocking seems really good. Now, Matthew still, with that said, we're in combat and Matthew is thinking about what he wants to do. So it's just not an easy choice, which you think it might be when your opponent taps out to swing at you. So he's going to go in the tank here to figure out what the way out of this one is. He's facing down an attack of, I believe that looks like 5 in the air and 7 on the ground. So it's a huge chunk. Something's going to have to happen. And he's trying to deduce what the best way to deal with this is. I don't know if you feel really good or really bad about the fact that your opponent tapped out to swing with Hall of Giants.
Well, Hall's a problem. And the mirror is very good because it's generally the biggest thing around. And we're going to see how we can even handle some of this stuff. Obviously, we're going to want to make a token if we can. And obviously he can. But the question is then what? Max has kind of made a statement with this attack on what his plan to win this game is. And it's going to start working through some of the blockers and whatever he draws. But right now, it doesn't really have anything else going on but the Hall. And that could be a problem. It's going to work through the blockers eventually. It's just scraps, really, that Hoey's working with behind on life. And you need to develop a plan to check that because just chumping every turn works, but it doesn't really win you the game outright. Gotta have something else to do.
And he's going to get the Prankster in there as well. He's going to go for the free block on the Ledger Shredder as opposed to the trade with the Brazen Borrower. Gets the just opts for the free chump blocks, maybe saving spells to try to put together a Phoenix turn. Maybe just saying, well, this is the start for now, and I'm alive. 13 life, the untaps. He's certainly got a window here if he's able to capitalize on it, if he's able to string together some cantrips, some spells to bring back Phoenixes perhaps, or conversely, you look to answer Max's board. So Matthew Hoey with a big spot here, starting things off Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, redeploying the Ledger Shredder that was bounced from the Petty Theft last turn. Second spell right away. Looks like Lightning Axe. That's good enough to take care of the Shredder. Going to make a token for the Hall. So that starts to answer the board like you mentioned.
Now, this seems like a very good start here for Matthew. If this is what he wants to do. He's starting to build up a board here. He's got 4 bodies.
And this is one of those spots, especially with Kominowski's Temporal Trespass gone. Now, if Matthew finds his Temporal Trespass, things start to get bad. But if you remember, he still has a bird hanging out in the yard. Like, that could really start to turn up heat. especially with this Ledger Shredder leaving the equation. It's also another good blocker for Hall and can start to invalidate kind of Kominowski's plan to win this game. But I think really kind of what both players are just taking draw steps looking for is some treasure cruises. Just really start the ball rolling. You need more resources. They've done a lot of exchanging resources, a lot of making land drops, developing mana. Now they need to start to basically overpower the other player, and that starts by having enough resources to do that. Treasure Cruise is a great way to get all that started. Obviously, draw 3 cards. We've memed on it all tournament long. Pretty strong, but I mean, both these players have access to that card. Hoey, the only one to resolve one thus far. Kominowski, certainly, I think, looking for one at this stage of the game to really start to springboard things in his favor.
Yeah, it certainly seems like one of the really key ones. And here's the torch. Takes out the Brazen Borrower. Okay. It looks like
we need. Remember 3 spells? We need 3 spells.
Magic number.
2 birds. I only saw 1 on screen. There's actually 2 in the yard. So 2 birds, a second token. That's worth countering your own torch for. And Brazen Borrower can threaten to block, but with all this pressure suddenly coming out of nowhere, Kominowski needs a big draw now.
All right. Consider he's going to start things off. We've seen him dig out of a lot of wild spots before. Draws it. Next up, okay, it's a sleight of hand. That's going to start conniving for Matthew, of course, but does the sleight of hand reveal an answer like an opt?
Okay.
Another
all right. So grueling.
Yeah, it really
Come on, you need some good ones.
A treasure cruise.
Okay. All right. That's what Kominowski needs. He does it again. Is it enough? We'll find out, but this is how it starts.
Okay, 1 Phoenix in the yard that we see. There could be more in there. You're right. He's at 9 life. This is, it could be the beginning of another wild Maxx comeback here. Here's the opt that I spotted. He's got plenty to bring him back, but we'll see how many he has to bring back because Matthew has a huge board of his own.
Yeah, it's so much pressure. 9 life is Kominowski. Dead on board by quite a bit. Needs a lot of answers. Treasure Cruise can supply them. Found a land drop, but he needs help.
Yeah.
Just your own bird? Okay. Well, we're not dead face up, but that's certainly an anticlimactic conclusion to finding mostly what he needs. Certainly the start of what he needed, but maybe didn't find the end. Hardcast bird.
Yeah.
Good enough to keep him alive right now.
I think he needed to churn a bunch of birds into the graveyard there. He wasn't able to do it. And that means, look, even if the birds trade, there's still just a lot of resources and creatures on Hoey's side. And after this attack, if Maxx isn't dead, he's certainly going to be within range of the 1/1 tokens from Young Pyromancer kind of poking through the final few points. So I think we're on a razor's edge here. Matthew staring down the board, trying to find exactly how he wants to navigate what looks like a very good spot for him up a game here in the finals. The NRG Championship Series in Chicago.
Yeah, everything's on the line right here. Max's entire tournament, the invites, the extra money, the bump in points. Needs to pull out another Houdini act. It didn't look like he had all the tools last turn. Currently looks like he's going to get another draw step, but Matthew Hoey has a ton of cards that could get him through as well. Trespass, some removal spells, his own treasure cruises. He's got a lot of good draws, but I assume with how long we've been thinking, we don't have access to any of those right now.
Yeah, it seems like Matthew is probably trying to figure out if there's a way here he can count to lethal, which is, of course, 9 points of damage. There's a lot running through his mind. You have to be able to, you can see him counting it up. If there was an easy answer, he would have found it. So we could be in for a few more turns here. The game might continue. Matthew trying to find these last couple points of damage. Takes a look at his hand. Looks like we're moving towards some action here. All Maxx, look at Maxx. All Maxx can do is just look on like he has in so many spots today. You know, just wild to have to just sit there and know that you've done everything you can do to try to dig your way out, and whether or not your plays are going to be rewarded depends on something entirely out of your control. And that's what it's going through his mind as he stares down Matthew Hoey trying to count up these points of damage.
Yeah, it's so brutal to really only be able to look and start to line up your blocks in your head for what happens if nothing bad happens. If it's just face up, what I see in front of me right now, how do I block? Make sure you have that dialed up. And if Hoey has anything strong, well, maybe you die, maybe you don't. But you know, you want to be prepared to make the correct decision, and you have a lot of time to think about it. As Hoey also, you know, in a spot where, you know, a lot of things could go wrong on the other side. We've seen what giving Kominowski just one more draw can do. And so Hoey totaling things up, really trying to find the best path to victory. A lot of large toughnesses, a lot of potential attackers, a lot of permutations about what he can do. And this is the attack
we've got a decision. 2 Phoenixes and a Ledger Shredder are turned sideways so far. We'll see if anything else wins them.
I love the save there.
His hands are still on him, you know?
It's like it's chess, right? Where like if you take your hands off, it's final. Otherwise, you know, otherwise it's still
he's not doing it either. Look at that. All right. Well, looks like deciding whether or not the Pyromancer tokens are going to join in or not.
I would have said everybody.
Yeah, everybody. That seems like a good line, right? Is you just want to poke him down. Matthew trying to figure out maybe if he can die on the crackback here.
Leaving back a token speaks to fear of Hall of the Storm Giants. I just don't see Hall of the Storm Giants being good enough on its own, especially with the trespass already in the yard for Kominowski. But whatever, the extra token point might also just not matter. So whatever, maybe just stop weird stuff from happening. Have a ground blocker, just a little extra insurance. This seems fine to me. Double block on the Shredder, love it. Got to get that off the board. Gonna need to string together spells and get your birds back next turn if you're gonna have a chance anyway.
7. I think this line leaves him taking 7.
Yeah, and not sending the rest means that the double block's possible, right? Like that wouldn't be possible if we sent everybody. Maybe adjusting the blocks. All right, this is our final blocks. Get all the birds off the table. Get empowerments off the table. Preserve a little bit more life. Only going to take 5 instead of 7. And back to Kominowski we go. He's another big draw.
He does, but you know what? He's got the Pyromancer off the field. He's at 4 life, which is, like we said, very much in range of just getting poked down here. But he certainly would have some outs, but instead he's just able to pass back to Hoey
in the graveyard. That's not a good sign if you're a Maxx Kominowski fan. Maybe his Houdini act has come to its natural conclusion at the hands of Matthew Hoey, who has been dominant in the Izzet Phoenix mirror through this entire top 8. I believe that will be his entire roster top 8. And Hoey's going to get it 3 times in a row. 2 lands in hand for Kominowski. He's not going to get the job done. And to Hoey goes the spoils. Invite to the regional championship. Invite to the NRG championship. All the money you can win, all the points you can win. And that's just his day 1. Could still come back, play more Magic tomorrow. An incredible weekend for Matthew Hoey thus far.
Yeah, that was a great finals match. It showed everything. I mean, look, he had a lot of the cards you need, but that last game, it drug on. We thought he might be behind at first with the hearse. He was able to fight back and just climb in, just able to make everything line up his way just through careful planning and practice of his deck. An extremely impressive win for him here at the championship. We are going to be getting him here into the booth for an interview in a few moments, but what a way to start things off here with Pioneer. We see a dominant Izzet Phoenix run after we watched Azorius Control have success all day. And in the end, it was Izzet Phoenix that was able to take it down.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier in the broadcast how much this weekend is going to start to set the stage for the Pro Tour next weekend. There's going to be a lot of eyes on the Pioneer format this weekend. And with 5 copies of Izzet Phoenix in the top 8, you know, Lotus Field was already a deck we saw in the hands of Andrea Mengucci, you know, Adrian, some of these other players that came and clearly or had some intent to play the deck, or at least have their eyes on the deck, has a good matchup against Izzet Phoenix, you know, maybe looking their chops there. But with this much Izzet Phoenix, it sets the stage for adjustment going into next week. There's a lot of things you can do to tackle Izzet Phoenix as a deck if you want to gun for it. And I think that with the results this weekend, we're going to begin to see some of that. But for the time being, I mean, if you're a Pioneer fan, there was a ton of sweet matchups all day long that we got to watch. Top 8 may have been filled with Izzet Phoenix, but even still, a ton of awesome Magic to be played. Maybe I'm biased. I love me some Izzet Phoenix, but I thought it was a lot of great Magic. And at the end of the day, Matthew Hoey able to just trash all of the Izzet Phoenix through the top 8. And we're going to hear what that experience is like right now. I believe we have Hoey waiting for us. Congratulations, Matthew.
Congrats.
Thanks, guys.
I want to talk. Sorry, first and foremost, I want to talk about your deck decision. So NRG Series, in my opinion, fairly well known, and you know better than me, certainly, how much control is in the room. When you pick a deck like Izzet Phoenix, I think it makes a clear statement about not just your perspective metagame, but even your own opinion on control in the metagame. Can you talk a little bit about your deck choice this weekend?
Yeah, I think control is a good deck choice, but you know, Phoenix just gives you the most ability to control your games, even against blue-white. So there's only 2 decks I play in this format, and it's Phoenix and blue-white.
Well, that's extremely fair. And Phoenix, you mentioned one of the decks you play in the format. How much experience did you have in the mirror coming into this weekend? Because that seemed to matter quite a bit in your run so far.
Yeah, I've played that a lot over the years. I mean, it's mostly just the same. I had some lucky torch the towers, so that's always nice. I milled a lot of Phoenixes, so sometimes you're lucky.
Well, it was a great run throughout the entire day, and of course now you punch your ticket. Not just you finish, you win the invite to the championship at the end of the year. I mean, to put into perspective, I guess how big today was for you to have another win here.
It was great. My deck decided that they weren't going to show up for tomorrow, so I wasn't going to be able to play. So I'm happy that I don't need to.
Well, you certainly made the most out of today, huh?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I was commenting a little bit about how you have the opportunity to play Standard tomorrow. I guess not.
I do not. Bernal was going to borrow me a deck, and he decided not to come. So.
Oof. Well, as you said, you didn't need it. Yeah, talk a little bit about that. You're someone that, when I think of the NRG series, you are a name that is synonymous with success on the NRG series. I see you over and over again in these championships. I see you constant success in the series. How does it feel to be qualified for the end of year championship right now? First tournament, able to punch your ticket. You know, you don't have to grind it out like I've seen you do through multiple seasons.
Yeah, last year I didn't grind it out, and I don't really have any intention of doing it this year, so very glad that isn't even a thought in my mind. Don't even need to.
Clicked it right now. Through an impressive performance. I want to highlight the finals. You know, you played a lot of Izzet Phoenix through apparently your entire Pioneer career, and the mirror through the entire top 8. Going into the finals, Maxx Kominowski, someone that I think very synonymous with Izzet decks, synonymous with Izzet. I mean, what are your thoughts going in, having to play, I don't want to say maybe among the best players that are synonymous with that deck?
I didn't really mind too much. I figured that I was going to be playing Lotus Field if I was in the finals, and Max thought he was 0% to win, so I'm happy it was him and not Lotus Field.
Definitely can see that. You know, that's once again something we talked about through the entire top 8. Lotus Field, good matchup, not 100%, maybe not even 90%. And you got your Izzet in the finals, and yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Being a lot more relieved that it's not.
I
Lotus
think it's pretty
Field.
close to 90%. We don't have anything in our sideboards for it. There's no Alpine Moon or anything.
Well, we certainly watched. We watched a very interesting match of it. That was for sure for Max to pull that upset. But yeah, I mean, what a finals! Congratulations to you to pick this up here first time. And hey, now you get to take tomorrow off and just cheer your friends on.
I certainly do.
Yeah, I want to congratulate you. You know, you have a qualification to the regional championship, qualification to the NRG championship, all the money, all the points. You got any final shout outs? You've won the tournament. You are the champion, and an impressive display with your Izzet Phoenix deck of choice for this weekend.
Yeah. Shout out to my buddy Joe Bernal, who decided not to give me a deck, and my sponsor, Hot Sauce Games.
Hot Sauce Games.
Thank you so
Check
much,
it out.
man.
Sponsors, one of the best players. And Joe Bernal, you know, you made him win the tournament by not bringing a deck. So I guess shout out for that reason. And yeah, Matthew, it was a pleasure watching. I'm sure I will see you more. If nothing else, than in the NRG Championship, and an incredible run, incredible performance. Congratulations to you.
I'm sure you will. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. All right, well, there you have it. Slice through the Izzet Phoenix dominant top 8. 5 copies in the top 8. Hoey able to get it done with his own version, his own take, and having to defeat the mirror along the way. So very well versed in that is Matthew Hoey. He's our champion. He's got pile of money, pile of invites, all those things we talked about, in a trophy, a token, all the spoils coming his way. So you will be seeing more of him, if nothing else, than at the end of the year. Now, we do have a $5,000 showdown again tomorrow, so we're going to be qualifying another player for the end of year championship then as well. But that is going to do it for Pioneer this weekend, and there you have it, the results ahead of the Pro Tour next weekend.
Yeah, an incredible weekend, an amazing run, and it's going to be back tomorrow. Check out the coverage tomorrow. We will have the standard tournament coming to you. Thank you, everyone, so much for staying with us through this incredible tournament. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for watching the top 8, supporting the NRG series. You make it all possible.
Yeah, if you want to support the channel, make sure to follow this channel on Twitch. Make sure to subscribe. I think I saw some Twitch chatters complaining about ads. You have the power to change that, doing a little subscription to the channel. It does support Paper Magic. It supports us, and it removes the ads if those are an annoyance to you. So shout out to everybody staying here watching. Make sure to support the channel and be back tomorrow for some standard coverage. Well, once again, we will qualify another player to the end of year championship and continue to move the series along. First points distributed, first champion crowned, but we have more work to do tomorrow. Make sure to check that out. I believe that'll be 9 a.m. Central, but if I'm wrong, whatever, they can complain to me. If you're up at 9 a.m., you ain't gonna miss it. Thank you all for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.